what's up, everyone? Wow, we're all here. Welcome to Normal America Show. A Monday, a rare Monday that I'm at home because I actually took a week off work. Tried to line up some debates. No one ever calls me for debates anymore. You know? I guess they get tired of the beatdown. So we got two lined up tonight. A panel, then a debate. How's that sound? Gear in for 5 to 6 hours of content. Let's do it. Now, you may be wondering what my massive preparation's been. Now, I would have prepared a little more than I did, but two things occurred. One, someone sent me a link to documents that I actually planned on reading, but it's through something called Obsidian, and I couldn't figure it out. It's like some, I don't know, something you download or something. It's maybe like Dropbox or something. I don't know. But Boomer me couldn't figure it out, so we'll skip that. The other thing is, we had a brutal winter storm here, particularly wind. So where I'm at here in rural Pennsylvania, there's all sorts of wrecks. Roads were shut down, this, that, and the other. So we went to Pittsburgh this weekend, my son and my wife, and met up with some friends. We went to the big monster truck rally. It was a ton of fun. We'll talk about that a little here, maybe as the night goes on. By the way, the panel starts at 6 p.m., so in 35 minutes. So if you want to just leave me until then because you don't want to hear me just ramble on about things, totally understand. Anyway, so we went to the monster trucks, but we have a dog, so dog stayed at the in-laws. And so yesterday we came back and we planned on also doing some fun. There's something called the Carnegie Science Center in Pittsburgh. It's like a cool little science exhibit. It's predominantly aimed towards children, but I think it's cool anyways. So we're going to take my son there, but because the weather was so bad, we decided to get back as soon as possible. By the time we got to our in-laws' place to pick up the dog, had dinner with them, unfortunately, the roads were not something to be trifled with. So we decided to spend the night there, and we're there most of the day today as well. No, it's not a new dog. It's my dog, Dorothy. She's 5 years old, I think. But I had two dogs. I had Annabelle and Dorothy, and Annabelle passed. So, so we got home here, got a shower. There's nothing like showering at your own house. Can we all agree with that? Like, hotel shower's okay, but like when we stayed overnight at a friend's house after the monster truck stuff. It's no good. You want your own shower. Your own place is best. So, got to come home, got a shower, feel good. Should have shaved, but who gives a shit? No one I'm debating tonight's worth me shaving. So, thank you, the family as well, King Belly. So, monster truck was great, though. Interestingly enough, I'm from outside of a town called Clarion. It's about an hour and 45 minutes northeast of Pittsburgh. At the Monster Jam event I was at, it was in PPG Arena, which is where the Pittsburgh Penguins play. The truck that won the event we were there was driven by a guy from Clarion, which is kind of neat. It's a very small town, so it was pretty cool that the one driver there was, he was driving Truckaroris. He was from Clarion, and he ended up winning. There were 4 events, and he took second place every event, so he ended up winning overall. It was cool. My son really loved it, though. He got a big snow cone there and a big shark cup. That was his favorite thing. But he liked the monster trucks. And then in the intermission, they had dirt bikes that were doing tricks off big ramps. It was a lot of fun, though. I recommend if you have kids going to a monster truck event. I thought it was really cool. My son's favorite truck was Gravedigger, which is the only one that was there that I remember from when I was a kid. So that's kind of neat. But no, it was a lot of fun. So we did that, and I saw... there were things going on. Speaking of Pisco debating Sean from Actual Justice Warrior, I knew that was happening. I don't know why. I was on Modern Day Debates once, and I did that show several times, and then I don't know what happened. Probably someone bitched because some lefty got tired of me smacking everyone around on there. So I was doing this debate with this guy, and the moderator just kept jumping all over me. And sometimes I deserve it. I'll get that. But it was, to me, I was like, what the? And then they never really asked me back. Okay? Despite that, I've talked to James from Modern Day Debates several times since then, but not on that format. He did my 24-hour show one time. We had a good conversation. Neither here nor there. I saw the smallest amount of it. Like I said, I tried to watch live last night, but I was actually at my in-laws' place, and we were playing games and watching TV. So all I saw was Pisco dropping the F word every 3 seconds. So I can't speak to who won the debate or anything like that. That's not indicative of winning or losing a debate. But I was with my kid in the room trying to listen to it quietly. Wasn't really the easiest thing to listen to quietly. So I and I haven't had a chance to watch it. HEW, I think's a fine debater. We'll have to see. I think that I'm a better debater, but I'm biased. So it would be nice to get some offers to do things like that. I'm not saying I could have went. In fact, I couldn't have, given this monster truck rally and all of that. But I can't speak on who won the debate or anything like that. But I think Pisco, it's ironic because I'm not even going to shit on Pisco for being too loud or too fast or swearing too much, because I do all of that stuff. But I think for me, it comes sort of organically. For Pisco, I think he sounds way better when he's like calmer. And I think he's hung around with Destiny too much, is what I think. So he tries to act like him, and I don't think it does him any favors. And your audience likes that, but does an audience that doesn't know you like that? I don't know. But not for me to say, I don't care. Anyways, let's talk about tonight and what's going on here. So, of course, Trump tweets out this weekend. What was the exact tweet? Give me a second. Bring up my Discord. Let's see. From a quote from the Napoleon movie, but it's supposedly a quote that Napoleon himself has said, "He who saves the country violates no laws." Oh my goodness, no. No. And of course, all of the people that didn't give a shit about corruption for the past 8 years, oh my goodness. That's crazy. The debates begin at 6. That's craziness. Can you believe he said that? Oh my goodness. And so all your lefties, your progressive victory pack right-wingers, alleged right-wingers like Conor from Counterpoints, they all had comments. And of course I was busy, but I got my jabs in on X, little post here and there. And one of the things I said was to Conor, you know, it's nice that he's got his balls now. After all the corruption we've seen against Trump, all the lawfare, all of that stuff. Now, the conservative paid by Progressive Victory PAC to help Democrats win even down ballot and make them more progressive. Now he's concerned about corruption. How long till 6? 27 minutes. 6 p.m. Eastern time. In the only country that matters, the United States. Our Eastern time. I'm just messing with you. But yeah, it should be 27 minutes. And then he accused me of, I don't know. First, before I go further, let me say this. If you have kids in the house tonight, you probably don't want to be watching this stream. There's probably going to be a lot of swearing and yelling, particularly in the second debate with me and Conor. It'll be different in the Whick panel, and I'll explain why. But I just want to be forthright with that. And so, if you'll indulge me here for a minute, I'm going to say something that's a little blue. It's a little off color here. Okay? So if there's any kids watching, why the heck are your kids watching me anyways? There's much better stuff that your kids could be watching. Show them some old Schoolhouse Rock videos or something. But, okay, now we'll assume there's enough time. Accused me of, like, dick-sucking Trump. Dick-sucking Trump. And I was like, well, if that's your take, that because I'm not calling out Trump's corruption with this tweet, then what does that make you for going to work for groups that actively supported the corrupt lawfare against Trump? How much jizz do you have on your chin, buddy? And so it went back and forth, and my take's very simple. You all could do what you want. My recommendation is this. If someone beats their wife, and they admit it, yeah, I beat my wife, and then they go to jail, and they admit that they did it, and then 2 years later, you're at a bar, and you see them, and you're watching baseball, and your team's, we'll do it from my view, my team's the Pirates, or your team's the Pirates, and they're playing the Cubs. And this guy beats his wife's a fan of the Cubs. And Pirates batter gets up and hits a home run, and you go, yeah! And he goes, that man's accused of beating his wife. I demand you condemn wife beating right now. The appropriate answer to that person is, go fuck yourself. Do we all understand that? Fuck you, you wife beater. You don't get to demand that I condemn something that you support. Fuck you. This is an attempt to control the narrative as they always have. How many times in the past 6 years have you seen me on debate panels, debates, etc., talking about the corruption against Trump, up to and including the illegal FISA warrants that the FBI obtained to spy on his team? Well, that was a long time ago. Who cares? It was regrettable. Trump's corrupt. It doesn't matter. And then Trump puts a tweet out and they go, oh my God. It's the end of the country. Please, where are the conservatives to speak out against this tweet? Please. Please, where are they? Fuck you. I'm not going to answer any of those people. I've had this theory for years. Remember when Pisco tried to get me to be like, will you condemn if Trump would try to get illegal FISA warrants on his opponents? I said, fuck you. I will not. Because you made every excuse in the world to downplay when that occurred against Trump. I don't give it. Does everyone understand watching how this is strategic? That they don't care. What do I always tell you when they're exhibiting hypocrisy like this? They don't give a shit about the issue that they're claiming to, but they know you do. I don't like corruption. You all don't like corruption. They do. That's why they defended or ignored it when it was directed against Trump. They couldn't. Trump's evil. It's okay. The corruption's okay. It's against Trump. So it's perfectly fine. Then once their side loses, but we think what Trump's doing is corrupt. So now you have to call out corruption. You have to call it out. We didn't have shit to say about the leader of the FBI being forced to admit that at least 2 of the FISA warrants against Trump were illegal. Didn't really have shit to say. Yeah, it was a long time ago. I guess that sucks a little. Anyways. But Trump's mean tweet. These people aren't serious. And I shouldn't have even accepted this first debate on this panel with Whick. However, something surprising happened. This panel will be 2 conservatives, but I don't know what that means. So for all I know, the conservative is against me. That's the last time I did a Whick panel, it was me versus the entire panel. Remember when it was me versus all the Progressive Victory Pack people? Like Econo Boy, Brianna Wu. Brianna, she's not going to be there tonight. But I'll get to argue with Brianna's buddy, Conor. Later tonight, that's the second bit. So I don't know. But Audacity is the conservative. And then on the other side is Staxiums and the Soypill. Right? Now, my normal thing in this debate would have been, and there will be a big part of this, did you condemn the corruption against Trump? Oh, you didn't? Fuck you. I'm not going to sit there and watch the guy punching a woman in the face go, hey, do you condemn people punching women in the face? I don't owe you an answer. So, yesterday and the day before, as people were like, why won't you condemn Trump's tweet? Why won't you? Why won't you condemn it, Rob? I said, simple. All you have to do is show me You condemning the corruption against Trump. Show me that. You condemning the lawfare against Trump. And then I'll respond to you. If you can't, fuck you. That's how I feel. Person after person. Oh, so you can't. Conor even put out, Rob won't answer. He can't answer a simple yes, no. First off, it's not a simple yes, no. Whether or not a president that can violate no laws if he's trying to save the country. It's actually complicated, but I will say, to give some of my strategy away, I don't like that fucking tweet at all. I don't. I think that the obvious connotations of what it's saying is something I don't like. Which that if a president unilaterally feels the actions he are taking are for the good of the country, then the law doesn't matter. But technically, is he right? Mm-hmm. The recent Supreme Court decision says that actions taken in official capacity of president can't be criminally charged. Then there's a connotation of what does the term the law mean? Does it mean the law of the nation? Well, in a quite literal sense, if you win, then you are above the law. Like this quote originally comes from Napoleon. If Napoleon wins, then yes, he's not charged. Thomas Jefferson had a similar quote. What the founding fathers did, declaring a revolution against the crown, was illegal, except that they won, so that they were above the law. But that's all. And then there's questions of if there's a blatant violation or something blatantly immoral that technically is the law and you go against it, like slavery, are you above the law? In other words, is there a law? Does the law in this instance mean the natural law, the law from God, the laws of morality? If Jack Bauer has to beat the shit out of a terrorist to find out where the nuclear device that's about to kill 100 million people's at, is he above the law? So it's complicated, but I don't like that Trump said it. I really don't. But these fucking hypocrites don't give a shit. That's my entire point. I'll answer someone. There are people out there that hated what they saw as the lawfare against Trump and the corruption against Trump that are like, I have significant problems with Trump saying this. I absolutely, totally understand them, and I'm willing to have that conversation. Absolutely. I'm not willing to have it with Progressive Victory PAC's Counterpoints. Fuck him. Who took money to help the people that engaged in lawfare against Trump. Fuck him. That's that. But something crazy happened. As I went over and over this with people, well, will you answer me? I'm just some nobody. Sure, can you show me your post condemning the lawfare against Trump? Oh, that assumes there was lawfare against Trump. There's not. He's corrupt. Go fuck yourself. But one of the people that asked me was this person, Soypill, who I had no idea was on this panel tonight. And wouldn't you know it, he criticized the lawfare against Trump as a Democrat. He did. He showed me, unless he cleverly used Photoshop to fabricate a post on X, which if he did, kudos to him anyways for putting that effort in. That dude earns my respect and earns a conversation with me, as far as I'm concerned. So I will happily talk to him this evening, who has a problem with Trump's post and with other things Trump's done. He claimed, he showed me a post that clearly the going after the, I assume he means the Bragg case, was lawfare from the Biden administration. Happy to have that conversation with him. That's opposed to Counterpoints. Fuck him, which is the second debate tonight. So, the first debate might be a little more calm because I'm willing to have a good faith conversation about corruption to someone who was willing to call out corruption on their own side. I commend that. I'm not saying we'll agree. He might not like what I have to say, but I respect that. And I don't think that's someone that's just trying to score partisan points. That's someone who's willing to have a conversation and actually cares about this stuff, at least from what I could see. The only other thing worth mentioning, I thought this was funny, was I did argue with Pisco online a little, and then, their crew, the pondering, they're all like, Rob won't condemn this, blah, blah, blah. It's just whataboutism. Yeah, that's their way of saying, we don't want to have to defend that we defended this corruption constantly. That was worse than Trump's mean tweet. So we just want to focus on it. And that's always what they've done. And on these spaces, it works. And it used to work in the mainstream media space too. But the American people fucking had it. That's why Trump won. They're tired of the grandstanding to control the narrative. It's like, I use this instance all the time. At the height of the pandemic, when all these people were locked down, and then we found out all these particularly Democratic leaders, like my governor, Tom Wolf, or whatever that woman's name was that was the mayor of Chicago, or Gavin Newsom, they were violating their own orders while they were hammering down on their own people. Gavin Newsom's eating at the French Laundry. Tom Wolf's going out and marching with Black Lives Matter. That woman that looked like Beetlejuice in Chicago, she's going to the hair salons that she shut down, and she said, but that's because hygiene's important to me. So when I'm doing all these panels at the time, did anybody want to talk about that? No, they wanted to talk about Ted Cruz going to Cancun. There was a big blizzard in Texas, and Ted Cruz went to Cancun. Okay, that's not good. When there's an emergency in your district and then being on vacation, that's not good. But that's nowhere near as bad as telling people, you can't leave your home, but I'm going to. That's worse in every sense. But no one on the left wanted to talk about that. The people that were running the panels, they didn't want to talk about that. They wanted to talk about Ted Cruz and Cancun. Now, they didn't give a shit about these leaders being hypocritical and leaving their constituents out to dry. If they did, they would have been furious at Gavin Newsom and Tom Wolf. But they didn't give a shit. It's the same with this corruption stuff. So, for example, you have Pondering Politics out there gnashing his teeth about, oh my God, the rule of law, Trump, blah, blah, blah. This is the dude that wanted to pack the Supreme Court because he thinks they're corrupt. Well, as soon as the Democrat wins, as soon as Kamala wins, we need to pack the courts. Whoops, Trump won. I agree, let's pack the court. Sounds good. Let's put another 9 staunch conservatives on the court right now and have them immediately overrule all of these temporary restraining orders. Right, Pondering? Oh, that would be corrupt. Not when they wanted to do it. But while all this is going on, the funniest thing happened. I think that I could speak. I welcome someone bringing up an example to show the opposite. I'm not perfect. I've done shitty things in my life. Have I ever brought up someone's spouse, their relationships? I don't think I have. I would be ashamed if I had. That's against my character. It's not something I do. I didn't even with people like Destiny, and they were talking about his marriage breaking up. I don't talk about that shit. Oh, thanks. Do you remember 46 months? Thanks, Tengo. So I was a little shocked. Not that I mind. To me, it's the old, I think Andrew Wilson has the same feeling I do. Spouses, families are off limits unless they get involved. So Rachel Wilson streams and she talks shit on people. So Andrew's not going to get butthurt that someone's complaining about his wife because she's streaming. So I was kind of shocked to find that Conor's wife started accusing me of gargling Trump's balls online on X. That was fun. So I went back and forth with Conor's wife a little. I had fun. I didn't mind it at all. She accused me of having a tiny limp dick, to which I expressed, what, was a video of me released? How do you know? It's like she's a psychic. But I had to question. She seemed to be quite interested in my dick. Then she said I was cute. then she said it wasn't that I'm physically cute. It was my misplaced confidence that was cute. Oh. I was like, come on, Conor. Let's rein your wife in a little here, dude. So I'm not going to bring it, but if anyone's watching because they saw that back and forth, I don't plan on bringing up Conor's wife unless he does. I took it all in good fun. I didn't mind it at all. Though she did at one point ask me if I had a wife and kids. And I was just like, yes. And I'll remind you, I never brought up Conor's family other than to say he seemed like a good husband and father before you started at me. So wherever you want to take this, go for it. And she said, oh, I just wondered, good for you. I was like, thank you very much. But if you're wondering why I don't plan on bringing it up in the debate with Conor, that'll be it. So if you're watching and you're one of my opponents for this evening, I'll tell you right now, my strategy is to say that I'll discuss honestly the nuances of Trump's tweet, why I personally don't like it. The reason I'm willing to do that honestly is because Soypill generously showed me that he did call out corruption, at least in one instance that he saw from the Biden administration against Trump. So I'm willing to reciprocate that honesty with him. However, I do plan on discussing how this mean tweet or other accusations of corruptions from Trump, such as, for 13 days, they violated a temporary restraining order that's clearly political in nature and froze funding, but now they've reinstituted that funding pending an appeal. Yeah, we'll talk about that compared to, weaponizing the FBI to try to lock him up using illegal FISA warrants. I think that's a little more severe. And how the majority of the people clutching their pearls right now never cared about lawfare corruption until they perceived Trump as doing it. In the second debate with Conor, I plan to be more aggressive because fuck him. He deserves it. So that's the plan going into tonight. So debate should be starting here in 8 minutes. Anything else? What we got some America's a joke, says the Onion. I agree it is. But Trump's trying to fix it. I don't know if Whick had the panel where Biden declared a constitutional amendment or not. Well, it's, what's up, Max? Right out of the gate, Conor accused me of sucking Trump's dick. Then his wife's first comment to me is that I'm gargling balls. Then the very next comment to me is about my dick. I don't know what's going on in the Conor household there. Hanging out with Destiny too much. The debate tonight is on Trump's mean tweet. There's a panel at 6 and then a debate with Conor at 8. Oh, the hockey game was great. We were watching it live after the monster truck rally at my friend's house. It was good shit. West Virginia, beautiful state. Used to hang out there frequently. Nice to see you, George. Nah, I didn't read Progressive Victory's FEC. Maybe someone in the audience could tell me, because I'm not quite sure. Is it a possibility for Progressive Victory PAC to have received government funding? My guess would be no, not directly, but people connected to Progressive Victory PAC through other ventures could have possibly received government funding. Is that an accurate understanding? The debate with Conor is going to be brutal because I'm going to, not only am I, it's going to start off with just insults, which I am better than him at, but then once we get into what he wants me to actually analyze Trump's tweet, and obviously a president is not above the law if he's trying to save the country, he says it's a simple yes-no answer. I'm going to be able to prove, based on previous conversations and stances I've seen him take, that he's full of shit. And then he's going to squirm. And he's going to do like he did in that fucking video where he was sweeping for Destiny. Remember that? When that Queeman and Lav came on? And he was like, oh, what's your, of a sex offender? What's your What's your definition? And then they made Conor give a definition. They're like, yes, destiny exactly meets your own definition. And he was like, laugh, but what about what you said about Hassan 5 years ago? How about that? That's Conor in a nutshell. So, and by the way, Conor knows it. I'm not saying Conor's fearful that he can't beat me in a debate, but he knows it's going to be tough sledding. So if you're watching Conor's wife, I know you said you think it's cute that I think I could embarrass your husband. Just watch. Maybe he won't be embarrassed because he has no shame, which probably, seeing as how he's a conservative that took money from Progressive Victory PAC. Nah, Conor's not in the Whick Panel. The conservatives on Whick Panel are me and a guy named Audacity, and the Democrats or lefties or whatever are Staxiums and Soypill. Maybe we'll take calls though. I'm sure we'll take super chats, and Wick's great audience will be like, Rob's just the Trump dick sucker. Anyways, let's see if we're gonna join that. So you're gonna lose me visually here, okay? I'm still here though. Don't worry. I'm still with you. I gotta find Wick's. Does anyone else have this problem? I got all these Discords. Then I can never find the one I'm looking for. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Don't tell Rob. Don't tell Rob.
Your wife? That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, shit. I hit a button.
Hello, Rob.
What's up?
Good to see you again.
Yeah, a long time no see, buddy.
It's been a while. Let me get this camera shit figured out here. Here we go.
Testing as well.
Why is this so low?
Ugh. No one can see or hear us yet on my side of the screen, right? Just it's for Audacity's show. But how you been, Rob?
I'm not bad. I was at the when everyone got freaked out about Trump's mean tweet. I was at a monster truck rally in Pittsburgh where the Penguins play. And it was kind of neat. I'm from a little town called Clarion, and the guy who won the event also from Clarion, which is pretty crazy because the only people I know from Clarion are like drunks and meth heads. So maybe he is a drunk and meth head. Maybe that's what makes you
was
good.
at a monster truck rally.
Yeah.
I mean, the odds of alcoholism are high.
Now
That's all
listen,
I'm saying.
I will say this though. I am, oh great.
Sorry to interrupt you, Wick.
Sorry, go ahead. I got to respond to something.
Is there? Yeah, is anyone else's? Rob's video is off. Is anyone else seeing that?
Oh yeah, it's lagging a little bit. I don't know what that is.
Just so you know, Rob.
Okay. Well, let me see if I could do anything to fix that.
I mean, it's fine.
It's like
now,
not in sync.
When you were first on, like there was like
it froze
pause for a minute, and then it would catch up, and so you'd be like, I did what? And I was like, oh.
Sometimes
I think
we can hear you fine.
Yeah, okay.
It's still off. Still a little off, but
yeah, I wouldn't know how to fix it. I'll say two things real quick. Clarion's a great place. That's not all methods. That was a joke. Also, I was supposed to originally. I didn't see your message to me, Wick. So the first person I responded to was Conor, and I was supposed to talk to him tonight. Okay. So I had to wait to respond until I heard back from him. But to my audience, Conor's not debating me tonight. That's gonna be put off to. I just got a message from him, so probably tomorrow night. So. But there we go. That was for all my cursing and swearing. I was gonna keep it PG on this panel, but now I guess I gotta swear here.
Switch it up.
Yeah.
You gotta switch it up.
Yes, you gotta.
Okay, so just to reiterate for all of you, I will introduce the topic. I'll say hi to my audience, and then we will start the show.
Also, hi, nice to meet you, Rob.
If you feel like you're being talked over, right? If you have trouble getting a word in edgewise, just DM me or raise your hand or get my attention, and I'll try to let you in. Any questions before we start?
Only one thing.
What are we debating again?
Two quick things. How long are we planning to go? I don't give a shit. I plan to be streaming for 5 hours. So
Rob, your connection's not great.
It might be this blizzard that I'm at. I mean, there is a winter. You're in PA too, aren't you, Rick?
I did turn on the Democrat weather machine to sabotage.
Is this hats versus no hats?
Right.
Can confirm.
More near.
I got the Jews to
I'm
make
in a
just
different
fuck
part
up.
of PA, I'll say that.
Okay.
Rob's-
Well, there's a blizzard where I'm at, so if it gets unbearable, let me know, and I could do audio only or something.
Okay. I mean, you're fine for now. Yeah, we'll see.
So we're thinking 2 hours?
2 hours ish. Yeah,
okay, and then
depending
opening
on all
statements, because I know it's always the first
We're gonna
person
do
goes.
openings.
But I mean, I've seen this a million times. It's like opening statements, first person speaks 8 minutes, and then Wick's like, yeah, like 1 minute, please. So what do you want us to do for the opening statement?
1
I'm
minute.
the first person, and I promise
cut
to go
you guys
mostly
off.
fast.
I'll let
It's
Soypill set the stage.
pretty risky.
I'll
We'll
write that
just go
down.
around.
8 minutes.
Okay,
Once
I
I've
just
asked
wanted to clarify because that's something everyone does it different. Some people do big openings, some people just want a little one. Some people just want you to say, "Hey, I'm Rob. This is my channel." So I just wanted to clarify.
About a minute is fine.
Okay.
Okay. With that, let's start the show. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. Cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show for you tonight? Okay. Over the weekend, President Trump made a tweet where he quoted Napoleon, where he says this: "A man who saves his country violates no law." This has had quite the response from a wide variety of people, some calling it irresponsible rhetoric, some saying that it is more sinister, and still others saying it's not a big deal. Tonight, we're going to talk about it. What does it mean in this context? What did he mean in this context, if anything? And what, if anything, should be done about it? We're going to start with Soypill. Thanks for being here, Soypill. Give us what you got.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Wick. I'm the Soypill. I make videos on YouTube. I think Trump's tweet is, in complete isolation, no matter what, a dangerous statement to be made by the president. No one has unilateral domain over what serving your country is, and if they did, they would be king, and any and all things they determined to be for the common good would be legal. Now, it's not in complete isolation. This is in context of unprecedented power grabs by the executive branch, where Trump is trying to subvert congressional power, of delegating funds, making spurious arguments to change the Constitution through executive orders, and ignoring court orders by federal judges, as proposed by J.D. Vance and Project 2025. Now, one of my opponents, Rob Noor, has characterized this as Trump's mean tweet, which I want to make very clear, if true, would not be something that I was so up in arms about, because anyone who watches my stuff knows I actually like mean Trump. I think he's very funny. I like it when he puts Rosie O'Donnell on the spot. I like when he says only fat people drink Diet Coke, but I don't love when he puts out statements alluding to his erosion of the checks and balances of our democracy. Now, last night, Rob told me that no matter what Biden corruption happened in his eyes, it does not justify the actions of Trump if they are unconstitutional. So I hope, not optimistically, that by the end of this debate, I can get Rob to agree that what Trump is doing is unconstitutional, or at least get him to admit that because of his grievances with the Biden administration, he would be okay with Trump doing pretty much anything now in retaliation. I at least want to make it, but last thing, I want to make it abundantly clear to everyone watching that regardless of political alignment, you should be upset by what the president is saying, unless you do want a single all-powerful king as the replacement for our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to try to cut people off at about a minute. Okay, so we all agreed to this, like right before the show, like 30 seconds before we went live. So let's try. I'll try to enforce it. Audacity, give us what you got. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. But yeah, Audacity, go ahead.
Yeah, of course it's a poorly timed tweet with everything going on. But I'm not going to hold account to him tweeting out something. It's essentially innocuous. He fucking found a quote or something, and I really like that quote, and then he tweeted it out, and now it's like it's everybody's bread and butter this morning is fucking talking about it. I've seen constant tweet arguments back and forth online. Hey, conservatives, justify this, and it's justify what? Justify what? This is a tweet. We can talk about actions. We can talk about the things the president's currently doing. We can talk about him violating TROs or whatever. We can talk about the whole judicial process going on around that and everything. But it's not a policy position. It's not an action. It's just a tweet. It's whatever dumbass thought he had when he tweeted it out. He tweeted it out, and that's now I guess what he was thinking at the time. He probably doesn't even fucking remember tweeting it at this point. So I'm not really This isn't something that I feel everybody should be losing their minds over. This shouldn't be something that's generating so many spurious challenges against conservatives and MAGA to go on about. So it's just not pertinent.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for being here, Audacity. Really appreciate you. We'll see where we go from here. Staxiums, you're up.
Hello. So I'm not familiar with our other conservative opponent, but I am pretty familiar with Rob Noor. So I just want to, before he shares his opening statements, I'll do it for him. So I will give his 3 main opening statements. He will talk about systemic issues Dems did that we also think is bad. 2, things that Dems did that was not against the law. And 3, random gish galloping and whataboutism about FISA warrants and Burisma. Anything but a basic awareness for the assault on the Constitution that Trump conducted. Yeah, but go ahead, Rob. Take it away.
Is that your opening statement? Okay.
That is my opening statement.
Your choice. Rob, go ahead.
Staxium got all of that as he whacks it, listening to me on a daily basis, because he has to listen to someone with talent because none of you fucking lefties have any. So I'm glad you're listening to Staxium. Soypill is the only reason that I'm willing to engage in this debate with good faith until I hear more from Staxium, which is most of the people on the left that want to talk about this had no problem with the corruption that we saw over and over again from Democrats. They were fine with the lawfare. They're fine with all of the things that would be corrupt, up to and including FISA warrants that were illegal, which of course Staxiums won't care about. He'll think that that's just a joke. But Trump's mean tweets and wanting to fight against the bureaucratic state of unelected officials that actually run the government, that's a bridge too far. That's a threat to our democracy. Much like Democrats do this all the time. They cared about kids in cages under Trump when there were 3 times more under Biden. They didn't give a shit. This is always the game they play. Now they're going to clutch their pearls over Trump's mean tweets and the fact that he froze funding for like 11 days, and now that's been reinstituted, because the truth is they're okay with the corruption of the bureaucratic state. They don't want legitimate democracy, just like they were happy with lying about Joe Biden's cognitive decline, like Whick here, and then gnashing their teeth when we pointed out correctly that it wasn't a democratic process that removed Joe Biden and installed people that were really running the show behind him to pick Kamala Harris, who was a joke. The American people know that these people are a joke. We'll talk about the far greater corruption that the Democrats did that most of the people don't give a shit about, and I'll give my thoughts that I don't really like this tweet from Trump.
Okay, well, with that, let's start. The floor is open.
Cool.
You guys, again, if you have trouble getting in, just
Could I-
message DM. Go ahead.
Great.
please.
Could I don't know how to address the my other conservative opponent. Could I get your
Audacity. His name's Audacity.
Oh, Audacity. I apologize.
Yeah,
Audacity.
sorry.
So yeah, no, you're good. It says couldn't think of a new name on your Discord, so cool.
Yeah, I got admin in the Wickord.
I see. All right.
I
Audacity.
get now, but
Yo, can I-
continue. Yeah.
I'd love to respond to something that you said, basically that he has already forgot about it and then it's kind of contextless. It's kind of just like a tweet. I do want to say that he not only tweeted this, he also doubled down on this on Truth Social. I can pull up the details if you're not familiar with it. But Newswire posted, I guess, on Truth Social, judge rules Trump admin defying court order to release billions in grants. And then Donald Trump posted again this quote, he who saves his country violates no law, with the background of Napoleon on it. So it doesn't seem like he's forgotten about it. It seems like he's doubled down on it a little bit. And policy-wise, he is referring to very specifically defying court orders. Do you feel like that might change your statement, or do you still stand by what you said?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely evidence that he's doubling down on it, if you want to present it that way. But in terms of actual, like, effort that he's putting forward for whatever his policy position is, it doesn't convince me, because we know he's currently in action right now with courts. He's currently in action right now with combating the adversarial proponents that are coming after him for the decisions that he's making. Now, let me also kind of rectify, I'm not necessarily a full conservative. I'm a registered independent, but I still see this as like not something indicative of any action he's planning to take. Like, he's not going to full on violate court orders outside. Oh, Jesus. He's not going to full on violate court orders. He's going to go through the legal process of challenging what's coming.
So he
forward.
wouldn't violate the law when he said, I'm not violating the law? He wouldn't violate the law? That's not what he's referring to?
Right.
In this statement, so you're saying in this statement, he who saves his country violates no law. He is not referring to violating the law.
Now, I
Just to
can
be
tell
super
you,
clear?
I can tell you what he's saying. He feels, correctly in my opinion, that there is lawfare.
Rob,
being
it
used
was my
against-
question.
Well, okay, not really conservative. Go at it, Audacity. Have at it.
I mean, no, he's not. He's not violating a law. We are at a point where there is a challenge presented. It's not necessarily a violation of a law as we know yet, until a court or the appeals process goes through and says, "Hey, actually, you're violating law." So
do you think he's violating the law when he, subverts the Impoundment Act, or when he fires attorney or inspector generals without giving the 30-day notice to Congress, or is that not violating the law?
In regards to the 30 days of firing inspector generals, I don't really have a lot of information on that. But as it comes to executive action, executive authority, and the way he exercises it, he has been met with challenges, and he seeks to meet those challenges. I don't think it's a violation of the law yet, unless it actually comes down to, hey, Trump, you actually don't have this authority, so you need to cut it out. And he's like, no, I'm going to do it anyway.
That's what's happening. It's explicitly written. You have to give 30 days notice and substantive reasoning to fire these inspector generals, which he did not do. And with the Impoundment Act, he has to do some sort of statement through Congress to notify them about what funds he is freezing and for how long, which he also didn't do, which are both violations of the law. So even out of context, I'm surprised you would even defend the president of the United States saying, hey, I can do whatever I want, because if what I want is what's good for the country, then it's not illegal. But then if you're also taking into account the context of all of the court orders that he's trying to defy and the illegal acts that he's done, it's clear that he's doing this in response to people pushing back on his power grab.
Is the public position of him not talking about how he thinks this is fraud, waste, and abuse or anything like that not determinative of why he would fire or hold funds?
Wait, hold on. But that's not an excuse to break the law, right? Like, if you disagree with the law, there is a process to do so. It's called appealing. You can appeal judge orders. You can appeal laws. There is a process to go through what you consider fraudulent or dangerous laws, and that doesn't mean openly breaking them while you do so. Otherwise, that's just blatant authoritarian.
Do you wonder why they just want to talk to you? Has that crossed your mind yet?
Yeah, because I don't know a lot.
Right. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that
Rob, go
interesting?
independent.
Now
Well,
listen, I'll happily jump in.
If Audacity can't answer, go ahead.
No.
If he's such an easy target, why not you jump in with us?
Well,
I just tried, and he didn't have a problem with it. Now, I wish that I could be talking to people that knew what they were talking about. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with you two fucking morons, so we'll give it a go anyway. So, yeah, there are things that technically Trump's doing that's against the law as written, though there's questions we have to say about what the law really is. For example, if we go to the Supreme Court decision, it seems that Trump can't be criminally charged for anything that he's doing in his official capacity, and all of these things would be certainly things that were done in official capacity. In addition, we could talk to people that have said this in the past that probably you have more an affinity for, like Thomas Jefferson. It's talking about how things that occur that we think are anathema to actually the saving of the country or the moral will of a higher power are things that would mean that we can't morally or culpably say you're violating that higher law if you're doing those things in good faith. Having said that, I don't like this tweet. I think that it is in bad spirit, and I'll fully concede that there are things that are written down that are supposed laws, such as you have to give 30 days before you fire these people, that it would seem that the Trump administration did violate. These things are things that will be questioned as to whether or not they're legal anyways, and many of them I think will be overturned by the Supreme Court if they get there. It's clear that these are being issued for lawfare reasons, and the Democrats on this panel would have said almost nothing when it came to the far more severe corruption that we've seen from presidents, not just Democrats, by the way, Republicans, such as the illegal wars that Congress is supposed to declare war, but we see like the invasion of Iraq and Libya and other, let me finish, other places that those more serious violations of the Constitution that actually led to serious loss of lives, including of American citizens. And most people won't have as much to say about that, or they'll defend the people that did that, like George W. Bush, Barack Obama, etc. But they'll gnash their teeth about, but it's so illegal that Trump fired people 30 days early. It's so illegal that he froze funds for 11 days or 15 days or whatever it was before a court decided that, hey, you can't do that. And now we're at the injunction phase of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, real quick, I want to jump in. Rob, you did call me a fucking moron. And I just want to point out, I do appreciate that in your intro, you mentioned me. And the reason why you're willing to have this is because in good faith, I called out Biden corruption. Although I want to come clean as good faith. Just for context for everyone, I asked Rob in response to the tweet, he had a little thing saying, hey, don't give them this. Don't say this is bad because they ignored Biden corruption. I asked him, and it seems like you agree with this, if this was in isolation, if we're ignoring the Biden corruption, or if we even just say all of it's true, just verbatim, you would still have a problem with the president doing this sort of stuff, correct? Like that was not a mischaracterization.
I
of what you
believe,
said?
I can't remember exactly what I said to you, but I believe I made a point about how every president in my lifetime has violated the Constitution and there are levels to it. It would be my
Right.
preference, and it's worth criticizing anytime any elected official, up to and including the president, does do something that I think is against the Constitution. I think there is merit in that. There's obviously
Okay,
a
but
severity scale in it.
Real
though.
quick, specific, but a president saying whatever I do, if it's for the good of the country, is not illegal. I think you kind of said, like,
Sure,
like
it's
you're
not
kind of
illegal.
saying it now. Yeah, it's not something you necessarily would agree with. You probably have a big problem with Biden did it, right? Or just if anyone did this.
No, wait,
But
wait,
real
wait,
quick,
wait,
I have to add. Well, I just want to
Wait,
get a
let
yes or no
me
on that. Like, whether or
clarify.
not you
Let me
have.
clarify your
Yeah.
question. You're saying it's Trump just saying this isn't illegal, but I don't like it, and I probably wouldn't like it if Biden said something like that.
If a person, yeah, I'm just saying, just on the very base level,
Probably.
a person saying I'm okay with whatever I deem is okay for the country is not illegal, no matter what the law is probably something you wouldn't agree with in general.
That's true. I wouldn't like that if Trump said it, Biden said it, Obama said it.
Because
Bush said it.
that's all I wanted to do with my question. You hadn't answered it until I showed my hypocrisy. I just want to point out the screenshot that I provided you is completely fabricated. If you look at it, the views are 7, the likes are 23. I just edited it so you would answer my question.
Okay, so then I
if
will
you're
say
only
this.
here for
I
good
will
faith,
say- all
I
right,
want you to
I'm
let you
out.
know I totally deceived
So
you.
then
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm out of this panel then. Fuck you. I'm serious. Either you're gone or I'm gone. Wick, it's up to you. I'm serious.
I have no idea what just
I
happened.
agreed to do this. I agreed to have this good faith discussion with him because he sent me a tweet that supposedly said that he was calling out corruption from Biden. He's not. So I'm not dealing with this panel other than to insult this fucking idiot the whole time. So it's either me or him, or you just let me completely eschew the topic and insult this asshole.
Or we could have the discussion.
No.
Well, Rob,
not
it'll get you to stay.
Wait,
It'll get you to stay. Wait, hold on. Wait,
no, this is
it'll
a-
get Rob to stay. It'll get Rob to stay. Hold on. Let me. I think that Biden.
Rob,
I'm
it's
not
up to you.
listening to
You
a
can throw
fucking
a
word
fit,
that this
or
guy
you can
says.
have a discussion.
I am not listening to a fucking word this guy says, period. He's muted on my end. I can't hear him. You can pick me when it's my turn to
Audacity,
talk.
do you want to
and
have
I'll
a conversation?
Talk, but I'm not going to respond to someone that lied about that to come into here. I'm not doing
That's
it.
hilarious.
I can you someone show me what he said?
Yeah,
So here's what he's referring to.
So I'll tell you exactly what. I'm uninterested in having a conversation with people demanding that I call out Trump's mean tweet who supported the corruption done against Trump, including up to and including actual admission of illegal FISA warrants. Soypill sent me a message.
You're like one of those people in the DGG who don't care about what Destiny did.
No,
because someone else
Wick.
did.
I'm
exactly the same.
No,
Got you.
Wick.
Got it.
I'm not
Please understand where
I'm
you
not
are.
like the DGG people. I'm not like the
You
people
exactly
like you.
are. You just
no.
made
I
the
appreciate
exact same
listen,
argument.
I appreciate
the exact same
I
argument.
appreciate your
Other people have done it worse.
Wick,
so you
Wick.
know why it's okay when we do
Wick,
this, right?
please. I know you're just a DGG dick suck. You have no talent. Progressive
Bro,
Victory Pack.
you got
hey,
destroyed
bro.
Hey,
You have no
hey, you do
talent.
not
You
care
have no
if he
talent
destroys
other
the
than getting shit
You do
pushed
not
by
care
Progressive
if he shreds the
Victory.
Constitution because you are an un-American.
I understand the need to filibuster as you always do as a host. I
You're
can
a
talk
traitor
over
to
you. I
America.
don't give a
You do
fuck.
not deserve
You can call me a traitor all
anything
you
that you
want.
have.
You are a
You do not
destiny
deserve
orbiting dick
to
suck
live in this
who got
country,
paid
and I
by
hope that you
Progressive
get
Victory
deported.
Pack, and they gave you an audience
Because
as
you are a
limited as it
corrupt,
is because you are
un-American,
fucking shit. You're
unconstitutional
incapable of
ass
doing these
who
things
does
on your
not
own,
care
and so now you
about
have to
America,
constantly
who does not
filibuster
care
and
about
talk
the
over people
Constitution,
when
who
they
does
come
not
onto your
care
panels
about
because
the
you're
values.
fucking
You
worthless.
have no
You
values.
can't even moderate
You
a
have
debate.
no
You
morals.
constantly bring
You
guests
don't
on
have
that are
no
bad faith
argument.
and shit. They
The
can't
only
defend
thing
their
you can do
positions, and so
is
you feel the
shit
need to
out your
debate for
mouth.
them.
You
Just like
can
when you had to
lie,
try to
you
cover
can
for Conor Boy and
obfuscate,
Brianna
you
Wu the
can
last time we
cover
were on.
for
You're someone who is
unconstitutional
literally a sack of
actions
shit
for people
who
who
can't
can do
actually have
the
this show
absolute
and that
worst.
wants to
You
talk
can
over people
violate
because
the
you can't
Constitution
allow people
over
that are
and
actually
over
able to
and
make these
over
points
again,
have a
and you will
voice. You
take it
can't.
up the
So,
ass.
Wilt, see you later. Well, gentlemen, that was a hell of a panel. Yeah. So, fuck them. I will never be dealing with Wick again. I'll not be dealing with Soypill. Fuck them. And how about that? Conor dropped out tonight. The point I'm making that Wick's filibuster overing is, no, I'm not going to listen to people that defended corruption demand that I answer for corruption. Yes, I will absolutely talk to people that are interested in having a good faith discussion. as is evidenced by the fact that my opening statement said I have to give my kip to Soypill. That's why I came here, because it's clearly someone that cares about corruption. He sent me the tweet showing that. I'll do it. So the idea that I'm unwilling to have this conversation is clearly bullshit. That was why I was there. This guy then admitting, I got you in here by lying to you. I don't have to deal with it. Now, we'll get into that topic. I guess I'll talk about it on my own. But then first, let's talk about Whick. Here's the truth of Whick. Whick is a no-talented, terrible moderator, terrible debater, who only has an audience because he was paid by Progressive Victory PAC and they sent people to collaborate with him. He is absolute dog shit. He's someone that desperately wanted to ride the coattails of the Wicks of the world, of the Destinies of the world. He's no good at what he does. And every time that I come on his panel, it results in the same thing. It's a panel set up that's a bunch of people against me. I end up smoking them. And then Whick has to use his authority of his moderator to jump in and filibuster and talk over people. It's always the case. Always the case with him. He is absolute dog shit at what he does. Anytime Whick wants to have a one-on-one debate with me on just about any topic politically, I would be happy to embarrass that dumb shit. Would be easy to do, as he knows. That's why he has to hide. And you see a lot of other no-talented people like this. I won't mention any names. But they have to hide behind the, I'm just the moderator, because they get their ass kicked anytime they actually try to do some sort of debate. I'm not going to engage in a panel with people that have blatantly lied to me in order to get me to commit. Fuck you, I don't care. Have your fucking panel, Whick, without me. You could have the one guy who's not really a conservative and doesn't know much about what's going on debate the two lefty losers. That's it. Anon accounts only seen me get smeared across the floor. So what, you're watching made-up bullshit? Now, what Soy is trying to do, he thinks his big kid is, I got Rob to admit that I didn't like Rob saying that. Or Trump saying that. Yeah, I told my audience that all the time. This is what these people don't get. I criticize Trump all the time. All the time. I don't like this tweet from Trump. I don't. Let's get to some super chats. Thanks. Sorry, I gotta open my let's get to some super chats. Bum. Silent Zero for $10 says, holy shit, you earned this. Thank you. You're welcome. Galil for $50. Thank you. Says, well earned. Never sub. Thank you so much. You don't care about him breaking the laws. So what, he fired people 30 days later and funds blocked for 15 days? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that this sort of shit happens all the time. That presidents and politicians do things that are technically against the law. Pretty much every politician is campaign finance violating. The Democrats this week are probably breaking the Logan Act by apologizing and having meetings with all of these people in their, wherever they were, Germany. Yeah, I don't like that, but I'm not going to sit here and gnash my teeth and say it should be arrested. Hillary's team colluded with suspected Russian spy, Igor Danchenko. I didn't say she should be in jail. Did Elon break the law meeting with that Indian dude? No, I don't think it's against the law to talk to some guy from India. Why? I think I talked to a guy from Pakistan the other day. You think I broke the law? Trump's team was illegally spied on by the FBI. And on account, did you put one word about that? Where do you put that in the level of Trump froze funds for 15 days and then now they're unfrozen as an injunction's being filed? Versus the FBI illegally spying on a president as high-ranking officials said they wanted an insurance policy to stop him. Meanwhile, at the same time, giving everyone in the other investigation they were doing against Hillary Clinton immunity. Where do you put that in the scale of, oh, freezing funding for 10 days versus that? Where is it? Where do you put that? Can you show me your post on account? How about you, Joey? I'm a traitor to this country. Can you show me your post regarding the illegal FISA warrants to spy on Trump? Can you? Oh, you guys don't give a shit. Soypill or whatever that guy was that was on there. He said, yeah, I criticized it. And then he admitted, I made that tweet up. I can't find one Democrat. Not one. Not one that called that shit out. The closest you can come to Pisco has said, well, it was regrettable. Oh, well. So I just want to be clear to a non-account Joey, all the Democrats, Soypill, Staxiums, Whick, all of them. Trump trying to freeze funding after a temporary restraining order. Holy shit, constitutional crisis. If only he would have just colluded with foreign adversaries to make up a dossier of disinformation and then had his FBI illegally spy on his opponents. Then that would be something we could consider just not a big deal. By the way, that's just one issue. We didn't get into the Alvin Bragg case. We didn't get into how the Biden case, the Burisma scandal. I'm not going to fucking be on a panel with someone that lied that blatantly. I'm not. I'm uninterested in having people. No, I've pushed Pisco. I don't think you understand a non-account. I've talked to Pisco probably 70 to 80 hours. Ask my audience, ask everyone listening. Have you heard me go back and forth with Pisco about the FISA warrants? What's his statement? Well, it's regrettable. That's his statement. It's not really that big of a deal. It was a long time ago, and they promised, the FBI said they changed stuff and they won't do it again. And then he said, but Rob, will you condemn right now that if Trump tried to illegally get FISA warrants? That's what he did. How many panels do you think Whick had on FISA abuse? How many posts do you think he made about FISA abuse? How many posts do you think he made about the lawfare against Trump with the Bragg case or the Letitia James? How many? What do you think? How many posts do you think he made about 51 former intel agents lying about the Hunter Biden laptop being Russian disinformation? How many do you think he made? But then he has the balls to be like, you need to talk about this. You need to talk about this right here. Or you're just like Destiny's Orbiters. This is part of the game they play. And on this space, they're able to do it. And like I said, they used to be able to do it in the real world space at all. They control the narrative. Today, we're going to have a panel and we're going to talk about why Trump's corrupt. Today, we're going to have a panel and we're going to talk about why Ted Cruz is corrupt. Today, we're going to have a panel and we're going to talk about why Republicans are bad. But it's never the opposite way. Shotgun Breakfast, thanks for the super chat. Quote, the executive power shall be vested, $10. The executive power shall be vested in the President of the United States. Seems like Congress passing laws protecting federal workers is the real violation. Is there a right host for... I know who Whick is, and I was willing to do the debate. He's a shitty moderator because he always has to involve himself, but oh well, so? The Soypill sent you here. Tell him I said hi. What a victory for him. I got owned. I got owned, dude. Hey, Soypill made up something and said that he was criticizing Biden, but in reality, he never would criticize Biden. And then you were forced to say you didn't like Trump's tweet. Right, which I'd said previous to that anyways. And? Yeah, dude, my boy totally owns you by being bad faith and lying and proving that he would never criticize corruption on his own side. And then you will criticize things you don't like on your side. Oh, you got owned. Why am I going to stay on the panel when, one, the dude lied? I said, I'll just mute him and I'll talk, but I'm not going to reward that behavior. And then Whick decided he's just going to yell and scream at me. What was I supposed to do? Sit there and scream over Whick for 2 hours? Until he decided to mute me? That would have been the better thing to do? Two wrongs don't make a right. What? So what was my wrong again? My wrong was saying I'm not going to engage with you because you're a blatant fucking liar. What do you think of January 6th? Then go watch about the 14 hours of debates I've had on it, including a 5-hour one with Destiny. Find me one person that criticized violence on January 6th before me. I criticized it 20 minutes into it. I'm glad as a lib you bought 4 guns. That's good. You should exercise your Second Amendment. What the funny thing is, Galil, so Wednesday I'm talking to Lactoid. Thursday I'm talking to Ryan McCulley. I admitted this. Ryan has a significant problem. He seems like a right-winger who doesn't like what Trump said. I was like, sure, I'll absolutely bring you on to talk. I've said over and over again, I've criticized Trump. I call out things. I said I didn't like the tweet. I even said it before in the opening statement at the end of it. So to have to lie and make an asshole of yourself under false pretenses. He even asked me, he's like, hey, what are some of the things I should look into before this debate? He sent me that in DM, that Soypill guy. I was like, yeah, man, looking forward to it. Here's all the things you could look into. Not saying I'm going to use all of them, but... And the dude's just fucking blatantly lying. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to call out corruption on Biden's side. Of course not. Or on the Democrat side. I wouldn't do that. Of course not. Ha, you fool. You fool. You actually believed I could argue in good faith? Yeah, my bad. I guess that was my naivete. He said he lied. He made up the tweet. It was a screenshot. If you look at the likes, you could tell that he made it up. That's what he did. I even said at the beginning, if he photoshopped a tweet, good for him. But for him to blatantly say, yeah, I lied to you. Okay, fuck you. I'm not talking to you. Thanks, just kidding. Appreciate becoming a member. Review some stuff from DebateCon or something. Well, maybe we'll do that. I'm still bullshitting for now. Let's see. Let's put a tweet out. Just explain. I just put, with all kinds of spelling errors, so give me a second. I put, this stupid thing. I said, kudos to Soypill for photoshopping a tweet to make it seem like he had criticized Biden, so I would talk to him about it. Trump's tweet. Once he admitted his lie, I no longer was interested in talking to him. Bad typing. Wick jumped in as moderator, as always, to try to shame me in discussing with Soypill. I'll pass. Good luck to you, Wick. Hopefully Progressive Victory Pack continues to get their money's worth out of you. Thoughts on Timcast car crashing? I have no idea what you're talking about. Wick is a feminist. I did miss that, didn't I? The feminist. Yeah, I did. Google Gemini. Then I'll get accused of using AI again. Shit. Black screen? I have a black screen? Do I? Showing up for me. Oh, you mean the background. Oh, they're talking mad shit. What, on me? Yeah, you missed the debate. One of the guys, Soypill, that I was praising because people keep demanding that someone like me talk about Trump's mean tweet when I'm not going to demand people that defended the corruption against Trump for 8 years now demand that I scream about corruption because of a Trump tweet. I'm not going to do that. So Soypill was like, actually, I did condemn Biden's corruption. And I praised him, said, great, was looking forward to the debate, started the debate, admitted, yeah, I don't think this tweet's a big deal from Trump, but I don't particularly like it. He admitted, hey, that tweet, I lied. I made it up. It was Photoshop. I said, fuck you. Then I'm not going to do this debate with you. And Wick started yelling at me that I'm like a destiny orbiter, blah, blah, blah. That's it. Alex Stein was hilarious during Brianna's Q&A. That's funny. Yeah, my mistake. Listening to lefties at their word. Never a good strategy, I guess. So I was supposed to meet Conor at 8 o'clock. That's not happening. I think that's going to be tomorrow. So we'll do that. Yeah, Conor just messaged me and said, can we do it tomorrow? I said, sure. So, I don't know. I guess we'll do call-ins. I don't know what else to do. Let's see. So I'll put the link out to my Discord, and if anyone wants to call in, we can do that. You want to talk about tonight or anything else? Doesn't matter. We'll do that for a while. I do apologize to everyone that all these shows fell apart here tonight, but I don't know if I want to jump in and review. If I do a debate review, it's going to be 5-6 hours. Hey, what's up, Grid? Yeah, Grid could call in. That's fine. So we have someone on the line first, but we got Enigma on the line first. What's up, Enigma?
Hello. It's okay. How's your back?
It still hurts, but it's all right. Can't complain. Got the day off work, so.
Okay, I'm just curious. I'm sorry, I think YouTube is still on. It's fine. It's fine. Thing is, what is your impression of Wick?
I think Whit probably seems like a reasonably likable guy in real life, but he's someone who knows that he's outmatched. He knows he's not that good at debate, and he's actually not that good of a host or moderator either. Being debate's just one part of being a political streamer. You could be very good at debate and be a bad streamer. Maybe that's me. Or you could be very bad at debate and still be a really good streamer. Or you don't have to be a political streamer, obviously. There could just be other things about you that people find interesting. Wick is both not a good debater, and he's not very entertaining. And he doesn't have good charisma or anything special to watch him for. And lastly, he's a very poor moderator. He can't help but try to make one-sided panels and then still has to constantly jump in and make his own points. I thought he's had some consistency that was to be applauded when it comes with calling out political violence. But I think he also knows he's not that good, so he's a little nervous, and he tries to compensate with it by being like a tough guy at times like you saw here tonight. I think you see him try to do that. And lastly, I don't know how big his channel is. It may very well be bigger than mine. I don't know. But the reason is that it was astroturfed by Progressive Victory Pack. And so, for example, they would have like Lex Friedman send him super chats and shit. And they would, Brianna would try to get him these guests where he could do these interviews with bigger names. It's not sticking. Wick's not a good interviewer either.
Could you at least say that Wick seems good faith and your tactic is more convenient for people like Destiny?
No, I won't say that.
Okay, so you couldn't concede on things that you.
I don't think that. Do you think that if one of the two people you're debating goes, "Hey, in order to get into this debate with you, I just blatantly fucking lied, ha ha ha," should I have kept debating that person?
Well, maybe I missed that part. Could you?
Oh, I get it. Wow, so you missed that part. What did you see? When did you start watching the debate?
Well, I started watching yours, and then I went to Wix because I thought maybe I could join the Discord on Wix if in case that it was important because I.
So how many minutes of the debate did you see?
Well, I think I saw the most, but you went
saw
on
the
a
most.
tangent.
What was the tangent? Explain the tangent I went on. Go ahead.
I'm thinking you're being bad faith right now. Calm
Enigma,
down.
you are. Let's talk about you for a second, Enigma. Enigma, you're an annoying ass drunk that can't follow a chain of conversation. You constantly come in, and I tolerate you and your drunken stupors rambling on and on about nonsense. Now, if you didn't even watch the debate, I'm good. Now you're claiming I went off on a tangent. So when I'm asking you, what is the tangent? And you saying, now I think you're being bad faith to me. I don't think you know what the word bad faith means. No. So tell me the tangent I went off on. Go ahead.
The tangent was about you not conceding to the point that he raised, as you didn't want to concede on anything because you thought they wouldn't concede on the bad faith takes about how, for example, Biden would do things that
I can't understand your drunken fucking broken English ass. So let me try to steelman your fucking moronic take, if I may. If I may, you ready? I think what you're saying is, Rob, I disagree with the central position that you had going into this debate. That there are people that cheer for corruption, defend it, or ignore it up until the point that their side loses, and then they demand that the very people that have been talking about our Constitution being shredded over and over again and bringing up the examples of corruption that they laughed at or refused to acknowledge or talk to, now they'll demand that the other side acquiesce to them doing exactly, which is my central position. You're claiming then that my central position is, quote, a tangent. Now you're doing that when I gave that as a precursor to entering into these sorts of debates in the first place. And so one of the participants here tonight named Soypill manufactured through Photoshop a tweet in which he was condemning Biden for using lawfare against Trump. I praised him for that and said, I can't wait to have a good faith discussion. In that good faith discussion, I said, I didn't like Trump's tweet. I didn't like the spirit of it, but I was interested in talking about what it meant. This dude said, but are you willing to say that you condemned the president's tweet that you didn't like it? I said, sure, I didn't like it. He said, guess what? I lied about the tweet I had of you. I said, fuck you then. I don't want to talk to you anymore. And Wick started screaming at me. Shut the fuck up, drunk. Wick started screaming at me. Shut up, or you're just going to be banned. Wick started screaming at me that I was just like a Destiny person. I'm willing to talk about shit unless the other side did it, blah, 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 blah. So now I'm unwilling to say Wick's good faith. I don't think it was a tangent. I think it was central. And I think before you come in criticizing people drunk like you always do, you worthless, sad sack, motherfucking piece of shit, maybe you should actually watch the debate and know what you're talking about before you pontificate. You did, so you missed that part. You missed it. Everyone else here that's watching saw it. You just missed that part. The one part that was central to all of it. Hey, I'll tell you what, Enigma. I appreciate you calling in. Why don't you go fuck yourself, drunkie? Save your donations that you'd ever want to make for me. Get another bottle of vodka and fuck off. Never come back to my channel. Eat shit, cocksucker. Bye.
Right.
All right, let's bring on Grid Motorsports. Grid, how you doing? We'll wait and see if Grid comes on. That's funny. I told everyone, I was like, I don't think there'll be a lot of swearing in the first part of this tonight. Just doing the...
Hey, Rob, am I in?
You're in, Grid. How you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm driving back from DebateCon.
Oh, you were there. Did you participate or were you just in the audience?
I had an opportunity to participate, but it was unfortunately we ran out of time.
Oh, that sucks. So you were like prepared to get up on stage and debate and they just ran out of time?
Well, so Andrew had a debate, that impromptu debate, and basically, I was like, I'm all in. I don't even care what it is. Well, I'll debate anything.
Okay.
And I can't. I don't want to talk too much about it because it didn't happen. So,
okay.
But
you were going to debate against Andrew?
No, with Andrew.
Oh, okay.
It was 2v2.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry it didn't happen. That's a bummer. Especially now. Well, did you go to the debate? Did you go to DebateCon like for that specific reason to debate, or were you there anyways?
Yeah, I went to DebateCon last minute just to kind of be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta close my there we go. Sorry, I had to close my YouTube. I was getting a bunch of echo. Mm-hmm. So I went to DebateCon really just to kind of hang out with some of the people there, meet some of the Crucible guys, and I had no intention of debating, but I did.
Well, okay, because it would be worse if you went there. They were like, "Hey, come debate," and then you showed up and they're like, "Sorry." That would be worse. So at least you wanted to be there. It was like an
impromptu
I got
thing.
You.
Yeah, but well, I have a house in Jersey City.
Okay.
And as it happens, my son had a tour of West Point the day before DebateCon started.
Mm-hmm.
And so like literally a week out, I bought tickets for me and it and we just kind of, we just I went to DebateCon the first day by myself, and he and I went the second day. It was awesome. I watched Brianna Wu get wrecked by What Is It? And that dude, the way you got to review his debate, because she would go on, or he, whatever. Wu would go on this tirade, and What Is It would just literally like scroll through the fallacies in order, rapid fire, like ad hom, appeal to authority, what blah blah blah, And then he would say, "But now, will you please answer my question?" And it was awesome. It was just awesome.
Yeah, let's go. I'll have to
And
see if I could. I don't get a lot of time to watch stuff like that, but I do want to see some of the ones from that. So hopefully I get a chance this week to watch it at some point. So
Yeah. The two that I thought were really good was Andrew versus the Flat Earther, FTFE,
okay,
and I liked Alex Stein versus FTFE. I like What Is It versus Brian Wu, and I liked there was another one with Stein. I forget the one that Stein had another one that I really liked, and it was really good. So, yeah, it was great. I'm actually going to try and help James with the organization. He wants to do another DebateCon in the fall, and I'm trying to help him out with that because his organization sucks, and there was a lot of having done a bunch of different types of organizing. It was terrible. It was just terrible. But the event was great. So.
Yeah, I mean, I like James. I've talked to him in the past. I had a weird debate with him moderating where he was like super aggro with me. I don't know why. It was a weird one. It was on reparations, and this guy like made this case that he only wanted to give reparations to like a handful of wealthy blacks, and he was very. And I'd been doing some modern day debates prior to that, and I think a lot of the lefty audience was getting past. I was smacking around the lefties, so they kept saying like, "Don't leave Rob talk too much. Don't leave Rob say more than one thing." So James just kept being like, "Stop right there, stop right there, stop right there." That was the last time they ever had me back. I don't know what the deal was with that, but I've since talked with James, but they never invite me for anything.
There's some issues with how they with modern day debate. I think that first he keeps wanting to kind of focus on the religious aspect of it, and the problem with that. It was Alex Stein and Jasmine Jafar. That was good. That's pretty hilarious. I'm sorry, it just came to me who that last debate was that I really liked. So they want to move. James wants to move it. It feels like to like this more Christian-based or religion-based debate channel. The problem is he keeps wanting to get Muslims to come in and debate, and unfortunately, of the 5, my understanding is, I could be wrong about this, so if I'm talking shit, I'm sorry, but there were 5 Muslim people invited to debate that affirmed that they would show up, and all of them canceled, which is really bad form. So, and there's, I don't know, it's a very interesting thing. I had a great time personally. I really wish you had been. Even the best debate, the first day after Andrew's debate, the best debate was in the hall in the center of the hall afterwards, because it went on for like 6 hours. It was great. Just a random debate.
Just random people or what?
Yeah, just random people, and they would tag in and out. And it was this guy who was. His position was that all religion is wrong, but he believed he was spiritual, and he believed that humanity could cure itself of suffering. There was no reason for humanity to suffer, and religion teaches suffering. That was his position, but he moved the goalposts so many times I couldn't even find them anymore. They were just gone. So.
Well, hey, man,
it was great.
There's like 4 people in the waiting room, so I'm going to jump some other people.
Yeah, man,
I'm glad you had a good time there, and I'm sorry you didn't get to actually get on stage. I thought that would have been cool.
Yeah, I drove through Pennsylvania. I thought about you. I've been watching your stuff all day.
Well, thank you, man. I was at the monster truck rally while you would have been there. So
that'd be cool.
They didn't let me drive either, so neither of us got on stage. So.
Yeah, that's all right.
All right, man. Well, we'll talk to you soon.
Well, hey,
okay.
Yeah, I'm going to listen to the rest of your show, man.
All right, take it easy, man. We'll see you. All right, what order do we? I think we had Strike Patches next. If I don't get to you in the exact same order, I apologize. Strike Patches, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's up?
One of the things that's really odd is because a lot of the stuff with the corruption and Trump's stuff really comes ahead in March when the kind of congressional bill for funding and all that, whatever they call it, comes up. I wonder why so many are like blowing their load like right now in the doldrums of February about a lot of this crap.
What do you mean? Like so many on the left?
I think anyone that's concerned what Trump's doing, like at this point, like if you're not politically engaged, I guess why would you even care about any of this right now?
Well, I guess I don't know what to say. Like, I guess there's two ways to look at it. If you're on the right, why is Doge and Trump trying to stop all this funding now instead of just waiting until Congress passes a bill? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, what they're doing, it doesn't really seem to be having a negative effect on things. If you're a Democrat, why wouldn't you just make a stink on the funding bill?
Because what will they do, right? The problem is the funding to fund the shit that's being cut would never be passed through a funding bill. The way this works is they put out these emergency omnibus bills or whatever that's 1,700 pages long that no one's really reading, right? And most of the time it'll say shit like, it doesn't say like, this money needs to go directly to this organization for teaching transgender ballet. Like, it's not going to say that. It's sort of like, it'll give money to certain NGOs or it'll allocate money for certain causes, etc. And then it's just inserted in this 1,700 page bill. So if you're let the executive shut it down now and then rely on, well, we need word for word this to be reinstated, the American people are going to be like, no, fuck that. The whole game is you have it so no one ever calls out the bullshit, right? Because they know this shit's massively unpopular with Americans. And so what you do is you just have it so everybody gets their own little pork. You know, the Republican here gets pork, the Democrat here gets pork, this NGO gets shit, blah, blah, blah. USAID gets this. I mean, what is USAID? Well, it's an aid organization, right? No. It's for the advancement of international democracy, right? But we just, it's like, you know, it says aid, so it's just giving money to help solve starvation around the world. So that's why they're freaking out. They're freaking out because this is the game. The real power in Washington isn't Congress. It's the unelected bureaucrats. And so the reason they're freaking out so much is because Trump's administration's like, we're going to start taking out these unelected bureaucrats. That's why they're freaking out.
I get that part with the all the layoffs and the buyouts and all that. I get that part. When it comes to a lot of this, the Doge and the cutting and everything, I guess my point is, why wouldn't the Democrats make a play? Because, Rob, in my personal opinion, I don't think the Republicans are going to have the balls not to do an omnibus again in March, which is really going to be disappointing. That'll be like the ultimate white pill if they actually don't do it.
They won't. And trust me, they won't. You're right. But the difference is this time, now that this shit's being called out, and understand, so far the polling shows that what's going on with Doge and stuff is massively popular with the American people. If anything, it's Trump's language that people don't like. But actually, like, yeah, there's too much fraud and waste in the federal government. Most people believe that. And so the difference this time will be if they try to do business as usual and Trump and Doge and Elon Musk and them have a team of people in their administration that's going line by line saying, look at what this Republican just did. Look at what he just voted for right here. Look at this line. Look at what they're voting for. And now they'll have to be even more specific. Now they'll have to specifically say, give money to transgender ballet. And look at all the Republicans that just voted for this. That's going to be harder for them. Right? So I don't disagree. I agree. The Republicans, they like the reason this has occurred in Washington for so long is because both sides want it to. They both get kickbacks. Their corporate donors are both getting money. They like the idea that they're able to get filthy, stinking rich by having all this money go unaccounted for and then getting kickbacks in other forms. So yeah, they're going to continue that ball rolling. But like, it makes no sense. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, if that's true, that they should just be sitting there right now going, that's cool. You're shutting off the money faucet to all of our corrupt kickbacks. We'll just vote it all in again in the budget. Like, they're scared shitless. That's why they're fighting it now, you know?
That's not what I guess what I'm saying is that they should, because really the Democratic platform right now is pretty empty. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say like they have too much going on. What I would say is push for, because the budget fight is happening on the 14th, I would push as Democrats something that cleans up a lot of the shit, including a lot of the budget, Pentagon, all that stuff in there. to kind of call the bluff that, hey, here's our bill that would present like a cut to the stuff that we think where fraud, waste, and abuse is. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries and these Democrats are smart enough to do that, to be clear, but I just don't trust Mike Johnson and some of these Republicans in the House.
I don't either. I guess I just don't understand your point. Why are Democrats, like, do you believe that this money is basically corruptly going to things Democrats want?
I think it is going to, well, okay, personally, I love what Elon is doing because if he'll destroy the government for me, I'm 100% for it. So, my personal opinion is the government shouldn't exist, and then you need to argue positively why it should, and then like what each of my dollars is going to. So that's kind of my point of view from it. So I do think a lot of this stuff is obviously corrupt, having dealt with like large companies. It's the same thing. So I agree with that. I just don't. The real mechanism, because I don't think Trump can ever get around this, is that Congress has to, man up and do the right thing for once. And I don't have faith in them. And I guess this will just be my last question, corruption-wise, because I think I vote for Trump, all that stuff, support him. Do you think that Trump's just going to pardon Elon after all this? I don't know why not at this point.
Maybe. I don't know. It's a long way to go from there. I mean, that theoretically could happen. I mean, to be honest, things are so volatile, he could get furious at Elon by the end of it for some other reason and then say, fuck Elon. So I don't know. But there's a chance if it's just as it's going now that he may pardon Elon if he thinks that they're going to try to bring cases against him.
I mean, it might be, honestly, it might be like last minute if JD doesn't win the next election. Maybe he pardons everybody in his cabinet at the end.
He may.
But
it's so far away from. It's certainly a possibility. I mean, the stage has definitely been set by the Biden administration.
Yeah, I guess is that like I understand in my point of view it's corrupt, but at the same time, like, does it matter anymore? Mm-hmm. That's I'm kind of black pilled on. Well, I guess who gives a shit at this point anymore? Because if there's not going to be accountability for anybody, which I think Biden pretty much said, then what's the point of, holding anybody to account anymore?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. So, all right, man. Hey, thanks for the call-in.
All right, see ya.
Take it easy. Bye. Who do we have next? Let's go with Binks. Yeah, I saw Pisco. Look, I get it. The left is all like, oh, Rob rage quit. I didn't rage quit. I was willing to say, I said I would have stayed there and just talk shit the whole time. And then I said I would just mute him and talk. The reason I actually left is because Whick wouldn't shut the fuck up. And I couldn't. It was just him talking over the host the whole time. I'm not going to put up with that. So, fuck him. Pretty simple. Next, we got Binks. Did I bring you on? I did not. What's up, Binks?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Not much. How you doing? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's probably that has to be one of the shortest debates you've ever done, huh?
Yeah, good stuff, right? Yeah, that's all right. I don't mind it.
Well, I mean, I was just thinking about that because I mean, you've done like the panel scene for a while, and I mean, I'm wondering just what the future of the whole thing is, because like I remember back in like 2021. If you were a Trump supporter and you were going on these debate panels in 2021, you could do kind of the shit that Whick just did. Like I like Whick personally, but I think what he did was pretty disrespectful. What he just did to you, and like that was something that used to happen all like they used to call them jobbers. Like you have like the hippy dippy panels, these like lefty panels, and they'd have like the one or two conservatives, and they just like slap them around for a few hours because it was also very like politically costly to be a Trump supporter back then. You know what I mean? Like it like you could get your account deleted, you get your Twitter deleted, all that kind of stuff. So they had a lot of like more social power than they do now. But like here we are 4 years later, and no, like just even looking at the view, like I think you had 300 views when that debate was going on. Whick had 100. Just in terms of like views, it's like most people are like, it's cool to be a Trump supporter now. It's cool to be on that train. And like here we are, and like they're still trying to do the same kind of disrespectful shit they were doing 4 years ago. But it's like not even working anymore because like no one. No one even buys it.
Look, I'll be honest. Wick was being a fucking asshole tonight, and he called me a traitor or whatever. But if I'm to steelman his position, one, he didn't know what Soypill is doing, so he's trying to run a panel, and so for me to be like, I'm not gonna fucking do this panel with this guy. I'm just gonna talk shit, or I'm gonna mute him and just talk. I can understand Wick being like, well, that's not workable.
Right. Yeah, that's
and
true.
so I ended so that's fine, right? Him talking over me, calling me a traitor, this shit and that shit. Like, that's the only reason I left, is because it's fun to do the 3 minutes of us talking over each other, but after a while it's like, okay, man, you're not worth my time if you're not gonna let me say my piece. And you as the moderator are just gonna talk over me and call me a traitor. And this shit and that, I just don't care. So I left. That's all it was.
But even for these types of like moderator, like to me, it's like, okay, you want you have these panels and you want right wingers on your panel to debate. Like you're like the left wingers. That's usually how this goes. But like if you can't even get a right winger in a debate now because you're going to get mad at it.
So
like,
then
how do you do that?
Yeah, to your other point, like their popularity will go down. Unfortunately for Wick, he's just not that good. I honestly think that he's more likable than most of the left-wing people. He's just not good.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that he was sort of astroturfed, like I said, through Progressive Victory PAC that was bringing him bigger names and things like that were helping him with this channel. And I think that the same is true of a lot of these left-wing streaming people. On one hand, there is a huge disadvantage to being a right-wing streamer on these online spaces. Maybe it'll start to get better. And that's because of the massive algorithmic and moderated disparity between right-wingers and left-wingers, in addition to the audience being overwhelmingly left-wing. So, for example, Twitch is the worst example of this. Like, it's almost impossible to be a right-winger on Twitch because they'll ban you for anything, they'll censor you for anything. The audience is overwhelmingly left-wing. But the same was true to a lesser extent on YouTube. Now what happens if the pendulum switches? We're seeing now remarkable polling that shows that younger people are becoming more MAGA, more conservative, more populist. What'll happen to those people that built their brand off of, I'm not really that talented, but I have these built-in sort of institutional advantages because the audience size is going to be more in my favor? There will be people that'll survive it that are actually more talented, like Destiny. He, regardless of what you think of him, he's a competent debater and he's certainly entertaining. And so he could build an audience without having to rely on all of this other shit. His audience may dwindle based on actions that are maybe unethical that he engages in, or based on just shifting audience priorities.
He'll survive though, yeah.
But he'll survive. He'll have people that are watching him. But those people that are on the bottom end of it, they might go from panels where they had 500-600 people watching them to now panels where they have 80-90 people watching. And that's fine depending on what you want. If you're not doing it as a career and you're just having fun, like that's why I stream, it might work out for people like Wick. But certainly you're not doing yourself any favors by not trying to facilitate as best of a relationship as possible with people on all sides of the ledger. Like a good example of this would be, as a moderator, Andrew Wilson's a pretty good moderator that people on the left and the right don't mind having him as a moderator. And that's because he's very rarely jumping in on the debates. He treats people with respect behind the scene, even if he disagrees with them and he's like harshly debated against them in the past. He does. And that ends up being something that people could respect. So they could separate him as the debater, if you're a lefty, from him as the moderator. Wick, I will have to say, in my last two interactions with him, I'm steel manning him a little here this evening, with what I just did with you. But in the last time I was on a Wick panel, it was basically me and all lefties. It was that Elder Drazi, Brianna Wu, Ikana Boy. I forget who the other one was, right? And it was supposed to be Conor, and he didn't show up. And so what happens is they got their ass kicked on that panel. And so then Wick spent half of the debate personally arguing against me. And at some point, it's bad moderating anyways to jump in as a debater. But then, especially when you're going to skew a panel that one-sided,
you're already outnumbered.
Do that, and it's like, I could do that because, they all suck and I'm okay. So, but most right-wingers are going to be like, and I don't blame them, like, fuck it, I'm not going to go into that space. And I'm fine. The truth of the matter is that even though you had all these disadvantages as a right-winger, the one advantage you have is they need you more than you need them. Like, they could go back to having their panels with basically no one of note that's on the right wing and just all lefties arguing with each other. That's fine. If that's what they want to do, more power to them. And so I don't need to go on Whick's fucking panel. I don't need it. If people are going to bring me on under false pretenses, that's fine. I don't have to deal with it. Fuck you, I'm out. That's it. It's that simple.
Yeah.
No one can accuse me of not being excited to do that debate. Everything that I said, both online and on my stream leading into it, was like, I'm excited to be here. It's refreshing that there's a lefty that was willing to call it corruption on the left. I'm interested to have that debate. I said before, I was like, spoiler alert, here's my strategy for the debate. I don't really like this tweet from Trump. I could say that there are nuances that we could look at it, but the spirit of it, I don't like. And some dude thought that he had to fake a screenshot and then bragged to me that he lied about it to get that concession of something that I would freely admit to my audience anyways. I mean, it's just, and again, it sort of blindsides Whick and springs on Whick, but he's not even allowing me to explain myself about it. So, whatever. But
yeah, I mean, and that's the annoying thing too, because it's like, I mean, I don't want. I mean, the Crucible is getting like insane number. I think Andrew's almost catching up with Destiny at this point. It's like 4,000 to 5,000 for sure. I mean, you've been, I think you've been on Tim Pool. Like you're doing fine yourself. Like you don't like. I don't think any of y'all are in a position where you need to go on these shows, but you do it because this is something you've been doing for years. You have relationships with these people, and like just to like I don't know. Like to me, I think like maybe have been a little performative, and maybe he thought that the panel was already screwed because you muted the guy. So maybe he thought that. Maybe I'll just go all out and be performative and kick Rob or something. But even then, it's like, well, like this is a guy like this is a guy that you've been doing this for. If you want like Rob to be here, like who else are you going to pick at this point? It's like this is to me, it's almost like I don't want to say the left eating itself, but it kind of feels that way where it's just they're not accepting anyone into a discourse where they can have 100% control of the frame of what's going on.
Right. Sonsol here saying now, like, because I explained this, I was like, listen, he was like, it's unfair if you've asked Whick to kick him. I'm like, that may be true, but I gave another option, which was, I'm going to mute that guy and just talk shit the whole time. And Whick could have just said, we don't want that, I'm going to boot you. But instead he started to argue with me and talked over me, so I left. And Sonsol's like, so you're saying that Whick's options were to kick that guy, let me talk shit over him the whole time, or bitch out and leave myself? Yes. That is what I'm saying. I'm under no obligation to someone that lies and enters a debate with me into false pretenses to have that debate.
Right. And I mean, and even like just listening to the beginning of it, it was like everyone kind of was ramping up that, you were kind of the content. You were kind of, it was kind of going to be.
Right.
Like
well, that's why people, which is fine. And I'll admit to hamming it up a little, like when I'm like, oh, you guys are all fucking stupid. Or, I said about Axioms jerking it to me. That's just all to me, I find that to be all within bounds. Like, it's just having fun. But I was really looking forward to talking to Soypill because I think that there are people out there that understand. Like, and I understand the perspective from the left wing. The same left wing that'll say, you have to trust the FBI anytime they say that Trump did something corrupt. When the director of the FBI, Christopher Wray, comes out and says 2 of the 4 FISA warrants that we used to spy on Donald Trump's team were illegal, all of a sudden they don't care. They're not like, oh my God. They're like, no, there was no corruption against Trump or his team. None. So how could you demand people talk about that before you address corruption?
Like Wick saying that was a DGG argument was very strange.
Right. So what Wick's saying is the people that say, I'm not going to condemn Destiny because of Trump. Those are 2 different things, right? Me saying, I'm not going to talk to people that personally are okay with corruption or have defended corruption or ignored corruption. I'm not going to talk to them is different than whether or not I will criticize Trump. So the Destiny analogy applies to me if it's like, well, I refuse to ever criticize Trump because other people did bad things. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to the people themselves that have cheered on, defended, or ignored corruption that are now demanding that when they think something's corrupt, that I decry it. Fuck you. I don't owe you anything. I'll tell my own audience. And I've had this exact same conversation a year ago when I'm arguing with Pisco, and Pisco, who over and over we talked about the FISA warrants, and he said, it's regrettable. It's not that big of a deal. Illegal FISA warrants to spy on a presidential team. It's not that big of a deal. It's regrettable. That's what he said. And then when he says, well, what would make you happy? I said, the same treatment that Trump went through is what the opponent should go through. If Democrats were okay with what they did to Trump, then that's what they deserve to have happen to him. And he'd scream, You need to decry right now. You need to condemn Trump trying to use illegal FISA warrants. And I'd say, fuck you, Pisco, no. And then Pisco went around and told everyone, Rob wants illegal FISA warrants against his opponents. And I told my audience, that's not true. I'll happily tell my audience. I would be outraged if Trump did that. But I'm not going to fucking have that conversation with Pisco. If Trump gets illegal FISA warrants, I'll tell all of you how furious it makes me. And when Pisco says, Rob, what are you going to say about this? I'll say, it's regrettable. Because that's what he said when it came to... I'm not going to allow them to control the narrative by demanding that we hold ourselves to a standard they're unwilling to hold themselves to. I'm not going to do it. Because I'm a person of integrity, I will continue to hold myself to those standards. But I'm not going to answer what other people say that I must answer for them that don't give a shit, that are hypocrites. That's the whole issue. That's why I'm not going to reward this asshole tonight when he lied and made up a Photoshop to lie to say, sure, I condemn corruption. I'm not going to reward him. I'm not going to fucking... Even if he would have lied, if he would have just waited till the end of the debate, I would have been like, okay, fuck you. But once he brags about it, like, oh, I got you. Okay, fuck you. I'm done then. There. I don't think that's unreasonable. Maybe it was unreasonable that I yelled at Wick a little first, but then he showed his true colors. You'd let Trump do this and that to you and blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, Wick. You suck, man. I was doing you a favor by being on this show, you worthless sack of shit. Go find some other conservatives, big man, It
was corny. It was pretty corny. All right.
But hey, man, I appreciate it's been a while, so it's nice talking to you.
Yeah, anytime. I was looking forward to you yelling at Conor, but I guess I'll have to
tomorrow night. It looks like tomorrow, so... And then I think I'm talking to Lactoid Wednesday and then Ryan McCulley Thursday. So I got guests lined up all week. So, all right, man. Thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
Enemy and enemy. What's happening? You there, enemy?
What's going on, Rob?
Not much.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? I could hear you. It's just...
It's doing the echo with YouTube. I need to... What does everybody... Do they shut YouTube audio off or Discord audio off?
Shut the YouTube audio off.
Okay. YouTube
audio
is off.
Okay, you should be able to hear me now.
Oh, I apologize. This is going to be a little messy. Now I got to try and find you in Discord.
Oh,
I don't know what I'm doing here. All right. Give me a moment.
Okay. Hey, thanks. So real quick, Roy the Boy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Let me see if I missed any other super chats I'll get to as well. I'm so sorry. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, can you kindly review the Pisco versus AJW debate? I'll probably get to that at some point.
Yeah, I can't
Gizmo asks, am I having a debate tonight? Stick around. Just kidding. Thanks for being a member. Andrew, John Kell for $20 says, Andrew has a good response to what Christian nationalism, why he's the one at DebateCon against Gnostic. Tainted Holy says, $5. Take my money, Rob. Wick lost my respect today. Wick could have easily booted him for being deceptive. Your insults to him were not necessary in my opinion. Maybe so. It's fair criticism. Roy the Boy, he did say I'd let Trump rape me, but Roy the Boy, thank you so much for becoming a member. All right, enemy, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yep,
okay,
I got
cool,
you.
Cool.
If you want to do your super chats, I can
That's
wait.
it? That was the last one? You're good.
Oh, okay.
Are you trying to say more people should have sent money? No, I'm just fucking with you.
I mean, what do you need to do? Do you want me to e-girl it? I can turn on my camera.
Yeah, coming up. No, I'm just, but now what's on your mind, man?
Do. So, yeah, I mean, let me glaze you for 10 seconds.
Okay.
You're the best debater we have on the right.
Thank you.
I found you by debating Pisco and Destiny, and I thought, up until the assassination attempt on Trump, I thought Destiny was the best debater on the right. I kind of went between him, Vosh, and Pisco, but I think Destiny with his Israel dialogue, I think him with going into research and everything, him and Pisco have been like neck and neck for me for the best debaters on the left. And through them, I found you. And I thought, man, how is this guy not as big or bigger than Destiny or Pisco, because every time I watch him, I see him absolutely trounce them, and it's like
They're better
to the
looking
point
than
of,
me. That must be.
you know, I mean, that's actually a different thing I wanted to talk to you about. Maybe a little about the bad back. I had the exact same issue, the herniated disc, and it was like a weight issue. It was a whole like workout issue. It was I actually was set to get surgery for it, and I did physical therapy, lost a lot of weight, and actually my herniated disc kind of repaired itself. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I know people have gotten a surgery and actually helped them a lot. So I would, you know,
Yeah,
if you're going to get surgery for
they're
it,
still giving
I wouldn't shy away from it.
They're giving me 6 months, and then we're gonna reassess after 6 months. So I'm doing like the
That's
exercises.
exactly
and
what they
shit.
did to me.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. So I got 6 more months, and some days are better than others. The injections help. So I go back here at the end of February, and then we're gonna discuss further from there. But it's not like life crippling, but it's little things that like.
Set it
my
off.
son's playing t-ball this year for the first time, and how much will I be able to do with that and shit like that. So really, as he's getting older, I want to make sure that I'm better. But I appreciate that, I do. And thank you for the kind words. To answer your question, why aren't I bigger? I think that there's a lot of reasons. Some of it has to do with sort of the institutional control of these platforms. So a place like YouTube, Twitch is more geared towards helping lefties out through the algorithms, through demonetizing, shadow banning, straight up bans. And then the audiences tend to be more in that direction. An audience for me that would probably like me more would be like 50 to 60-year-olds, like the traditional talk radio audience. And I used to have a radio show that did okay for the area, for Williamsport, Pennsylvania. I was trying to merge that sort of talk radio audience with sort of a podcast audience. That was like the idea I had. And it's actually one of the things I have to tip my cap to groups like Progressive Victory. I think they're smart to try to be getting people on the political ground that are also streamers, because I think that that's sort of the direction things are going to go. You're now starting to see people like Piers Morgan that are getting really big, and basically they're just doing an internet show. So I think that, maybe
They've got really good capture. I mean, on both left and right.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's a sign that maybe I'll start doing better. I got 300 people watching now, so that's damn good for me. But the other thing is that some people like Destiny, I think, are more entertaining in other ways. Like sometimes when you're watching the race, the car crash is good. And so I definitely have a little bit of that. Maybe tonight was a little of that, but I think that Destiny brings that a lot. Like there's a lot of drama that's just built in with him, plus the video game shit like that. And he is very prolific. He streams so much. And I think that consistency, that really helps. I have a full-time job. I work 80 hours a week. I'm a dad, I'm a husband, and I spend a lot of time with my family. So, it's those sorts of things. It's not all just nefarious people in smoky rooms like, we're going to keep Rob Nord down. I think there's some of that, not me specifically, but people like me. But I think the bigger problem is those other things. But I do appreciate the kind words, and I wish that I could do this full time, because I feel I'd be even better if I had time to sit down and like research like I used to when I did debate, where I could actually say, yeah, I'm going to read this 800-page court filing. I'm going to fucking, now most of the time I'm just like trying to.
I mean, if we wanted to have a great discourse, we would have 12 Pisco / Destinies and 12 Robs that could also spend their whole time doing all the research and digging into every piece of technical document they can find and doing actual debates. I really like that discourse. When you guys get into the weeds like that, that's as much as I do like the drama. I have to admit, I do like the shitting on each other. All right, I eat it up. You're not supposed to like it, but sometimes it's fun. It's fun to watch it. And I love watching you smack around lefties like dipshits that come into the chats or anything like that. I understand like Enigma, I don't get much out of that, but like that Taylor M guy, I like him coming in and trying to talk and just sometimes having okay takes, other times making an absolute fool out of himself. I think so many lefties come in and they underestimate you, and I can say this because I'm a dipshit redneck from the Midwest. I think they look at you and they think, oh, this dipshit redneck, and then they get in, they're like, holy shit, oh, this guy can actually play ball, and I just don't think that they're expecting that. So I want to see the more of the smacking around the lefties, the more deep debates and the more stuff like that, because I just eat that up. I'm super into that as much as I am into the drama. I do prefer the deeper dives more, like the great talks that you've had with Pisco. Even though I don't agree with Pisco, like I can see how he gets there. I like those actual real debates.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's why I like talking Pisco. It's why, for me, the things that really disappoint me about him was like the Jamaal Bowman shit, where they'll just blatantly lie, because I like that.
Yeah,
I think that iron sharpens iron, and so like when you're debating someone and you think deep down, even though we all have our biases, you feel like if you really get them on a point, you'll be like, yeah, you're right. Because that's how I am. But then with them, it's like, no, we'll just say, nope, I think when he said, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, what he really meant was I did. And you're like, at that point, what's the point of debate?
Right.
Because no matter
it's
what,
like you just say, "Oh, I was lying about that." It's like, okay, then what's the
Right,
point of the
like,
conversation? Like, what are you talking about?
Biden could theoretically come out tomorrow and be like, yeah, I forced the firing of that prosecutor in Ukraine purely to help get my son off the hook. And Pisco would just be like, nah, he didn't.
Right.
And then it's like, what is the point of all of this? At that point, it just, that's what's so frustrating. But I still liked talking with Pisco. And I still like talking with Destiny. I did. Destiny even told me one time, he's like, Rob, you let me push you around too much. Like, you should interject more. And I was like, well, it's because it's your show. It just, I have a different, like, if I'm on someone's show, I try to abide by rules to some extent. But, tonight was unfortunate.
You want to be invited back.
Yeah, tonight was unfortunate. I kind of like Whick. I sent some kind words to Whick privately here recently, maybe even publicly, I don't remember, where, I thought that Whick was standing by his guns when it came to, like, not calling out political violence, etc., or the lefties that were embracing it. And Whick seems like a likable guy. I'm cheering for him to do well. But fuck him. Like, that's strike two in a row. There won't be a strike three. I'm not going to do a third panel. The last two panels, it's Whick jumping in to debate me the whole time. Okay.
But I don't mind that. Like, you then taking on Whick and like pivoting, I'd be okay with you then pivoting and saying, okay, Whick, now you're in it with me. Now you're in the octagon.
That's what I did last time. This time, Whick wouldn't even let me get a word in edgewise.
Yeah, normally I agree. Whick is, as a debater or as a moderator, he's garbage. It's like, I've seen so many times where his side starts losing, and he obviously has a side, and all of a sudden he's like feeding information to them, or like he's doing the ABC fact checking, and it's like, what is this? Dude, don't do that. That's you're putting yourself into the arena and feeding in knuckle sandwiches to the guy while he's getting the other guy on the ropes. Like, you can't do that. It's just, I get you have a bias, but as a moderator, you have to take yourself out and at the very least say, like if this was happening tonight and he's like, this guy, if you wanted to continue to debate this guy, which I totally understand why you're backing out of and I shouldn't say backing out, but saying line in the sand, if this guy's going to lie to get me on a panel, I'm not talking with this guy. Like, obviously that's a moral ground you can take. For him to say, if you want to continue the conversation, okay, we're going to do 30-second briefs and just go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until everybody in the room wants to act like an adult and have a debate where they're not just like shitting on each other, or that guy pretending to be half a conservative and then the other guy being, I don't even know what he was, soy, whatever, lying to get you in there. And then, I mean, he's clip farming. He's clip farming you. And unfortunately, I think he got a clip. So
yeah, and I don't mind the clip. I saw Pisco already put it out. Sonsol's out there. That's fine. It means nothing to me. I'm glad that I could be content for them. Sometimes I think I need to remember, so here's one of the problems with me, right? When I'm doing this, it's 95% for my enjoyment. And what I mean by that is, this is a hobby for me, right? So it's like,
right.
Like, I was talking to friends about it this week, and like, it amazes me as a 40-year-old that occasionally plays video games, but I used to play video games more when I was younger, right? Like, to me, a game that comes out like Mortal Kombat, like, I think there's a new one that came out. I think it's somehow shittily called Mortal Kombat 1. I hate how
it's not my style of game, but I've heard it. Yeah,
right.
I'm sure there's another Mortal Kombat. There's like a new one every year.
Right. I remember being like a kid when the first one came out, and I'd be like, you'd be at the skating rink and you'd be playing it. Shit. To me,
quarter.
Yeah. To me, a game's like that, playing it Sega at your house, or if you were playing a game, it's with your friends, like sitting beside you. Now everything's like online. And so, like, I was like, oh, the new Mortal Kombat's out, and this guy's gonna I'm gonna tell you the review of all the characters. And I was like, one of the people I work with, they like video games, so we had a long ride, and I was like, hey, you want to hear like the Mortal Kombat story? You know, like that movie we watched? Yeah. And so I put it on, and I'm expecting them to be like, Sub-Zero, he was this demon, and he did this shit and that shit, and now this guy's out to kill him. But instead it was like, Sub-Zero is ranked 4th in tournament play. He's considered an aggressive fighter. And I'm like, wait,
what? Most boring shit about the game.
Yeah, well, and it's like, and I realized, like, oh, I'm like in the minority now. Like, or at least when I fucking feel like an old man. It's like, oh, I don't care about that shit at all. So it's like, for me, this is my entertainment. This is why I'm doing this. I'm glad that other people like it. I'm doing it because I like it. The day that I don't like it's the day that I'll stop doing it. And so because of that, it's different than like when I debated in college. There are rules that you have to follow, right? Like you can't be like, fuck you, shit like that. But like if I'm watching a game at the bar, I'll be like, fuck that guy. That was a ball. What do you mean strike 3? That's just the way it is. And so that's how I approach a lot of this shit. Sometimes I'll say things that I'm like, I'm pretty good. There's only 1 or 2 times I've ever said something in like 6 years of streaming, thousands of hours that I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have said that. But most of the time I might be like, I could have done a little better as far as not doing that insult or this. Maybe I could have handled the Wick thing better tonight, but I'll be honest.
I mean,
I was pissed off. I'm pissed off.
Yeah,
it's
a shitty situation.
Like, it would be like for someone to be like, "Ha, I lied to you." Ha ha.
Yeah.
Now what?
And he's giddy about it, and it's like that's his whole point of this. He never wanted to debate you. He just wanted to do his bullshit dance.
Now I suppose I don't know what was the alternative. That I could have been like, "Hey, fuck you," and then sit there and let them talk back and forth. That Audacity guy while I chime in every 6 minutes again. Was that the ultimate goal? And I just sit there and act like nothing changed and do the debate. And then, haha, I bitched you out. You told everyone that you were taking a moral stance, that you weren't going to acquiesce to their demands, talking about Trump's mean tweet, unless they pointed out that they cared about corruption. And so I lied to you and got you to do that, ha ha ha. And you still had to stick around and eat it like a bitch. Or could I have just said, hey, you know what? Thanks all for inviting me. I don't want to be here anymore. We'll see you later. Maybe that would have been a better way to approach it. Or maybe I could have just said, I'm just going to mute that guy. We'll continue the debate. I'm not listening to him at all.
Now, do you think that guy knows that you're a good debater and he can't beat you in a debate? And so he's like, I'm just not going to, I don't want to get shit on, or I don't want to even try to debate. And so I'm just going to do like a little happy dance and try to like do a gotcha right in the beginning.
I think most people that engage in this debate space, even ones that you think aren't that good, think they're really good. I think that's true. And so there will be people...
And that's streamer narcissism.
Right. Like,
no offense, Rob.
Well, no, I have it too. We all do to a degree. Like, I think I've pretty much lost almost no debates since I've been online. Objectively, I probably have. I think I'm better than most at being like, that guy had a really good point. But it's in your nature, and that's okay. People are like that. But it is ironic when people are like that and they're just objectively bad. And there are people that are objectively bad. And I don't know shit about Soypill. I don't know if he's objectively bad. It did not sound like he was too horrible from the things he was saying. But I will guarantee, unless he's an outlier, he might think, I know he would know of me, and he might be like, in fact, I think he even said that he knew me but hadn't met the other guy, or maybe that was Staxiums that said that. But nonetheless, he would know me, but he'd probably still think, even if Rob's a good debater, I'll be able to beat him. I think what it was all of these people last night were trolling me as I was arguing with Conor, where I was like, dude, I'm not going to answer you talking. I'm not going to listen to you talk about Trump's corruption when you took money from Progressive Victory PAC. And what makes it uniquely bad for Conor is not just he's a conservative that did it, but that he claimed to say that basically Biden et al. Were corrupt. And then he got money to completely 180 his position and be like, not only am I willing to vote for the corrupt guy, I'm willing to take money to help him win.
Which, how do you sell out like that? How do you completely 180 your values and your beliefs and literally bat for the other team? I just don't understand. Like, well, I understand you take money and you're like, you shut up, you stop doing your thing. But like, to take money and then literally bat for the other team is just bananas to me.
Right. Well, I think that my estimation of Conor is, he's a dad, he's a husband. Maybe he doesn't. This is my best guess. He doesn't like Trump. He's like, fuck Trump for various reasons. I don't like him. So he's sort of apathetic to the two sides at that point. So side one's group he doesn't like. Okay? Side two is the group he doesn't like. But if he defends them, he gets a reputation as, oh, he came to our side. See, he realized how bad the other side was. And he gets people that have way more viewers than him, like some of those people in Progressive Victory PAC. They're buddy-buddy with him. And he gets to hang out with them. And he gets money. Right? And so he's getting clout and money, and he doesn't give a shit either way. He thinks it's a horse of peace. Both sides suck. So why not go with this side? And I think that's what happens. And then I don't think that he expected the pushback that he got from so many people like me. And so then he's got to double down. Okay? So anyways,
he called himself a conservative, right?
Right.
Like he identified as a conservative. How do you?
I believe he calls himself like a Burkean conservative.
Well,
don't worry.
I don't
Tune
know
in tomorrow.
I don't know what that is.
Tune in tomorrow. We'll talk all about it. But no,
I have one more question for you.
Well, I'll just
and that
finish
relates
this point.
to the
real quick. I'll say this.
Okay.
So as I was saying, I don't want to fucking listen to this from you. People then that weren't him were like, "Well, I didn't get paid by Progressive Victory PAC. What do you think about Trump's tweet?" And I was like, "Well, I'm also not going to respond to people that didn't give a shit about Democrat corruption." And so as like 20 people asked me that yesterday, Soypill saw an opportunity to be like, "Oh, I'll just fucking lie to this dude and see if he's being honest, if he would talk to me." He lied. I praised him, made my own tweet, answered him in the tweet, talked him up, talked to him, DM, talking him up.
Yeah.
And I think that he was like, "Oh, now." I bet he was excited all day. Like, I can't wait to tell this dude I lied. Ha, ha, ha. And all the people on the left will like high five themselves and be like, "Yay, we're bad faith. Ha, ha. Rob didn't want to talk to us, but he talked to you because you lied." That's what it was. So.
Yeah. Well, my question is kind of relating to some of the counter stuff. It actually doesn't come out of that, but when I see all these corrupt people or people who are doing evil in government or corruptly acting, do you think that they actually think that they're doing good? Or do they have the philosophy of, I am good, therefore anything that benefits me, even if I'm doing something evil, it is good because it's benefiting me, a good person? Like, well, how do you think somebody justifies doing something so corrupt, skimming money off of things, or the lawfare, or I mean, even the Biden thing with Hunter Biden? Hypothetically or allegedly, if it's true, how could you justify that in your own mind? Like, you have to know that's evil. You have to know it's corrupt.
There's two people. There's two types of people. There are the believers, right? And those people like truly have convinced themselves that they're morally good and their opponents are evil, and therefore they could justify everything. And it's just subconscious at this level with most of them. So like literally as they're punching you in the face and you're like, "Hey, you're under arrest. You can't punch people in the face." They would go, "I'm not punching a person. I'm punching a Nazi." Like that, how can you do this to me?
Right.
How can you do it? Right. And you see that, like, with the people that are like, of course, Germany's right. Just this clips that went viral this week. Of course, Germany's right to lock people up for insulting people online. Of course. And it's like, but you insult people too. So should you be locked up? Well, no, because I'm good. I'm a good person.
I'm doing it to the bad people.
Right. And so that's how they look. Now, at the top level, like, do I think Victoria Nuland knows that there's a double standard? They just don't give a shit. They truly believe that they know what's best for the world. I mean, it's almost like they almost look at themselves like they're a different species than us. We're like cattle. Like, are you going to listen to your cow talk to you about how you think you're fucking up? They think you're fucking up by moving the fence in 3 feet? No, fuck you. You're a cow. Right. I'm a farmer. That's how they look at it. And so it's like when they're talking about democracy and all that, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about people's voices. They know that they're treating you like shit. They just don't care. I don't care. I'm me. I'm good. I care about me. I care about my contemporaries. You're not them. And so I think that's different. There's a different level. There's the people that they know, like, they don't believe like, "Oh, we're free speech." They're like, "No, we're not. We fucking know that." Right. And then there's the people like, "No, we are free speech, but we don't consider anti-free speech to shut you up because we believe so deeply, So it's a slight nuance difference, but that's what I would say.
Yeah, it's just exhausting. There's a lot of, you wish people were better, and especially in government when they're representing you and they're supposed to be, whatever. I could go on for that, but yeah, it's funny. I actually do view you as sort of like a Rush Limbaugh. I grew up with my dad listening to Rush Limbaugh and the truck just going places, and so it's funny that you say that I heard you talk about liking Rush Limbaugh before and having that idea of a radio show like that. It's funny because I view you as more of a Rush Limbaugh. If radio was big, you would probably be on the radio, I'd assume, less of YouTube, I guess.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I really do. I wish that I was on radio. That was my goal ultimately. That's what I would love to do the most. But I think that platform is not right for me for various reasons at this point, and I think that it's going to be more and more difficult, to be honest, to get a foothold if you don't already have one in talk radio. But I'm no Rush Limbaugh, but I do appreciate the comparisons. I was a big Rush fan. I feel bad. The first time I ever mentioned him on my show, it's one of the times I said something that I felt bad. I made a painkiller joke. which is not.
No.
I don't think Russia would give a shit. To be
He lost his hearing because of painkillers.
But it was weird because I was so influenced by him. But yeah, I do appreciate that. I do. So
Yeah.
all right, man.
I mean,
Oh, go ahead.
I appreciate it. Keep up the fight.
Thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
All
Good
right,
talking to you, buddy.
Let's get someone that wants to yell at me. That'd be nice. I invited Sansol on. Let me respond to Sansol real quick here on X. All right, sorry about that. Let's bring in Just Kidding. Hopefully we get someone that wants to yell at me and make fun of me. That'd be good. What's up, Just Kidding?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. You coming to yell at me? That'd be nice.
Sadly, I wish, but I actually don't disagree with you on a lot of these things. For whatever reason, I hate to take a Tim Pool quote on this one, but reality is starting to lean a little bit more right space. But like on a meta level, I guess it's more of just these types of interactions that I've been seeing you get into arguments with. It keeps on being eye-opening, even though I've paid attention to it in the past. But I think your arguments about the FBI in the past have just done so much to blow the lid off of a lot of people's arguments in today's world. Because I'm a nondescript YouTuber was arguing with you about a year or two ago about the FBI and transparency. Mm-hmm. And I remember in that thing, they verbatim quote said hey, it's not a concern to me that information hasn't yet been released via FOIA request because, it's sensitive information. Sometimes it can take 2 to even 5 years for information like that to get out to the public. And then lo and behold, the same person today is like, wait, we had to get a whistleblower to leak information on Doge? Doge isn't being transparent. They're hiding information from the public. And they've been alive for a week. It's insanity.
That's exactly it, right? It's so infuriating to me, right? Because, again, the difference is when people feel that they're morally superior. Think of it this way. So many of these people that I debate in these panels, they literally think Trump is Hitler. They think that he's evil. So none of the standards apply. So you can even take someone who's smarter like Pisco, right? Pisco, anytime you look at any sort of things that you're like, wow, that looks like it would most likely be corruption. You need smoking gun 100%. Well, we can't know what Hillary was thinking. We can't know what the guy that suppleted emails, Paul Gambetta, was thinking. We can't know what Joe Biden was thinking when he issued his quid pro quo. And you have to prove that they knew these things, that they were done for corrupt reasons. You have to prove that. And then as soon as it gets to Trump, yeah, we know what he did. We know what he's doing. Yeah, absolutely. Like, and that's one of the better people that they have. Constantly does it. Like, I saw the little bit I saw last night of Pisco's debate with Sean, actual justice lawyer, was him being like, we know that the Trump administration's doing this for a quid pro quo from Merrick Adams, blah, blah, blah. How do we know? Did we have an IG report? Right? When I say, like, well, we know that Paul Combetta that deleted subpoenaed emails and he met with Cheryl Mills the day or two before he deleted those emails, then he was given immunity, and then was asked, what did you talk to Cheryl Mills about? And he says, I don't remember. We know that's bullshit. We know it. But it doesn't matter. Pisco goes, wait, we don't know. And so it's shit like this. It's always the sort of, well, your side's just evil, so the rules are different. The FBI, like, again, you could take it down, you could take it to any level. Assassination attempts against Trump, well, but oh boy, you know, someone says a mean word about, a Democrat, oh my God, that could be a call to violence. They're out there saying it's war on the street. We need to bring weapons. Democrats are out there saying that. You hear any of the lefties that talked about Trump saying fight like hell? Any of them talking about that? We talking about kicking those people out of office? Taking them off ballots? Of course not. Of course. They want to pack the court because the Supreme Court's corrupt. But how dare Trump criticize a court? How dare he even criticize? Trump should have criticized. He just said, we're packing the court. Right? That's the whole thing. Like, it's just amazing to me how they could, like, the hoops that they could jump through to justify this. My standard's always been, let's just set a standard. Let's set a standard. If they want to be like, listen, if an administration breaks any law, impeach everyone in the administration. I'm fine with that. That would have been every administration in my lifetime. But they don't. They're like, just Trump. Just Trump. That's all that matters. Oh, what's that? An activist judge put a temporary restraining order on funding and they kept funding for 11 days even before an injunction was put in. Well, that's it. That's fucking crazy. Oh, Trump tweeted Napoleon? Oh, that's too much. It's gone too far. And I'm sick and tired of fucking letting these people get away with it. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm tired of when you see the corruption on the left, they're like, it's not happening. You know, I was talking in 2017, 2018 about the corrupt FISA process going after Trump's team. It's not happening. It's not happening. Remember the Nunez memo that came out? And Adam Schiff put a memo out and said, this is all bullshit. We can't release the FISA warrants application because it would jeopardize lives. And, oh my God, we can't do it. And Nunez is just lying. And all the lefties I debated said, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. This is bullshit. The FBI would never do that. And then once you find out, they're like, well, it's a long time ago. What can you do? Anyways, on to the next Trump story. Russia collusion was the biggest story for 4 years in this country under Trump's first term. Then we found out there was Russia collusion. The DNC and Hillary's team colluding with the Russian spy, suspected Russian spy named Igor Danchenko. That actually got misinformation. That misinformation was actually used by our FBI that didn't verify it and used it to spy on a presidential team. And they don't give a shit at all about it. They don't give a fuck. Still, when I would say in these past couple of days, show me you criticizing corruption. You know how many people would say, but Trump's team was colluding with Russia? They still act like that's a big deal, completely ignoring that, no, actually they really weren't. But you know who did? Hillary's team. They don't give a fuck. So I'm not surprised the guy that you were talking about that was like, well, it might take 7 years to get Freedom of Information Act requests. Let's be patient. Is out here day one, 3 weeks. By the way, it's the same people that didn't say word one about inflation that are now screaming about egg prices being Trump's fault. They don't give a fuck. They're transparently full of shit. And it catches people like me off guard, and I'm starting to learn how to defend against it because I assume everyone's like me, that you're willing to criticize your own side when it's warranted, that you're willing to have a good faith discussion. They're not. They're not at all. All that matters to them is winning because you're evil, Trump's evil, you people are evil and immoral, so we don't give a fuck. It's not lying when we do it because the ends justify the means. That's all they give a shit about.
Yeah, and another gem for you is, I don't know if you remember during the COVID-19 debates when you were talking about, hey, how do we source these WHO chairs, FDA chairs, etc. And everybody was like, oh, well, it's self-evident that there's going to be revolving door policies because that's the way you get the most well-trained individuals for that position. Elon Musk comes in, hair on fire. The logic just doesn't apply anymore.
They spent, this guy I'm going to be debating tomorrow night, Conor. He's freaking out about, no one elected Elon Musk. That's ridiculous. I said, Conor, you wanted to vote for a guy in Joe Biden that you yourself admitted was a vegetable. So who was running the show? Because it wasn't people we voted for. And he's like, yeah, but they're people in government, so it's different. Wait, what? That's the insanity of this. Now all these people are screaming, well, what if Elon Musk gets access to your private data? Geez, that'd be bad. How's that any different than the hundreds, if not thousands, of unelected bureaucrats that also have access to my data? By the way, why do all these organizations have access to my data? If it's such a problem that Trump gets information on USAID, doesn't that seem to suggest that there's shit at USAID worth keeping secret? I thought it was just aid money to fight AIDS and HIV. Who gives a shit if we could all see it, right? And it's just like, they don't give it. It's transparent bullshit. They lied about Biden's mental health for fucking 4 years. They knew it. Now maybe you could make the argument some dumb fuck like Whick didn't know. Maybe you could make that argument. But certainly you now see people in the media coming out like, well, it was suspicious. We were never allowed to talk to him. No shit. They knew. They just don't care. They don't care at all. And so it's amazing to me that these people have the chutzpah when you're like telling them like, what about Biden's mental health? What? I don't see it. What are you talking about? And then immediately, once Biden was forced to withdraw, literally the next day, they're on X like, well, Trump's too old. He has declining mental health. Fuck you. I'm not going to talk to you about this. Fuck off. You're clearly a partisan hack. You don't give a shit. Oh, the American people are disgusted that we lied about this particular issue. Well, we're going to try to turn it on you now and demand that you answer. Fuck you. No, I don't care. I don't care. And they could claim I'm a coward or whatever. I think tonight is evident that shows that I wasn't. That I was excited to go on and debate someone that I thought was a lefty that was actually good faith on it. And it bit me in the ass. And I'm glad that it happened. And I'm glad that all the lefties will have their little soundbite. Maybe I could have handled it with a little more couth. I'll admit that. But in the moment, whatever. I'm not too worried about it, though. But to me, it's a great concession. Like, when I'm talking to other right-wing people, it's like, see, this is why you don't talk to these people. This is why. Because they will just blatantly lie to you. They don't give a fuck. They don't care at all. They really don't. Like, they would, it's just, I don't know. It's disappointing is what it is. And I think that's what my reaction more than anything was. It was the disappointment of it. Like, oh, shit. I got taken for a ride again because I trusted a lefty. My bad. Lesson learned. I was excited to talk to a left-winger that I thought was actually good faith for once, but no, so it does get frustrating. It really does, because for someone like me that actually wants to talk to people that disagree with me, it becomes frustrating when you can't find a good faith person that does it.
And I guess to me, it wouldn't be nearly as disappointing either, as if, like, they don't even have to have done something in the moment, but after have come to this magical epiphany that they now hold these new positions, looking back in the past, if they say, oh, now that I've come to this train of logic, if I apply that in the past, I was wrong in the past, and I agree with you about those past actions. But they can't even hold themselves to do that. I don't know why. Well, I know why, but
some will try. Like, but it's funny, like, because again, they can't. How do I explain it? They don't understand what someone's like me's like political philosophy is. I'm a fucking redneck. I see the Crucibles on here. What's up, Crucibles? Nice to see you guys. I don't have a philosophy like Andrew, right? Where it's like Christian nationalism. Or rather, let me speak this way. I'm not a big philosophical debater. I'm a simple fucking redneck. That's it. I do this as a hobby. My issue is what I see every day where I live. Which is, I live in rural Pennsylvania. I don't give a fuck you're white, black. I don't care if you're straight, gay, if you're fucking Christian, any religious denomination. I have my preferences in all of those issues. Well, not really race, but you get what I'm saying. What I see is no one gives a shit in our systems of power about anyone that lives here. No one. Not the Republicans, not the Democrats. They don't give a shit. And it's That's what my foray into politics was. I started to become a good debater in college. I go off to college. I'm treated like this redneck sideshow. Oh, it's funny. How many beers can you drink? Blah, blah, blah. I don't mind it. I'm just thick-skinned. It doesn't bother me. But they were surprised at how well I did. I've told this story. One of the people I respected was like, if you just clean yourself up, you could be one of us. I don't want to be one of you. I don't. I'll happily die a redneck in rural Pennsylvania. This is where I love. These are the people I love. I'm tired of them being treated like shit. And I'm tired of so much of it being corruption. And so when I see this corruption, I call this shit out. And I'm like, look what's going on here. And all of these people defend it because it benefits their current group that they're in now. The Democrats, predominantly. And so I'm calling it out. That's it. It's that simple. I don't give a shit about Hillary Clinton. I don't give a shit about Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. What I give a shit about is the unelected bureaucrats that really run the show. That's who I care about. Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama or George W. Bush are going to be there at most 8 years. But the FBI, the NSA, the CIA, USAID, the IRS, the EPA, the Department of Education, they're going to be there my entire life unless something changes. And so if they're corrupt, that's a far bigger issue. So my take was always, look, if the new standard's going to be people that violate FARA acts and lobby for foreign interest without filing the proper paperwork, they all need to go to prison. Send them. I don't give a fuck. Don Jr. did it. Send him. So did Hillary Clinton. So did Hunter Biden. Send him. What, no? Just the Trumps? Just the people connected to them? And so the reason I bring this up based on what you said was, oftentimes what will happen is, you said people won't, it's different if people say, yeah, maybe I was wrong. But this is what they'll do. They'll try to do it in a way that still doesn't harm their central core belief. And almost all of these Democrats that you see that I'm debating, their core belief is quite simply orange man bad. That's it. They know that there are 1,000 politicians that they could get behind. If they have to chop one of them off, and it means taking down Orange Man, they'll happily do it. And it doesn't matter who it is. Joe Biden, look what they did to him. They don't give a shit. That's who they are. They don't care. So, I'll give you an example. I'm on a panel with Destiny and Brianna Wu. Oh, Trump mishandled classified information, says Brianna. He obstructed justice. He tried to move boxes. Hey, Brianna, did they ever get those boxes back? Oh, yes. Okay, when Hillary's team had emails subpoenaed, they intentionally deleted them. FBI ever get that? Congress ever get those deleted emails? I don't know. No, they didn't. Now, what's worse than moving boxes? Actually destroying them. So they're non-recoverable. That's what Hillary's team did. You know what Brianna says? I guess they should have been arrested too. Yeah, but they weren't. But she doesn't give a shit because to her it's, well, Orange Man bad. Yeah, whatever. That thing that happened 4 years ago, sure, arrest them too. Anyways, Trump, let's get Trump. That's their mentality. And my criticism isn't, yeah, lock up Hillary. My criticism is, why didn't the FBI arrest them? Why are they going after Trump now, but they didn't go after Hillary's team? Why? That's the same core argument I'm making today. Yes, I give a shit about corruption. Yes, if Trump becomes overly corrupt, I would call it out. But I'm not going to listen to the motherfuckers that supported that corruption for 8 years tell me I have to do shit. Fuck them. They deserve everything that comes to them. I'll defend them because I'm a moral person, but I won't fucking listen to them demand that I defend them. Fuck you. It's the same way with the fucking, like, vegans or trans shit. For the sake of having a civil discussion, will I use the pronoun you want? Sure. But the moment you start making fucking demands of me, fuck you. I'll serve you a vegan meal if you come to my house. You start screaming about me eating meat. Fuck you, man. Leave the house then. That's what my mentality is. It's not protect Trump. I don't give a fuck about Trump. In the grand scheme of, if he does something horribly shitty, I'll call it out. I did all through his first 4 years when he did shit I didn't like. It's shocking to these people. They were shocked. They were shocked on X when Trump put his meme coin out, and I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. What is he doing? Wow, even Rob. I'm like, I know, it's shocking, right? You guys aren't used to criticizing your own side. That's what my point is. That's what's so very fucking frustrating about these people. They don't give a fuck. And someone like Whick, he truly and honestly believes, like, I'm a good person. I call balls and strikes on all sides and Rob won't do it. And I could sit there and debate him for 8 hours about the corruption against Trump, and he would just go, I don't believe it. Trump's corrupt. Trump's guilty. Trump's a felon. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. None of that's lawfare. Even the FISA warrants, it wasn't that bad. No. I would have called it out, but I didn't at the time. But now it's just Trump. This is whataboutism. Fuck you. And the beauty is, right now, look, you know, if you're religious, we're not guaranteed to win on this earth. Even if you're not guaranteed to win. Life's not a comic book. But right now, those fuckers are losing. Right now, the American people are laughing at them, saying, fuck you. And I couldn't be happier for it. And I'll be damned if now, after I warned these fucking people for 8 years, talking about corruption, and they laughed, haha, the corruption benefits us, I don't give a fuck. Then I'm now going to listen to them clutch their pearls and say, I say shit about corruption. Fuck them. That's my take on it. And the fact that I agreed to do Whick's panel, and my intention was to go on Whick's panel and defend my position, which is I'm only going to discuss my feelings on his belief or on his tweet with people that are honestly concerned about corruption. And what the Democrats did was far more corrupt than what Trump's tweet was, or him violating a temporary restraining order for 10 days. Far worse. I'll talk about that. But then some lefty actually's like, actually, I'm a lefty who's decried corruption. And I was so excited. Wow, there is one out there. Great. But there wasn't. They lied. And again, the fact that not just that they lied, but that they bragged about lying to sort of make a fool of me on the show. Well, fuck them. That's how I feel. So sorry for a little monologue there. But
No, I'm actually kind of curious then. Let's hypothetical situation. What would you like? How would you feel about Brianna Wu if she actually said, like, in that debate? And you know, I think I remember the one you were talking about. But if she didn't end up, like, you know, diverting away from the topic, but went down it, and then you were able to argue with her and then convince her that the FBI was corrupt. One of the things that I think that is kind of difficult about this is, like, especially in debates, convincing people in the moment might be rough. And so I don't expect her to do a full about face.
Understand, she wasn't. This is just a debate tactic that they're using. I'll give you another example, and then I'll get back to this Brianna Wu. There was this guy, I forget who he is, but I was on this big panel. It was like 16 people, and this dude was there, and he was talking shit. And I was like, you want to do a one-on-one debate? Yeah, I guess. All right. Now, what he was talking shit about was me talking about FBI being corrupt, going after Trump, etc. So this dude was supposedly a conservative. I wish I could remember his name. I'll never forget this. He comes on, and he's like, yeah, I agree with you. The FBI is corrupt. They tried to corruptly keep Trump off the ballot. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, but what do you think about, like, Trump's tweet? What do you think about who should be the Speaker of the House? And I was like, I think fuck you. Now, that might be shocking to you. Why would I say that? Because that guy didn't believe me. If you believe that the most powerful intel and law enforcement agency in the history of the country was weaponized to try to lock up Donald Trump to help Democrats, and you're like, I completely agree with you, Rob. But what do you think about the speaker race? That would be the equivalent of you telling your neighbor, like, our other neighbor tried to eat your child last night. I saw them shoot 3 times with a rifle at your child. And they said, oh my God, I believe you. What do you think the best charcoal is for my grill? You'd be like, no, man, you don't believe me, or you're a fucking psychopath. That's what happened. That's the same with Brianna. Brianna's just like, yeah, I don't want to talk about that. I want to continue to talk about, well, Trump's evil. So, yep, Hillary should have been locked up. I don't give a shit about Hillary. Moving on. That's what she was doing. Now, let's say, hypothetically, I could have convinced her that the FBI was actually corrupt. Well, then if she was good faith, the next question would be, well, then what do we do about that? Do I trust that corrupt FBI now that they're saying, oh, once more for the 14th time, Trump did this thing? Or am I saying, wait a minute, there's something going on here more seriously than did Trump tell some guy to move boxes? There's something far more sinister here. People can change. That's absolutely a possibility. But you're mistaken if you think they say, yeah, I believe you about the FBI corruption. Anyways, what about Trump moving these boxes? That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. And, like, do you not agree with that? Wouldn't you agree that it's like, it doesn't seem like you're taking it serious if you're concerned about this little fucking minor issue as opposed to, the entire FBI being, or the leadership of the FBI being corrupt? That's just how it's obvious to me that that's what's going on. And so many of the
It
times
is.
when you see these people say, oh, yeah, I agree with you. Like, you know how many times I've heard this? Like, this is an argument that I think I've heard Conor make. By the way, if you're wondering where Conor is, he had to put the debate off to tomorrow night. So we'll be doing it tomorrow night. This is one of the things I see, I think Conor had said, where he'll be like, maybe I'm wrong about that. So let me retract that because I can't remember. I think, but I can't remember. So we'll retract. But I've had people say something like this. I agree, Rom. I agree. That's all corrupt. But all we could do is starting today, right now, enforcing the law. So time to lock Trump up. And then 4 years from now, when it's not Trump and it's a Democrat, all of a sudden they won't agree anymore. And they won't be like, now is the time. All of a sudden it'll be, oh, da-dum. Oh, we're talking about Andrew Tate today. Oh, what kind of drama is happening with his son? Dum. And then 4 years after, if it's a Trump populist type person, they'll be like, well, I know the past 4 years was corrupt and a bunch of Democrats got away with stuff. But now we need to, moving forward, start enforcing the law. Fuck you. Having a consistent rule of law that is equally applied as much as possible is far more important than almost any individual law being broken. And so the people that want to gnash their teeth about classified documents being taken home or boxes being moved or Trump's mean tweet or Trump fired someone without a 30 days notice, fuck them. Because they were okay, ignored, defended, FISA warrants being used to spy against the president of the United States. They even made fun of it in the opening there. Oh, Rob's going to talk about the FISA warrants. Right. You think they'd be talking about FISA warrants if Trump does it? If Trump goes to a Chinese spy tomorrow and gets him to write disinformation, then feeds it to his FBI, and Pam Bondi and Kash Patel use it to spy on his Democratic opponents, you think the Democrats will go, no big deal. It's regrettable. You think that's what they'll do? They'll still be talking about it 10 years from now. But when the Democrats did it, it was just ho-hum. Oh, it's a big joke. Rob's going to talk about that again. It's the same with COVID. The monstrous shit that they wanted to do with COVID. They expect us to just forget about it. Well, we all made mistakes anyways. Moving on. Trust us on this. Fuck you. I'm not moving on. You might be able to fucking convince the average person on the street. Hell, I might be wrong. There might be people out there that can make a better case for why my strategy on this is wrong. You should sit there and hammer down and try, but I'm done with it. I'm done with it. And I think the Trump administration makes a huge fucking mistake. They should not be talking to Katie Collins. They should not be doing debates where CBS is moderating the debates. You just say, no, fuck you. We give you zero access. You're propagandists for our opponents. Fuck you. We're not saying you can't exist. Do what you want to do. We don't give a fuck. You get no access to us. None. Period. End of story. That's how I feel about these lefties I debate. If you cannot prove that you're good faith on a particular topic surrounding corruption, I don't want to talk to you on it. Or maybe I will occasionally, but it's going to be up to me. It'll be on when I feel like it or when I don't. I'm not going to give in to them. Well, okay, Rob, we brushed you off for 8 years when you wanted to talk about Democrat corruption, but today let's talk about Trump corruption. He had a mean tweet. Fuck you. That's how I feel. So.
Yeah, I can definitely see that's where a lot of the frustration comes in. I guess there are like three different things, but I'll just point on a couple right now. One is, I think what I'm hearing from that, though, is a lot of frustration with, I guess, past actors. You can see the actions that they've taken before, and because it's Brianna Wu in particular, because it's Conor in particular, because of the things that they've said, and, you can hold their feet to the fire and say, these are the words that you've said in the past, therefore I have to hold you to this standard, and they just, brush off the standard and pretend it didn't happen. It basically hardens you to their sympathetic pleas when it comes time in the moment. Is that an accurate portrayal of that position?
But it's not just people like that. Yes, obviously, people you've interacted with in the past, that's a higher degree, right? But it's even people that don't, right? So if you're on social media and someone's like, hey, I demand you call this out, you can see their social media. Okay, did you call out when there was more corruption against Trump? Oh, you didn't? You didn't. Then I'm not going to acquiesce to your demand, right? So I'm agreeing with you, but I think that it's just.
Yeah, there's more of a pragmatic thing in here too,
Well, it's
right?
pragmatic, but it's also like a moral. Like, there's like.
Well,
let me give you
what
an
I mean-
example. Like when O.J. Simpson, before he died, like doing fucking Twitter Spaces or whatever, videos on Twitter where he's like, "Let's discuss this homicide." You're like, "Yeah, O.J., I don't want to hear this from you, man." Right? Fuck you. You killed your wife. Like, I'm not gonna listen to you, man. That's how you feel. You're just like, no, I'm sorry, no. Ryan Reynolds gets up on SNL there last night, right? People are like, people don't want to see you putting on a good face. What, someone said something bad about me? No, I haven't followed that case deeply, but I know a lot of people are like, why is this guy doing this? That's how I feel about these people. Conor, this dude takes money from Progressive Victory PAC after he got done saying how corrupt the FBI was, how corrupt the Biden administration was, but he takes money to help them. You'll see tomorrow. I'll give it to him. Trust me. But
Well, what I meant by the pragmatic thing, to like clarify a little bit more, is also this factor of, hey, you weed out the concession right now, and and they know that there isn't anything actionable right now. Them saying in the moment, oh yeah, they should have been arrested, actually has no weight, holds no bearing, has no actual any chance of affecting any change whatsoever. And furthermore, chances are they're not going to spontaneously, of their own accord, speak of the exact same thing, despite the weight that you've shown them it to be.
yeah,
Is that correct?
Yes, I guess that's part of it. I mean, I would simplify it, but yeah, that's sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you go for a minute, and I'm gonna try to get on here and jump on with Whick.
Yep, sure thing.
All right, man, you take it easy. Bye.
Peace.
Yeah, good call. Thank you. All right, we'll see if I get back in with Wick. Sorry about that, Jason. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying on.
One who holds their standards and
Then
actually
I guess by
has
that
a
standard,
standard.
Destiny is an evil, liar, nefarious, evildoer, right?
Yeah.
Because it's more profitable.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
all of you Twitch TV failures, the only reason that you fail is because you're all truth sayers.
No,
Is
there's
that
a lot
right?
of people who are just boring.
Like you. I mean,
If you don't
had
like
a
it, I
perfect
mean, you were watching
opportunity.
my show, to be clear.
Perfect I was watching Rob.
I wasn't
not
watching
you.
your show. You're the one who
I
turned
was
into
watching
me.
Rob.
You
Watching
watched my
Rob, who
show.
happened to be on your show.
You watched my
Not-
show,
I was
and I don't
watching
watch
Rob's
yours. So
show.
who's boring?
I was
Andrew?
watching Rob's show, not yours. Scumbag.
This is my show. Rob happened to be on it.
And Rob was streaming it, right?
Sure, but it's still my
So
show.
therefore, I was watching Rob's show, the entertaining guy, not Wick's show. See how that works? By that logic, any of the debates that you watch that I have with Destiny, you would be watching my show, right?
If they
Wick?
were on your if you were the host, yes, that's true.
Oh,
But you know
you
what?
watched my
I haven't
show,
watched
Wick.
those.
Oh my God! Did you watch my show, Wick? Wow, I'm glad that
The
you're
only
a super
time I
fan,
watched
bro.
your show is when I was on it.
Man, I am so happy you're such a super fan that you watch shows that I host, panels that I host,
I
because
watched
you've done
one.
it then, Wick. No, you've watched others.
How
What do you
many?
mean?
Which ones? Name them.
Yeah, so you've watched some of the Dylan Burns ones?
No,
You've
I
been
haven't.
on those? Yes, you have, and you've watched
Hold
some
on.
of the Destiny
No,
ones.
I haven't. You don't understand. Unless I'm on
Are
the
you
show
familiar
or
with
if they are
James
talking
for-
about me.
We'll pause this. We don't need to hear him. If they bring me on, I'll hear him. He won't bring me on. He knows that if he lets me talk, he's too much of a fucking coward to actually let me talk and say anything instead of just filibustering. But we'll see. Maybe he'll prove me not to be a coward. Anyways, won't take any. Who was still in the lobby there? Oh, we'll get back there if we can to taking calls here in a bit. And we are streaming kind of late because, excuse me, the hiccups. Oh, that was unpleasant. Excuse me. I just got the weirdest heartburn there. But, yeah, I mean, the argument they're making there about, oh, you're watching my show. What a fucking joke. Wick, no one's watching your show for you. Period. Well, I can't say that. There may be a handful of people. But, the idea that I'm just a responsible truth teller and blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Big Bad Booty Daddy. Scott Steiner watching me. He says, stop eating so much fast food. Maybe you wouldn't have so much heartburn, fat boy. I believe the culprit tonight was Pizza Hut. But advice well taken. Thank you, Big Bad Booty Daddy. It's always nice to get advice from someone who had to rip their name off someone who was actually talented. So thank you. Galil says, I can confirm no one is watching Wick. You want to go fight with the people backstage here? We can do that. I can absolutely do that. What do you say? I could join Wick's backstage and fight with him. What do you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down. We'll give the audience. Staxiums is still there. It would probably be not possible for Wick. It would take a financial incentive. Let's see.
I don't watch anyone. That a neutral stance is still a chance. Much like Rush says, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice, right? A neutral stance is still a stance.
So you can't have a neutral stance. So I can do an internal critique, even if
again,
I don't
as I
have a
just
particular
said,
stance
you
on that
can
issue.
have a neutral stance. So you saying that,
Oh,
so
I
you
see.
can't have a neutral stance is simply not addressing my point whatsoever.
Then I wouldn't need to take a position, right? An affirmative position. I wouldn't need to do that. What I would.
You can say, hey, I don't actually have a position here, but I want to talk about yours. But what you do,
Yeah, exactly. So,
right? But
so
what
I
you
don't have to
do,
say that.
I want to define something here. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't mind, like, making fun of someone's weight. People make fun of my weight, no problem. Is Big Bad Booty Daddy still making fun of me? It doesn't bother me. But, like, look at what Sonsel does here, right, to Sparky. Sparky's like, no, he's not interested in debating those who would be bad faith. But you knew that nonetheless. You frame it all you like. You're just dishonest as expected. Sonsel says, you're a fat fuck retard whose children will avoid bringing you up during the holidays out of shame. You'll watch your family speak of you less and watch you from hell for your trespasses against Christian morality, reminded for the eternity that you spent your life as a diabetic, hateful retard. And this guy says, damn, I remember you being aggressive before. I'm not complaining, though. He says, the amount of similar tweets and drafts is immeasurable. Too hard to express how much I hate these motherfuckers without getting banned. That's who they really are. By the way, Sonsel, you may remember from, said that he would shove a dragon dildo up his ass on stream, something I'm sure he would like, if he was wrong that the Wuhan lab leak theory was debunked. Not that it was proven correct, but he said it was already debunked like 2.5 years ago. That's what he said. Only Mr. Bill, thanks for the super chat. $2 says thoughts on Wick's last tweet. I didn't see Wick's last tweet. That's it. Well, thank you for that. Let's see what he has to say. A man who moderates this panel violates no law. It's pretty funny. I think that's a pretty funny tweet. Just so you know, here's the, if you could see this, I don't know how to enlarge this, but hopefully y'all can see this. Soypill, oh shit. Let me just bring this up on mine. I suppose I could do that. Yesterday. Was that it? Okay. I said, finally, this absolutely meets my ask of being willing to discuss this with someone who called out corruption directed at Trump. I'll happily answer your question. Quote, the question I have for you is simply, does your perceived corruption of the Biden administration mean you'll be okay with any and all things unconstitutional from Trump? My answer is no. I absolutely do not think Trump has the right to violate the Constitution just because of corruption directed at him. And it's a shame that there will be people who support anything he does. Now, there are levels to this. Almost every president violates the Constitution. And while I'm not happy with it, there are levels that could make each instance of this much worse. For example, ignoring a lower court TRO that are blatantly political is possibly troubling. But that would be nowhere near as bad as Trump just spying on his opponents for made-up reasons. I'm happy to have you on my show and to go over this in detail. I plan on having at least 2 people on this week who are legitimately concerned with corruption. Here's the tweet that he put out. Biden going after Trump for falsifying business records is nothing short of lawfare and an attempt to remove his political opponent that he knows he can't beat. We're better than this. And he says, thanks for answering, and we're debating tomorrow. So I'll be happy to talk live with you then. I said, sounds good. What wholesome chaps, they say. Oh, people bitch about the light theme. Metal Minister for $5, thanks so much, says, I think most of the reaction from the leftover Doge failing, their heroes have been found wanting and they are rudderless. I'm going to go get a drink of water, and then I will be back, if you all don't mind. Be right back. Oh, the old back there. There we go. Oh, delicious. Actually, I forgot I got more equipment over there. I don't want to spill shit on. Delicious water. All right. Should I go in Wick's backstage? and fuck with them. Nope. Thanks so much, Joshua, for the super chat. $10. I'm glad you left the panel over dishonesty. They attack you for your position, not engaging with people who actually don't care about corruption because they know it's a winner. That's right. Oh, someone gifted. I'm so sorry. While I was gone, someone gifted stuff. Thank you so much, Jess Gerald, for the 20 gifts. I really appreciate it. Really do. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, Rob, I recommend Academic Agent's video on Sitch Anatomy. Completely details the left psychoanalytic tactics that feed their cognitive dissonance. Lord of the Nerds for another $2 says, all conjectured tea leaf reading. Oh, and then before that he says, I'm so sorry. Lord of the Nerds, $10. Thank you, man. I'm so sorry I missed these. Intention isn't needed, and the left libs will read the need for attention when it's useful. It's also psychoanalytic, meaning it's subtextual, definitionally arguing what people aren't saying and arbitrary. Jess Gerald is the GOAT. Real Edwards, my goodness, threatening to take me to Pound Town. Jesus. I don't know if I should be excited or upset about that. Jason, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good, good. Legion Gaming, thanks so much for the membership before we get to you. He says, Jess Gerald is a legend. Jess Gerald is a legend. Thank you so much.
He is a legend, man. He gifted 20 subs, right?
Yeah. Oh, Jason, God damn it.
Yeah. It's Aircraft Sparky. I've changed my name, man.
Well, because Sonsel shamed you with his badass tweet, right?
Oh, yeah. Last thing I care about is some pot smoker who can't hold down a real job.
One time I saw a stream I liked of his. He was with his girlfriend making shrimp, like shrimp scampi. I thought it was interesting.
Uh-huh.
I thought he should have went that direction.
Yeah.
These people, fuck them.
Look, man, you did the right thing. Although you will have to take an L for actually going to be hosting Conor tomorrow night because he's guilty of the exact same shit that you left the panel for tonight.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. Like, what I was going to do on the panel tonight. So let me clear some things up. Sanso was asking about this. This is true. I agreed to do Wick's panel before my interaction with Soypill. That's true. But my strategy going into this panel was I wasn't going to necessarily scream or yell or anything, but I was just going to say, hey, my opening statement was basically going to be this. Listen, I'm tired of people that are clutching their trolls about the mean tweets that Trump has that had no problems with the corruption of far more huge levels that were directed against Trump, whether it be the lawfare that we saw from him in the past 3 years or the illegal FISA warrants or anything in between. So I'll ask my opponents if they could show evidence of being upset about that level of corruption and show me the receipts of when they talked about it. Otherwise, I'm here to tell you that the level of corruption they're saying this tweet represents pales in comparison to what they support, and this is all just showmanship. They don't care at all about corruption. They're just upset that their side no longer is in power to be corrupt like they were in the past, and that was it. All of that changed when this guy Soypill was like, hey, actually, I'm a lefty that criticized corruption about it. The only thing that I will admit, and I will fully admit this, that I acted a little pissier than I should have because I was so disappointed.
No, actually, what you did was pretty tame. I mean, honestly, what you should have done warranted way more ire. Because the fact that they'll go through the dishonest tactic to manufacture a tweet to try to make you look like you're going back on your laurels, you did the right thing. And for Wick, and I like Wick. I personally think Wick is a nice guy for the most part. But for him to sit there and call you a traitor.
Did I insult him first, though?
No,
you
didn't.
I didn't?
You didn't.
I'll have to go back to the tape.
From what I could tell, I think when he started, the only thing that you said is you're a shitty moderator who can't even debate, and you have no talent. Okay, if that's an insult, I mean, sure. Facts sometimes hurt, I guess. But not only that, he's also a failure. When he was in the Air Force, he got kicked out of a school and got made basically what they call a crew chief on aircraft, and he was so competent that they wouldn't even let him outside of a dock. He was a miserable failure at his job, but that's okay. I don't care about that. He's actually just a really nice guy, but occasionally he gets on the wrong side of the arguments.
Another thing, I don't disagree in some context, but he's not talented.
No, he isn't.
He's not.
That's
a good
why I'm
debater.
not doing this anymore.
Well, no, your league's better than Wick. Here's the thing, though. Like, I guess the reason that I hesitated to take this panel was the last panel I did with him with the Progressive Victory Pack. I don't.
Yeah, where he became a debater
Right.
himself. Yeah,
I don't mind the 5-on-1, but I don't even mind him jumping in, but it's him having the moderator control.
Yeah.
Right. Where it's like he could filibuster over me, and it's sort of like this. Some people do this thing as moderator, I think, because they're like, I'm just gonna say it. Maybe it's not language. They're pussies, and this is their chance to be the big man. You know, I had to be the big man now. And Wick's a shitty debater, and he's incapable of defending most of his positions. But boy, when he's the moderator, it's my show, and blah 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 blah. But I'm also gonna jump in as debater, and he has every right to do that.
Yeah.
But I have the right to tell him I don't want to do your show anymore.
Yeah.
Because you're dog shit. You suck.
Well,
and that's I'll argue with Wick. Like, if he'd bring me on tonight, I'd argue with him one-on-one. But I won't be doing a panel, any position where he has a position of mod power over me. That won't happen again. I won't make that mistake again. So
Andrew is making him chase his tail. Andrew's doing classic Andrew things to him right now. It's really kind of funny. But the ridiculous thing about this is Wick wants right-leaning people to come on, yet he sets up all these bad faith panels. And he does this all the time. I've been on several of his panels, and I just got to the point where I'm just like, and honestly, Wick panels is what kind of made me go, I'm done. If probably the nicest and somewhat most generous of the left can't even set up an honest debate panel, I don't know what the point is anymore. I think a lot of them are struggling. Like, the game used to be Prime K's and Dylan. And listen, I don't know if I'm fucking spilling any tea here, but Andrew Wilson had this idea that he was like, there's all sorts of politics behind the scenes with this shit and the way they set these panels up and the way what the topics chosen are and who's on the panel and how the moderation goes. So fuck that. Let's just do our own thing. When y'all did the arena.
Crucible. Right. Well, I did the arena, but this was before that. Andrew was like, I'll host debates, which he did. And he used to have Zen Shapiro that would host debates, and he would host them. And I think that people got tired of sort of the panel debate stuff. And Andrew's talented enough where that was just one sliver of what he's doing. So it didn't really matter to him. But it's just died down. It's not interesting anymore. On Twitch, it died after Destiny left. And the fact that you did these panels and constantly had to walk on eggshells because the radical trans community was going to mass report you anytime you debated one of them. Right? That was true.
Yeah.
So the Twitch shit, all the righties left, and it was just lefties fighting lefties. No one had fun with that, and that's eventually the direction Wick will go, which is fine. I'm not interested in telling any other people, Sparky, you want to go do Wick show next week? Have at it. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not gonna be that dude that's reaching out telling people. But it's like, it's not worth my time. It's not worth my time to do Wick show if it's gonna be bullshit like that. Wick had no way of knowing that this guy was going to do that. And like I said, I'm disappointed, and maybe in that 2 minutes afterwards, I'm a little pissier than I should have been. But when I adjust my statement to I'll just mute this fucking guy and I'll continue to talk for this panel, but I'm not going to listen to what this dude says. And Wick's just like, you're a coward or whatever the fuck he's saying. Then he can go fuck himself at that point. It's, it is what it is. So, Nico Pluto, thanks so much for the $5. Says, tell that weirdo aircraft I said hello. He's one of the coolest. Thanks for what you do. Thank you. There you go.
Yeah,
you got one
awesome.
fan. Nico is cool.
Yeah, I like Nico, man. He's good people. And I mean, look, it's not like I'm not doing anything. Like right now I'm just doing gaming content until I can actually finish writing some music. Because I'm doing cultural stuff, man. The politics is interesting. I'll give you my take on it though. The mean tweet.
Okay.
It's innocuous. It's not policy. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. I agree.
I mean-
but it's similar to. Listen, now let me push back on you a little, because remember
Okay.
when Trump said, you said the big deal breaker for you was when he
Yes,
said,
yes. When he said that the Constitution should be suspended, and yes, that was actually a call for policy. So that is a slight different thing in my opinion. Now he wasn't president at the time. He wouldn't have the power to do it. And when I looked at the options of who to vote for, I did the Conor the Conor thing where I objectively looked at all the people who has played roles in the election, and well, me and him just came to a different decision. A pissed off former president saying something stupid online, which it was highly stupid, and I criticized him extremely for it, versus an executive who doesn't exist because unelected bureaucrats were actually running the nation, versus son of an immigrant who lived in Ohio. Vivek sounds like cake. I voted Vivek in the primaries, and I know you did too.
yeah,
But I determined that I would not support Joe Biden and then later Kamala Harris, and Trump was the best candidate in that election. He's still not who I wanted, but you know what? I was going to support his candidacy because he was the best of what there was to offer at the time.
yeah. So to get back to this tweet, I agree with you. Now, do I think, is it illegal if there's a temporary restraining order to stop freezing funding and you keep freezing it? Well,
No, because it's in appeal right now. So the TRO is actually on a hold as well. And what was it? Recently, one of the judges that said that he couldn't do the buyout thing had to rescind his order.
Yeah, yes, I have to look exactly. There was a partial rescinding. There had to be clarification, etc. My understanding is shit like this happens, it's not really a big deal until there's an injunction. And then if the appeal doesn't go their way and there's an injunction, then things become more serious. But even if to the point where it was illegal. Okay, so that's the big thing that you're pissed about. That bureaucrats that are spending trillions of our dollars have a partial funding freeze for 11 days. That's it.
Yeah.
That's your big fucking, and there was a temporary restraining order that violated. And I started to say it here in the show, it's like especially for lefties, I bring up the Iraq war. It's it's amazing to me, right? You guys were all about, the Iraq war is illegal, blah, blah, blah. You have more venom for this. 10 days of a freezing funding. Look, or the FISA warrants, etc. All of this shit.
I look at all the illegal shit that has happened within our government just in the time, and I've been working for the government for my entire adult life. Okay, I've worked for the federal government, state government, things like that. I have worked for government my entire adult life, and I currently work for the DoD. And with all these layoffs and everything, there's a lot of nervous people working in civil service, and of course I walk around kind of with a bulletproof vest on. Well, I'm bulletproof at this point just because of my veteran status, certain protections that have been set up and things like that. Agree or disagree with those protections, it is what it is. But when they fired every probationary employee within the federal government, with the exception of VA and DOD employees, I went, wow, they're serious about this shit. Okay. It looks like they want to severely lower the amount of quote unquote unelected bureaucrats. Now, the problem that I see with this is going to be there is a certain amount that has to be there, and they have to figure out exactly what depth of the role of these jobs is a requirement to be filled. And then they're going to have to get manning to match that, depending on what the scope is. Yet again, I work for DOD. DOD and a VA is unaffected by all of these decisions. With the budgetary stuff that is coming up in March, they can fix a lot of this, but they're not going to, because Republicans are cowards, and Democrats are equally cowardly when it comes to this kind of stuff. They could they could go to a bare bones tomorrow if they wanted to. People are worried about the Trump gutting the Department of Education. Good. We went from being one of the most highly educated countries DOE.
Right. No, I agree.
To like the 40th.
I totally agree with you. The question is, though, still, is it like just because something's shitty, like, is it illegal? Like,
yeah.
Again, there's a greater context. As I started to say, I was happy to get into it to this debate. Part of the things I thought I would talk about is like, I don't like the spirit of what Trump said, just like I didn't like it before, and when you didn't like it before when he said about like the Constitution. But there is something that you have to think about what he's saying. Like, hypothetically, if there is something that is blatantly corrupt and against the spirit of what America is, but it goes through and you disobey an order to help fight back against that, is that against the law? Well, it depends on what you mean by the law. In the most literal sense of it, whoever wins will determine what the law is and whether you should be held accountable. For example, the founding fathers broke Britain's laws by revolting, but they won. So in essence, they were above the law, correct? Because they were on the winning side. So in the case of when Trump says that about the Constitution, if it came out that, yes, there literally was cheating to steal the 2020 election, would Trump being like, listen, yes, the Constitution says you have to have the electors in by this time, blah, blah, blah. Can we say, but no, that doesn't apply when there's brutal cheating? That, to me, is what he was saying. Yeah. You could ask yourself, like, other things, like, would we say it would, and I'm not going to give all of my game away talking about this to Conor tomorrow night, but if there was a treason, if you thought that the president ordered the nuking of an American city, and even if you thought that that could be proven through law that it was okay because there was a virus there and it was necessary to protect us all, should you be court-martialed and jailed if you refused to carry out that order? Are you above the law because you tried to? Now, I'm not saying that's what Trump's saying, but
no.
The way that Conor and all these people are making it sound like it's a simple yes or no question. Well, it's not really. It's not. And that's what Thomas Jefferson talked about. That's why Thomas Jefferson brought this up. And before people are like, well, Thomas Jefferson wasn't Trump. No, he was worse. He said there should be a revolution every 20 years.
Donald Trump is a modern day Andrew Jackson.
Yeah,
think about it. His actual favorite president is unironically Andrew Jackson. My favorite one happens to be the same. Andrew Jackson.
So it's going to happen.
Killed the banks.
He destroyed the banks. He also oversaw the Trail of Tears, but that was a congressional act, not a executive order. Anyway, Andrew Jackson has a famous quote. Someone said, well, you're going against the Supreme Court. And he said, cool, let's see them enforce that law. Let's see them enforce that decision.
Yeah, I agree.
Donald Trump has that kind of energy. This is him putting out a shitty tweet. And I'll admit, it looks shitty. Okay, whatever, cool. What I care about is policies. And what I care about is what he is doing that is breaking, quote unquote, the law. How egregious is it? Is it invading a foreign country egregious?
Right.
Well, no. Are we killing American citizens abroad? No. We're not funding someone's pet project. Who cares? In the grand scheme of the world, in breaking the law, what Trump is currently saving the American taxpayer money. Oh my God, the sin. And a Burkean conservative, which is what Conor claims to be, is a progressive. It is a progressive that instead of forcing the change, just waits for the change to happen and doesn't fight against it. That's what a Burkean conservative is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell could be considered a Burkean conservative. Now slow down, Democrats. Not so fast. We're not holding a revolution here. That's Conor. Okay.
Yeah, well, no, Conor's worse than that. Conor's a shithead shill. He's a grifter. Well, he took money.
He's unprincipled.
Right. That's the key. Yeah. Right. He doesn't like Trump. Fair enough. That's no problem. Not liking Trump or thinking Trump's shitty doesn't make you a shitty person. Doesn't make you a grifter. Right. It doesn't even, if you're a Republican, you feel that way. That doesn't mean that you're not conservative or anything. I don't think any of that. In fact, I think you can make a solid case with fiscal conservatives. Maybe they hate Trump. based on his spending in his first term.
Oh,
I
and
don't
they
have
should.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. It's one of my big criticisms. The
Yeah.
problem with Conor is that he doesn't like Trump, and so he's like, well, then I'll just totally shill for the other side that I've spent all this time saying I don't like. That's
Yeah.
diametrically opposed to me, right? And
Well-
like, he doesn't understand, like, his defense when I'm like, look, man, you took money from the side that was corrupt going after Trump, and he's like, yeah, no one talked about that corruption more than me. Right? So he's like, I've called out the corruption, and yet you took money from them to help them win.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? Like, he doesn't get it. Like, that's like if I was like, wow, I think Destiny's like the shittiest guy in the world and blah, 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 blah. You know, this is unforgivable. Anyways, tune in this weekend when me and Destiny's new show that he's paid me $10,000 a month to do with him will start. Like, wouldn't you be like, geez, it seems like if you think he's corrupt and you're still taking his money and working with him, that's worse than if you just never mentioned whether he was corrupt or not.
Yeah.
And that's my position with Conor. In general, though, my position with the other people is they have no problem with the corruption when it was directed at Trump, and it was way worse than what they're accusing Trump of doing now. And yet they demand that you condemn or you don't really give a shit about corruption, and I'm done playing the game. I don't give a fuck.
No. What you did tonight was one of the most base things. I've been waiting for you to do this because you've been working your way up to it. You are to the point where fuck Wick, even fuck Destiny. You don't need them anymore. Destiny is a competent debater. Okay. He's more than competent. He's actually pretty good at it. Okay. He needs someone to push against him. He needs you. His debates are dull without someone with competency. Now, once his moral bullshit is all done, and he's trying to repair his online career, he's gonna come back and he's gonna be like, hey man, you know, I've got this going on and I'd really like to talk to you about it. You know, would you like to debate on it? You know, and if you make that decision to yes or no, I don't know. That's a you decision. I don't, you know, I'm not pro or against anything, to be honest. Personally, I think what he did was shitty, but all at the same time, it's none of my business. I don't work with him. I don't associate with him, so it doesn't harm me in any way. People like Pisco are definitely going to suffer, even though he has launched his own channel, but and everything, and it seems to be doing well. And he did a decent showing at Modern Day Debate where AJW kind of pointed out every shitty thing that he does in debates. And when you watch a debate, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I gotta check. I was kind of shocked because I started to watch. Maybe it was 15 minutes in, so I probably missed opening statements. But what shocked me was, and again, I'm not saying I've swore a lot tonight, but my impression of Pisco there would be like, you know, in this fucking every fucking thing that Trump does, it's fucking ruining this fucking country, and I'm just like, wow, man.
Yeah.
Like
It's
normally
performative.
an in-person debate, believe it or not, in my experience, it's more relaxed, right?
Yeah.
Because there is the old Mike Tyson, right? Like,
yeah.
Well, now that's maybe he said it. The one I'm thinking of. Everybody has a plan until they get punched. But like when you're in the room with someone, there's especially men, it tends to be like a little. Doesn't mean you can't get heated, but to start off with that intensity, I was like, wow. And I've told Pisco this before. I was like, I think that the problem with you is that he tries to act too much like Destiny.
Well,
that's what I think.
Now he has cranked the Destiny meter up to 12 right now. He is trying to replace Destiny, which Pisco's not dumb. He's just not he doesn't have the charisma, and for all of his education, he's dumb. He's dumb. He's dumber than Destiny, at least. Destiny with no real education, no real formal education, can think circles around him philosophically wise and things like that. Pisco is better at if you want to strategize how to say things. He's actually not bad at that. He's actually really good at that. Problem is he can't follow his own advice. He has to go out on the Spurg train every time he does something because he's trying to one up someone trying to get clout that way. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that he was doing with AJW is he was trying to bully him into, you know, admit this, blah, 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 you know, the same shit he does on every debate. And it just made him look foolish because the whole time he's like, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
And that's like one of the things Pisco does, and to your own audience, it sounds good. And I'd be lying if I said that sometimes Andrew doesn't do this as well, is hyper focus on like a word. And sometimes it matters, right? Like, for example, if you're like the word treason or the word insurrection, clearly that matters, right? Mm-hmm. But it'll be like I saw an exchange with Pisco that like, it's just mind blowing. And it was with potentially criminal. Sean, is that his first name?
Yeah.
I've interviewed him several times. He's good. I like him. Good guy. And potentially criminal was just like, Pisco doesn't even have a problem really with them lying on a FISA warrant. Where's the lie? Where's the dishonesty? Where was the lie? Where's the lie on the warrant?
Yeah.
And potentially criminals like, well, how about Kevin Clinesmith that pled guilty to changing, this email that said, Carter Page did work with the CIA to no, he didn't. That wasn't specifically on the warrant. That was the information that went into formulating the warrant.
Fruit of the poison tree, much.
Okay.
I mean,
right? Like, and it's like,
normally
and
would say
Pisco's like, oh,
fruit of
like
the
that's
poison
some
tree
sick
immediately.
burn. That wasn't on the warrant. That was just in the warrant that he never communicated. Like, it's like, what? Like, and it's shit like that. And he thinks that was a fucking, like a big burn. And it's like shit like that it'll be like, you're like, okay, man. And then when it comes down to brass tacks, like he'll just be blatant. Like the game with all of them is, yes, there are a lot of crimes that require mens rea and require knowing someone's thoughts, right? And it's easy to always say, well, it would be impossible to really know what's in someone's head. And so you could get out, you could play the defense attorney with like, well, we don't know what Hillary Clinton was thinking. We don't know what Joe Biden's thinking. And that's technically true, right until it comes up to Trump. And then it's, well, we know exactly what Trump's thinking. If he would just take that stance across the board, fair enough.
But the problem with the mens rea thing is there are very, very few crimes that require mens rea in order to be established. It's very rare. So it's just one of those things that Pisco preys on the non-esquired, if you will, because he always talks about mens rea, and if you pull him aside and say, is mens rea even a portion of this, he's expecting you not to know, and so he's going to go, no, but, I got you on stream,
Let me ask you this. This is totally changing the subject. I don't give a shit, but I don't know who this Audacity guy is. He was the not conservative on that panel. That was okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Like he's throwing around DMs now of me in the room with setting up this debate. I didn't say anything. I'll bring him up on stream right now, but like
he's trying to show
Gersh,
the
thanks for the
inside
raid,
scoop.
man. Thank you, Gersh. Appreciate it.
Yeah. He's trying to show the inside scoop and stuff to try to get clout off of him being there during you standing up for what you believe in. I don't get it. I think it is sad. Some of the things that people will stoop to in order to get clout or try to get clout, it's ridiculous. The Sansol being one of them. Sansol, he's dunking on me. Oh, hey, did you know, Rob, that my family just doesn't love me? Oh my goodness,
is that true?
I mean, I could ask my wife or my son.
This is Sparky, my friend Aircraft Sparky. You guys,
yeah. So I find it hilarious. But what I do know about him is that he is a chronic pot smoker who works as a substitute teacher who would probably not qualify to be a substitute teacher if it came out what his lifestyle was, things like that. And that's why, each time should I start talking about your family? Because I mean, I can find it as information's not hard to find. I'm not that guy normally, but I'll play the game.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to get dirty, I'll get really dirty, and not only will I do that, I'll ruin your career while.
Well, I just don't like.
If I have to go through the trouble, I'm going to get some.
I just
like,
it
that's
just
why-
seems
that's
hot.
why-
Like for me, I don't mind the fat fuck. You're diabetic, whatever.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I don't
like
care. I don't
Connor's
care
wife
about
was
that.
talking shit to me the other day. She was like, said I was gargling Trump's balls, and I have a limp small dick. That's cool.
Oh,
I
does
don't mind.
does she want to be included in everything? Because I mean,
well, that's what I told her, and then so I started pushing back on her, and for me, that's all fine. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, oh, you're talking about my dick, huh? What's up with that?
Mm.
Just shit like that. And then she comes out with like, well, do you have a wife and kids? And I'm like, well, yeah, but why? Why do you want to bring them into it? I was like, I'll remind you, I never brought Connor's family into shit. And other than to say, I thought he seemed like a good husband and father. But go ahead.
Yeah.
And that's like with Sansal's comments to you. Okay, he wants to call you fat, whatever. But it's like, your fucking family hates you and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, dude, whatever. Seems, I mean, it's not like he sent could be worse. They didn't put a picture of them up or use their name or any of that shit. But still, you're like, wow, that seems to be pretty hot. Coming in there pretty hot, Sansal.
Well, I almost bought a billboard outside of Joe Lewis's school that he works at, with a picture of him with quotes of things from his stream, just to prove a point. And he backed off real quick when I told him I'll do that.
Well, I think
spiteful.
that's a bit much. I think that's a little far.
No, I think that I think once you cross a certain threshold, okay, now I'll play for real. I play for reals. I don't play for funds.
All right.
Normally.
Now listen,
But-
Tom. Okay, I've got to finish up because I told Tom
Yeah.
Fuller he wants to argue with me about something. So
Oh God.
that'll be fun.
Yeah. No. Look. Don't feel bad about and look. Just when there's going to be a lot of drama shit about it. Pisco's already, he's going to write a newsletter about it. Just sign up to a Substack and everything. You'll get the inside dish instead of actually talking to you because you're still on Destiny's blacklist, and if he talks to you, he's going to be excommunicado.
All right, man. Hey, we'll talk soon, though.
Yeah, man. You take care and keep up the great work. Keep making them cry. Make fun of Tom's penis. I hear it's like a tuna can.
Chode, real chode here, huh? All right, man. We'll see you.
All right, brother. Later.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Tom.
What's up, Rob?
Not much. I saw your shitty tweet at me, quote tweeting me that what was it? Something to the effect of like, I'm kissing Trump's ass because I didn't clutch my pearls about his mean tweet. Something
I
like
said that. So I was told that you were defending it. Now I just read. Yeah, I just read your last tweet. So I guess I was mistaken on it because your tweet said something like, "Oh, Trump made a tweet, so now he's going to break the law." So to me, I'm saying, "Oh, so he doesn't think that this tweet implies that he's going to break the law." So I said, "Oh, Trump can tweet out, oh, you can have sex with women while they're asleep because they might be consenting in their dreams." Rob will reply, "Just because he tweeted this out doesn't mean he's going to rape somebody. He just justified raping people. That's all." So yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I could get into a long-winded argument as to all the lawfare and corruption I saw against Trump, Trump associates, Trump allies, etc. Right? But to me, it's a real simple one. The FISA warrants against Trump. Chris Wray admitted 2 of them were illegal. I'm uninterested that someone that can't clear that minimal bar, that's been a streamer posting about politics for a long time on social media, of discussing Trump's mean tweet and how that could lead to corruption, if they were unwilling to call out that level of corruption, which is objectively worse. So the first question I'll ask you is, would you agree that Trump's tweet is objectively not as bad as the FBI illegally spying on a president's team?
Yeah, of course.
So did you ever post anything, do any videos criticizing, calling out the illegal use of FISA warrants to spy on Trump's team?
I mean, even just recently, we went over. I didn't cover the Russia stuff at the time, so yeah, just recently I went over the stuff and went over the fact that there were, I think, 2 out of the 4 FISA warrants were illegal. And
so what do you think about that? There's really been no accountability for it, right?
It doesn't seem as though, no. So it looked like the Congress had like looked into whether or not they were going to press charges, and they chose not to for some reason. Christopher Wray was the was one of the attorneys, I believe, that was responsible for not or for the changing the emails on the FISA warrant, and I don't know why they did it. I don't have because they haven't done investigations. I don't even understand what the fuck was going through that guy's head doing that shit.
But which guy? I mean, if I could just real quick, if I could just
changing the emails to lie on,
but
what,
that's not the only
actually
reason
happened.
Right? Okay, but beyond that, James Comey himself admitted had he known what he knows now, he wouldn't have signed any of them. And you understand that the IG Horowitz said that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was they never even attempted to get verification from the primary subsource one, who was suspected Russian spy Igor Danchenko, the actual Russia collusion that did occur, Hillary's team talking to a suspected Russian spy. And so they got the first 2 warrants without that. And then they finally contact Igor Danchenko before the 3rd warrant, and they say, hey, this is what we're hearing from Christopher Steele. What have you got to say? And they talked to him, and then the FBI told the FISA court, we talked to him and we believe he was telling the truth. You know what they left out? What he basically told them was, oh, well, that was just all rumors and beer talk. I can't confirm any of this.
Well,
they left that part. They left that part out.
He didn't even say that. Hold on. Literally, his document, the Steele report, literally says at the beginning of it that these are all unverified claims. And
but
that,
it's one thing. It's one thing to say I haven't been able to verify it, right? Because let's say you tell me, Rob, I got the fucking gold Charizard card. It's worth $1 million, and I file. I submit to a newspaper. Hey, I can't verify this, but that's one level of this is an unverified claim. A second level is, oh, then we went and talked to Tom, and he said, yeah, actually, that's bullshit. And you don't tell the FISA court, I already said it was unverified. You see the difference? That's why the IG, even when he did, it's amazing. If you go back and you watch his 4-hour congressional testimony where he's like, because they're talking about Kevin Clinesmith. They didn't even use his name yet. He's like, we did recommend one person for prosecution. That's Kevin Clinesmith. But he's like, that's not the most shocking part. The most shocking part is that they talked to the primary subsource who basically said, yeah, this is all just rumors. I don't know any of this to be true. And they said, yep, we talked to him and we believe what he said. So the impression the FISA court got was, oh, they did verify this. They went to this guy, said, can you verify this? And they said, yep, he told the truth. That's fucked up. That happened. Everybody that's remotely looked into this knows it, in addition to the Kevin Clinesmith shit. And I haven't heard fucking anyone. I haven't heard anyone. I'm glad you looked into. I'll take your word for it, though. At this point, maybe I should stop taking people's word for shit. But I'll take your word for it. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I've never seen you Photoshop something like that or anything. So, but you understand, from my perspective, how that's difficult a difficult pill to swallow. We lived through that. We saw that. If Trump, just be honest with me. If you were to find out that Trump contacts China or Russia, a spy from one of those places, and he concocts this plan to get a dossier made where it's fucking all this innuendo about his political opponents, Chuck Schumer and fucking Pete Buttigieg and, Kamala, whoever he thinks might run against him. And then his FBI uses that, never verifies it, uses it to get a FISA warrant. Your head would fucking explode, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure.
That happened. And there's no repercussions. And now the same people that have been like Pisco said, well, it's regrettable. That's what he said. It's regrettable. Yeah, they got rid of Comey. What do you want him to do? Clinesmith's not there. That's fine. It's regrettable. I'm supposed to listen to him fucking scream about Trump's mean tweet? And now I'm telling you, well, I shouldn't even tell you this, but you've already seen what I said. I don't like Trump's fucking tweet at all. And I certainly think that Trump, there are levels of this shit. There's levels of violating the Constitution. Ignoring a restraining order for 10 days is one thing. Spying on your fucking opponents using Russian disinformation that wasn't verified, that's a whole nother level. Extrajudicially killing an American, that would be something fucked up, right? So there's clearly, everyone would agree there's levels of it. I don't particularly think that what Trump's accused of doing right now is insanely unforgivable or anything like that. But it could become that. It could. And I would call it out. If I see it getting like so fucked up that it's like beyond the pale, like getting FISA warrants that they know is bullshit to spy against their opponents, I would absolutely call that out. But if Pisco or Conor or any of those people in that panel today are like, Rob, you have to call this out, I'm going to say, go fuck yourself. I don't owe you anything.
I guess, like, I understand the principle. I do. But I also know that, like, when you ask me, like, hey, Tom, like, you didn't like, how do you feel about Biden pardoning his son? I didn't say, like, well, before I can answer that, do you have any tweets that condemn Trump for pardoning his family members or all of his friends and giving all of these, deeds to them? But
you could well have said
I
that.
could have,
Many
but I'm
Democrats
saying, like,
did. But the difference is that you could clearly see that our narrative was controlled by one side. And they are desperately trying to control the narrative again. And I have no interest in giving them that benefit of the doubt. None. So you have every right to say, unless you show me that you are willing to call out corruption on your side, I'm not going to have a conversation with corrupt. You absolutely have that right to do that. The problem is me and you are piss ants in the grand scheme of things, right? And so when our national media hyperventilates everything about Trump, and how much do you really know about that FISA warrant shit? Probably not much, right? And yet, you probably follow the news more than the average person. Do you ever wonder why? And yet you'll know almost everything about the temporary restraining order and Doge this and Trump's mean tweet that. Do you ever wonder why? It's because the people that are actually controlling the narrative, at least historically, things are starting to change a little now, but they were overwhelmingly interested in pushing one side. They did not give a fuck about corruption. And I'm not going to go back to that world. I've dealt with it. You have to understand from my perspective, how many panels do you think I've been on? How many fucking debates do you think I've done since like 2019? Almost all of them are ran by left-wingers. Almost all of the topics are shit that they want to talk about. And so when I'm debating these people over and over, and they're like,
I don't agree with that.
Well, right. You don't agree with that?
I don't think that that's true. No, I like you and I had a conversation the last time we had a conversation where we were talking about the fake elector scheme, and I felt like that was something that just was not covered whatsoever.
Oh
yeah, but after poker, you and I had we had a long conversation.
That's
I felt like it
absurd.
wasn't covered at all. And then on top of that, you and I, while we were there, I said, like, there were numerous laws that he broke, and you said, name one law that he broke, and I thought, really? And so we went over two different laws that he broke in in Georgia law by getting the electors to pretend to be officers of the law. And
There's
I'm
a
thinking,
question.
like,
My question is whether or not
something
that is
nobody ever covered.
That's not
nobody
true.
ever talked
So-
about this.
so
and
here's
it
the
was
thing.
it was just kind of left.
That's not true, right? And I could articulate why. How many debates do you think that I had on that?
I have no idea.
Had a 5-hour debate with Destiny about electors on January 6th. Had hours of debates with Pisco, hours of debates with Destiny. I talked about the elector shit all the time. In fact, if we run back the story, right? I had a 5-hour debate with January 6th with Destiny, right? I say the next day or that night, I don't know which it was, I was like, that's it, man. Because the left going into this election, all you guys wanted to talk about was January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th. I understood why strategically you couldn't run on the human vegetables failed fucking policies or Kamala Harris's record or her fucking strategy going forward. So you had to make it about corruption. Let me finish, right?
As you said, we're ants in
You
the
might
grand
say
scheme,
the
but
media. The media,
didn't
there
cover
were
it.
certainly those in the media that tried to push. They focused more on the January 6th shit. But they did. There were those that talked about the electors, but I agree they didn't as much as January 6th, which, by the way, if you're a propagandist media outlet that's trying to harm Trump, actually, the electors was more concerning to me than January 6th.
Oh yeah. By a long shot. January 6th was just like a microcosm of the fake elector scheme. So it was just it was just part
I don't
of it.
draw that.
Well, because
exact
Trump
line.
kept saying that. I am saying because they kept saying that the governors weren't going to do their part, the congressmen weren't doing their part, Pence wasn't doing his part. They were letting the country down. They were letting everybody down to where all of these people, when they're charging the Capitol, they're chanting things like "Hang Mike Pence" and "Stop the Steal" because they believe that now Mike Pence and all of these congressmen, even Republicans, are in on it because of a lot of the rhetoric that was around them not helping with the fake electors.
It had nothing to do with the fake electors. The average person didn't know. So you're telling me that the average person didn't know about fake electors on the news, but all the January 6th people did. No, the reality is the majority of the people January 6th just thought there was corruption, and there were people like Kemp in Georgia that were refusing to investigate it. They didn't know that the
No, he
mechanism
just gave
that
like
people,
a 3-hour speech about it right before.
but
Like
that
he
most
just gave
people
like a
that was
3-hour
not.
speech about it.
Most people were just like, "There's corruption. They won't allow us to investigate it," including some Republicans.
Sure.
That's what, if you were there with a microphone January 6th, that's the vast majority. Sure, there would have been some people that would have said, oh, electors, blah, 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 but that was the vast majority of what was going on. There's more going on January 6th. I'm not going to relitigate with you, but I'm sure we'll find out that there's far more to that story. Or if we ever get to the truth, we'd find out that there's far more, which I'm sure that you would fucking shill for once we find out that actually they wanted it to become a riot. Nonetheless, point I'm trying to make is I did all of these debates on this shit, and then as soon as I finished the debate, who's in my chat saying, hey, Rob, I'd like to debate you on January 6th? You! That's who was there. It's so ironic. Over and over and over, I acquiesce to the topics other people want to talk
Wait,
to.
me?
Yes, you. And I was like, Tom, no. Do you think you're better at this topic than Destiny? I've debated this over and over. I just did a 5-hour debate.
Hold on. I just to be clear, I literally, because you did talk about it the next day, saying that, like, obviously I don't know the law better than Pisco or anything. I literally sent you a DM and said, I don't want to talk about the law as much. I'm wanting to talk about the semantics.
But this was
and, like,
after I was already telling.
It
was after I was already telling my channel, I'm done with the January 6th stuff. Right? It
sure.
But imagine that people want to say, hey, Rob, were you interested in talking about...
Just real quick, because it's important. That I was just in your chat just talking, and then your chat started saying, debate Rob on January 6th, debate Rob on January 6th. And then they said, Rob, debate Tom on January 6th. You said, no, I'm not, I'm done debating January 6th because Tom's not going to know the law better than Pisco. So that's when I just sent you a DM and just said, hey, I'm
not criticizing you for sending the DM. I'm not criticizing you for asking. All I'm saying is, from my position, it would be like this. If 500 people were like, Rob, we want to talk to you about racist on the right wing. And I'm like, okay. Rob, we want to talk to you about racist on the right wing. Okay. How many times am I obligated to do that, particularly in an election season?
Sure.
How many times? Like, how many debates when you do? 40 hours? 50 hours? 60 hours? How many opponents? 5? 6? How many panels do I have to go on where it's me versus the entire panel? Then we play poker.
Of course, bro.
Which becomes...
Let's
finish.
I've literally had 100 debates on January 6th.
Cool.
Literally.
Right, I'm sure you did. The left love doing it. That's what I'm saying. Right? So, then we do poker, which is... I'm shocked to find it was all lefties. I didn't give a shit. Will we start talking about alternate electors, January 6th type shit? Which I don't give a fuck, but it's kind of humorous. That's the shit that I deal with constantly. In my space that I operate in, because the majority of people that run these sorts of things are left-wing, I talk about what they want to talk about. In fact, as far as I know, the only time that Russiagate was a potential fucking on a panel was on Danabo's panel I did like 3 years ago with Demon Mama and some other people. And in the little chat, in the DMs before we went on, Danabo's like, actually, the people have decided they don't want to talk about Russiagate. We're going to talk about abortion instead. That's the shit I deal with. I constantly deal in a space that is mirrored in the actual space that matters in our global media, you know, where the left dominates the topics of discussion. Oh, did you hear about Ted Cruz? You know how many panels I did on Ted Cruz? Ted Cruz, while there was a blizzard in Texas, he went to Cancun. And so I would be like, okay, I guess that's not good, but he didn't tell the people they couldn't leave. Now compare that to my governor, Tom Wolf, who's a Democrat, who said that we had to stay locked down and then violated his own order. That's not the topic, Rob. That's whataboutism. You see? You're starting to see my frustration? So for 8 years, when all this shit was going on, FISA abuse, the lawfare against Trump, etc., no one wanted to talk about it. It was a lie. It was a conspiracy. It was a myth. And then by the time it's proven, people go, well, it was a long time ago. That one guy was crazy. Anyways, moving on. What about Trump's mean tweet? Fuck him. I'm not dealing with it. I'm not. I gave them the people that have engaged in good faith. I'm more than happy to talk to. That's why I was excited to talk to this guy today, this Soypill guy. And what happened was I made it quite clear that that was my stance. If you followed what I was saying on X, if you could show me that you criticize corruption against Trump in some way, I'll happily give my honest thoughts. Happily. This Soypill guy, after like 8 people were like, oh, you're running. He was like, here. Shows me a clip, which I now know is Photoshopped. I was so excited. I even told my wife, I'm like, man, it's so fucking nice to talk to someone that I actually believe really cares about corruption. And I was like, yeah, I'm with him. I think this Trump tweet was shitty. You know, I was like, it's more complicated than just yes, no. But I could understand being pissed about it. I don't like it at all. And then that shit happens on the panel.
Yep.
So why would I? So
Yeah,
what's
no,
the lesson? What's the lesson I've learned? You know, and Whick.
It was bullshit. The guy was obviously that was dumb as fuck.
Well, and here's the thing. I think I
even
was a
the
little
analogy that like Wick tried giving afterwards to like the Destiny thing was not really analogous
I may have
in the
used
way
Destiny
he was
same for-
trying to make it. So
I will, but it's one of the only times like people insulting me and shit. I'll raise my voice and I'll yell, but I almost never am really angry. It wasn't that I was angry; it was that I was disappointed because I was so looking forward to this. And I even told my audience before the debate because I was supposed to debate Conor at 8. And I was like, listen, if you got kids watching, the 6 o'clock debate's going to be fine. It's going to be like a calm, rational discussion. We're going to get into shit. I was like, I don't know what Staxium Steak is, but I'm willing to have a good conversation with Soypill. I was like, I'm probably going to fucking yell at Conor, but, you know, there'll be more profanity is what I said. And so then we get in there, and then for this guy to smugly be like, ugh, I will admit that I probably could have handled the immediate aftermath of that a little better. But if having thought about it longer, I think I ultimately came to the right answer. I'll mute him and stay on the panel. And I'll
true.
And that's it. And if that doesn't work for Wick, I can understand him being like, well, then we're gonna have to let you go because it's almost impossible.
No,
to work
I
the
understand you leaving. I understand you leaving because once you have even if I don't agree with the stipulations, because like I said, like I don't ever set those stipulations, and I do feel like not you specifically, but conservatives in general. Lots of times, if I try to have any argument with them, there's always some sort of whataboutism that I end up arguing with them instead, to where I never get to the point that I actually want to argue on. It always goes to that thing.
What's the types of arguments?
Once you've already set that. Once you've already set that stipulation, like if you're already arguing with him at that point, obviously it makes sense for you to leave because you did set the stipulation and he lied about it. But the types of arguments are almost anything. Like if I want to talk about the fake elector scheme, for example, that's one thing to where lots of times it immediately goes to whether or not the election was stolen from Donald Trump in 2020 and whether or not like all of these different things with ballots or this Instagram post or this Facebook meme or like this thing, and it's all of this Rudy Giuliani read off all of this stuff. And
well, I will say that it's certainly
germane.
The fake electors. The idea of regardless if you think it would still be technically illegal in your estimation, if you could get in a time or a crystal ball and you could see that the election obviously was stolen, that has impact on the fake electors stuff, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So you could understand someone who truly believes that the election was stolen. If you're like, I want to talk about the fake electors, that they're probably going to say, but the election was stolen. Now, I didn't say that when we talked about it, right? You understand that. So I'm not saying this is what I would say. But if I'm talking to someone that truly believes that the election was stolen, their conversation on fake electors is going to be, but the election was stolen. And so you're going to be forced to argue, well, no, it wasn't. I don't think that's necessarily them being unethical or anything. You might be like, you're a fucking idiot. It wasn't stolen.
No, I don't think it's unethical.
But that's what I'm saying.
So no, I don't think it's
that's not a
unethical,
whataboutism because it's germane to the topic. You see what I mean? That's different than a whataboutism would be, well, okay, fake electors, but it's okay because Democrats want fake electors. So it's okay.
Right. Well, that is, yes, it ends up being like the justification for him to do it, to where they're like, I don't know if he did it, but even if he did, I don't care because the election had already been stolen from him before that. And to where, yes, like I end up having to argue this thing to where I never get to like argue that thing. And even by the time every single time they say the election was stolen from Trump, how do you not know this? Obviously it was.
Well, but I mean, I understand your
5 hours of it. It ends at, well, okay, I'm not saying it definitely was. I'm just saying it's like curious, right? Like it's a little suspicious. I'm like, yes, it's suspicious. Sure. Can we go back to like what? But it's 5 hours later. I don't want to go back to it now.
Yeah, I get the frustration. I do, and I like it's shit. Like it's the exact opposite for me. Right? Where I'll be like, let's talk about the FISA warrants. But Trump is guilty. He's shitty. Right, but even if that's the case, you can't get illegal FISA warrants. Yeah, but he's the scummiest. And you're like, I get it. Like how that's germane to their argument. So I understand what you're saying. But nonetheless, I think that it's overwhelming on this space with the people that we've dealt with that it has a left-wing tinge to it. And for me, it's like, there's certain things that have happened that like my favorite person to debate was Pisco, because I think we match each other's energy when we feel like it, and I enjoy getting deep into the weeds on a certain subject. But for me, the end of the most disappointing thing with Pisco was this Jamaal Bowman thing, which no one gives a fuck, and I understand why. Who gives a fuck about Jamaal Bowman pulling a fire alarm? Like, yeah, it's stupid. It's the smallest thing. But that's what made it all the more disappointing with me and Pisco, because, not to spare you, and you don't have to believe me, you could say, yeah, whatever, maybe Rob's full of shit. But Pisco had been arguing with his audience online and on Twitter, and he was like, clearly he meant for that alarm to go off. And as things were unfolding, and then me and him had a couple discussions about it and making fun of him. It wasn't that big of a deal. And then he brought it back up to me on X. I'll never forget, I was at the Paw Patrol movie with my son, and I come out, my phone's blowing up because Pisco messaged me on X and was basically like, well, Jamaal Bowman shit, which I hadn't talked about for weeks. And literally that day they released the video, which didn't look good for Pisco's side. Ultimately, when I got to talk to him about it, I was like, look, the only thing that I really want to talk about is how this is a double standard. And you said that lying to law enforcement's a huge deal, right? Something that we should prosecute. Yep. Because that's why you wanted Papadopoulos, and that's why you wanted Roger Stone and Mike Flynn. Yep. Okay, well, you in your own words said that clearly Bowman intended for an alarm to go off, right? Yep. Okay, well, here's the law enforcement transcript. When he was asked specifically, did you intend for the alarm to go off? He said, for an alarm to go off. He said no. So he lied to law enforcement. He should be charged, right? And I shit you not, Pisco's like, well, what I think he meant there was the alarm that was right there, he did intend to go off, but he didn't know that it would go off the whole way through the building. And I was like, so what you're saying is, in a nutshell, when he said he didn't intend for an alarm to go off, what he really meant was he did intend for an alarm to go off. Yep. Now, why would I ever debate that again? Do you understand my frustration? Again, you don't have to agree that's what happened, because that's unfair. You don't know. But at that level, it's like, well,
I was gonna say there's like ways that would make sense, but I honestly I don't even know that like I don't even know about that. I don't even there's circumstances, but the problem is that I was gonna say I don't even know about this situation. I just looked it up. It was from 2023. You guys just recently argued about this?
Oh fuck no! This was back in 2023.
Oh.
But the point is, things happen. It's like this Soypill. I bring it up because of this Soypill guy today, where it's like, what? Why would I discuss anything with this guy ever again? Right? Where it's like, if you're just going to be like, haha, I completely lied. It's like, okay, then I have nothing to say. Now, Pisco, I think it's more, I'll say this. I don't know shit about the Soypill guy. I've had longer, better interactions with Pisco, so I still talked with him since. But it really is a bummer, because you're like, oh, fuck. Because then that means no matter what you ever prove, if he thinks that conceding would be super bad for his side at that point, he'll just lie. He'll just say, oh, when he says X, he meant Y. And he meant the opposite of X when he said X. And it's like, well, that's it. Like, okay. Like, how would that be if me and you're debating, and you're like, hey, Rob, I think this fucking tweet of Trump's is really shitty, where he says, if you're saving the country, no one, what was the exact tweet? It's like, I'll find it here. He who saves the country violates no laws. And I was like, oh, no. What he meant to say was he who saves the country can violate law. It's like, what? What's the point of having the discussion? So it's just that sort of shit that I get frustrated with. Even you now, even to talk, I feel like I'm violating a principle to even have a conversation about that fucking tweet. Because I know so much of the lawfare against Trump you're totally for. You don't give a fuck.
Well, I don't care about the tweet actually. I actually, that is what I wanted to talk about. So because I thought, so I know like the stuff with the Russiagate stuff. Yeah, I'm willing to give that to you because there's just, it doesn't seem like there's ever information on it when I look it up, and when I try to find like what the fuck is going on with those FBI lawyers, like I never find anything. So I'm totally willing to give that to you. But the other part that you brought up as a piece of lawfare against Trump was the classified documents case. Sure. And I'm wondering, what did you think was lawfare in that?
Would you agree with this, that if there are multiple people committing the same crime at a political level, but there's only selective targeting of one political aisle, that would be lawfare?
Like depending, but like it would look like it, yes.
So, for example, the classified documents case, we know when it came to the classified documents that Joe Biden had classified documents, Hillary Clinton's team had classified documents. Were either of them charged?
No,
Why wasn't Biden charged?
because he cooperated and did what they asked and
How did
answered
he
all their
cooperate?
questions and gave the he gave the documents back when they asked for them. He
Who asked?
answered the questions that they asked. Who asked him for the documents?
Yes.
The National Archives.
NARA, National Records Archive. Why did they start immediately? By the way, the guy that ran it was a guy that was like tweeting out #resist. Why did like day one did that guy say immediately he was looking at boxes, Trump was coming out and was skeptical, but they never had that skepticism with Biden, any of these other people?
So with Trump, they had already asked for the documents for a while, and he wasn't giving them
started
back.
day one,
and then
he was complying. He let the FBI in. You are aware that 2 FBI agents said in internal communications they thought it was absurd and political that they were raiding Trump, Mar-a-Lago.
I didn't. I read that they had asked him numerous times to give the records back. That sometimes they said, okay, we'll give them back. Other times they wouldn't answer or call them back. Other times they said, we don't have any classified documents. Then once they raided and got them, they said, is there anything else? They said, no, this is everything. They said, you're sure? They said, yes, okay. And then when they and then after they got another tip that there were more, they had to come back. And then it turns out there were more. And then they arrested the lawyer for lying about whether or not they gave all of them to them. And that, yes, over and over, every time they had communications.
What happens is all of these people, what it happens is that NARA is political, much like all these other groups. They had an axe to grind with Trump, so they immediately said, we demand this, we demand this, we demand this, we demand this. There were serious disputes about what Trump was allowed to keep and what he wasn't. He kept giving access. Eventually, they decided that they were going to the FBI and they were going to raid. They conducted the raid in such a way you would expect, we'll go through some questions. Would you expect that, seeing as how they're raiding a former president's house in an unprecedented action, that they would be very meticulous to make sure that like all the I's were dotted and T's crossed?
You would think so, yeah.
And yet the raid was so expansive that they were actually taking things like souvenir ball bats, napkins, passports, things of that nature. Then, for a show, they laid out documents in a way that they weren't to make it appear that this is how they were and snapped photos of them, which they released to the public. Do you think that the FBI should be doing things like that?
No, some of the stuff with the media was a little confusing because even before they raided, I believe that they went ahead and called the media, and the media was like they're waiting, watching the raid happen, I believe.
Wow, it's weird that when, for the first time that we could think of in history, they're raiding the home of a former president and likely to be frontrunner for candidate for president again, and the FBI under the person that would be his opponent, Joe Biden, is basically making a big media circus out of it. But it doesn't seem political at all, right?
No, I hold on. The way that they handle things can seem as though they are making a show out of it. But the difference between Biden, Hillary, and Trump, and even Obama, like the difference is something that I do think is worth charging him over and not them, because it does seem to be a pretty common thing that a lot of people take things that they're not supposed to take. And even the National Archives said, oh, normally with this stuff with like some of these other people, we normally wouldn't care about this. But because Trump is like making all of this difficult, this may turn into some sort of legal action in the future if he still refuses to help. And so we're going to have to do more in-depth investigations into all of these people because Trump is doing this.
Okay, so let's ask ourselves this. Let's say NARA never asked, but Trump immediately sees and knows that he has material that he's supposed to turn in. And he doesn't, right? Would you say that he's cooperating?
No.
You would say that that would still be him intentionally hiding this evidence, and he knows that he's supposed to.
Yeah, it would seem that way, depending on like more details.
Well,
but
if you read the Her report into Biden, he knew when he was talking to his ghostwriter in like 2017 that he had classified documents about Afghanistan in his garage. He said it on tape. He never turned them in.
Right.
Instead, his cooperation was as follows. NARA never asked, suspiciously. They only asked about Trump. They never asked about any of this stuff with Biden. He even had documents from when he was a senator. There's not even an argument to be made that he's allowed to have those. So unlike with the president, that there's an argument to be had that he's basically allowed to take what he wants. You might disagree with that, but there's an argument. There's no argument that as a senator. Yet Biden had those documents. He knew he had them. He said on tape that he knew he had them, and he never turned them in. In fact, he only started cooperating after his DOJ went after Trump. And then they realized, oh shit, Biden's committed the same crime that Trump did, so now he'll cooperate. That would be the equivalent.
Well,
of
I literally just said that. I literally just said
right.
that they had to like do more investigations into more people because of the fact that they were having to like press Trump on this, that they were having to get like.
So you previously said Biden cooperated, but you just gave the rationale for why he didn't.
No, wait, what do you mean?
You just said, well, if Trump knew, if Nara never contacted Trump, but Trump knew he had classified documents and still didn't hand them over, that's not him cooperating. And I said, okay, that's exactly what happened with Biden. He knew for years that he had years earlier that he had classified documents. He never cooperated to hand them in. He only did when it was politically expedient.
Not the same thing.
But you just said that's not cooperation.
You said, I didn't know. I thought you were saying if they're asking for them.
I specifically said, and Nara never asked for them.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you said that, I totally missed it. I know. I
so
I
now,
do think that
so
they
now
should. Yes, I do think they should. But that's obviously when we're talking about whether or not somebody like cooperates with somebody. If I know that like a crime happened, but I don't go to the police immediately, obviously nobody's going to say I didn't cooperate because I waited until the police were investigating and knocked on my door. And then every question they asked, I answered all their questions. They would obviously consider that me cooperating with them.
What it'd be the equivalent of this.
Me and you cooperate because he didn't go rat them out.
Me and you rob a store together, right? And then years later, you run for mayor, and I'm running against you, and you become mayor, and I'm running against you, right? And you direct your sheriffs to come raid my house because I stole from this store. And so then once I'm in handcuffs and I'm having trouble running against you, you go, oh, and by the way, I stole too, but now I'm cooperating. That's what happened. Joe Biden only cooperated and they only asked for this shit after he had already gone after, or his administration already went after their political opponent for the same crime. That's what happened. And can you show me in the law where it says, well, if you cooperate, it's okay? Can you show me that?
Well, first off, I don't agree that that's the same because Biden had about 100 documents. Trump had well over 300, maybe over 400, and the documents that he had, one, we know that he was bragging to like a journalist about the fact that he wasn't supposed to have them and that these were top secret. He shouldn't have.
That's not what happened. Can you tell me the exact quote?
I don't remember the exact quote, but
he waved something they didn't see it. He said, I probably shouldn't show you this. It was something equivalent of that, right? Or I'm not supposed to.
Yeah, I think he says I'm not supposed to show anybody.
Biden, her report said that he not only told his ghostwriter who didn't have classified clearance, told him that he had classified stuff. He then proceeded, said, this is probably classified, I shouldn't read it, then read it to him, and then, believe it or not, the statute says this is more of a crime. He physically showed him the material. Let him read it. Unlike Trump didn't do that.
I thought Trump did show it to him.
No, he waved it in the air. He didn't let them read it. He waved it in the air. We don't even know if it actually was classified or if it was just him big manning it. We do know, because he was forced to admit, Biden's ghostwriter, who, by the way, once he found out that there was an investigation, you know what he did? Deleted all of his tapes. Oh, but he didn't get charged with that. That wasn't obstruction, right? But then when he was forced to recover summons, trust me, bro, I recovered them all. Yeah, we could see in the transcript that Biden was basically this is probably classified, I shouldn't read it to you, read it to him, then gave it to him. So actually what Biden did was worse. Now, the next thing you said that was worse with Trump,
report, the worst it isn't. They literally
no, that's not. Her could say what he wants in that specific instance of that defense that you're giving. That's worse.
He is the one who investigated it. So yes,
I don't
of course,
give a
he
shit.
is the one who
I don't give a shit. In this specific incident, you just said Trump showed people. I just gave you an example of Biden showing people worse. Now, the next example that you gave, And by the way, my whole argument is there's a double standard on these investigators. So your answer is going to be like, even though your own logic shows that you're wrong, that it was worse for Biden in this instance than Trump. Yeah, but the investigators said that it wasn't. Right, I'm saying there's a double standard with the investigators. Next, your next argument was, well, the volume of it. Trump had 300, Biden only had 100. That may be true, but the volume's sort of irrelevant. The question would be, is there a potential legal case that could be made that Trump was allowed to have his documents? Yes or no?
There is a legal argument that he could possibly have them if they were declassified.
How about Biden?
Yeah.
Is there a potential legal case for all of his documents?
Probably not. No.
Right, because some of them from when he was a senator. Now, the VP ones would probably still fall under the same declassification shenanigans as the president, but not those Senate ones. So there's no excuse for Biden to have them. And even if you think it's a flimsy excuse for Trump to have them, at least there was a potential legal argument. So now we have, when it comes to the showing...
I don't think there's a problem with any of them actually having them. Like, I think that it's normal for people to take classified documents home, especially
and yet
Trump,
illegal.
because he spent about half of his presidency at Mar-a-Lago. And so it makes sense that, like, when people go on vacations, when they go home, when they're working from home, they lots of times have to take stuff with them, and then maybe they just forget to take them back. But that obviously that's not good. They should take them back, but that's like an understandable thing that seems to be common practice. It's once they are trying to get them back and trying to get them, that they don't seem to arrest people for it. Do you see how
this is going? So if NARA, just hypothetically go with me for a second. Let's say that NARA is politically biased and they're only ever going to ask for documents for Trump, and every day they're going to say, we think he got more. We think he got more. Show us more. Leave us in again. We want more. We think there's more. Show us in. But they never do that to any of the left-wingers. Then you would say, well, the left-wingers could never be charged because if, hypothetically, NARA would ever ask for documents back for them, for all we know, they would give them. So even though they knew they had classified material and weren't allowed, and even though that's against the law, we're not going to charge them. But with Trump, he should have had to cooperate each and every time and make sure that everything was dotted and everything was done perfectly. Now, the other crime that was accused was... Go ahead, you can...
But I don't know that there's so far really, like, none of this seems to be like he's not cooperating. The one thing that you brought up was the recordings that were deleted from the book.
Yes.
But were those deleted like after they started an investigation?
Yes,
then they deleted it,
report.
even though they had the recordings for a long time before?
Correct. Yes, that's exactly what happened. That's what it says in the Her report. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, next, about obstruction of justice. Not only do we have that there, particularly, but that's one of the big things that they say makes Trump guilty, right? He told his assistant, Nada, to move boxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did they get those boxes back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at the investigation in Hillary Clinton, also had classified material, right?
Yes.
Congress subpoenaed it.
Assuming...
Congress lawfully subpoenaed that classified material, correct?
I believe so, yes.
After that occurred, Hillary's team deleted emails that were subpoenaed.
Mm-hmm.
Were those emails ever recovered?
No.
Were they charged with obstruction of justice?
No.
Care to explain?
The same thing. In this case, they didn't actually have like classified documents that the
How do you know?
Needed.
We don't. They never got the. Well, no. Wait a second. It doesn't matter if they're classified or not if they're subpoenaed. All of these emails were subpoenaed.
Sure. No, I agree. I'm just separating like different types of things where, like, obviously in the case of Trump, we do know that these are things that they want and that they say that they need within the archives. Whereas with Hillary, like you said, we don't know. But
no, bullshit. These are things. It doesn't matter if they were classified or not. These was a lawful subpoena. These things were wanted.
That's what I just said. That's what I'm.
Okay,
what I
so
said.
then your distinction
is
just
separating the two.
Your distinction makes no
I'm
material
separating
difference.
No, it does. I'm separating them as far as like the investigations go. But yes, as far as like the subpoena goes, yes, obviously they need them for the subpoena.
Okay, so in one hand, they subpoenaed documents with Trump. They didn't get them when they wanted. They're accused of being moved but not destroyed, but they eventually get them. In Hillary's case, they subpoena them. They are physically destroyed and never recovered. One guy's charged with obstruction of justice. One team's charged with obstruction. The other team isn't. Can you explain why?
No, I cannot explain.
Okay. So then maybe when you're questioning if lawfare occurs or not, maybe you should do a little more digging into this stuff.
Well, sure, but I can come up with like reasonable explanations for these things that
Let's
I
hear
think
it. Go
are
for it. Let's hear one.
with Hillary, but I don't know. So like they find out that they're not supposed to have the emails because that was her excuse, right? I didn't even know that I wasn't allowed to do this. I don't understand technology. I don't understand the shit, right? So that's her excuse, is that she doesn't even know about it. So they find out that they're not supposed to have these. They go ahead and delete it. These get subpoenaed. They tell them after, hey, we already deleted all this shit.
That's not
We're
what
not
happened.
like
That's not what
we
happened.
just got rid of
It's
it.
been admitted by Paul Combetta, the guy that did it, that he. You want me to tell you what he says? This is what he testified to. That he gets the subpoena.
Sure.
Okay, he gets the
Go ahead.
subpoena, right? Gets the subpoena, and then days later he's driving to work. And I'm not making this up. This is what it happened. He said he had a quote, "oh shit" moment, where he remembered that 6 months ago he was told to delete this stuff before the subpoena. And so even though he knew it was subpoenaed and he knew it was against the law to delete it, he got into work and decided to delete it because he was told 6 months ago. That's his excuse.
Wait, you just said before the subpoena. Now you're saying.
Let me re-explain. His excuse is, I forget the month, so let's say it's January. He walks into work one day and they say, "Paul, delete everything." He says, "okay." He goes home, he forgets to delete it. January, February, March, April, May. Now it's June. All of a sudden, the biggest professional incident of his career. He's the tech guy. They contact him. "My God, all the records we have, they've been subpoenaed. You must send them." "Yes, ma'am. I'll do that." He's driving to work. "Okay, got to comply with this subpoena." "Wow, this is crazy. It's a pretty crazy thing for my job to have to comply." "Wait a minute. 6 months ago, I was supposed to delete this shit. Even though I know there's a subpoena, I'll go to work and delete it today."
Oh, he was supposed to delete them before, but he didn't, and so
Correct.
now he's deleting them after they get an order to
Correct.
preserve.
And he knew that there was a subpoena. That's as clear cut of a case of obstruction of justice as you'll ever find. Why wasn't he charged?
Apparently they didn't have enough evidence from.
That's not true.
what
They
I-
have an evidence.
what I'm
They had his
reading is
admission.
that they. Well, from what I'm reading, he claimed pleaded the fifth on everything, but he did admit to deleting them somewhere. It doesn't tell me who he
Huh.
admitted this to.
So you
Do you
come
know
up
who
with
he
any?
admitted it to?
Yeah, the FBI admitted to the FBI. Do you want me to tell you what happened? And then you could say, "Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Sure, go
That's reasonable." What happened was, you see, well, let's sidetrack for a second. Did you ever watch like the First 48 or Law and Order or any shit like that? I love that shit. Did you ever watch any of it?
Not really. No, I can't stand
The
it.
Wire? Did you ever watch The Wire?
Oh, I love The Wire.
I was gonna say, stop talking to me and go watch the fucking Wire. I love The Wire too. So like,
Yeah, I love
you're
The
watching The
Wire.
Wire. This is how like they're going after Avon, right? Everyone watching that's never seen The Wire is gonna be like, "What the fuck are these two talking about?" So they're going after Avon. What's one of the things? This is like Police 101. What you do? You find a dealer that's like on the street, right? You're trying to get Avon Barksdale, but you get the low-level guy that's on the street dealing, like one of the kids, and then you pinch him, and then you turn the screws on him, right?
Right.
You're looking at 10 years. And if you don't tell us who your supplier is, blah, blah, blah. That's how shit's normally done, right? That when they're going after the mob or they go after the low-level people, they squeeze them and then hope that they flip. You would agree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's how they did the Trump investigation, right? They went after Nada. They went after Paul Manafort. They went after low-level people like George Papadopoulos, Carter Page. You agree that's what they did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And they wanted them to flip on Trump.
Right.
The reason that the FBI didn't charge Paul Combetta, you ready for this, is because they gave everyone immunity.
Right.
So they were like, they said, we suspected he was lying, but we were afraid that if we charged him, he'd clam up and plead the fifth. And we didn't just want to arrest a low-level guy. So instead, we gave him immunity. So he comes in and they say, "Okay, Paul, you got immunity. What do you want to say now?" He said, "It was all me. I had an oh shit moment. No one told you to delete anything?" "Nope, just me. I, who have just gotten immunity, I'm the only one who committed the crimes." And they're like, "Well, 2 days before you deleted it, you talked to Hillary's chief advisor, Cheryl Mills. What did you talk about?" He said, "I don't remember." And the FBI said, "Sounds good to us." So while they were going aggressively as possible after Trump.
Just real quick. is the theory that like after they gave him immunity, there's likely some sort of conversation behind the scenes that says, hey, you go ahead and take the fall for this since you already have immunity, and then that way they can't get Clinton for this, and then they're just going to go ahead and there's nothing they can do now because you have immunity and you're the one who did it.
Any sort of theory is irrelevant to the facts that I just gave you. It doesn't matter what I suspect occurred. I suspect that probably he was told to delete this shit after the subpoena and didn't have an oh shit moment. And that Hillary, if you want to hear what I suspect, if you want to hear what, listen, real quick, you asked, I'll give you my theory.
I understand, but I want to make sure you understand why. Because earlier you asked me why he wasn't charged, but now we know that he had immunity. And so I'm asking that because it seems as though you know why he wasn't charged. He already had immunity. And so there. And
I successfully predicted that you would say, then it's okay then, right?
That, well, if somebody has immunity, obviously.
Right. So what the FBI decided to do is the way they're going to get, when they're going after Trump, they'll squeeze low-level people. But when we're going after Hillary, we'll give the low-level people immunity. And then we're shocked when they're like, oh, I did it all myself. That'd be like if they're going after Trump and they're like, all right, Mike Flynn, you have immunity. Now, or Paul Nada, you have immunity. You move these boxes. Here's full immunity. And he's like, okay. Now, what do you know? Yeah, I did it all myself. No one told me shit. But didn't you talk to Trump right before you moved those boxes? I don't remember what I said. Okay, sounds good. Huh, why didn't the FBI do that there? That's strange. Why is it that every single time when it came to Trump, they were as aggressive as possible, but when it comes to his opponents, they're as light as possible? So if you want to know my theory is that it is beyond the pale that Paul Gambetta had an oh shit moment after a subpoena and knowingly committed a felony by violating a subpoena because he was worried his boss would be angry because he didn't delete something 6 months earlier. I would say what's most likely is that he was probably told, probably in that meeting with Cheryl Mills, delete this shit. We don't want them getting this shit. Then when the FBI came at them, the FBI had an implicit agreement that Hillary knew that they weren't going to do shit to Hillary. Why? Because agents that were leading it, like Peter Strzok, wanted a, quote, insurance policy against Donald Trump. So they wouldn't even have to coordinate after the fact. They were just like, don't worry, Paul, you're not going to get in shit. Don't worry, you know you won't. Then they came to Paul and said, yeah, you got immunity. And Paul was like, yeah, I did it all myself then. I'm not getting in any trouble. Thanks so much.
The difference between Gambetta and like Manafort or any of these other people is that those people were pretty sure and had a pretty strong hunch that they were complicit in some sort of crime and in some sort of cover-up. Whereas with this guy, he is just a tech, so it did make sense for them to give him immunity.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? So first off, they already knew that he lied.
You're talking about like actual government operatives versus a fucking tech who works.
That's bullshit. Paul Gambetta had access to more classified information and shit like that than George Papadopoulos would have had access to shit. Yet they threw the fucking book at him, didn't they? Or Carter Page, that they got FISA warrants to spy on. So now your argument is, well, Paul Manafort's high level.
No, those were not the people that we were comparing, though. We were comparing people like Manafort to people like Gambetta.
Okay.
And you're saying they're squeezing Trump's people, but they're not squeezing her people.
Let me dispense. When I'm talking about squeezing people, I'm not talking about Manafort. I'm talking about Papadopoulos and Carter Page. Okay, now what's your excuse now?
I don't have a
right. You don't have a rationale. You'll have to look up and see what the Democrats said why it was okay. That's
wait, but that still aligns with the idea that you're saying they're going softer on people like Gambetta and Carter Page, and I'm saying that like yes, but when it comes to like squeezing people and like actually not giving them immunity, but instead charging them to try to get them to rat on the top.
Okay, first off, that doesn't like I don't. You need to be quiet. I think that I don't know if your bias is so ridiculous that you're twisting yourself in pretzels here, or if you just don't understand what I'm saying. Would you say that Carter Page, Papadopoulos, and Gambetta are on similar scales of small fish?
No.
Okay, who's higher?
Obviously, Carter Page. And
what was Carter Page's role? What were their rules? Go ahead.
I think Carter Page was in the FBI. I think he was an attorney for the FBI.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think they were low-level staffers on Trump's team. There were no
I'm
names.
sorry, I'm getting Carter Page mixed up with somebody else then.
Carter Page, you might... Thank you, Nate G. Carter Page, you might remember... He was the guy that helped the CIA bust Russians that then Kevin Clinesmith, the FBI lawyer, lied about to get a FISA warrant against Trump. That guy?
Okay.
So will you admit that they're similarly low level?
I thought he was the one who, because there was obviously an FBI attorney who wrote the FISA warrant, who changed the emails, and for some reason, Kevin Clines. That's who I'm. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
Carter
who
Page. No, Carter Page is the guy that the FISA warrant was directed at. Low level Trump guy, staffer. Same
That's
with Papadopoulos. So will you agree now that they're all similarly low level?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
In some way, I guess like being a staffer is different than being a tech person
it's
who
different, but
doesn't actually
they're
work for the
small
government.
fish.
But yeah,
They're small fish. Okay. So when it came to Papadopoulos, they threw the book at him. The crime they got him for was lying, which was basically misremembering a date. Right? He got a date wrong. Now the FBI admits that they knew that Paul Gambetta was lying to them, but they didn't charge him. Instead, they gave him immunity, but they gave Papadopoulos jail time. With Carter Page, they never gave jail time, but boy, they tried. They got 4 FISA warrants claiming that he was a spy for Russia to investigate his entire life. They didn't do that to Paul Gambetta. They didn't subpoena his records to see what his communications were when he decided to delete this shit. Why?
I don't know, but again, yeah, I do think that I don't think that they are evenly low level. I think that when we're talking about a tech,
Let's assume they're not. Let's assume the tech guy's a 1 out of 10. Let's assume they're not. This is such a bullshit excuse.
They already have information. No, hold on. They already have information on these people that makes them believe that they are complicit in a crime before they're doing this. Whereas with
Paul
Gambetta, they don't have any information on.
That's absolute bullshit.
What did they have on Gambetta that made them think that?
Did they know that a crime had been?
Did they give him immunity?
Did they know that a crime had been committed when they talked to Gambetta?
Yes, but not that the emails had been deleted. They
did know that. Yes,
they
they exactly knew that, which is why they were talking to Gambetta. They absolutely knew at that point that the crime of deleting the subpoenaed emails had been committed. They also knew that there was only 2 or 3 tech people that possibly could have done it. They also, when they interviewed, they knew that he was acting fishy and said, the agents that interviewed him said they were quite certain he was lying, which is also a crime.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to take your word for it. I might have to refresh on this because this is a long time ago. So yeah, I will take your word for it.
But all of this is it's all just sort of like, well, wait a minute, maybe there's a little level in a little difference in the level of the authority they had, or maybe like it's just all. Anyone who's remotely objectively looking at this could see the bullshit. You can see it.
Well, no, just to be clear, I do think that there was just a lot of weird shit that went on with the
shit.
With the Russiagate, because yeah, like we talked about the fact that none of the people who wrote the illegal FISA warrants, none of them were charged or arrested. The fact that there were a bunch of people who were giving like the whole like tarmac meeting with Clinton was weird as fuck. What was that, Comey at the time who was doing that? Like there was just a bunch of weird shit that yes, it's all like it all seems like there's something else that could have been going on, and for some reason we don't have a lot of information on it.
Yeah, well, I think that it's clear. You asked me evidence of double standards in lawfare. I think it's blatant to see when it came to specifically those things, the obstruction of justice, mishandling of classified documents. That's what you asked me about. I think I provided it. You're forced to be like, I have to look into it more. You can't give a cogent answer. You admit based on everything that you admitted before. And this is why I get you to admit things first, because I know what the answer is going to be. You're always going to equivocate. If I would just to say to you, if I would have started saying this, like, well, I thought that there was, when there was obstruction of justice from Hillary's team, that they should have charged her, but the FBI said that their hands were tied because they gave people immunity, you would say, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's the reason. But when we go step by step through it, you can see, just like when we went step by step through the Biden, Trump showed it. He told people he had it. Yeah, Biden did that even worse. I guess it wouldn't be cooperating if you knew about it and didn't hand it in. Well, that's exactly what Biden did. Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you. Like, get the fuck out of here. At some point, it's like,
I'm
it's
sorry.
clear what you're doing. You're working backwards. You're like, there wasn't a double standard, and so I'm going to work backwards. And you're just waiting until...
Hold on, wait. Hold on. I first off, I didn't vote for Hillary. I don't like Hillary.
I don't give a shit about that. That means
Nothing I
nothing.
can think
You
of
hate Trump.
anything
You
about.
have Trump.
Well, you're acting. Sure, but that doesn't. Well, I can admit to a double standard for people that I don't give a fuck about, and that I think, yeah, they should have been arrested too. Now, also, Trump should still be arrested. I don't have.
That's
That
right.
would be much easier for
Audience,
me.
do you hear
I'm not
this?
working backwards,
Go ahead,
because
finish your
that would be
point.
so much fucking easier for me. So I'm saying I'm not working backwards. I have no reason to defend these people unnecessarily, and so that's why I'm not going to twist myself into a pretzel. And I would rather say, yeah, maybe I need to read back up on this because I don't remember. I don't think that's ridiculous considering this stuff happened in what 2016, like 8 years ago. Like, yeah, it was a while ago.
Audience,
Yeah,
I talked to my audience because a caller called in today and I said verbatim that this is what happens over and over when I debate people on the left. They do this. Their political central core belief is I hate Trump. And there's thousands of Democratic politicians that are interchangeable. You don't give a shit. You'd throw any of them under the bus. Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala, you don't give a fuck. As long as but we still have to get Trump. That's your core belief. So what will happen will be, you assume that I'm defending Trump. I'm not. If we want to say people that mishandle classified documents should spend 10 years in jail, cool, then send them all. The problem I have is with the double standard. The real villain isn't Hillary Clinton. It's not Joe Biden. It's not even Paul Gambetta. The real villain is the FBI and investigators that engage in a double standard. So if your argument is, oh, well, I don't even like Hillary, I didn't vote for Hillary, so it's like, I don't care, she can go to jail. Yes! Then the question becomes, why isn't she? Why are you continuing to support an FBI that engaged in that double standard?
well, I don't know that I am. Comey is gone. That's not the same FBI.
What were the consequences that they suffered?
FBI.
He's replaced by another guy, Ray, that
none.
feels the same way.
Yeah, none.
Right. I mean, if the shoe was on the other foot, you would be going apoplectic. Imagine that Kash Patel gets in there, right? And he appoints like some agent that starts investigating based on a fraudulent fucking FISA warrant that's bullshit, that's sourced by a Russian spy. He starts investigating prominent Democrats. And he's tweeting to his lover, or he's texting his, we need an insurance policy to stop these Democrats. Then all of this shit that we're talking about occurs, except it's on the other side. You and the Democrat, it would be the biggest story in this country for decades. That's all we would hear about. But when it's the opposite way, it's like, well, that was a long time ago. Time to move on. Anyways, what about Trump's tweet? What about the fact that this TRO, he violated it for 10 days and froze funding? What about that? Oh my God, he fired those guys and he didn't give 30 days notice. Holy shit. Fuck you, I don't care.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's not the.
I don't care.
But the problem is that yes, like you can do the same as well. Is instead of like arguing the double standard, you can start off by saying, well, yeah, Trump obviously he was hiding these things. He wasn't cooperating. He did seem like he was trying to do something wild with the fucking documents by over and over, just kind of obfuscating everything that they were trying to do with him. And so, yeah, like fine, they can like.
You don't have any clue. You get that from.
Why would they do that if they didn't do this? But I don't have any like I didn't even follow politics back then, and I didn't give a fuck about like Hillary or Trump at the time, and I didn't have like any sort of position. So the whole thing for me, I whether or not I like agree with you on that, you're more than capable of doing literally the same thing, but you're saying, oh well, I'm not overly defensive of Trump, yet you are going through all of the steps to just defend Trump instead of making the same concession.
I'm not defending Trump. I'm pointing out the double standard of the investigators. Would you say this? Would you say that 90% of people in prominent positions in Washington have mishandled classified documents?
Yes.
Okay.
Most likely.
So what if the FBI just decides tomorrow, forget about cooperation, that shit. They're going to say the law is the law. They have every right to arrest the people that have done that, correct? And what if they decide we're just going to arrest all Republicans? You're okay with that, right? And when I say, wait a minute.
No.
Wait a minute. Why wouldn't you be? Oh, so you're defending Republicans. Why are you defending these criminal Republicans?
Well, no, I agree with you that the standard is what matters, though. I agree that, like, that is what matters. Like, whether or not they arrest people, when they arrest people, like, the law is the law. Sure, that is the thing that, like, that it exists. But, like, what the precedent is on how they, like, enforce that law, that is the thing that matters. Like, I totally agree on that.
Yeah,
But,
so right, and what we're talking about is it's clear when it came to Trump's opponents, they did everything possible to be as light as possible. The head FBI Washington office, Steve D'Antonio, was against the raid of Mar-a-Lago. He thought that there was cooperation. There were other avenues that could have been taken, but they went against his wishes and went ahead and raided Mar-a-Lago. You have no clue. If it's true that they're engaged in a double standard, how do you know what the cooperation efforts were? You're just taking their word for it, right?
What was his name?
Steve D'Antonio. D'Antauno. D apostrophe, actually, A.
Okay. I've got like a bunch of notes on this stuff to look up, because that's why I was asking you what the lawfare was with this case, because I don't I've never heard anybody even try to make an argument that this is somehow lawfare. Obviously, I do still think that the Joe Biden case is just like drastically different, but whether or not there were people within the FBI that thought that this was problematic.
Steve D'Antonio, the FBI's top
do the raid in
FBI
the first place.
Washington field office when the raid occurred last August, spoke with the House Judiciary Committee last week. In that closed-door meetings, D'Antonio divulged details about internal deliberations that led to the raid. Quote, there was consternation from both sides, D'Antonio told lawmakers. DOJ wants stuff, we're pushing back. D'Antonio explained that DOJ wanted the FBI to execute a raid on Mar-a-Lago immediately after a search warrant was approved, but his team wanted cooperation from Trump's team. They argued in part that an aggressive approach was unnecessary because Trump wasn't at the club, so the documents stashed weren't in danger. We made comments like this, like, no one's down there at any point, right? D'Antonio said, it's empty. The former president's gone. He was in Bedminster or wherever he was. Let's plan this the right way. We've got time. Not only did the FBI doubt the documents were at risk, but agents worried about the public ramifications if the Bureau moved forward with the raid. Quote, honestly, I didn't want the spectacle for obvious reasons why we're sitting here today, D'Antonio told the committee. It's a reputational risk, and that's the way I looked at it from the Bureau. D'Antonio's testimony corroborates what was reported earlier this year. FBI officials were worried about the political and public ramifications of Pride raid on Trump, but the DOJ pushed it anyways. So Biden's DOJ overruled what the head FBI field office wanted.
But they did like cooperate with the Secret Service that was there and call ahead and let them know.
Oh, cool. All right, cool. No problem then, right? I guess if Trump orders raids on his opponents, as long as they cooperate with Secret Service, cool, right?
You don't have to be so sassy. I'm asking you.
What does that have to do with anything? I don't know what the exact level of cooperation with Secret Service was.
They didn't have to be so aggressive. Well, yes, you're saying that they didn't have to be so aggressive. I don't think they did like a no-knock warrant or anything. And if they did call ahead, then yes, they went with a bunch of FBI agents to go in and get the documents.
I guess you can say this about a million things, right? You don't have a response for things. So you say, so they'd be like, well, they didn't shoot anyone's dog when they got there, so. Yeah, I guess not. And what the fuck does that have to do with what I just said?
Rob, for the fucking fourth time, okay? Listen to me. Just hear me this time, okay? I am asking you what it is that you have an issue with in this case. I don't have like a whole lot of positions on this fucking thing. I am not here to fucking own you in the marketplace of ideas. I asked you if you wanted to talk about this because I never heard anybody actually say that there was some sort of lawfare here, except for the few people who said that, like, obviously anybody who has classified documents should have gotten arrested and they didn't. But then as soon as we get into like the differences in the different investigations, they are immediately like, oh, I didn't know that those were like I didn't know that they about the report on Biden. I heard that they said he couldn't testify or be charged because he was, out of his mind and too old and blah, blah, blah. And so, yes, like all of those break down pretty quickly. The idea that, like, yes, there's a bunch of people within his office that didn't want this to be done, that's news to me. So you're saying that they didn't want this to be so aggressive. I'm asking, like, well, what was so aggressive about it? My understanding is that, like, they did call ahead and that they did let them know that they were coming and that
what does that have to do? But Tom, if you can't see how that looks like equivocation, that has nothing to do with what I said. Nothing.
It's not like, an equivocation. It's a question, Rob. That's not a question.
Aggressive about it? Okay,
it is. What is aggressive about it?
It is. This is so disingenuous. It's so disingenuous, right? You're clearly trying to bring up a point. Like, what is the relevance of that question? What is the relevant? Go ahead. I just told you the head of the FBI's Washington field office didn't want to raid them. And you're like, yeah, but didn't they call ahead? If the answer to that question is... Let me finish.
You said
Let me finish. If the answer to that question is yes, no, I don't know, maybe, how does that change anything that I just discussed? Anything at all?
As I said, I'll say it again. You said that he said they didn't want to do it in such an aggressive way, that they were being too aggressive. So
the raid was
obviously
aggressive.
they have to go and pick them up in some way, right? They have to get there and pick them up one way or another. So I don't know what the difference is between like what they did and
okay. I'm going to reread you. No, what I'm going to do is
that's what I'm asking.
I'm going to reread to you the head of the FBI.
Wait, just hold on. Hold on. No. Hold on. So I just on that part, I'm asking about like if this was because I'm assuming he's okay with picking it up, right? I'm assuming he's okay with getting the documents, and so I'm asking like what is it that you would have expected instead of this?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to reread the problems that the FBI field agent had. You tell me in it where it says his problem is that they won't call the Secret Service there. Ready? Let's read it again.
I didn't say
that. Please be quiet. I let you finish there. I let you finish. So I'm going to read. I'm going to read.
Okay, I'm going to repeat my question once you're done, though.
Oh, you could repeat and then I'll read again. You ready?
No, I
appreciate the top agent in the FBI.
You're admitting that you're fucking coping, Rob.
I'm not coping. You're admitting that you're coping.
You are coping so hard right now. Just answer a fucking question. It's not even a hard question.
Let's do what you're doing here. An FBI agent said that they didn't want to raid. They thought there was cooperation possible, and they didn't want to, and they thought it would be too aggressive. Okay, I don't have anything to say about that. But didn't they call Secret Service ahead of time? Didn't they? Yeah, okay. I think maybe I heard that they did that. So that means it could have been more aggressive. So therefore, what Steve Antonio just said,
right? Out of your mind. No. Throw that part out of your mind. Okay, just throw that whole statement out of your mind. Rob, what should they have done? Besides what they did, what would have been the better way of doing this besides what they did? That is what I've asked like 5 times at the end is what should they have done besides what they did? What would have been the thing
further cooperation with Trump's team? An aggressive approach wasn't necessary. Okay. Trump wasn't even at the club.
Right.
Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me?
So I brought up it.
Do you agree with me?
I brought up a type of cooperation. What is further cooperation?
I don't know. Ask Steve D'Antonio. Do you think Steve D'Antonio knew if they called Secret Service ahead of time or not? Do you think the head of the FBI field agents knew that? When he's testifying in front of Congress? You do. And yet he said that he still thought that was too aggressive. And he was against it. Huh. So what again does calling the agents have anything to do with his comments here?
I don't know. Let me just go pull up some quotes from people who were in favor of it, and then that'll just wipe that quote away. Then you just have a quote from somebody who's against it. I will get quotes from people who are for it. That's what you're doing.
No, what I'm doing is you're making it sound like what you and the Democrats did were made it sound like this was the only option. Yet the lead of the FBI field agent, who's no Trump fan, Steve D'Antonio, who was heading the FBI field office when the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping shit happened, he was like, I thought it was too much. Oh, we can get further if you want. Now we have comments from...
No, I don't.
Yeah, let's go. From the National Archives.
Understand this part. No, I want to understand this part.
Okay, sure. Let's stay on it. You're doing so well.
I'm not doing well at all. I'm trying to get an answer and I haven't gotten one. This is horrible, actually. This is like pulling teeth, bro. I'm saying, yes, that guy thinks that. Obviously, I could pull up people who disagree with him.
Okay,
right?
Cool.
The fact that the fact that like, yes, those people think that I understand, but like you and I can go through like what happened and kind of like rationalize our way through it and think like, okay, do we think like this is too aggressive, or do we think that they weren't communicating with anybody there? And so when I say like, yes, they called the Secret Service ahead of time, they're like, they were communicating and letting people know, and that they do have to go pick it up somehow. They're like, obviously there is somewhere in between there where there's a spectrum of like cooperation.
Okay. Yeah, I totally. When Trump took the documents, should he have called the vice president before he did it?
No.
Should he have called the Secretary of Defense before he did it?
No.
Should he have called Chuck Schumer before he did it?
No.
Should he have called the head of the FBI before he did it? How long do you got here tonight? We go. I'll see how many names I can come up with. We're just asking questions to figure out how they should go. Like who else should have been good? Let's get the ins and outs of how it should be. Yes, I'm aware the head FBI agent at the Washington office said that he thought the raid was too aggressive, but we're just asking questions of, well, how should they have done? Should they have called the Secret Service or not? Yeah, I guess they should have called the Secret Service. Next. Oh, well, they did that, so then I guess it wasn't that aggressive, right? It's a fucking joke.
That's not what I said. That's
It's
not.
a
I
joke.
don't have the position
What does
that
the
it wasn't
point-
aggressive.
what does the
I
point
don't
of
have
calling
the
the
position
Secret
that
Service-
it wasn't
what
aggressive.
does the point of
you
calling
are,
the
You are
Secret-
so defensive. You are not capable of having a conversation
No,
and
that's
answering
bullshit.
questions.
It is
You're so
obvious that
defensive
you're
all the time.
that's
You're in
the
full
exact
cope
opposite.
mode.
That's
Full
the
cope
exact.
mode.
It's the
It's
exact
like-
opposite. It's the
like
exact
you know
opposite.
you're
You were
wrong,
incapable.
And you're just
incapable.
fighting me, and I'm not even trying to take a position here. I don't even care that much.
You're incapable.
But I want to know
you're
what your
incapable
position is,
of
so I could
non-equivocation.
take one.
You're incapable. You've done it the entire time. The entire time you're like, well, maybe. And so I'm like, I read this. You could have been like, well, that's one guy's opinion. But instead you were like, well, didn't they call? That question has, that would be like saying, well, didn't they drive the speed limit when they showed up? They didn't go too fast, right? Okay.
So you just read people's opinions and you just take it as God's word.
No,
I want
would
to
I take
understand
it-
their opinions because I know that there's tons of people that disagreed with them within the FBI. You know there's tons of people within the FBI that disagreed with them. You know that the DOJ decided to go ahead and raid anyways. So obviously there is some logic there that says that they should do it. Maybe the logic is Trump is a piece of shit and we hate him and so we just want to fuck with him. Maybe there's some sort of logic that says, well, no, we are cooperating with them. We are calling ahead of time. We are doing the thing that is less aggressive. There's a couple of there's a lot more options than just those. And so I'm wanting to know what is the thought process that makes this the aggressive thing. But you're saying, well, no, one guy said this one thing, so I'm going to go with his one thing and fuck all the other people who said he's a fucking idiot. We're doing the opposite.
Show me those people. Show me the people from the FBI that said that. Go ahead. Bring up the quotes.
Did they do it?
Yeah, go ahead. You said that there's a bunch of people at the FBI that said, this guy's a fucking idiot. We need to do the raid. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
These are going to be people from the FBI, correct? That were involved in the raid that are going to say, yep, we should do it.
Well, I don't know if the FBI themselves, I would assume.
But wait, who's it going to be? Because I just told you what they said. That yes, people at Biden's DOJ under Merrick Garland, they overruled the FBI agents and said, no, we should do it. Go ahead. Let's find the people from the FBI. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say not the FBI then, Merrick Garland.
Oh,
Merrick Garland
okay.
Was,
so then your argument is the FBI agents that were being consulted were like, we shouldn't do this, but Joe Biden's personal attorney general said, no, go ahead and do it. But you don't see that. You'd be okay with that. So if, for example, the leader of the FBI, if Trump would have, Chris Wray sticks around and Chris Wray says, Mr. President, I don't think we should raid Joe Biden's house. And Pam Bondi said, fuck you, do it. You'd say, perfectly reasonable. People have different opinions, no problem. You wouldn't say, boy, that looks political.
It depends on the rationale, Rob. Obviously, it depends on the rationale. It depends on what's happening. It depends on whether or not the people have been cooperating. It depends on whether or not the people have been trying to get in touch with this guy for a really long time and they just won't cooperate. And so eventually they feel like they got to do something to go get those documents back. There's a lot of other factors.
It's clear from every part of this conversation. If we go back again to the Paul Gambetta deleting this stuff, it's like you're constantly just like, but wait, isn't there a possible reason why this isn't a double standard? And that's fine. I understand why you want to do that. I do. I get why someone who hasn't spoken up about this corruption would want to do that. I totally understand, right? But it's just a bad look. And it's obvious that this is the sort of thing that I'm criticizing. Now, you came in and wanted to ask me, and I gave you the specifics on just these two cases. We can go with the Alvin Bragg case. We can go with the Letitia James case. We can talk about any of them. In almost every instance, people involved at the national law enforcement level have been as aggressive, incredibly hyper-aggressive against Trump and the people connected to him. And those that are opponents of his, they've been very light-handed, we'll say. This isn't just occurring in a vacuum either. We could also see, while things like this are occurring, that the leadership in these institutions are heavily biased against Trump, up to and including the person that was spearheading the mid-year exam Hillary investigation and the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, Peter Strzok, wanting an insurance policy to go against Donald Trump. I could read you some emails that were just released in February from NARA, if you would like here. So this is from, let's see, make sure I get the times right. On Wednesday, September 15th, 2021, from Deborah Wall at NARA, or 11:15 from Gary Stern at NARA. Says the call took place, which served to get Deputy White House Counsel Jonathan Su up to speed in the issue and the dispute over whether there were 12 or 24 boxes. This week, Jonathan told me that they're open to having redacted participate in a meeting with redacted and possibly redacted, the former secretary who was the principal source. Accordingly, they need access to the notes from the last administration, which we now hold. So they'll be making a special access request. Then the woman from NARA that he's talking to, Deborah, says, so that means we're holding off on a DOJ letter? What about Congress regarding the social media issues? Gary says, correct. We cannot go to the DOJ while we are engaged in ongoing discussions with the White House and the Trump reps, which could help clarify if not actually resolve the issue. In other words, NARA was in specific communication with Biden's Department of Justice and the White House regarding how they should go about this. That's before the raid occurred. Now we have the FBI saying, we didn't want to do the raid, but the DOJ, again, the White House was like, do the raid. Anyways, anything else you wanted to talk about, or?
No, that is the stuff that I was asking about. I'm.
What
little,
do you think? In the grand scheme of things, I'll just ask you this. You don't have to agree with me. You go research shit. I don't care. That's fine. In the grand scheme of things, though, if it was hypothetically true that we had law enforcement in this country at the intel agencies and the top law enforcement places like the FBI that are actively trying to sabotage Trump and help his opponents, do you think that's a bigger deal than anything Trump, Hillary, Biden were accused of?
Yeah, if there was like an entire coordinated effort, like a bigger deal, I don't know. It's hard to say because like in the Fulton County indictments and the things that were in that case, those are like probably some of the worst things I could have imagined any politician ever doing. But
what?
a full-on
Give me the
coordinated
worst-
effort with a ton of people.
Give me the worst example of the Fulton.
The fact that they were trying to get a bunch of people to go and add the themselves to the electors within the state capitals so that they could get Pence to possibly get him to win
But what would the consequences of that reasonably have been? What do you think the chances of that?
Well, most likely that it would have been challenged and go to the.
I mean, even
Supreme Court, but their hope was that they were going to have senators and congressmen on their side to where this
fair
wasn't
enough. But
going
let
to get
me ask you this:
challenged,
this is a serious question I have about this. You do believe that Pence would have known that they weren't the original elected ones, even if he goes with them. He wouldn't have been like, "Wow, I have no clue." Right? He would have known which ones were the original slate versus the alternate. Okay. Because I've heard some people argue, and that's just not, like, regardless of what you think about Mike Pence, he would have been aware, right? Like, these are the ones that Trump pushed for. Yeah, I just don't think that raises nearly to the level. Because the idea of trying to get them to register, that's the fraud part of it, right? That they weren't duly elected, but they claimed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but Pence would have known that. So the fraud...
Sure, but they talked to Pence about it. They talked to Pence about it and told him that we want you to pick those. And then they also tried to tell the DOJ to like tell all of these states that they need to possibly even do like recounts and stuff, that their states were being investigated for fraud. And
that's not the illegal portion.
I wouldn't say that's illegal, but I'm saying I feel like it's all part of a thing to where these parts are like the illegal parts, but these are all the coordinated effort to like make it to where he would hopefully win the election. That hopefully all of this would end up panning out where he would win.
When you're like, well, the thing is, so you're just saying it's not a legality thing. It's just the fact that they wanted alternate electors. That ultimately is very troubling.
Yeah, there are legal like process parts that are there are laws that are broken, but yes, the overall like moral implication.
You don't give a shit, even if it was on the books that you're legally allowed to do that. You would still say that's irrelevant to you. It's the fucking principle of it.
Yeah,
I sort of
probably,
agree.
yeah.
I sort of agree with you. I think that I'm glad Mike Pence didn't go along with it. I think had he, it would have been a fucking shame, and I would have joined. Even though I think there were significant problems with that election, I can't prove it, and I fucking would have been outraged. I try to put myself in the other shoe. What if Joe Biden had done this when Trump won, right? When he was VP? And any Trump supporter that tells you they wouldn't have been fucking outraged is lying. You know it and I know it, right? They would have been furious, and rightfully so. So I get it. The problem is the ultimate outcome of that never was going to, it would have went to the courts, and the courts would have handled it, and either they would have put up or shut up. They would have showed proof of fraud, or they wouldn't have. And it would have been that simple. And
yeah, the Supreme Court so a lot of people's fears are that like because Trump is like, you know, they feel like he's stacking everything with like more loyalists, people who are more willing to do things like Kash Patel and people like that. The problem is that the Supreme Court really has been like very good, very even-handed from my perspective. I know like Pisco and Destiny totally disagree with that, but I think that they've made like I've agreed with pretty much every decision that they've made, even the immunity case, like pretty much everything I've agreed with. And then also, yeah, when people think like, oh, well, he has the majority of the Supreme Court now, they literally turned down every single one of those cases that were supposed to try to overturn the election and try to like, you know, claim fraud and all of this stuff. They didn't go along with all of these plans. And so, yeah, I totally believe
and I knew that
if that had gone to the Supreme Court, they would have gone against him. But I think people are now looking at it this time and they're like, well, now he does have like the majority of the the majority of the House, like.
The court hasn't changed that radically. But yeah, I mean, you remember that Texas case that was going to the Supreme Court? I think it was Texas, right? And they ruled that they didn't have standing, which I disagree with that ruling. The standing portion.
Where they were trying to sue Georgia and Arizona.
Correct, right? You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. And all these people who were watching my show was like, "This is it." And I was like, "You're fucking smoking crack if you think the Supreme Court's going to use this case to overturn the like, it's not happening." I've never been more. I would have taken I'd have put my house up for sale and taken the proceeds to bet on that. It just wasn't going to happen, right? So when you look at like what was going to happen and what did happen, the only thing that happened with the electors / January 6th was a harm to Trump and to his supporters, and it led to not only nonviolent people being arrested January 6th, Trump being persona non grata, kicked off places like Twitter. But it also led to mass censorship of conservatives on places like YouTube, myself included. You couldn't even talk about the election.
Right.
And if there was
Trump included.
Right? And so by all accounts, even if and I don't mind you, I think you're well within your rights and I sympathize with you a lot and agree with you somewhat. Even if you think that it's shitty and scummy, the end result harmed Trump. Now look at Crossfire Hurricane. That probably cost the Republicans the 2018
I don't think
election.
it harmed him in like a real way because I think that it harmed him in a lot of ways, 100%, totally. But I think in all the ways that it harmed him, it also helped him because it made him look like more of a martyr, and that made the Republican Party get even more behind him. Because I think after January 6th, Republicans seemed tired of him. They seemed tired of his antics. They seemed kind of like worn out. They were kind of like, well. I mean, I wanted him to win, but thank God that's over. Like they just kind of seemed like ready to take a breath.
Well, I
reelected him because this fired everybody back up.
Well, no, I think the lawfare backfired this time. Had it not, the lawfare not came up, I don't know how much it would have fired people. Well, the assassination attempt probably would have, even if the lawfare wasn't occurring. But certainly the Russia shit for 4 years was the biggest stain on Trump. It absolutely was. It was the number one criticism. You know, and it culturally, it allowed fucking so much anti-Trump, anti-MAGA shit to just flourish. It was just, this dude's a fucking Russian stooge. Everybody's saying it. All of our media is saying it. Even media that was allegedly more pro-Trump, like Fox, They talked about the shit every day because that's what the New York Times was getting Pulitzers for. And it was all bullshit. There actually was collusion with Russia from Hillary's team. And so the idea that it's like, Hillary conceded. Yeah, she conceded through words only. Behind the scenes, she was funding what she knew was Russian source disinformation, sending it to allies at the FBI that were using it to spy on Trump's team. The Watergate scandal that's considered like the high mark for political scandals, what was it really? It was a couple of bumbling idiots going through Nixon's opponent's hotel room looking for shit that his team could use. Now try the entire FBI getting access to Trump's campaign's material. That's what happened. It's fucking grotesque, and no one gives a shit. And the problem is, I will be on your side probably someday to my chagrin if Trump does something so fucked up. And and I understand this rationale, there's going to be millions of people on my side that are going to be like, we don't give a fuck. Fuck it. Look what they did. And what are you going to say? Yeah, but we're real sorry. Tough shit. It's the same with the cancel culture shit. Once you start playing that game, I'm against it. I'm not trying to get fucking people fired. But once you fucking break that glass, okay, I warned you. I tried to fucking tell people. And no one wanted to listen to me. It's a fucking joke. It's nothing, blah, blah, blah. It was a long time ago. Well, people remember. They fucking remember. And they don't care. They don't. And I think that's unfortunate. That's why I was clear when I actually was talking about Trump's tweet. Of course, it's no excuse for Trump to destroy the Constitution because he legitimately feels that he was fucking attacked. Like, no, that's still not an excuse. But I don't know what to say. I tried to blow the fucking whistle on this. I tried to make people take it seriously. No one took it seriously. I guess congratulations to you that fucking 7 years after the fact you read up about some of the FISA warrants. But it's still, they don't get it. Like, you understand? Like, let me give you another example. I'm assuming you're probably fucking very against the idea that Trump, like Musk said, prosecute CBS for editing deceptive edits. You're aware of that Musk said this?
The Kamala Harris interview thing.
I think that's what it's about. But yeah. No, I think that's fucking ridiculous. CBS shouldn't be prosecuted. And I don't like a guy, wasn't Trump, but I don't like a guy that has Trump's ear saying that shit. But what was Trump charged for in the Alvin Bragg case? Do you know?
No.
He was charged for, I'm not going to get into all the specific details, it's been a long, but they created a novel legal theory that said that Trump committed a crime in the process of committing a crime in committing another crime because the statute of limitation on a campaign finance violation had ran out.
Oh, yeah. The New York case, yeah.
Right. So they said that he basically falsified documents, crime 1, to affect an election, crime 2, by committing a third underlying crime, which included
That's why it's a felony, yes.
Right. So
yeah, it goes from misdemeanor to felony, yes.
Now, you'll agree that no one's ever been prosecuted under that before, other than Trump, right?
Right.
Seems pretty bad the first time you're going to break out a novel legal theory to be from the former president and frontrunner for the next time. That seems bad enough. But in effect, what the story goes is
like
this.
It can really only be those types of people, though, right? Like it's for campaign finance fraud, and so it can only be for people who have like campaigns.
So
right?
former president, not like a state senator
or
a rep,
not a mayor or anything like that.
Right. So it seems a little odd when we're even with Nixon, we were Ford pardoned him, right? But we're going gung ho for this one. Okay, cool. But what really was going on there was. It was a campaign finance violation because the crime was that Trump's attorney, Michael Cohen, was dealing with the guy from the National Enquirer, and the National Enquirer was trying to buy Stormy Daniels' story so that they could bury it. And so Michael Cohen paid Stormy Daniels for this story so that the National Enquirer could bury it, and Trump wrote down that it was billed as attorney hours and not a loan. And so therefore he falsified documents and it was a campaign contribution from Michael Cohen. That's the crime. Now notice that part about the National Enquirer. In other words, it would have been that Cohen paid for something of benefit, which was a favorable media situation. Okay? It's not a far leap from that to, okay, CBS donated something of value to Kamala Harris. Deceptively editing material to help her campaign. That's a campaign contribution. Kamala's team didn't write it down as such. Neither did CBS. Throw them in jail. You see where we're going? Same with the Alex Jones shit. Once you start saying, this guy said something, it wasn't true. He said he thought it was a conspiracy. That's $1 billion fine. Okay. That's the can of worms we want to open? And so while I'm like, yeah, I think it's fucking ridiculous that they're talking about criminal penalties for CBS, I also think it's ridiculous that what was tantamount to a campaign finance violation became a felony, 34 felonies, right? And then here's the kicker of it all. The FEC already ruled that in that same election, Trump's opponent, Hillary Clinton's team, you ready for this? Falsified records when they were paying Perkins Coie. They billed it as legal hours as opposed to campaign. Or something to that effect. Don't quote me on the specific details there. FEC fined them for it. So Alvin Bragg already had the FEC saying, basically Hillary's team. Now you might say, but wait a minute, was Hillary's team, did they do this in New York? Yep. The Hillary for America campaign was based out of New York City. That means the documents that they filed there, the FEC already said were falsified. So falsified, were they to affect election? Yep.
But that is the campaign finance fraud. So that in and of itself is the misdemeanor. That's not the felony, right?
What makes it a felony?
That you're committing it in order to commit another crime.
What was the other crime that Trump was doing?
To
affect an election. He falsified documents to affect an election. That's what Hillary's team did. They falsified documents. Why do you think they were paying? What do you think the opposition research was? For the election, correct? It's worthless other than the election.
Sure, but they didn't come out with that until after the election, right?
That's not true. The FEC, well, yes, the FEC fined her after the election, but the same would be true of Donald Trump.
Well, no, I'm saying the Steele dossier was published by what's their faces after the election.
Doesn't matter.
I can't remember the name of the
newspaper. That doesn't matter. The research was occurring during the election. And even if the dossier hadn't been produced, that information was being fed to Hillary Clinton's team. I could say the same thing about Trump's case. Well, the Stormy Daniels story didn't come out until after the election. Okay? That's irrelevant. Paying someone for election work and then falsifying documents to say that's not why you're paying them, that's campaign finance violation. That's why she was fined. We know they falsified the documents. We know it was to affect the election. So why didn't Bragg say, wow, same election, presidential election, 2016?
Wait. I thought that they got fined for releasing it to the media, because that's why I'm bringing up them releasing it to the media. Is I'm pretty sure I could have sworn they got in trouble for releasing it to the media, and that happened afterwards. And so
I don't believe that's the
if
case.
they released it to the media before the election, then yeah, it makes sense that that seems like they're trying to affect the election. But when they do it after he's already in the office.
I don't believe, I'm unaware of, this is the first I've ever heard this, nor am I aware of why releasing to the media would involve a campaign cost, but not releasing it wouldn't. Like if I pay you for graphic design for my campaign and it's a lie, I falsified documents, but I never released the design you gave. It's not like, oh, never mind, it's not a crime then. It's only a crime if I used your design.
No, but you're saying that it's to affect an election. So
Correct.
I'm saying I would believe it was to affect the election by releasing it if they released it before.
That's irrelevant, right? You're still if I'm running for office and I say, Tom, I want to pay you $100,000 to investigate my opponent Whick, right? And you come back and you're like, okay, here's a bunch of shit about Whick, and I'm like, I don't think any of this will help me. Was that a campaign expense?
Yes.
Was it to affect the election?
It depends on how it's to affect the election. No. Yes, because if you're affecting the election in a way that's illegal, that's one thing. Opposition research isn't illegal, but releasing it to the public in that way that they did was illegal, and that was against the FEC.
Show me one piece of evidence that says that.
Okay.
So, and as you're looking for that, I'll say several other things. They released it to the FBI, who then was already at that point using it to get FISA warrants against Trump. Was that to affect the election?
Say that again.
They released it to the FBI that was then investigating Trump. Was that to affect the election?
I don't. How would that affect the election?
Well, if Trump goes to prison during the election season, I would say that affected the election.
Yeah, sure.
And to further this, actually, Harry Reid talked about this dossier publicly beforehand, and Mother Jones put an article out, I believe, October 31st, referencing the P allegations in the dossier, both before the election.
Okay. Yeah, but I would say that, like, I understand what you're saying. I think, like, in the case of, like, giving it to the FBI, we would generally consider it different because we would expect the FBI to have done a better job at not investigating those things if they didn't have, like, corroborated the evidence themselves yet.
I just think you're mistaken.
But I understand what you're saying, like, where you think that, like, some people are, like, misreporting funds, but these are things that would affect an election in some way, and yet you don't feel like they're getting charged, or they're not getting charged, and you feel like this is going to be unfair in some way.
Okay, let me ask you this: when did the Stormy Daniels story first become public?
Stormy Daniels,
yes.
While he was running, I think in 2015, 2016.
Okay, well then, wouldn't that mean that, using your same rationale, that there could be no crime? Because if they paid to bury this story, but the story was released, then it didn't affect the election.
Sure.
I think you're wrong, though. I think, from what I'm seeing, it came out in January 2018. So that's a moot point. Because I think it first came out in 2018, so that wouldn't... I had to look it up myself, though, so...
Yeah, it says, according to documents sent Tuesday, Coolidge Foundation, which filed an administrative complaint 2018 accusing Democrats of misreporting payments made to a law firm. Oh, you're talking about the Steele dossier? Or sorry, what's her name? Not the Steele dossier.
Stormy Daniels?
Stormy Daniels. You're saying
the case
Stormy Daniels story came out in 2018.
Right, correct. Yes.
Okay.
So then that wouldn't, because you can understand the rationale behind that. If it's, only affects the election if it becomes public. Well, if your goal is to stop a story and you pay to stop it, but it comes out before the election, would you then say, oh, no campaign finance violation there because your efforts didn't affect the election because the story came out?
No. Earlier I was saying it was about the attempt that, like, if we know they're attempting to release this to the public to affect the election, then yes, like, regardless of whether or not they release it to the public, if we know that they have intent to release it to the public, then yes, that would still be the same. Yeah.
I just think, I don't think that has any, relevance on that law. I just don't. I think that I can't verify this 100%, but I think that the idea of to affect an election could be shit that's work for the election, even if it's never released publicly. Right?
But it would be to affect the election in an illegal way, is what I'm saying.
No, I don't think so.
It has to be something that would be illegal.
I don't think that it says the law was to falsify documents to affect an election, but in an illegal way. Right.
So when we say that you're committing a misdemeanor, which is the campaign finance fraud, right, and then that is in the only way that becomes a felony is if you do that in the commission of another crime. Correct. Then there would have to be another crime in order for that to be the case. And so it would have to be
falsified documents to affect an election and committing the underlying crime of falsifying documents. I know it sounds circular, but that's it.
Well, no, I'm saying I thought that it was in an illegal way, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I thought that you had to affect the election in an illegal way, paying somebody to stay quiet so that they don't tell anybody something about a presidential candidate that this is going to be against.
Let's see if I can find the exact conditions that they gave. Falsification of business records must be done with the intent to defraud. Okay. It must include an intent to commit another crime, and the intent to defraud must intent to aid or conceal the commission of another crime. That okay. So the falsification's done with the intent to defraud. Okay, easy. They didn't put it down as campaign finance. That's why they were charged as campaign finance. Intent to commit another crime, which was to defraud, to conceal. And that third one is to aid or conceal the commission of another crime. Let me go. I got to, you can talk if you want, or if you want to leave, that's cool. But I have to go to the restroom real quick. No one's going to like it if I piss my
go
pants. Be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this one was complicated because from what I remember, they literally had the option of like 4 different misdemeanors that they were able to choose from, that they knew they already had the one that was like the campaign finance fraud, and then they had like 4 options for what the second misdemeanor could have been in order to charge him with this. So that's why I'm saying it was a little like complicated for me even at the time, because it was hard for me to even know which one they were. See, in the wake of sweeping jury verdict declaring Trump guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records of first degree, some highly respected commentators maintain Manhattan attorney Alvin Bragg.
Did you leave or?
Except for the misdemeanor. No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Things are proven crimes. I'm reading this article. Except for the misdemeanors of false records, none of these are proven crimes, and some of them are not crimes at all. Yeah, I'm trying to find which one, because I remember at the time I remember reading a number of things that said that they had about like 4 different options for which one they could charge him with as the second crime. So they knew they had the first one, which was the falsifying business records, but then the second one was like they had like 3 or 4 options for which one it could be in order to make it a felony.
So I'm just reading from reason.com. Under section 175.10 of the Penal Code, that offense becomes a classic. Oh, wait, let's start up. In any event, the statute of limitations for federal election law violations is 5 years, and Bragg has no authority to prosecute people for such crimes. Bragg instead charged Trump with covering up his reimbursement of Cohen by disguising it as a payment for legal services. That's exactly what Hillary's team did, right? Trump did that, according to the indictment, through phony invoices, checks, ledgers, and entries. It's exactly what Hillary's team did. The FEC said they had ledgers that said it was for legal charges and not campaign work, each of which violated Section 1705 of the New York Penal Code, which makes falsification of business records with the intent to defraud a misdemeanor punishable by $1,000. Under Section 1710 of the Penal Code, it becomes a Class E felony and punishable 4 years of prison when the defendant's intent to defraud includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. So to commit another crime or to aid another crime. The indictment, which was unveiled in April 2023, charges Trump with 34 counts under the provision, but doesn't specify another crime. A month later, Bragg's office suggested 4 possibilities. 1, the Federal Election Campaign Act. It's not clear that Trump violated that law, and the Justice Department evidently concluded there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute him for doing so. Given the fuzziness of the distinction between personal and campaign expenditure, it's plausible that Trump did not think the hush payment was illegal, in which case he did not knowingly and willfully violate the state statute as required for conviction. And if so, it's hard to see how this intent in falsifying business records could have been an intent to conceal. In any event, it's not clear whether a violation of federal law counts as another crime. And the New York Times reported that prosecutors working for Bragg's predecessor concluded that most promising option for an underlying crime was a federal campaign finance violation to which Mr. Cohen had pleaded guilty. But the prosecutor ultimately concluded that the approach was too risky. A judge might find that falsifying business records could only be a felony if it aided or concealed a New York state crime, not a federal one. So Hillary's team clearly meets that. They were committed a federal campaign finance violation. The FEC already ruled so. Now the question you have to ask yourself is, why didn't Bragg look into this? They never even looked for the bodies. They already had this FEC violations. They knew the documents are falsified. So why not start subpoenaing? Let's see what's going on here. Instead, they did it with Trump. They were like, let's dig everywhere. Let's find all the records. Let's subpoena communications. Why didn't they do it with Hillary's team? They already knew she committed a Federal Election Campaign Act violation. Next, Section 17152 of New York's election law. That provision says any two or more persons who conspire to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means, which is a conspiracy, is acted upon by one or more parties thereto, is guilty of this misdemeanor. But as the time notes, federal campaign finance law explicitly state that it overrides, preempts, and legal terminology state election law when it comes to campaign donation limits. While Vance's prosecutors briefly mulled using the state election law violation, they rejected that idea. Since the presidential race during which hush money payment occurred was a federal election, they concluded it was outside the bounds of state law. Even without that complication, the unlawful means alleged here hinges on the doubtful proposition that Trump knowingly violated. So that one is also met, because you had two or more people, the people in Hillary's campaign, conspiring just means work together to promote or prevent the election of any person through unlawful means. They did. They wanted to prevent the election of Donald Trump by falsifying documents. Number 3, sections 1801A3 and 1802 of the New York tax law. Applies to anyone who knowingly supplies or submits material, false, or fraudulent information connected with any tax return or audit. Section 18.2 applies to criminal tax fraud, which includes filing a fraudulent return. According to the statement of facts that accompanied Trump's indictment, he and Cohen took steps that mischaracterized, for tax purposes, the true nature of the payments. Trump allegedly paid Cohen a total of $420,000, which included the $130,000 hush money reimbursement and a $50,000 payment for another expense. Trump organized Weisselberg then doubled the amount to $360,000. If Cohen mischaracterized the reimbursement on income on state or city tax forms, that would be a peculiar sort of fraud, since it would increase his liability. That's exactly one of the things they went for. Trump, the crime that they're saying Trump committed meant that him and Cohen paid more in taxes, not less. But the same would have been true of Hillary's camp. Presumably, if she billed this as work hours and not campaign hours, those forms were submitted to the tax man as well. So she would have committed that crime as well. Fourth, Section 17505 and 17510 of the New York Penal. These are the same provisions that Trump allegedly violated, mischaracterizing his payments to Cohen. This theory presumably would require additional violations of the law against falsifying business records that count as the 34 counts. It's not clear what these might be, but we may find out. State legal writer Joseph Stern, or Mark Stern, who initially was highly skeptical of Bragg's case, says he's now on board, but Stern's reasoning seems to have less to do with legal merits of the case, more the sense this could be the last opportunity to stop Trump from reoccupying the White House. So yeah, the fourth one is the exact same code as the first one. So you violate Section 17505 by committing the underlying crime of 17505, falsifying business records to cover up falsifying business records. Sort of circular logic, right? But we already know Hillary's team did that. That's how absurd this whole thing was. So if you're sitting there and you're Alvin Bragg and you come into office and this is something that's really troubling you, and on one hand you suspect, you know what? I wonder if Trump's payments to Michael Cohen, who pleaded guilty to a federal election, that's why they did it. Because you remember, if I could take you back, they tried to turn the screws on Cohen to get him on anything. And he ended up pleading guilty to this bullshit federal election campaign violation, which was bullshit, which he could have fought. But they were going to get him on other shit. So they were like, plead guilty to this because we could connect Trump to it. Oh, if you committed a campaign finance violation, for who? Oh, Trump? That means he's involved too. So he pled guilty to this obvious bullshit that wasn't really a crime. So once he pleads guilty to it, now New York has an excuse. Oh boy, let's look into it. Only one wrinkle. The FEC also finds Hillary's team. So on one hand, they find Michael Cohen. On the other hand, they find Hillary's team. So Bragg's like, oh, well, because the FEC find Cohen, now we're going to look into this. But not Hillary's team. We're not going to look into that. We're not subpoenaing any evidence. Even though they're based out of New York. And now Trump's a 34-time felon.
Yeah, he is the first to get charged with this. And I understand where you're saying, like, well, he's a former president. This seems like the wrong person to do this with. But generally, I mean, I do think that, like, yes, like I say this all the time. I think famous people are people that are like in the news when they're getting arrested for things, and especially things that like are a big story. Generally, they get made an example of. That is a thing that we just often see, and that I used stories about like Eric Adams, Hunter Biden, P. Diddy, Trump, like all of these different people is saying like, yeah, so like everybody thinks that the rich and powerful, they don't ever get in trouble. They don't ever get held accountable. Nothing ever happens to them. And so like, these are all great examples where we're going to watch all of these people get convicted and they're all going to get like harsh charges, and because they are big, names that like they will be made an example of. But obviously Eric Adams, charges gone. Hunter Biden, charges gone. Donald Trump, most of the charges gone. The Fulton one still seems to be lingering. And then the last one that he got convicted on didn't even really have a sentence for it. So like, yeah, I've kind of ended up looking fucking stupid on all of those.
But all I'm saying is, like, I'm fine if we're gonna. I don't give a shit, man. I live fucking paycheck to paycheck in rural Pennsylvania. I do this shit as a hobby, you know. I'll let you know a little secret. I fucking hate most of the politicians, and certainly most of the bureaucrats are there. So if we're gonna increase the fucking penalties and increase, like, we're gonna look through shit with a microscope and a fine tooth comb, I say fucking roll. I don't care. And if that means Trump goes to prison, cool. The problem is it's always one-sided. That's the problem. Yeah. And it's like when you look at this situation, it's like, I'm of the opinion like, yeah, fuck it, man. I think there needs to be some level of reasonability, right? There has to be, as much as it pains me to say this, and I think you'll probably agree with this as well, the bar for arresting a president or a former president probably should be a little higher than the average person, because of the appearance of a conflict of interest, right? Like, you don't want the country thinking, oh, geez, this guy gets elected and now all of his opponents go to jail. Oh, and then the next guy gets elected and now the last guy that arrested everyone, he goes to jail with all of his team, right? We don't want that. So because of that, that's the rationale that goes into Nixon's pardoning. It'll just damage the country. Now, if there's a clear-cut fucking severe crime, I say charge it. I don't give a shit if it's a former president or not. But what's so frustrating is it's like every little thing that could get Trump. The Letitia James case, it's like, oh, Trump got a loan from Mar-a-Lago that he paid the bank back with interest, and they were happy to do it and said they would do business with him again. Let's fine him $500 million during campaign.
Just to be clear, that's not the case. I know that is what was said in the court, but not Charles Schwab. Who was it? It was the German bank. Fuck.
I can get more specific if you want.
They have a different. I forget the name of the bank, but anyways, the bank after the case, apparently both of the two guys who testified, Deutsche Bank, Deutsche Bank, neither one of those executives work there anymore. The Trump, they said that they're no longer doing business with Trump, and that those guys were incorrect, that like the things that he filed were like essential to what it was that he got, and that it either, even though they are going to go and verify themselves a lot of times, there is a trust level with people, especially the more they do business with them, the less they're going to verify, the less they're going to dig, and that these definitely have a huge effect on like how much he paid, whether like how much. Okay, how much
so I just want to be clear. I don't believe anything you're saying, right? Until you show me proof.
It was literally said in the Supreme Court case.
Show me it. Send me the link. Because everything I read that were the executives of Deutsche Bank were generally happy with the loans. They viewed him as a whale.
Yeah,
they saw potential for building a relationship. That I heard so then you're saying, but that was the old guys, or you're saying those were new guys, and the old guys that did the loan with Trump are actually pissed.
No, so the guys who did the loan with him are the guys who testified. The two guys who did the loan with him are the two guys who obviously like they seem to have like somewhat of a relationship with him. Those are the two guys who testified. We don't know, to be clear, we don't know why they don't work there anymore. So they never came out and said these two people were fired, but it does seem like highly coincidental that the two guys that they came out and said were wrong about this also are no longer work there. And they didn't end business relationships with Trump over this. They ended business relationships with Trump immediately after, though. You need to stop. You need to stop. So what you're saying is this. You tell me if I'm hearing this correct.
The guys that testified at the trial from Deutsche Bank said, we're happy. The two guys, we were happy with this, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Then they were let go
and they were
afterwards.
executives.
They were executives. Then they were let go afterwards. The reason for them being fired hasn't been disclosed, but we can infer it may have something to do with this. So far, so good?
Yes.
The new executives are like, actually, we're not happy.
No, I don't even think the new executives. I believe that it was like higher ups above them. Like I don't know who exactly, but from what I understand is that it was higher ups that were.
So the executives that did the loan with Trump were happy. The people that replaced them, we don't really know. They haven't weighed in. But the people above the executives at the time that these executives were testifying actually weren't happy.
Yes, the other people. It wasn't what. Okay, about whether or not they're happy. I'm not really making a statement to that as much. It's more so that they were correcting what was said on the record, that this that the information that Trump provided that was supposedly fraudulent, that this would not have affected his rate any because they were going to verify it themselves. That the bank said that was incorrect. They said that I do think that they said that they weren't happy with the overall outcome.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I would assume. I would say that too. I would say that too. For two reasons.
I was going to say, I think that they would have said that they would have gotten more money as in interest.
For two reasons, I would say that. Oh, you're
correct,
saying now legally we could have got a piece of that $500 million you're suing him for? Yeah, we would have liked that. And secondly, it's pretty evident that they're willing to fuck over any business that deals with Donald Trump now. So the political wins would be, shit on this dude. Yeah, we don't like that. Fuck that guy. Yeah, I don't buy it. The people that did the loan at the time were happy with it. Everyone's happy. Why bring the charges in the first place? How did they assess?
Yeah, but I can literally say the opposite as well. It's like, well, this is a guy that they had a business relationship with, and so even if they did feel like this was fraudulent and they didn't want this to, they weren't happy with finding out that he was frauding them the entire time. They didn't want to fuck with their money. I can make the same incentive argument in the opposite direction.
But it's again, why would they pursue the charges in the first place? If everyone is saying at the time we're happy. We got our money back. The loan was paid back. We're happy. Why pursue the charges?
For consumer protections, obviously.
Okay, so in order to assess the $500 million something fine, how would they come to that amount? Let's say that you think he's guilty. How would you determine how much to fine Trump?
I have no idea.
What do you mean you have no idea?
The amount that they fine him, I have no idea. It's like if they decide that he had a violation, that's more so what I'm looking into. But to decide how much he actually gets fined,
the fine's the most important part. The fine was designed to cripple him politically. $500 million. Like, for example, if I look into you and you're in the middle of a campaign season and I find out that you falsified information on your mortgage and that it led to a windfall for you of $30,000 and I fine you $30,000, that's one thing. If I fine you $500 million, how would I come to that conclusion?
Didn't the jury decide on the fine?
You're on a jury. How would you decide?
We probably take into consideration how much we think this is going to affect the market, then consider what is a good disincentive to try to stop.
So you think it was just doing this? It was punitive, is what you're saying. It wasn't based on an actual. It wasn't based on any actual value.
Yes, obviously, yeah.
You're saying it wasn't based on a value.
Yeah, I don't believe so. No.
Okay, how would you determine the punitive nature of it? You said how much it would affect the market. Well, how would you determine how much it would affect the market as a juror? What are some of the facts you would want? This is simple.
Whether or not it affects the market?
That's what you said. You, as a juror, would say, how much will this affect the market?
Yeah, so as a practice, like I'm sure that there's regulatory laws that say that you're not allowed to lie on bank statements that you're signing, saying that you.
We're talking about assessing a fine. How would you decide that? You seem to suggest it would be based on how much the market would be affected. How would you know how much? How would you come to the conclusion? What factors would you need to know how much the market would be affected?
I don't think.
You want me to help you? Isn't the very first thing? Here's the things I'd want to know. How much did Trump value it at? Right? You'd want to know that, right? Correct?
I don't. I don't.
How is this hard?
I don't think you're correct. I don't think that I don't think that value is the thing. It's not that because you're doing the same thing where you're making it about the bank being defrauded by a certain amount of money.
Just to be clear. So your argument is Trump values
people of New York are being defrauded.
I just want to make this clear. Your argument is man says his house is worth $5,000. Or $50,000. It's actually worth $49,999. That's fraud. $500 million.
No, they're looking to see if there is some sort of good faith effort, obviously based on some sort of relativity. So even when we go
in the example I just gave, no. Let's take one by one what you're saying here. No good faith effort. This prick that oversold his house by $1. No good faith. He's still staunchly. He's like, fuck you, no. Okay, $500 million fine, correct?
Yeah, possibly. I would say
you're a fucking idiot.
I would say that the amount that the person is worth is definitely going to play a factor into how much you're going to.
Here's how it would actually happen. You would say, what did he value the house at? What is the actual value of the house? In order to determine whether or not he overvalued it and how much he overvalued it. And then you would make some sort of estimation on what a potential fine should be. If someone overvalues their house $50, you wouldn't assess them a $500 million fine. It's ludicrous. You know it, I know it. And again, you do a disservice to yourself by saying shit like that because it makes you seem unreasonable. That's
you
ludicrous.
Understand
you know
it.
that
Again,
that's
what
ludicrous.
I said earlier is the fact that you're ignoring my argument against it.
I am
for
not.
some reason.
I am not ignoring your argument against it. Let me steelman your argument against it. Then let me steelman, right? If the person hasn't made a good faith effort and they're worth a lot of money, then yes, just overvaluing something as little as $50 can justify a $500 million punitive fine. Can you show me one time in history where that's happened for any crime?
No, so I'm saying that your argument is making it sound as though he is being punished for defrauding the bank. That the money, the amount of money that he didn't pay to the bank,
the taxpayers $50
to the bank.
He defrauded the taxpayers $50. Okay, same scenario. $500 million fine, right?
Yeah. So I think that the amount that the person is worth, the amount that is going into the entire thing. Yeah. So I obviously yes, the amount that they're paying for the amount that they're evaluating the properties for is probably somewhat part of it.
Tom, we got
yes, this is
10 minutes and you finally
worth, but yes.
Oh, so now you're admitting you would want to know part of what would go into your calculation would be how much did he value it at versus how much is it actually valued at?
Yes, that would be part of it.
Why did it take so hard to get there? I kept saying it's easy. Okay, so what did they value it at? The jurors? The prosecutors?
There were 3 or 4 different valuations that went to the court.
Can you give me the example of what were the
million? And I think one was 13 million.
How did they come up with those numbers?
The 13 million one came from the county commissioner's office, I believe, at Mar-a-Lago, and then the
tax assessed value.
I believe but it was an old one. It was old. It was, I don't remember the exact date. I want to say it was 2013 or something like that. By the time a former president has bought the house and has even been shot at that house, those values are going way up compared to what it was at the time.
Okay.
But yes,
there
was
how would you know the amount of
defrauding?
How would you know the amount of the defrauding if one of the offers that they gave you're admitting are criminally low? Isn't that in spirit the same crime that they're accusing Trump of? If they're saying you've inflated the value of your property so as to defraud the taxpayer, wouldn't the opposite be true? That they're now saying that his value is so criminally low so that the taxpayer could get more money? Wouldn't that violate the same spirit?
Well, no, because the one in New York, like it would have sold for, if it sold for that amount, literally would have been the most expensive home, not house, home anywhere, including
Cool.
houses.
That's irrelevant to what I
ever
just said. That's
in
irrelevant
New
to what
York
I just
City.
said.
And so,
That's irrelevant to what I just said. What I said was, okay, so you're saying, but his number was overinflated. And I'm like, right. How much was it overinflated? You've now conceded that that would be important to know when assessing a fine. And you're like, well, one of the numbers they used was 13 million, which is ridiculously low. And I'm like, right, wouldn't that also be sort of fraud in the opposite way? And you're like, well, but his number was really high. That doesn't answer my question.
I'm sorry, you're asking if the county is frauding him in the opposite direction by having an old estimate?
Correct. If they're saying that the judgment should be offered based on how much he harmed taxpayers, and that judgment's because we're using a number that the value of this property is 13 million, and that is laughably low, then it looks like it's magnified.
If that was the end up, if they ended up saying this is the one that we're going to use, we're only going to use the very old one, then yes, of course, they are committing some sort of fraud in the opposite direction.
Which one did they use?
I think they used a group of them, so I don't.
Okay, so then
again,
that
from my understanding,
that
there
criminally
were
low number,
many of them.
that criminally low number went into the average, and you're admitting that's
I
laughable.
don't know that there was an average. Again, no, I don't know that there was an average.
So then what was? So then how did they use? Okay, if they use three numbers and they didn't. Okay, if they use three numbers and they didn't average them, explain what that means.
That they were given three different or four different estimates on the house, and that they were able to look at those to use them to try to understand. I would assume the one that was old is one that they would not take into consideration.
But the prosecutors gave the jury an option for that.
I guess it was submitted to them. I know that it was part of
You don't
the
think
evidence.
that that's you don't think that that's absurd?
If they used it as part of their estimate, then yeah, that would be absurd.
So, okay, and you're admitting that they did.
No, I don't know. I've said I don't.
You
I have
said
no
that
idea.
the
if they used
prosecutor
any of them.
submitted to the jurors as one of the potential estimates that. Forget about what the jurors ultimately
it was
used.
part of
Is there
the
not a
evidence, yeah.
responsibility of the prosecutors to submit accurate evidence?
Yes, there. I don't, dude. You're saying that they used it as part of their.
You're saying it. You said
process
that.
to get an estimate. Hold on. No, I didn't. I said I have no idea what they used. I said that it was in the evidence for the case. I don't know if they used it for their
Do you
estimate.
want to
I don't know
rewind the
if they're-
tape? Do you want to rewind the tape of what you said? You said they used three numbers and made their decision. I said one of the ones that the prosecutor said this is what it sounds like you're saying. The prosecutor's like, here's a number, here's a number, here's a number. Hey, jury, pick one of those. You think that's reasonable for a prosecutor to do? Particularly when one's so criminally low?
I don't even know that they took any of these into consideration, as I've been saying the whole time.
Not me.
Okay,
you're backtracking.
if I said it, then I'm taking it back. Yes, I'm
Okay.
backtracking. I'm
So
totally
then what number
flopping
did
on
they
it.
use?
I don't think I ever said that, but
Okay, what
I
number
don't
did
know.
they use?
The whole time, I have no fucking idea. I've said the whole time, this is what I've said. I don't know.
Right.
I literally, when you said, oh, so they did an average, I said, I don't know if they did an average. I have no idea what
So
they
you
did.
don't know what number
I
they
don't
used.
know.
Don't you think?
I
Okay,
don't know.
so then
I don't know
so
if
then
they
let me
used
say
any
this.
number.
Are you aware of the fact
They
that
may have used
Letitia
zero
James
numbers.
while this was going on in a very unprofessional manner, mind you, Letitia James was tweeting out things like Trump's tax assessed value was X. That means he overturned. You're aware that she was sending that information out to the public, correct? She was tweeting about that?
No.
Well, she was. If she was, which I can find the tweet if you really don't believe me, do you think that's unprofessional to be tweeting about it while the case is ongoing?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I guess.
Second, if she did tweet that number, that 13 million or the tax assessed value, would you think that that was obviously misleading the public?
Yeah, probably.
So why would
if
she
it
do
was,
that?
I don't know, because she's a
Now,
horrible
over
person.
and over, I argue with Democrats here that said, yeah, that if your tax assessed value is one thing and you get a loan based on your property that's a higher number than that, you've committed fraud. Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Well, because in this case, obviously, the tax assessment is old and
What if
outdated.
it's 2 years old.
It's 2 years old, then I would say that is probably what we would use to decide whether or not your assessment is something we would consider to be a good faith assessment.
And I think that that's a lot of what is going into this, right? Dude, if you're paying taxes, right? If you're only paying taxes on your house being $50,000 and you get a loan claiming it's $100,000, something's fucked up there, right?
Say that again?
If you're only paying taxes on your property for $50,000 and then you get a loan for $100,000, saying it's worth $100,000, that's what people are saying would be fraudulent.
Yes.
You realize, as far as I know, that's pretty much every homeowner in this country. Do you own a home?
Okay. No.
Do your parents or anyone you know own a home?
I've owned a home.
Okay.
I've owned a home.
Are you aware that did you get a mortgage to buy your home?
Yes.
Was your mortgage value higher than the tax assessed value?
Shit. I believe so, yes.
You committed fraud. Now, punitively, have you made up for it? Because maybe you should be fined $500 million. Right? You committed fraud. You got a loan for your house saying it was worth one amount, and the tax value was less.
In the case of Trump, though, we're not talking about like a couple $1,000s. Again, like, yes, all estimates, even depending on what person does the estimate, can come up with a very different number. There is not an exact science to how you do the estimates. There is a general science to how you do the estimates. And my dad is somebody who has done estimates for a living. So they have general numbers that they come to. But when yours is double, triple, quadruple, then yeah, now it seems as though there's something else going on.
Okay, so I'm going to look this up. On average, how much higher is a mortgage value of a home higher than tax assessed? You're saying 0.75 okay, but double you'd start to be suspicious. It's going to be hard to find. It's going to be hard to find a percentage difference. I don't know if I'll be able to find it here this night. I mean, again, it's interesting.
Because also you're making it sound like there was like one property and one thing that they were like
it's not what I'm making
that they were taking into consideration. Well, no, because you did say numerous times like, oh, well, this one property is this much, so now he needs to be charged $355 million or something. But
that's
irrelevant.
It's not. It's irrelevant to what it's. Excuse me.
It's what happens is the entire way of coming to the conclusion of how much you were going to find.
No.
You said that was the entire.
So there's two things that we could discuss here. One is the assessment of the punishment, and the second is the definition of what is the crime. So first we determine what is the crime, and then we say, okay, how severe did you commit that crime, which involves the price of the punishment. Now, previously, when we were talking about even $1, you said even $1 could lead to a $500 million fine. That's what you said earlier, depending on the wealth of the person. You said that, right?
Yes. If you said because you put the stipulation that we know that this was done in bad faith. Obviously, we would never say that like a $1 like a difference is actually a bad faith estimate, but you're putting the stipulation
but
there.
I agree with that. You're absolutely right. But if your home that you bought, you got $100,000 mortgage for, and the tax assessed value was $80,000, you absolutely knew there was a difference there. You knew it. So that was, you intended to get a loan for your house worth more than the tax assessed value. So that meets your criteria. It's not $1.
But again, it is a general estimate, so there isn't a it's actually worth this much versus that much. But I'm like playing along with the hypothetical for the sake of the argument.
That is absolute bullshit. So let's rewind this. You said it would never happen with $1, but even as low as $1, if we could prove that you knew that you had overvalued your home, that would be fraud, and it could justify up to a $500 million fine. Then you say, but it would never be $1. I can see that, but I'm like, but it quite reasonably could be $20,000. Like, that probably happens all the time. And you're like, well, yeah, But the tax assessed value, it's sort of arbitrary. I'll agree with that. Different assessors could assess different things. Yet you know, as the person who's purchasing the house, what the tax assessed value is. It doesn't matter if it's arbitrary or not, right? It doesn't matter at all. You know what that number is. And so therefore, using your own logic, if you walk into a bank and say, I would like a mortgage for my home, or I'd like to, and I want that, my tax assessed is $100,000, but I'm not going to tell this dude that. I'm going to say it's $120,000 is what I want. And they say, okay, you've just committed fraud. Now you're saying that a penalty should be assessed to you based on how much that costs the taxpayers and punitively based on how much money you're worth. That's most of Americans' homeowners.
Yeah, to an extent, I am saying that yes. So like to an extent, yes, that is like that is something that would be considered fraud. Obviously, I in the case of like Trump doing this, and the amount of times that he did it, in the amount of ways that he did it, he is affecting the market in a way that they consider to be like big enough to like cause some sort of damage. So where I'm engaging with a hypothetical that would never happen, it's hard for me to continue branching out to a bunch of other things now that would obviously never happen, to continue going off of a thing that would never happen.
Now, Tom, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna ask you to be a gentleman here.
I am going with it just for the sake of like for argument.
Now,
listen, I'm
my
trying
wife's
my
in the
best.
chat,
Yeah.
so I'll ask you to be polite. But she did say this, and I have no reason to distrust her. She said she put it into AI and found that a typical tax assessment value is around 40 to 80% of market value. Now, you seem to say once it got to double that that's a serious issue. But if it's typically 40% to 80, that would mean 40, 50%. That's double. That's typical. You said that would be severe. Now what?
That I do think that. Well, I think 100% would be double, right?
Well, if the tax assessed is 50% of the property, right? That would mean my property is worth $100,000.
Oh yeah, if
and the
it's
tax
assessed at
is
50%, what it is.
50,000. So that would mean I would get the loan that was double the price of the tax assessed value. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you said that would be significantly criminal.
For it to be double, yeah. I think so, yeah.
But that's typical. So you're saying that the average American
would find that hard to believe unless it is the case that most tax, which I don't know if this is true, but yeah, unless most tax assessments are very old, and then in that case, yeah, that probably is true because the markets have been going up at a pretty rapid rate to where, yeah, depending on how old those assessments are, that could totally be the case.
I also have to bring someone else into this. Green Soldier. I don't know if I've heard one person say this, but he said, ask Tom why Trump was selected for this case when other billionaires openly admit to doing the same thing. Kevin O'Leary, for example, said he'll no longer do business in New York because this is how literally every single property speculator purchases property in New York. Why single out Trump?
He was saying, I remember him saying that. He was saying that everybody does overvalue themselves to some extent. In the case of Trump, they felt as though it like they seem to agree that everybody does it to some extent, just not to the extent that he did it.
Mm-hmm. Again, I remind you, if the banks were saying at the time they were okay with it, what would be the impetus to investigate in the first place?
Say that again?
If the banks were saying at the time before the case was started they were happy with this, what's the impetus for Letitia James to look into it for the first place?
I think she had a bone to pick with him. Sounds like.
I mean, my God, what are we arguing about? That's my entire argument.
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't disagree that people have bones to pick with people, but obviously like that was the case with Hunter Biden as well, though I kept saying like, yeah, but even though he is the first person to literally ever get charged with this crime, he did break the law. if they did charge him with it, like generally you got to make an example out of somebody. If they continue from here and continue to charge people with these sorts of cases and are consistent with this in some sort of way from here on out, like we'll have to see. But there has to be a first person sometimes. So like, you know, we'll see how this goes. But yeah, like I'm generally trying to like give the benefit of the doubt until I see something else.
You've stumbled onto literally the worst take. Literally. If anything, no. Hunter Biden should not have been charged with this gun crime. I'm actually against it. The reason Hunter Biden was charged. Let me explain to you what happened.
He was convicted of it. Yeah.
Let me explain to you.
I don't think he should have been pardoned.
Let me explain to you what happened. Hunter Biden was illegally lobbying for hostile foreign interests. Not my words, his father's, or at least that they were hostile. In Burisma and the guy who ran it, Zlochevsky. Everybody knows why they hired Hunter. It was so he could talk to Daddy and other politicians in the United States. We have the emails from Burisma saying, hey, can you convince people to put in a good word for us to get cases dropped? That's what was going on. Everybody knows it. It's the same why he was working with the spy chief of China and businesses. He was lobbying. He never filled out the paperwork, but that's what he was doing. He was committing tax fraud based on this money. This whole idea of him working with hostile foreign groups while his dad is vice president that is tasked with rooting out corruption in places like Ukraine. That was Joe Biden's task. Joe Biden's publicly saying Burisma bad, Zlochevsky bad. His son's working for them, lobbying back home to help them. By the way, that lobbying paid off. The Atlantic Council that has 7 former heads of the CIA and gets money from USAID, even after the whole quid pro quo from Joe Biden ended up engaging in business partnerships with Burisma, who Joe Biden was telling us was corrupt, but that's what our tax dollars was going for. Nonetheless, I digress. That's what was going on. The problem is the American people would be none too happy to find out that the former vice president and then guy running for president, while at the same time he's beating his chest talking about corrupt foreign nations, his son is making millions of dollars working for them and lobbying to people back home. And so what did they do? Nothing. They weren't going to investigate, till Trump gets wind of it and he starts talking about it. So what did they do? They impeached Trump for talking about it. Oh, it was a bad phone call with Zelensky. That's what he's referencing when he's talking in that phone call with Zelensky. So they had this big impeachment and gnashed their teeth and complained, blah, blah, blah. They let the statute of limitations run out on some of the charges. Meanwhile, you have these IRS whistleblowers, Ziegler and Shapley, that are trying to look into this. They say there is clear evidence that there's money coming in that looks very shady, shell corporations. Many people in the Biden family are connected to this. We want to look into this. They're being told by Leslie Wolf and other people, I think, at the DC field office of the FBI, no, the big guy's off limits. You can't look at his bank accounts. You can't do this, you can't do that. Then there is a plea deal that's accepted by Hunter Biden that basically gives him a slap on the wrist. He doesn't have to plead guilty to any sort of lobbying charges.
And immunity.
Immunity, I'm sorry. Okay? Mm-hmm. He's willing to take that deal. But 2 things happen. The IRS whistleblowers, Shapley and Ziegler, start speaking up and they're like, this is fucking horrendous. Right? And then the judge starts asking questions. She asked the prosecutor, have you ever seen a plea deal like this that gives him immunity from all of these other irrelevant things that we're not talking about? And they're like, no. And so then the judge is like, let me finish.
Why would the prosecutor do that, though?
Well, let me finish. I'll tell you why. Right? And so she's like, well, so you think this gives him total immunity? And they're like, well, let us talk. And they're like, no. And Biden's team's immediately like, whoa. Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. And now Weissman's screwed. He's been outed. The whole world sees it. Holy shit. This judge just basically got the prosecutor to admit this is a sweetheart deal we've never given anyone that gives this dude immunity from all the crimes that really would have mattered, that would have connected to his father, who is president and running again. So no crimes about corrupt foreign lobbying and shit like that. Just some tax penalties and some bullshit with the gun that's basically a slap on the wrist. So then once the agreement gets torn up because people are outraged because of this judge and these whistleblowers, they have to charge Hunter with something. I said that day, I was like, I will guarantee that they don't charge him with FARA crimes. They're not going to charge him with the obvious crime of being a foreign lobbyist, because the problem is then the American people will say, wow, the president's son was lobbying corrupt foreign entities. Who was he lobbying to? Doesn't look very good for Biden, does it? So instead, they charged him with the charge that they almost never do. This gun charge. That they knew Daddy was going to fucking pardon him for anyways. And there it was wrapped up in a nice, neat bow, and they could say, see, we're not corrupt. See, Biden even let his own DOJ and special counsel actually go after his son. See, they charged him with the crime. That's it. A gun charge. And they usually don't charge people. So that people like you could say, well, look at that. They usually don't charge people, and they actually went after him. When really it was all a cover-up from the get-go. They were covering up the far more significant crimes that he committed. And I agree. What they ended up charging him with was bullshit, and I didn't think was a big deal. But they did it to cover up for the other crimes. That's what happened. So the idea that it's like, they singled out Hunter Biden is laughable. The only reason Hunter Biden got such a sweetheart deal was because he was Hunter Biden. The only reason he was allowed the statute of limitations to run out on his tax bills was because he's Hunter Biden. If he was Paul Manafort, he'd be sitting in fucking prison right now for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist.
I don't want to move to a whole other topic again, but the two witnesses that were originally like helping him that were helping them open an investigation against him. I think this is the second or third investigation. The two witnesses that they were using to like Bobulinski and the other guy who ended up being like a foreign Russian agent. The two guys both ended up turning out to lie over and over, and all of the things that they used to open up the case turned out to be lies. And they also turned out to be literally meeting with Donald Trump regularly and with his PACs regularly, both of them. And these were the people that they used to have enough information to even start those investigations, to do the other things. But David Weiss,
where did Bobulinski lie over and over again? Can you show me that?
We don't know that he specifically lied. I think that he ended up taking back statements that he had made on Fox. I think because it contradicted what he said under oath, if I remember correctly. But he ended up like never having any evidence to actually back up anything that he was ever saying.
That's not true. I've personally seen the emails that he was using as evidence.
I know, yes, the emails, but he doesn't actually have like the things to connect them to people. He doesn't actually have the things that he says he does to connect them to actual people.
Like, give me, okay, so you're making the claim. So I want you to tell me what was used to open this investigation that came from Bobulinski.
I don't want to get into this. I'm just trying to explain that these two guys ended up getting dropped from like the investigations and ended up not being used. And that David Weiss, the guy who you're saying is the prosecutor, is actually a Trump appointed prosecutor.
No, that means nothing to me.
Was the one who investigated. Okay, I think that when we're going to keep saying like, oh well, Biden's DOJ or something like this, that like yes, I think Trump's appointed prosecutor is going to play an important part.
Chris Wray was Trump appointed from the FBI. James Comey from the FBI was Republican. And so what? It has nothing. Trump did really bad job appointing people that actually wanted to sabotage him and help protect the deep state. Yep. Cool.
Sure. So
I want you to tell me, you said Bobulinski lied, that his evidence was, you're making all of your claims change on your original
I allowed you to like ramble for like 5 minutes about this, bro. And I'm trying to like just get.
And then we'll get back to the beginning.
But David Weiss is the prosecutor who is the one who gave him the sweetheart deal. And when David Weiss gives him this deal, he is the one who has been investigating this case for years, and he is the one who decided to give him the deal. It seems pretty obvious that he wouldn't give him the deal unless he felt very confident that this was something that was not going to lead anywhere, that they did not have enough evidence to actually charge him on these other cases, and he knew that this was the fourth or fifth open investigation on Hunter Biden, and that they were just going to keep getting opened. And so, yes, it seemed like he knew that it was unlikely that Hunter Biden was going to get convicted on the IRS charges, but to get a a guilty plea would have been huge. He finally gets him on something. They've been trying for 6 years now, and so they finally get him on something, and they can get the guilty plea. And that, yes, they just give him this immunity there at the same time. That'll make it to where now they finally got something, and they know that those other charges aren't going to go anywhere. So this is something he was willing to give him. Obviously, he was the guy who was chasing him for a long time.
Okay, well, I can prove that you're wrong. Did they charge him for things after that plea fell through that he would have had immunity for?
The gun charge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but you just said the only reason he gave that immunity deal was he knew he wouldn't be able to get any other charge to stick. Yet he got a guilty plea.
You also said that they never should have charged him with that in the first place.
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit what my personal? Who gives a shit what my personal opinion is? You just said that they really wanted to get him with something, but knew that they couldn't, so they had to give him this sweetheart deal. Then almost immediately from that deal falling out, they were able to get charges to stick, thereby shattering your entire narrative.
Hold on.
Next.
Yes. No. I agree that they ended up getting him on it through the.
But you said they knew they couldn't.
Trial.
You said they knew they couldn't.
Wait.
But they did.
No, not that. No. I'm saying in the time, like in the immunity deal, they were giving him like that time, but they were already charging him with the IRS evasion shit. So he was getting charged with this,
Tom,
right?
You can try to weasel out of
he was
this. Let
getting
me
convicted
you
of.
tell me.
Hold on. Answer the question. He was getting convicted of the IRS charges, right? And then that is the thing that he was getting this sweetheart deal on. Yes.
He was getting, by pleading guilty that, he was getting immunity for other charges.
Correct. And the other charge is something that we would say nobody would ever get charged with. Like nobody would ever get this. When I'm saying that like he wouldn't get charged for these things, I'm talking about the things they were actually investigating.
No, you're not.
The
You're
things
lying.
they were
What you're
actually
doing is
investigating.
equivocating.
Not
like
the
you
not the
always do.
IRS charges
Go ahead,
and
ramble
not the
on
gun
for 10
charges.
minutes and then
The things they
go
were
ahead.
actually.
Go ahead
What do you
and ramble
mean?
on.
Yes, I
Go
am.
ahead,
They're
go ahead and
charged.
ramble on.
I can show you a 50 other times. I've literally said this exact thing, that they were only going after him for corruption, for FARA violations. That's what they wanted to get him on the entire time, and that they couldn't get him on those. And so this is what they charged him with, and this is why they gave him the deal, is because they knew they weren't going to get him on the corruption or the FARA violations, and so they ended up giving him.
I notice when you're equivocating and lying, you do this lilt to your voice. I like it. You go, and that's why they did this, because they knew, because you know you're lying. You constantly say something and then have to backtrack. And
What
say,
do you think is a lie?
I'll explain. You constantly say something that's a lie, or you backtrack. You say, "Oh, I didn't hear you say that." Oh, that's constantly what you do. So what you said was,
no, you're wrong every time. You're wrong 100% of the time, and I will have a compilation after this of you saying you said this, and I'm going to go play me not saying that over and over.
You feel free to do so. You
feel
feel free to do so. Now I'll continue my piece. So what you said was, oh, they wanted to get him with crimes. They wanted to, but they knew that they weren't able to, and they were just desperate. So they went with this plea deal and gave him the immunity because they knew they couldn't get anything else. That's what you said. You didn't say, oh, except the gun charges, which they knew they could get him for, but just were choosing not to. You didn't say that. You said they wanted to get him, but knew that it was just, shucks, we can't get him for anything. So we'll get this bare minimum that we can, so at least we get something on paper that says guilty. But almost immediately after the plea deal falls through, they're like, yeah, we're going to charge him with the gun charge. It doesn't matter what my feelings are on that gun charge. The truth is, they had to, unless you're telling me that new evidence came to light from like the month between when the plea deal fell apart to when they started to prosecute for the gun charge, then they had to have known at the time of the plea deal that they were able to get for the gun charge. They had to know. Secondly, you still have yet to prove, you said, well, the reason was all the evidence that started this came from Tony Bobulinski and he lied. I would like you to show me what the original accusations were that came from Bobulinski and that he lied and they were unable to get it. And third, I don't believe you when you say that they were unable to find evidence to tie him to FARA when any layman could read the publicly available fucking emails and see that he was communicating with politicians in the United States on the behalf of Burisma. His own emails talk about him communicating with this shit. So the idea that they were just like, man, we can't get him for FARA, we can't get him, is bullshit. So you can answer those in any order that you like. Go for it.
Yeah, so the first one is I agree that yes, like they did end up going and digging deeper to go and pull out something so random that nobody has literally ever been charged with it. And yeah, I don't think that at the
I don't
time
think you're
they were
right that no
thinking,
one's been
well,
charged with that,
we
just so
can-
we're clear.
Okay, from what I've looked into, everything has said. Oh, my mic's messed up.
You there?
Sorry, my mic goes out
That's
once in
no
a while.
problem. That's no problem.
Shit. What was your question? That just totally threw me.
The
off.
Boblinski thing. Did you show me evidence that he lied and that was the
Oh no,
original investigating thing?
no. I was saying that everything that I've looked into says that literally nobody's ever been charged with it by itself as one charge. The only time anybody's ever been charged with it is as like an accessory to a crime. So they went and filed they killed somebody with a gun and they filled out that gun form illegally. That's like literally the only time anybody has ever been charged with that crime. This is the first time it has been a charge by itself, and that's the only thing that they got charged with. That is what everything that I've read has said that, but yeah,
maybe that's true. I don't know, but I would be whatever that specifically. I would argue that the circumstance is what's unusual, not the criminal code itself. So I would believe that people would have been charged under that criminal code, but how many would have been charged years later under the same circumstance? That's what I think would. And for all intents and purposes, still fits what you're saying here. But I'll bet people have been charged under that code. Just my guess. I could be wrong.
I think, as I said, I think people have been charged with it, just not by itself, not like
Maybe.
as a sole charge. I don't think anybody's been charged with it, but they have been as like it was an accessory to their crimes. It was part of them committing another crime, like a murder or something like that.
Okay, so then we had I don't believe you about the forest stuff. I think that we could see it evidently. The second part was, I guess that was the second part or the third part. The first part was, I think you're full of shit that they were able to find him for this other law, and you're like, well, they didn't do other people. But how many people get tax expired the way he did? That it was blatantly obvious from publicly available documents and conversations occurring on the news all the time that he made all this money, and they just slipped between their fingers that they let the statute of limitations run out on that. Not many people, right? And then your claims about Boblinski, which I find laughable, which are that the whole reason they're investigating was because Boblinski made these claims and that he lied, or that he was unable to prove any of the accusations of the original claims. What did he say specifically? Like, in fact, my understanding of this is unless he's lying when he talked to Tucker Carlson before the election, that he didn't even talk to the FBI until after his, Tucker interview. They brought him in one time. So if that's when the start of the investigation was, that's terrible. That they didn't start looking into Hunter until after he came public with it? You're making it sound like this dude kicked in the doors of the FBI and was like, this guy committed FAR violations, this, that, and the other, and they start investigating him, and then they're like, Tony, you've provided us all these emails, but these specific things that you've said you can't prove, and he's like, yeah, you're right, I can't prove them. I don't believe that's the case at all.
Them, which is why they started bringing in other people like David Archer, who would contradict a lot of things that Tony had said.
Like what?
And like that Hunter was having conversations or promising these like Ukrainian and Chinese businessmen things for for Joe Biden, and that David Archer said that there were never any promises made, and that any sort of conversations were just casual conversations.
I don't believe that's what he said. I believe what he said was he was not privy to that.
Who?
Devin Archer.
Devin Archer straight up said that there was never any conversation. Maybe he said that just with the meetings that he was at. I thought that he was at all of them. It could be that he wasn't at all of them, but I could have sworn he was at all of them. And he said that there was never any any direct any deals made. That yes, he was kind of shopping himself as Joe Biden's son and using that as a way to gain value with these companies.
I can tell you what he testified to some recollection.
He was never actually making any promise.
I might be wrong about this, but to some recollection, I can tell you, I think, what occurred. One, he said he wasn't a partner of Burisma and things like that. He was just supposed to be sort of the legal front of this, so he wouldn't be privy to most of those sorts of conversations because they compartmentalized it, which makes sense. If you're involved in an illegal enterprise, you're not going to tell everyone around you you're involved in that, right? That makes sense. So I believe what he said was he never heard any of those sorts of promises when he was in the room. However, he said he absolutely assumes that the reason that Hunter Biden was hired was because of who Hunter Biden is. He also says that he's well aware that, in particular at Burisma, that Hunter was being pressured to talk to people back home. He even specifically said that he was at the Four Seasons and I forget the names. Sitnik, I think, was one of their names, one of the assistants to Zlochevsky. And Zlochevsky took Hunter into another room and it talked to him. And when they got in the car, the limo on the ride back to their hotel or whatever, he asked, or he heard the conversation that was going on. And he said he called him. He called back home. And that he determined that that was actually Joe Biden. Now, when pressed, he said he didn't specifically said Joe. He just said, I called back home or something to that effect. And so theoretically, it could have been someone else back home, and he couldn't prove that it was Joe. But it is clear that Devin Archer is saying, yeah, Hunter was talking to people back home. That's the reason he was hired. What he did say, and it was hooked upon,
he was shopping himself as Joe Biden's son. But like what I'm reading from ABC, and I have the transcript, so I can find it if you don't want to take this. But it says Archer testified that Joe Biden's interactions with Hunter Biden's associates were not related to commercial business. That Joe Biden had no involvement with Burisma, the Ukrainian oil conglomerate, on whose board both Archer and Hunter Biden served. And
but that's completely different than what you
Biden
said.
Never took any actions to benefit Burisma or Hunter Biden, and that Hunter Biden never asked his father to take any actions that would help his clients, according to the fully transcribed interview with the committee.
Okay, I read that transcribed interview, and what he says is I didn't hear him, right? And secondly, that's not what you said anyways. You said that he said Hunter was never lobbying people back there or something to that effect. Whether or not Joe Biden, he was aware, or even let's assume for a second.
I said Joe Biden was never having direct conversations with them.
I thought you said Hunter.
About business.
Well, that's irrelevant as to whether or not Hunter was lobbying. He didn't have to lobby just his father. He could have lobbied anyone in the United States. We have him specifically meeting with people. Blue Star Strategy, the consulting firm, the PR firm that was fucking working for Burisma in the United States, when they sent their letter to the State Department, they were literally like, hey, Hunter Biden works here.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. There's confusion. You asked me for something that was about Bob Olinsky. I was giving you something that, like, Devin Archer, like you were saying it doesn't matter if, or you said, I don't know why you would say that Bob Olinsky never had evidence for these things. And I said, you said because like he gave testimony to them. And I said, yes, but Devin Archer also went and gave testimony that contradicted Bob Olinsky's testimony. And so this was that's why I brought that up.
Okay, fine. I think you'll
Joe
find
Biden was never having direct business conversations.
I think you'll find if you read that transcript. I think you'll find if you read that transcript that what's happening is, what was that, ABC or whatever?
Yeah, I read through the transcript a while ago.
Let me finish. So I think you'll find that ABC, being the mainstream media propagandists that they are just repeating the spin that people that are the Democrats that took the testimony are doing, which is they're trying to claim when Devin Archer's like, I never saw Hunter Biden do this, that means, or I never saw Joe Biden do this, that means Joe Biden never did it. That's not what he's saying. He's saying, I didn't see it. That's what he's saying. So to say that this disputes Bob Olinsky is untrue, unless Bob Olinsky said, I was in the room with Devin Archer and Joe Biden and Hunter Biden or whatever, some combination of there, and Devin Archer says that's not true. Devin, who makes it clear in not only that transcript, but also in his interview with Tucker Carlson afterwards, he makes it clear, I'm not the type of person that they would have included in that information. And why would they? If Joe Biden is actually working with his son to help Burisma, why the fuck would they bring in extraneous people? It would make no sense. So Devin Archer is saying something that's entirely... Well, with Bobolinsky, it was different because Bobolinsky was coming up to him, shaking his hand like at the beginning when they were starting this business arrangement. That's the sort of shit that Bobolinsky's saying.
Devin Archer was his business partner for like 20, 30 years at this point.
But
They
it was
started their
different.
company together.
Listen, it was two different things. Bobolinsky was the one that was doing this sort of venture
agree.
capitalism. Devin Archer even said he realized shit was really fucked when not only did these companies, like, I'd go through the whole thing the way it went, right? Like, Hunter Biden's just basically was going as a venture capitalist, like talking to Zolchevsky about this business deal. Right? And Zolchevsky's like, yeah, fuck all that. How would you like to like be a lawyer for our company? And he's like, yeah, and within a month they made him a board member. And that was the moment Devin was like, uh-oh. And the things Bobolinsky said were never disputed, that he was shaking Joe Biden's hand at like a nightclub or at a bar or something. And he was like, yeah, help me with my son. Most of what he's saying is providing emails that show. And all of this would be irrelevant anyways to the underlying fact of Hunter Biden committing FARA violations, lobbying on the behest of foreign groups without being... Do you truly believe, based on the evidence you've seen, that Hunter Biden was lobbying for foreign groups?
Yeah, he might have been lobbying for foreign.
And you will concede that he never filled out FARA paperwork, correct?
Yeah, it doesn't seem...
So then
yeah.
how would they fucking be unable to bring FARA charges?
Why? For the same reasons. It seems as though he may have been doing that. There's a lot of things that are like very suspicious about a lot of these things that just looks bad, but generally our like criminal justice system has higher standards than like this just looks bad, so they can't just bring charges.
But that all goes out the window
like
with that all goes out the window with Paul Manafort. They decided to charge. You're right. They almost never charge FARA charges. Absolutely agree. Yep. 100%. But they charged Trump's campaign manager with FARA charges. And in the Mueller report said that he worked with Group A and Group B. Group A was Mercury LLC. Group B was the Podesta Group, the group founded by Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. Was the Mercury LLC and the Podesta Group that committed the same crime? Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, and then you can make your point. Let me finish, then you can make your point. Was the Podesta Group or Mercury LLC charged with FARA violations? No, they were allowed to retroactively file paperwork. So once the standard was set, it's okay for us to go after Trump people for this rarely abused law. Now when we see a blatant example of that law being abused, and you saying, well, they were looking into him for FARA violations and they couldn't prove it. Bullshit. They have access to more information than you, and you believe he committed it based on just what you've seen. You done?
I don't believe that he did it. I'm saying yeah, maybe he did it. I don't know, but it looks suspicious. It looks like he might have done it. It looks like there's a good possibility there. But generally, yes, we would need like a number of outside or witnesses that were there to be able to testify to these things, and that from there, like earlier I did back off the claim that he lied and said, well, I don't know that he lied. I know that he was being inconsistent, and I thought that there was like a bunch of inconsistencies between his testimonies and what he said on Fox, and then even inconsistencies in different testimonies in different places, and so that, like, I don't know that he lied. Maybe he's like misremembering in different places or what, but that, like, yes, he had a lot of inconsistencies, and that over time became to seem as an unreliable witness.
Tom, I don't know if you're aware, but you sort of did exactly what I accused you of before again. I asked you point blank, do you think based on what you've seen that he committed FARA violations? Yeah. And now you're like, well, I don't know.
I'm going to pull it up. Okay, hold on. I'm going to pull it up. I will share a screen with you, and I will rewind what I said just a second ago.
I gotta hit watch stream. Is that how I do it? This looks like Asmongold.
It is.
What are you doing? I don't even know what the drama is with that guy, if I'm honest. What are you doing?
Right now, I mean, that one was, we were just watching him talk about some shit with Pokimane, but
who's that? The OnlyFans chick?
No, she's like one of the biggest like Twitch streamers. Cute little Moroccan girl.
So I'm saying what you said was, I said do you think, based on the evidence you've seen, that he's committed FAR violations? And you said, yeah. And you're saying that's not the case.
Yeah, I was saying that. Yeah, maybe it looks like it could be the case. That's generally
Okay.
I
Then
was
what are we
trying to
looking
say.
for? You're admitting now that that's what you said.
Hold on. No, you said just a second ago, you admit that this is the case. I said, no. I said, yeah, that might be the case, that's like, it looks bad, but that this is like, I don't know that he did it. I'm not saying he did it. Then
Okay,
you
we'll
said,
see if
well,
you
that
said-
goes against what you said. And so, yeah, now I'm saying,
Okay, there we go. Just so the audience knows, the dispute. Pause it. Just so the audience knows, my side is, I said, did you, based on available evidence, think that he was registered for a foreign lobbyist? You said yeah, and I said, did he register as a foreign lobbyist? And you said no. And you're saying that's inaccurate. Actually, what you said was, well, it looks like he might have done it, but I don't know. Okay, let's see who's
wait,
correct.
I'm sorry. I thought you asked if I said about the lobbying. If you're saying about whether or not he registered for for FAR, no, he did not register.
Let me clarify. I'm saying I asked you two questions because in order for this to be against the law, he would have one had to lobby for foreign agents, and second, not be registered.
He did not sign up for FAR. I don't know if
no argument there. We both agree. You say he didn't sign up for FAR. So then on the first portion, when I said based on the evidence you've seen, do you think that he was lobbying for foreign entities or foreigners? And I think you said something really close to yeah. And you're saying no. What you're saying is, yeah, but maybe I just don't know. Something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see.
Yes.
Hunter Biden committing FARA violations, lobbying on the behest of foreign groups without being... Do you truly believe, based on the evidence you've seen, that Hunter Biden was lobbying for foreign groups?
Yeah, he might have been lobbying for foreign groups.
And you... Okay, who was closer to the truth there?
Me? I'm saying, yeah, he might have been lobbying for foreign groups. But
you right. You said, yeah, he might have been. That's different than, well, geez, I just don't know, like you said.
Well, I'm saying, hold on. I said that I said, yeah, maybe. That that's what I said, yeah, he might have been, yeah, maybe. I'm saying that I have
maybe?
There's a lot of evidence. Yeah, so even the statement that I made a minute ago is that there's a lot of evidence there that's very suspicious. I just don't think it all lines up to enough to where we could actually charge him. But yes, it looks bad, and it looks like there's something going on there. This is what I
How
said.
do you know there's not enough evidence to charge him? It looks bad to you, the layman. You have less access to evidence than they do. It already looks bad. So how are you so confident that they just don't have enough to charge him? How do you know that?
I don't, based on what I know.
So what I'm suggesting is it seems quite evident that he was lobbying for foreign entities, and we both agree that he wasn't registered. So if he was lobbying for foreign entities, you agree that's a crime?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I believe so. That's what she said. Okay. So then it looks more than likely that, yes, he was absolutely doing that. From publicly available emails we can see. So the idea that it's but they just can't charge him is ludicrous. You have no basis for that. Your only basis for that is you trust the fact that they didn't charge him. That's it.
Well, no, it's not. It's again, you're saying, well, I said I'm only going off the facts that I have. You're saying, well, there could be facts that we don't have.
True.
So sure, there can always be facts that we don't have, but I generally only go on facts that I do have.
That sounds great. And based on the facts
caveat to the...
That's right. Based on the facts you do have, yeah, it looks like he was lobbying for foreign interests.
No, yeah, I'm saying that there's emails that make it look suspicious, that make it look like that's possibly what's happening. But I would need compounding evidence outside of that, and that one of the things that's suspicious is one of the IRS agents said that they weren't allowed to go and talk to the family members who they believe may have received money. That would have been one of the things that, yes, probably would have tied these things up. And so that is one of those areas where there is a bit of a gap between what we have and what we would need to have in order to press charges. And so, yes, this is, or Bob Alinsky saying, hey, yes, I heard this at this meeting. We were at dinner. We were there. And then Devin Archer being like, I was at these meetings. I nothing like that ever happened. This isn't what I saw. So yes, these are the things that I'm saying are just kind of leaving.
So if I could go through Devin Archer's transcript and find an example of him being like, we talked to this politician, that would be sufficient for you to be like, yep, That's foreign lobbying. We talked to this. We met with.
If they lobbied the politician,
Yeah.
yes. So if you're saying they just talked to them, no. But yes, if they
define lobbying, spoke on behalf of the company.
I guess it would be. I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know where the lines would be drawn.
You've already given like the concessions that you've given already.
Illegal.
The concessions you've given already tonight are astounding. For example, you admit, yeah, Letitia James went after Trump because she had a bone to pick. Then, right, we get onto this because you bring up the Hunter Biden stuff. Like, even here, you're like, yeah, it looks bad. It looks like a FAR violation, but we just don't know. And you're like, but yeah, I agree. This whistleblower stuff sounds really shady that they weren't allowed to look into this. But you just completely implicitly, despite that, agree that Weiss charged him with what he could, even though he gave him this sweetheart deal because he couldn't have charged him with anything else. But then he did immediately charge him with something else. You just trust it. You're like, yeah, well, I trust that. You don't think that there could have been political... If you think that Letitia James, I applaud you for this, that you're willing to admit, yeah, of course she had a bias, right? You don't think that the opposite could be true, that people working for the federal government weren't protecting the Bidens?
Yeah, it's possible. Again, I'm open to all of these things. I just don't have that evidence. So even with Letitia James, she says while she's running that like she has she wants to go after Trump, that she wants to catch him on some sort of fraud or some sort of real estate problems. It's totally possible that at the time, because she was working, I think, in the DA's office or something already, to where she already had some evidence and some information to where she wanted to go after him. She just didn't have the tools and the ability to do it yet. And so she was running on this, but that other people wouldn't do it. Like, that is totally possible. And I'm unaware of that information if it exists. But what I am aware of is her running on going after Donald Trump and then going after Donald Trump once she won. So that is, yes, that's why I'm saying, yeah, it seems that that's the case, that she is has a bone to pick with him.
All right, man. I'd probably be wrapping up soon. It's getting close to. I don't know where you're at, but it's close to midnight here.
Yeah, were you? I didn't know. Maybe I confused what you said. Are you debating Conor tomorrow?
Yes. Yeah, on the Trump tweet. It's not going to be much of a debate. It's basically just going to be yelling at him, because I'll fucking probably give in and talk a little about the tweet itself, but I don't give a fuck what a guy. Conor's argument seems to be tantamount. Of course, I talked about the FBI corruption, Crossfire Hurricane, and the corruption of the Bidens. So how could you say, well, Conor, because you took money to help them win. That's why. That's why I don't give a shit what your opinion is. I don't care. And not only did you take money, you took money from a group that's literally antithetical from what you claim to be. You claim to be a conservative, and you work for a group that is called Progressive Victory PAC, whose goals were to not just beat Trump, but to win down ballot, and to help Democrats become more progressive.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't give a fuck what his opinion. I mean, he'll defend himself. You don't need to defend him. But to me, I just don't give a fuck that all of a sudden he's got strong thoughts on Trump's tweet. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I was gonna say he does have like the conservative label, but he does seem to have, I guess, what people would call TDS, to the point that he ends up aligning with Democrats just on trying to beat Trump. So,
but that's how most of you are, whether you know it or not. Your ideology is like, well, as long as it's get Trump, I just don't give a shit. That's almost always the case. Like,
well, to an extent, that is, it's not just to get Trump. So generally, it's more like, well, the lesser of two evils is like how I'm voting. And if Trump is there, there's like very likely just almost zero chance that there's going to be a lesser evil, a greater evil than that. And so I just end up like having to go with whoever the other fucking person is. But if you watch my coverage of like anything Kamala related, the whole time I'm just bitching and whining about her and all of her policies and the way she talks and all that shit. So yeah,
I don't take umbrage with that. That's not what I'm saying, though, right? Of course, you're like, well, I'm just gonna vote. Look, yeah, people do that. I do that, right? I vote for the lesser of two evils pretty much every election, right? The way I look at it. So I'm not taking umbrage with that. That's perfectly reasonable. If you're like, Trump's literally one of the top 5 worst people I'd want in office, so I'll vote for a shithead over him. Yeah, cool, right? That's different than fucking the corruption aspect. Would you, like, you can admit it, you know? Would you be for the FBI breaking rules if it meant stopping Donald Trump?
I don't think so. No. The problem right now is that with the inconsistencies that you're pointing out, if those are real and these are like horrible inconsistencies, it just wouldn't stop me from still wanting him to be charged. It just would add that I would want them to like go after those things as well. But that the fact that he is currently in power, that he is like currently gaining more power and being able to get away with more things, that is currently more bothersome than some person like Hillary who didn't win and doesn't have any power and is just now whining and crying, calling people Nazis and shit in the back room. Like he would still be the one who is obviously gonna be like at the forefront of everybody's mind, even if we totally agreed.
You understand that I goodness. I thought I said this. Maybe I'm misremembering. Like, I don't give a shit about Hillary. I don't give a shit about Obama. I don't give a shit about Biden. I don't give a shit about Kamala. I don't give a shit about Trump in this aspect. They are individuals that will come and go. The FBI will be there our entire life. These bureaucracies will be there our entire life. My criticism isn't, my God, they need to lock Hillary up because her team or someone on our team because they deleted subpoenaed evidence. You said if what you're saying these gaps is true and blah, 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 yeah, that'd be worrisome, but you still want Trump locked up. What I'm telling you is, if what I'm saying is true, that is a far greater threat to our country than anything Trump's doing. In fact, if they're true, all of a sudden what Trump's doing doesn't look so bad at all, does it? Trying to dismantle this bureaucracy. So the idea, it's not just about, well, yeah, I would still want them to get Trump. Who do you want to get Trump? Who do you trust to get Trump then? The very corrupt actors that we just agreed, or that you said, if you agree in this scenario, are doing all this shit? Their whole goal the whole time
No, but as I said earlier, is I don't look at the FBI from 2016 as the same FBI today. But that's part of my problem with the FBI is that they end up with a political appointee that runs them in the DOJ, and that this, like, I don't know how we could do it differently, but it's also like this also just creates so much conflict of interest that it is constantly changing with whoever the new ruler of is. That like I don't know how to consider them the same FBI from back then. It's just, it seems to constantly change.
There's been no consequences for anyone. The people there still seem to be doing the same type of shit. We're talking, if some of the shit we're talking about is like Weiss and them from what, like fucking 6 months ago? But it's different now?
Sure. No, I said from 2016, but I'm saying that, obviously Weiss is currently in the DOJ now. It's just,
We're talking we're talking about prosecutors and shit. The Bragg, the Letitia James, like going all up. Like, this isn't lifetimes ago. Like, the idea that somehow, like, oh, okay, they were shitty in 2016. There haven't been any consequences from anyone. But, I assume they're good now. I mean, it's
sure, but the Hillary one is the one that I have more of like a lack of information on, and so this is the one that I'm saying like, I can't like argue against this one, and so I'm just like gathering information from you and just kind of like trying to understand what your position is. And so if that one's true, then that's one that from 2016, like this shit's fucked up. But the other things, I still have like a fair amount of confidence in the Weiss case and in the Hunter Biden case and these other scenarios that these were not inconsistent or considered lawfare in any way. But
all right, well, I gotta go. I gotta read super chats and stuff before I go to bed. But thanks for chatting.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Do your super cut that you're gonna do of all the times that what you said was right and I was wrong.
I got you.
All right.
All right. Later, bud.
Where was I here? Okay, can end. All right. What a night. So what to talk about here? Just on that, I mean, I don't know. It seems to me that over and over, just like equivocations. And I get it. I do. You don't want to think the worst of these investigators or these agencies, but it's just clear. Yeah, exactly. Pandemic Slayer. I don't know. It speaks for itself, me talking to Tom. So, all right, let's read super chats and then we'll do one other thing. Jess Gerald, thank you again for 20 memberships. Always appreciated. Sorry I didn't read the super chats as they were going, but when I'm debating someone or talking to someone, sometimes it's difficult. Joshua H., thank you so much for $10. Says, glad you left the panel over dishonestly. They take you for your position and not engaging with people who actually care about corruption because they don't know it's a winner. Jess Gerald, our Legion Gaming, thanks for becoming a member. Says, Jess Gerald's a legend. Totally agree. Joseph Newton, thanks so much for $20. Said, let's see Andrew and Wick. Sorry, I let you down there. Jets Gerald, 40 memberships gifted. Thank you, man. 10 Numblet, $5 says, God help the poor bastard that ever goes against Rob in a political debate. Thank you. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, intention doesn't matter. It's mind reading. You can intend to not run people over in the car, but that doesn't mean you are charged. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, always the tea leaf reading with these people. I hear that. John Baert for $2 says, Vegemite and government cheese fund for all. Zachary Gelpy for $10 says, Rob, didn't you know that there's new ones? LOL. The double standard is so glaring. Yep. Another new account. Thanks so much for $5 says, sorry, Rob, I just woke up and missed the Whick panel. I wish I could have been there. We're going to look at a little of it here in a second. Cody Folsom for $5 says, now they're very concerned with defrauding taxpayers. LOL. I hear you. Blasterbuck, $20. Thank you, says, for money for Hank's dinosaur fund. He loves dinosaurs. And Green Soldier for $5 says, Rob, the left has no other option than to defend institutions they fought against for decades and pretend they've suddenly become trustworthy. Absolutely correct. Now, we're going to see if I could go back in time to this panel and see if I'm going to be honest. I think I was maybe too harsh on Wick. I really do. I mean, fuck him. I agree with most of the stuff I said afterwards, but in the moment, I may have been too harsh.
And he seeks to meet those challenges. I don't think it's a violation.
Either you're gone or I'm gone. Wick. There we go. Let's rewind a little. And then let's bring that up. And I'll give an honest take here of what I think.
Screenshot that I provided you is completely fabricated. If you look at it, the views are 7, the likes are 23. I just edited it so you would answer my question.
Okay, so then I will
you're
say
only
this.
here for good faith, I want you to let you know I totally deceived
So
you.
then
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm out of this panel then. Fuck you. I'm serious. Either you're gone or I'm gone. Wick, it's up to you. I'm serious.
I have no idea what just
I
happened.
agreed to do this. I agreed to have this good faith discussion with him because he sent me a tweet that supposedly said that he was calling out corruption from Biden. He's not. So I'm not dealing with this panel other than to insult this fucking idiot the whole time. So it's either me or him, or you just let me completely eschew the topic and insult this asshole.
Or we could have the discussion.
No.
Rob, if you'll get you to say,
Just
wait, hold on, this is what Rob to say. It'll get Rob to say. Hold on, let me
defend your
I think that Biden.
I'm not listening to a fucking word that this guy says. I am not listening to a fucking word this guy says, period. He's muted on my end. I can't hear him. You can pick me when it's my turn to talk.
Do you want to have a conversation?
But I'm not going to respond to someone that lied about that to come into here. I'm not doing
That's
it.
hilarious.
Can you someone show me what he said?
Yeah,
so here's what he's referring to.
So I'll tell you exactly what. I'm uninterested in having a conversation with people demanding that I call out Trump's mean tweet, who supported the corruption done against Trump, including up to and including actual admission of illegal FISA warrants. Soypill sent me a message.
You're like one of those people in the DGG who don't care about what Destiny did.
No, Wick. I'm all right. So I will say Wick started it. I wasn't, in retrospect, I wasn't. So Wick started it. He started comparing me to Destiny. All right. I feel better about that.
Exactly the same.
No, Wick. I'm not like the DGG people. I'm not like the people like you.
You are. You just
no.
made
I
the
appreciate
exact same argument.
I appreciate
the exact same argument.
I appreciate your.
Other people have done it worse.
Wick,
so you know why it's okay when we do.
Wick,
this, right?
please. I know you're just a DGG dick suck. You have no talent. Progressive
Bro,
Victory PAC.
you got
hey,
Trump
bro,
Hey,
you have no
hey, you do
talent.
not
You
care
have no
if he
talent
destroys
other
the
than getting
Constitution.
shit
You do
pushed
not
by
care
Progressive
if he shreds the
Victory.
Constitution because you are an un-American.
I understand the need to filibuster as you always do as a host. I can talk over you. I don't give a fuck. You can call me a traitor all you want. You are a destiny orbiting dick suck who got paid by Progressive Victory PAC, and they gave you an audience
Because
as
you are a
limited as it
corrupt,
is because you are
un-American,
fucking shit. You're
unconstitutional
incapable of
ass
doing these
who
things
does
on your
not
own,
care
and so now you
about
have to
America,
constantly
who does not
filibuster
care
and
about
talk
the
over people
Constitution,
when
who
they
does
come
not
onto your
care
panels
about
because
the
you're
values.
fucking
You
worthless.
have no
You
values.
can't even moderate
You
a
have
debate.
no
You
morals.
constantly bring
You
guests
don't
on that
have
are
no
bad faith
argument.
and shit that
The
can't
only
defend
thing
their
you can do
positions, and so
is
you feel the
shit
need to
out your
debate for
mouth.
them,
You
just like
can
when you had
lie,
to try to
you
cover
can
for Conor Boy and Brianna
you
Wu the
can
last time we
cover
were on.
for
You're someone who's
unconstitutional
literally a sack
actions
of shit
for people
who
who
can't
can
actually
do
have
the
this show
absolute
and that
worst.
wants to
You
talk
can
over people
violate
because
the
you can't
Constitution
allow people
over
that are
and
actually
over
able to
and
make these
over
points
again,
have
and
a
you will
voice. You
take it
can't.
up the
So,
ass.
we'll see you later. Well, I will say, I take it back. I don't think I did anything that bad to Wick. I don't care at all. He started it. I don't mind him saying, like, I'm not going to kick him off the show, so if you don't want to talk to him, maybe you'll have to go. But him saying, well, because I refused to talk to him about this, that I'm like a destiny orbiter. Someone is literally saying shit. True. So that's sort of what set me off. Sort of fun. Yeah, my wife heard me yelling from the office. Real fucking bummer, if I'm honest. I even told my wife I was excited to debate a lefty that actually like gave a shit about corruption. I really was. And it sucks that guy lied, photoshopped it. I get it. The left gets what they want. Not to be too narcissistic, but I am a little narcissistic. It's always a team effort against me for them. So I get it. I get the whole, oh, some guy lied to Rob. He tricked him. He was bad faith. Then Wick said he was like Destiny's audience and yelled at him. Rob got pissed and yelled back and left. Victory for us! Victory! Yep, leftists once more proved that they're bad faith assholes. Oh, Key Lime corrects me. They're not leftists. They're liberal Dems. Fair enough. Well, it's about bedtime. So, apologies for that panel not going the full length. Apologies for that. Apologies for the Conor debate not happening tonight. It's supposed to happen tomorrow night, so I don't know. I'll have to reach out to him tomorrow during the day. See if he wants to do that at 7 or 8. But I could stream anytime after 7 p.m. So we'll jump in after that. Talk to Conor. Wednesday, I'm supposed to be talking to Lactoid. Thursday, Ryan McCulley, I think's his name. And then Friday, I don't know. Pisco sniped me. When? Now? Let's see, is Pisco on now? We'll give him a raid, huh? This panel will be two conservatives, but I don't know what that means. So for all I know, the conservative is against me. That's the last time I did a Wick panel. It was me versus the entire panel. Remember when it was me? Oh, he's doing. We'll talk some shit on. versus all the progressive victory pack
I mean,
people.
by that, by that standard, I should do the same thing with you. You don't agree that Jan 6, you're trying to downplay Jan 6. You don't think that Trump is responsible for Jan 6. You're trying to minimize it. And so, fuck you. Fuck you. I don't have to listen to anything you say about corruption.
Like Econoboy, Brianna Wu. Brianna, she's not going to be there tonight.
What the fuck?
We don't get to argue with Brianna's buddy Conor. Later tonight, that's the second bit. So I don't know.
What did I say that's wrong, Rob?
Is the conservative, and then on the other side,
you're a fucking pussy. And your standard of, if you don't agree with me, I'm not going to ever debate you about Trump's corruption. And look, the little shift. He can't defend that standard. It's one that we've never applied. We've had discrete conversations about Burisma. You're essentially saying because we disagree on the FISA warrants of what occurred, and that you overplay it, that there's not strong evidence of corruption or political motivation. Because we disagree on that, you will never, ever debate corruption issues of Trump with me. If that's your standard, then holy fuck, you're cooked, bro. You're cooked. Is that your standard?
He won't let me on.
You have to agree with me on FISA warrants. Otherwise, I won't debate you on Trump stuff. If you don't agree with me, I won't even debate it in the context of a double standard argument. I won't give you the time of day to even debate it. Of course I can. You're the one who said I won't debate. You don't scare me. You're not smart. You think you're a lot smarter than you are.
See? Of course he'll debate me. But
Am
not
I avoiding you? How are you able to debate AJW for such a long time? He's again, he's not impressive people. They don't get in the weeds of stuff, and they assume they know more than they do. So obviously he hasn't read the formative cases. He doesn't know the facts
So, just
of
to let you know,
Afghanistan. Not able to talk about it.
months ago, Pisco banned me from his Discord. Then he'll act like, go ahead, jump on, knowing that I can't, because he's a puss.
But yeah, I mean, it's a kind of pathetic standard you've set for yourself, Robbie. Who said I won't have you on my stream? Yeah, I won't mute you. Do you want to call in? I didn't see your offer.
Didn't see the offer. Ah! Hello,
Hey,
Mr.
buddy, can you hear me?
Pisco. Yeah, man, I hear you.
What's up, buddy?
How's it going,
Why are
man?
you running away from debates on Trump corruption?
I'm not running away from anything. Why are you running away from...
where are
You're
you?
sweeping for your man Destiny there, coward.
Is that what you're coming on to talk about Destiny?
I talk
made
about
my
whatever
statement.
I want. Why are you afraid to talk about it?
I'm not talking about Destiny with you. It's irresponsible. I made my statement.
Oh,
you
coward
by the way,
running,
the length
coward
that Rob
running.
will go-
There he
so
goes.
Rob-
There's the
so Rob
coward
is so
running.
fucking triggered.
There he is.
So Rob
There's
is so
that
triggered,
coward.
right?
There he
wants
is.
to talk about Destiny.
There he is.
He wants to start.
I don't need to talk about it. I
on
just wanted to
Destiny.
get it on record
Telling
that you who called me a pussy afraid to debate stuff, it's actually you. Just wanted to get it on record. You're afraid to talk about it. Just admit it.
To be a trillion percent
on
clear,
Discord.
You're afraid to talk about the merits of the issues that we're discussing. Fair? You
Not
don't
true
want to
at
talk
all.
about
I'm not
corruption of
afraid
Trump.
to talk to you
said
about
you would
anything.
never debate. You said you would never debate the merits of the Trump corruption issues with someone who disagreed with you on the FISA warrants. Fair? That's what you said.
Did I say that? Can you quote that?
100%. You said I don't have to debate these issues.
Oh,
I
wait.
won't debate it.
Now
I
listen.
won't be
Now
forced.
listen. Notice how he changed his position. He said, I said, I will never debate. Then he said, I don't have to debate. Classic Pisco bullshit. Can't even keep your bullshit
Will you or
together
won't
for
you?
more than 2
Will
sentences.
you or won't you? With some,
When
will
I
you
feel
or
like it?
won't you for someone who wait. So if someone who, by the way, in your own words says has swept for the corruption on the FISA warrants,
Correct.
You will have a discussion with them about Trump's corruption. Fair?
If I feel like it. I don't owe them anything.
Did I ever fucking say that when we were going through the weeds of Burisma?
No, you do
When we
things
were going
like
through the weeds
no.
of all
What
the
you
cases
do
we
is
did?
so. Let me explain. Right. What you do is You say things are off limit that hurt your little precious feelings, like when I put the word lawyer in quotation marks. You cry and you gnash your teeth and say, "That's not fair, please don't do that." Then when I talk about how people like you that have swept up for the corruption, that I don't owe you anything, just like your boy Destiny said,
on
just like your
FISA.
boy
We
Destiny,
disagree on it.
just like your boy Destiny, when he refused to condemn the assassination attempt of Trump on Piers Morgan's show, and I even talked to you about that and said, I understand it. For the people on that panel
wrong.
that he felt...
It was wrong.
You think it was wrong for Destiny to do that, but you still partnered with him?
No, but listen, buddy. This is not a cross-examination of my business relationship.
Oh, right.
I am not going to. You're not going to bait me into that shit, and you're using this
Coward.
in a bad faith manner.
There he is.
Doing it in
There's the
you're
coward.
Doing it in a bad faith manner. You're doing it in a bad faith manner because you cannot address the merits of what we've been discussing.
Untrue.
Your standard,
Coward.
Your standard that you won't debate people who have swept up and just disagree with you on the FISA issues because you're a fucking rat.
Coward.
That's the truth of it.
So
And-
I'm not
and how
asking
many
you.
times
I'm
have
not
had these
asking you.
debates?
We
How
already
many times have
we
had
already
these
agreed.
debates on FISA,
We already
on
agreed.
Burisma?
Listen.
It's fucking. This is all your attempt to smear me. Your attempt to bait me. It's not going to work. You're second tier. You're not going to do anything to make me change my position or make me say things that I don't want to say.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying to you. Second tier, Mr. Destiny fucking Orbiter. You already admitted that you're too
can't address
cowardly to
issues.
talk
Everyone
about.
sees-
Now, I
everyone
understand
sees
the
you
need to
can't address
filibuster here. I understand the need to filibuster. So you already agreed that you're too cowardly to talk about your sweeping for the sex pass. So instead, what we're talking about is nothing to do with that. But if you think that Destiny was wrong and someone who it's your heartfelt opinion, let me finish. Let me finish. Is it not your heartfelt opinion that calls for assassination and whistling to think like that's really bad?
Yeah, I think that Steven didn't mean it at the time, but now when I'm seeing his comments on Luigi, I don't like them. But again, you're making this an issue about Destiny. You're trying to, because you are incredibly insecure about where you stand on the actual merits of the discussion, and so you need to make this about anything other than that.
No,
And so
that's
you're
not true
trying
at
to
all.
put-
It has to
you're
do with
trying
the-
put me in a compromise.
Yes or no?
position
Is this
when I've
conversation-
released the statement? When I've released a statement already, and then you're not going to bait me into saying something stupid or something I don't want to say, and you won't address the merits of the political issues and the quote unquote hypocrisy that we're addressing. So you're trying to talk about Destiny because that's all you got.
That's not what's happening, right? So I'm not asking you to address. I'm not asking you to address anything involving his court case. I'm asking you to. The entire discussion that we're having here is about me saying that people are bad faith when they call out things like corruption, but then show that they're unwilling. Are you going to let me talk? You're such just like with your debate with AJW. You're so cowardly that you feel like you have to filibuster because you know that if you give your audience a chance to hear the other people, they'll realize how fucking dumb you are. So you can give me a chance to talk here. Okay. Now,
talk about Destiny.
I'm going to talk about what I want. What I'm saying is I'm not talking about your business relationship or anything like that. We're having a conversation about whether or not it's worthwhile talking to people that are clearly engaged in bad faith on certain topics. Now, I'm talking about your character when it comes to condemning corruption. One of the things that you've said that I applaud you for is you're actually against the people that are calling out assassination attempts. You now admit that the Piers Morgan thing, you think what Destiny said was terrible. You think what Destiny said specifically to you, saying that the worst thing that could happen was the assassin's bullet would meet. And then you're like, but I don't think he believed it, though the things he said on Luigi is bad too, which he said recently. So can you explain to me why you were willing to not just be on a show with, but partner with someone who back then and most recently, you can't because you're bad faith.
This is beyond the scope. I'm not going to get baited into a conversation on your own terms about Destiny and Steven. To me right now, it is not appropriate. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to be baited into it. What you can't do is defend the merits of your position, which was that people who sweep for government corruption, not for Destiny, not for Steve, and people who sweep for specific instances that you've brought up, the FISA warrant application process, you don't owe them a shit. You cry like a little bitch baby.
I don't owe them shit.
You
Do you owe me
yes,
any?
You do. Yeah. But the thing is, Rob, everyone sees that you're scared, that you can't. You're
not
trying
scared.
to avoid conversation with people.
That's what
who
you're
can actually
doing.
Call you
You're
on your
projecting.
shit. No, yeah, you were saying that I was scared of you.
You're
What
projecting
the
right
fuck do
now.
I have to be scared about you for?
You're projecting
You're a
right now.
fucking
So
clown.
you literally
You're a
just gave
lolcow.
the rationale. You literally did. You said that you don't owe me having to say. That's what I'm saying to you. I don't owe you shit. Do you think you owe me anything? Any conversation?
So you understand that there's a difference.
I noticed you couldn't answer the question. I noticed you couldn't answer.
Do you understand that there's a difference between the nature of Destiny and I's relationship, what I think about Destiny, versus like the political corruption issues that we're discussing, and like what's going on in our government, which is like we're political streamers, and in my opinion, that's what I want to focus on. That's what my streams are about. And so when you say something like, I don't have to fucking listen to Conor, who by the way agrees with you on a lot of these issues, agreed with you on Burisma stuff. stuff, agreed with you on fucking FISA government stuff, and you still say, I won't give him the time of day because progressive victory. You're out to sea. You're not consistent. You're a fucking idiot.
So notice that Pisco once more does this thing where I ask him a yes/no question. You're incapable of answering the yes/no question. Instead, you just pivot to something else. It's something that you do all the. And again, this is something that he needs to do in all of his debates. He's unwilling to be good faith, so he can't answer yes/no questions. He has to just filibuster, talk about irrelevant shit. I'll ask the question again. Pisco, do you feel you owe me any conversation?
In the grand scheme of things, in the world?
Anything. Any conversation.
I don't think we owe anyone any conversation.
Correct.
Like, no matter what, we're all people.
That's right. So you don't owe me any conversation. Here we go. The filibuster again. I ask a yes/no question. He filibusters for a minute and a half. I re-ask the question. He filibusters for a minute and a half. Now, that's exactly my point. You don't owe me any conversation. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That I don't owe anyone any conversation. There he is again, has to interrupt. It's something that he has to do. He has to interrupt. He has to filibuster because he knows if he lets his audience hear, they'll realize how fucking stupid he is. It's constantly the same thing with Pisco. It's literally every time he debates, this is what he does. He has to continue to interrupt every 5 seconds because he's incapable of debating on the merits. So he'll let me finish my point. And so what I'm saying is, you're saying there's a difference. I'm making the general point that we don't owe anyone anything. I could choose to talk to people about what I want to talk about. I choose the people that have obviously defended corruption for the past 8 years that are now whining because of Trump's mean tweet to laugh in their fucking face and say, I don't owe you anything. The people that are good faith, like I'm going to be talking to this Ryan McCulley guy. I thought this guy on the channel today. There he is interrupting again. There he is. There he has to do it again. This is what a in quotations lawyer that defense for sex
people who agree with you. They're the good faith people.
No, that's not people that agree with me. Does Ryan McCulley agree with me?
I don't agree with you about the corruption with respect to FISA warrants.
That's right, because you're a bad faith hack. Just like you claim to care about people not having assassination, calling for assassination attempts, but partner with one.
Wait. I just want to hear you say that. To disagree with you on the FISA warrants and whether they entail corruption, that is by definition bad faith. Yes.
I'm saying the people like
yes or no. Dipshit.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's what you are. You're saying
it's not as simple. You want me to explain the answer? It's not as simple as yes, no. Unlike you, I'll actually answer yes, no. Then I'll expound a little like you instead of filibustering for 2 minutes. Yes, the people that say that it was not any corruption whatsoever are clearly bad faith. Do you think that the FISA warrants entailed some level of corruption?
I don't think that's been proven. Nope.
They're illegal, but it's not corrupt.
Wait. You agree that there's a difference between illegality and corruption? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So something that being illegal doesn't mean that it's corrupt. Fair?
Okay, so define corrupt.
So it's not inconsistent. It's not inconsistent for something to be
define corrupt in the way you're defining it. Go ahead. Define corrupt in the way you're defining it.
The way I use corrupt is for an improper purpose, in this context, for a political purpose or for personal benefit.
Okay, so was it improper, the illegal FISA warrants?
No, an improper purpose. So an improper purpose is a secondary purpose. For example, if you doing it to get Trump because you hate him politically, if you're doing it because Trump is a business enemy of yours, that's what do you mean by corruption? I guess I'll ask. Is that aligning with what you think corruption is?
I would say corruption is using your office or position for personal gain.
For personal gain
in an illegal way, an unethical way.
So personal. So explain to me how the FISA warrants, under your definition of corruption, were corrupt in that they were attempting to get a personal gain.
Who did Kevin Clinesmith want to win the election?
Is that personal gain?
Yes, the guy you want to win winning. Yep.
Yeah, but that's just the fact that he has a political belief doesn't mean that he did something based on that political belief. If that were the case, then holy fuck, everyone in the administration right now would be corrupt by your own admission. If it were enough to show that there was corruption, to show that someone had a political allegiance, then holy shit, everyone in your administration right now is corrupt.
No, when you take an illegal action to advance that's what makes it corrupt. Who do you think Kevin Clinesmith wanted to win the election?
You're assuming that it was done for that reason. Yeah, he was a Democrat. 100%. Yeah, he was a Democrat. Okay. But by the way, it's never enough for you that someone's a Republican if they take a certain action. And so why should it be dispositive for you if he's a Democrat?
I wouldn't say it's
That's
never.
Just fucking stupid.
Did Kevin Clinesmith ever tweet out #resist?
I'm not aware that he did it, or if it was listen. I don't think it was a tweet. I think he messaged it to someone.
Okay, what do you think that meant?
Yeah, so I think he was opposed to Trump. I don't think
okay. So he's messaging people #resist. He's breaking the law. in order to make it more likely that they get a FISA warrant against Trump's team. But you're
So
like,
is
that's
Cass
not
Patel-
corrupt.
So is wait. So is everyone who's been appointed by Trump right now, who has taken positions against Biden, who have said, for example, Biden, stole the election. They've said that he's appointing these people. Would you agree that when they take action that is detrimental to people who support Biden, that entails corruption?
If it was illegal.
No. Come on, man.
I just want to be clear for everyone listening. Your argument is this: Kevin Clinesmith did something that was illegal. And so it would be corrupt if he did it for a motivation. I believe you said political or personal motivation. This man clearly wanted Trump to lose and Hillary to win, even so much as he was texting people #resist. And you're like, nope, that's not sufficient evidence. So if that's not the best possible scenario, why did he change that email?
What the judge found is that in the sentencing, that the evidence showed, and I agree with him, that this was done for efficiency reasons and not to hurt Trump. That one of the reasons we know that is he sent a message as well, a text message to another person, where he expressed his belief that he wasn't a part of the CIA and that it was like a sub-agency or something. Listen, I think ultimately he lied and that he did a wrong thing. He did illegal action, but I don't think that you've demonstrated that he did it for a corrupt purpose. Especially when you're discounting, by the way, especially when you're discounting the quote unquote in your mind reading that's done of Trump. When Trump says find 11,000 votes, you're like, I don't know what his purpose could be. He wanted to win the election, but it couldn't have been for political purposes that he asked for 11,780 votes. Like you're applying such a disparate standard.
Now look who's switching the subject to talk about other things. First, I gave my reason, what I think the most likely scenario for what Trump said that, and that was he was thinking that the election was actually stolen from him and there was hundreds of thousands of fraudulent votes and you only needed to find a small portion of that, in this case 11,000. Secondly, this is what you do all the time. You always claim that we can't know the mindset of anyone that's convicted even of illegal actions against Trump, but as soon as it comes to Trump, you instantly know his mindset. Just like you'll say you instantly know the mindset of his DOJ right now, and that they're clearly doing a quid pro quo with Eric Adams if this is corrupt and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
You know their mindset there. But when we see this instance, I just want everyone to see that the hoops that he'll jump through, to say that a guy, let me finish real quick and then you'll be able to get your point out. Let me finish real quick. He's literally saying right now that a guy who's clearly wants Hillary to win, who's to the point where he's texting people #resist, and that broke the law. He's like, well, I don't think that there's evidence that he did that for personal benefit. He even contradicts himself when he says, well, then he sent another text message out later that said that he wasn't sure of it. But now you're admitting he lied.
Wait, hang on a second. So there's no contradiction. What's the contradiction?
The contradiction that you're trying to claim it's some sort of defense that he sent a text message out that said he didn't know this guy worked for the CIA, but you're admitting that he lied. So that text message is irrelevant.
Wait. This is what he lied about. He doctored an email. Agreed? That's different than his state of mind about whether or not someone is part of an agency or not part of an agency. You agree those are different things?
Well,
yes
no, because I think
they're not different
things.
things.
Let me explain why I say no. No, I reject the premise of the question for the following reason, because I think that him truly believing this guy isn't, quote, part of the CIA, that's what his text message said?
That he was part of like a sub-agency, that he wasn't directly the OGA at issue.
Okay, well, I think that has nothing to do with the material, him changing the fucking thing, changing the email to say the opposite of the truth. Yes, this guy did work for the CIA too.
Yeah, that's
no,
what I'm saying.
Didn't.
Wait, no. What I said he lied about is the doctoring of the email to say something that's not saying. But I'm saying that, and I asked you the question: is it a different thing to have a state of mind that relates to whether someone is part of an agency or not, versus a state of mind of knowing and intentionally and deliberately changing something from what it is and purporting it to be something else? Those are different things. Yes or no?
Okay, in that context, if you explain
yes or
those,
no?
In that context,
so there's no contradiction. Fair.
In that context that you're explaining those different things, there are a difference between those two things. However, I think the fact that you're willing to say that the most likely scenario is scenario one, this guy who hates Trump so much he's texting to people #resist, who clearly wants Hillary to win, that the reason he changed this email wasn't because of that, because he wanted to harm Trump and his team and help Hillary, but instead because he truly believed the email he got was inaccurate, and that actually this guy never did work for the CIA. So despite the fact of the evidence right in front of his face, he took it upon himself for purely altruistic purposes, that he legitimately thought this guy didn't work for the CIA, took it upon himself to change that evidence. That's your claim.
I think that the contemporaneous text message, in my opinion, and his testimony, given what the judge said, which I have no reason to not credit. Do you have a reason not to credit?
Yes, I have a reason not to credit, which is common sense, because I could see the evidence put forth.
Okay, so just having a political belief and having a political alignment is sufficient for you to know that there's a political motive behind an action. So therefore, applying that standard to Donald Trump, you would agree, therefore, that his corrupt actions with respect to the election fraud and what's going on, that's sufficient there to show that there was political bias and that it was obviously done for a corrupt purpose, for personal motivation. Fair?
No, it's not that it would always be in that case. It's
So
that
are
the
you applying a
exact-
different standard? Are you applying a different standard to Trump than you are to Kevin Clinesmith?
Yes,
is that right?
I absolutely am. Do you think that FBI? Do you think that career FBI lawyers that understand the law understand the difference between something like altering evidence and statements they're making versus someone who doesn't?
Yes, I think that.
Oh, okay. So then the standard would seem to be that you're suggesting that this guy knowingly broke the law to change an email to say the opposite of the truth because he felt in his heart of hearts that actually he was changing it to actually reflect what was correct. That would seem to be a different standard.
We have evidence that Trump was knowingly breaking the law.
No, we don't. Not in the same sense.
We do, but he was explained in the same way that you say that an agent has more information about what's legal and what's illegal. You're just saying that based on the intuitive knowledge of an agent that in general they have more information. That's what you asked me. I said, yeah, probably they have more information.
Correct.
But Trump had explicit information from people saying that what he was doing was illegal. And so by the same token, the same kind of knowledge of illegality, to the extent that you think that matters, is present both in Kevin Clinesmith by his virtue of him just being an agent and Trump in virtue of him getting specific legal advice on specific issues and being told that what he was suggesting was in fact illegal. And so
not everyone telling Trump was that. Not everyone telling.
That's you giving the benefit of the doubt. And so, but you know for a certainty that Kevin Clinesmith knew that what he was doing was illegal?
That's not true. So let me say, first, not everyone around him was telling him what he was doing was illegal. Secondly, when a lawyer gives advice to a person, that person's still not as knowledgeable as the law as a career FBI lawyer. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
I don't know. I think it depends.
It depends. So give me an example of when a layman who's not involved in the legal field, who's given advice by a lawyer, knows the law better than a career FBI lawyer.
Yeah, if the advice relates to, for example, business matters, business and acquisitions, mergers and acquisitions, the standards related to, an agency or an industry that the FBI agent has no domain or knowledge about. There are tons of examples of discrete legal knowledge that a lay person could understand with better context from a lawyer who's, specified in corporate law or some other field or domain that the FBI agent doesn't have in. So the answer is actually a lay person could have more discrete specific knowledge than a career FBI agent who deals largely with criminal law. And in fact, sometimes they don't even need to be lawyers. Now, he was a lawyer, but yeah.
It's an interesting deflection. It's an interesting deflection from the fact that actually, yes. Excuse me, from the fact that we're talking about actually a career FBI lawyer that's literally dealing with matters of illegality versus Trump, who's dealing with elections, who's not a career election lawyer or something like that, right? So there's clearly a disparity. There's clearly a disparity in this, and I want you to explain what level of FBI lawyer do you think you have to be before you realize that altering evidence to say the opposite of the truth is something you shouldn't do?
Yeah, I can't say to a certainty whether or not, I can specify a level. I'm not even aware of all the levels of FBI agencies, so I don't think that I'm equipped to answer that, question.
Do you think that an average...
Let me answer your question as completely. I think in general, FBI agents probably have some awareness that doctoring evidence is illegal. That's why I support the prosecution of Kevin Clinesmith, and I'm not sweeping for it. But you want to turn it around and say that you have proof that this is all a big conspiracy to go after Trump, and the most egregious action, I think on balance, the more obvious conclusion based on the contemporaneous evidence, and what I have to rely on is that he was doing it for convenience and probably not, and at worst, what the prosecution argued was to not have been caught for omitting it in the initial times. But I don't have evidence that suggests that it was his political belief that caused him to do that, ultimately. And if we do apply that standard, then it would be applying to literally all the political appointees of Trump right now.
But that's what you do. That's what you do. You do apply that. That's why you're saying that it's corrupt, that they've...
No, I think there's way more evidence for Trump.
There's not... Wait, I'm not going to let you filibuster. I just give you a chance to talk. This is a quid pro quo, something I know you're familiar with as you supported Joe Biden's quid pro quo. So what you see that's done here cleverly,
there's no quid pro quo.
You constantly there's no quid pro quo of Joe Biden. Is that what you just said?
Sorry. There was a quid pro quo.
Oh, thank you. You can shut up there. Thanks. So I'll finish my point. Right. Career lawyer Pisco there. I'm sorry, lawyer in quotation marks.
I'm correcting myself.
There you go. Go ahead, correct yourself.
I'm correcting
myself. Lawyer in quote marks.
I'm correcting myself. When you say quid pro quo, you're implying that it's necessarily bad. It's not a corrupt quid pro quo. What Joe Biden offered, what is being offered to Mayor Adams is a corrupt quid pro quo.
Isn't that interesting? You can see into my thought process. It's always interesting how you, who are accusing me being able to see in the other people's thought process, do the exact same thing. Every time it comes to the knowledge of Hillary Clinton or the knowledge of Joe Biden, we don't know what they were thinking. We can't prove exactly what their thought process was. But every time it's with Trump, yes, I know that what they were thinking was guilty.
Maybe
I know. It's every single time. So I'll continue.
Maybe
We have evidence. We have evidence when it comes to this too. We have someone saying #resist. We have someone that clearly wanted Hillary to win, and you're trying to have us believe. Notice the clever trick. There you go. I know you need to interrupt. I know you really need to do it. So now listen to what this guy who's a quote lawyer, unquote, listen to what he's trying to tell you. He's trying to make excuses. Well, I don't know if FBI agents don't know if they're supposed to alter evidence or not. I would argue that even the beat cop in my small towns would understand that they're not supposed to alter. You said you don't know what level. Yes or no? You said you don't know what level that they would be to need that.
You don't know. I said I don't know the level system. I can't speak about what particular level. I said, and then afterwards I clarified. I said I would assume that anyone with a legal background at all would. Yep, I would assume. Would you not assume? Wait, would you assume or not? Wait. I would assume. Wait. Rob, just real quick. Would you also assume?
I would also assume. I also wouldn't try to equivocate and downplay. Okay. I also wouldn't try to equivocate and downplay by going, well, I don't know what the levels of FBI agents. You would say, yes, absolutely. Anyone involved in law enforcement, anyone involved in the legal. This is how a real lawyer would have answered, not a quote lawyer quote. This is how a real lawyer would answer. Right there, you need to filibuster. There, you need to go again. You need to filibuster and be able to talk over people because you're unable to defend this whatsoever. You're unable to. So you need to continue to talk over someone. That's how you need to do it. But I'll be the bigger man and let the quote lawyer, unquote lawyer, actually say his piece here before he cries. So go ahead.
Such a baby, dude. So the reason why I said I don't know this, you are a baby, bro. You're a literal baby.
Who cried about being called a lawyer in quotes? Who was that?
Bro. You are on stream
right,
saying, they don't agree with me on FISA, so they don't have to ask me anything.
I can't talk about Destiny. I can't talk. I won't be suckered into that. I'm sorry. I sweat for the Sec Post and got money from. I can't talk though. I can't do that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can't defend the merits of your.
I am defending the merits. I'm not the one making the absurd deflections like you.
We're now actually in the weeds.
We're not in the weeds. We are not in the weeds.
We are actually in the weeds of FISA, and everything I said was accurate. That you can't have a conversation that doesn't involve the FISA situation, and we're now in the weeds about the tendency of
you asked me about FISA
or not.
You said that I didn't know the facts about it. You asked what was illegal about, what was corrupt about it. You asked.
You don't actually know the facts here because
I do know the facts. I do know the facts. Now I'm going to go back.
Who else should be charged?
I'll give you a chance to ask that question and I'll answer it after I finish my point. So you wouldn't equivocate and say, well, I don't know the levels of. You would say, this is what a real lawyer would say. Clearly, anyone involved in the legal system or law enforcement knows that you can't manufacture evidence. So what we're talking about here is a lawyer who's not just a low-level lawyer that you would see in a small town, but a lawyer that's one of the. Again, I know you need to interrupt. Just wait. It's a lawyer that's at the highest level as the FBI. And what Pisco's having you believe is this lawyer sees evidence. He sends a questionnaire out to people at the CIA. An email. He's like, hey, did this guy help with you? They send back, yes, he did. He says, I don't believe this email. I think this is inaccurate. So I'm going to intentionally commit a crime for the sake of justice for everything so we can get to the real truth. And I'm going to say the evidence in front of me is inaccurate and change it to say the opposite of the truth. And yes, while it's true, I know this will harm Trump's team and I know it'll help Hillary Clinton. That has nothing to do with my motivations. Instead, it's because I truly believe that's what this guy meant to say. Instead of emailing him back and saying, are you sure? Nope. Instead, I'm going to change this as a career FBI lawyer. I'm going to change it because I know that that's the right thing to do because it's for expediency and to getting the truth. It's fucking laughable. That's the sort of bad faith shit I'm talking about with you.
You're straw manning me completely. That is not my position. So I absolutely think that what he did, he probably had a reason to know, and I would believe that he knew what he was doing was illegal. I think that that's absolutely completely true. That's why I support the prosecution of Clinesmith. And you pretending that I think that he shouldn't be held to account, or that I don't believe that he thought that I believe that what he thought that he was doing something legal is just not the case. I thought that he had a malicious state of mind in the sense that he knew that doctoring the evidence was almost certainly against the law, almost certainly against the procedures of the FBI. And so I support, again, the prosecution of Clinesmith. And so the question about we actually have an agreement. Like, I support that. I also support the notion that these illegal I don't support these illegal FISA warrants. I don't support improper FISA warrants. And so you pretending that we're in favor of those warrants is a lie. You
That's
pretend
not
that
what I'm doing. You're
against the
strawmanning
prosecution of Clinesmith is a lie.
You're
so
strawmanning
then in what sense? Then why are you treating me as though I have no leg to stand on when we fucking agree on the notion that these illegal FISA warrants shouldn't have been issued and that Clinesmith should have been prosecuted, which he was? What's the disagreement
we have
other
is
than the corruption?
the disagreement we have on the broader context is that you downplay the severity of the illegal spying on of Trump's team, and you say it was merely regrettable and it wasn't a big deal. That's number one. In this specific incident, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you're not at least publicly saying that you were against these FISA warrants. What I'm saying is that you are making excuses that are saying that because that obviously he knew that this was illegal. What I'm saying is, if he obviously knew it was illegal, the leap of judgment that you're making is it couldn't have been because he wanted the other side to win, so much so that he was texting
I didn't
people.
say it couldn't have been. I didn't
Let
say it
me
couldn't have
finish. Let me finish. That's not the motivation, the most likely motivation. Instead, he knew this was illegal. And he literally did it anyways, knowing he could jeopardize the entire case, jeopardize his career. And what's your reason for, quote, expediency?
Wait. A shortcut and potentially also to cover the fuck ups that they did before by not disclosing this further. I mean,
so for personal benefit.
So I happen to believe that in this context, if it could be the case that what he was doing was to help cover his ass. That is not corruption of what you're talking about.
Bullshit. Is that corruption, yes or no, based on your definition?
Yeah. So based on my definition, I would say his action was corrupt to the extent that it was covering his own ass. But
you said it wasn't earlier. You said it wasn't earlier. Liar.
The FISA warrants. The FISA warrants. The FISA warrants themselves. The people who are seeking out that information, they were lied to. They were the recipients of false information, and that information was not translated into the actual warrants. And when you say that it was corrupt, what you mean is that there was a plan to politically go after Donald Trump. It's not that you mean that you thought that, because you don't even buy that Kevin Clinesmith was doing this to cover his own butt. You buy the other narrative, which is they're going after Trump. And so for you to sit here and pretend that that's what you think and that you won the debate because, he could have been covering his own ass, and that falls under the definition of corruption. It's not what you mean by corruption when you point to this whole saga.
You see, this is what's amazing about you. You're so bad.
What did I just say? What did I say that's wrong?
Why don't you, again, I know every time you know that you're cooked, you have to filibuster, you have to interrupt constantly within 3 seconds. You gonna be quiet and let me talk? Good boy. Okay, I have your consent. I know your crew doesn't know much about consent, but anyways, what you did was you gave your definition of corruption and said, based on your definition of corruption, this wasn't corrupt. And then after we go back and forth for 20 minutes on it, of course, you're forced to admit, yes, actually, according to your definition, this is in fact corrupt. But it's okay for you to have misled people by saying it wasn't corrupt, because when I say corrupt, I mean something different than when you say it's corrupt. No. So I want you to say right now, I want you to be honest. Be a big boy here. Be a big boy. You ready? You ready? I want you to admit, yes, Kevin Clinesmith was corrupt. Yes, he was corrupt. Say it. It was the FISA process was corrupt. Kevin Clinesmith was corrupt.
Just to be 100%. So just to be 100% clear, I said to the extent. And I think it's a secondary. The judge does not agree that he was trying to cover his ass. The judge thinks that he was taking a shortcut and that it wasn't to cover his ass. I'm saying to the extent as a secondary that he was trying to cover his ass, which was the prosecution's theory, then that would be corrupt. But that's not the primary theory. And I think the more likely scenario is that he was taking shortcuts.
So now you've changed your stance again.
No. I've made that completely clear that the judge did not agree that what he was doing was for the purposes of covering his own ass on the previous 3 warrants. This was on the 4th renewal.
But you said that was part of it. You said that was.
That's why the judge said that only granted him whatever months of probation. Like he didn't really get any much of a sentence because he was not convinced that the motivation was bad as the way you're saying, and also it's far afield. So again,
here we go. Change the subject. Got it.
We are talking.
Don't worry, I'll get back here. Don't worry.
We are talking in the weeds of the specific FISA case once more, showing that you can't do anything but debate these cases which you don't have any information on.
Right, I don't have any information on, and yet I knew more about it than you. I knew it was corrupt. Now,
That's
again,
not true.
I want you to go back. You said specifically, not only did you say, I guess it was corrupt. Now you're saying, no, I'm not saying it's corrupt. I'm saying under that theory. You also prefaced that. You also prefaced that. You also prefaced again. Notice how Pisco has to just interrupt every time. Every time that he's getting cooked, you notice he has to interrupt. You're starting to see a theme here. This is constantly what he does. Pisco, why don't you be quiet, then you'll be able to answer afterwards. You're going to have to be quiet and let me talk. You're going to have to be quiet and let me talk. I know the need need to interrupt. I know that you suck at this and you have to interrupt. I know you're tired of trying to do it alone without riding Destiny's coattails. That's okay. We'll get back to having consent. It'll be okay. The reason that we even got into that where you admitted that it was corrupt was because you said, and yeah, he was probably doing it to cover his own ass.
No, I said to the wait. Do you agree? If we check back on the VOD, I said to the extent that he was covering up his own ass, it would be correct.
I don't know. Let's go back and check it. Why don't we do it?
Okay, perfect. We'll do it. And if I do, will you apologize? Yes or no?
It depends on what you say.
If I say if I make it clear that it's conditional to the extent, would you apologize about what you just said to me?
If you didn't say it was corrupt, yes, I would apologize.
Well, no. If I conditioned it on to the extent that it was for personal benefit.
Not if you said he was covering his own ass.
Wait, no. If I said that, if I did not make a conclusion on whether he was or not, and I said to the extent that he was covering his own ass.
No, not if you said this. Not if you said, and yeah, he was probably covering his own ass, and to the extent that's corrupt. If you said he was probably covering his own ass or something like that, you've just given the rationale for why it's corrupt.
So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back and we're gonna listen exactly what I said.
Am I going to be able to hear it? Probably not, huh?
Probably not.
Okay, I'll go back and try to find it as well then.
Yep. So I'm
going to mute you for a second.
Myself.
Okay. How do I mute myself here? What level of FBI lawyer do you think you have to be before you realize the reason he changed this email wasn't because of an email to say the
more discrete, specific knowledge than a career FBI agent who deals largely with criminal law?
Yes, dealing with matters like that.
But he has,
right?
he has
there's
top
clearly
minds.
a disparity. Do you think you have?
Yeah, I can't say to a certainty whether or not I can specify a level. I'm not even aware of people. I think doctoring evidence is illegal. That's why I support the conspiracy to go after the contemporary. What the prosecution arguments that legitimately Trump himself evidence.
This is a key that's on your cover. You constantly what you there's. I'm sorry.
I'm correcting myself. Pro quo. What Joe?
You being able to proving
evidence is different.
You need to listen. Alter.
I don't know the level system. I can't speak about what particular level. I said, and I would assume. Yep. Would you not assume? Wait. Would you?
Equating down.
You're so stupid. So the reason. So I'm not going to let you just let you
say his
bro. You're on FISA.
Suckered into the.
Fan. We're in the weeds. I literally said you can't have a political corruption potentially. And potentially to cover his own ass.
Now.
No, the fact. You were aware of that I fucking owned a political conversation.
Let me see. I haven't got to it.
A single caveat that I told you I did. It was completely conditional. You're muted right now.
Yeah, let me check for myself. I haven't got there yet. I don't take your word for it, so I'm going to see. Yeah,
because you're a fucking idiot. And we're now in the weeds about the.
Who asked what was illegal about what was corrupt? You know the facts.
Yeah, who else should be charged?
I do know the facts. I'll answer that. A real lawyer would say evidence.
What happened, Rob?
But a lawyer is the F2 people says in front of me will harm my head. That's what the change thing to do.
You're straw manning me completely. No, and I would support the prosecution of Clinesmith, and you pretending. I believe that what he thought that he was doing something legal is just not the case. I thought that he had a malicious state of mind in the sense that he knew that doctoring the evidence was almost certainly against the law, almost certainly against the procedures of the FBI. And so I support, again, the prosecution of Clinesmith. And so the question about we actually have an agreement. Like I support improper FISA warrants. And so you pretending that we're in is a lie. Stand on when we fucking agree to which he was.
Context is that you down isn't a big deal publicly. That are saying is to the finish, and he isn't for
ups that they did before by not disclosing this further. I mean, the first question.
So for personal benefit.
Expediency. Wait. A shortcut and potentially also to cover the fuck ups that they did before by not disclosing this further. I mean, the first question.
So for personal benefit.
So I happen to believe that in this context, if it could be the case that what he was doing was to help cover his ass. That is not corruption of what you're talking about when you talk about corruption.
All right, you there?
Yeah, where's my
You said, I happen to believe what it could be was to cover his ass.
So where's the apology?
Okay, the apology is you didn't say definitively. I apologize, you didn't say definitively. Yeah. Why did you? So if it could be, how could you? If it
I remember
could
what
be,
I say and you lie about what I say.
Oh no, it's not that I lied. I heard you say that, and you. So let me ask you this, right? So if it could be, how could you declare that it's not corruption?
Well, it's not been shown that that's the case. So
but you think that it could be. So it could be corruption.
So there's a so my default state is agnosticism in terms of that, and it's not been shown to be corrupt. To the extent that I said it's not corrupt, I think I've been very clear to say you haven't shown. There's not a good case for corruption. And so what I'm saying is not that I know for a certainty there's no corruption, but that you have not proven corruption.
So then, when I said they did this merely for expediency, and you said, well, possibly they also did it for personal benefit. So now you admit that the only case that it's not corruption. So now
you're not smart. You're bad at this.
That's not true. That's
not.
not.
You lied to me. You lied on me just now.
Lie?
You just lied on me. You said that I changed my position. You're a fucking liar, and you think you're smarter than you are. I remember what I fucking said. You tried to gaslight me, and you had to apologize like a bitch.
No, I apologize because I'm not a bitch, unlike you, right? And what I'm saying is you brought it up as something totally irrelevant. So this is what we're trying to say. I'm saying the problem I have with this is you're saying that it was done purely for expediency. And you said, well, no, it may have also been for personal benefit. Now you're saying, but you don't believe that. Because if it was for personal benefit, then that's corrupt. So now let me finish. So now the only possible way this wasn't corrupt was if it was just done for expediency, correct?
That's what the judge thinks, and that's what I think is the most likely scenario.
Okay, so then we could totally eschew and for personal benefit. So then we're back to this.
I'm being comprehensive.
It has nothing to do with comprehensive. It has to do with trying to mitigate and equivocate. That's what you're trying to do. So when I said, this is what you would have said. No, this is what you would have said. Yeah, you're right, Rob. The only way this wasn't corrupt if it was done for expediency. You would have said, well, it may have also been for personal benefit. Then you realized once I caught you, but what you did, yes, I am trying to salvage it. I am trying to salvage because it's absolutely true what I'm saying. The reason that you did that, the reason you brought up the personal benefit was because you know how bad it makes you look for this guy knowingly broke the law purely for expediency. And so you were like, well, there could be other reasons too, like personal benefit. Then once you realized, oh shit, that violates my own definition of what corruption is. You were like, oh, but it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't. That's exactly what happened.
That's not at all.
Okay, so then it's only expediency.
Yeah, so I can explain what actually happened. Because I'm honest, I'm giving you all the rationales. Yes, it's possible that political bias played a motive. I don't think that's been proven. Yes, it's possible that it was done for the purpose of covering his own ass. I'm not convinced by that. I think there's more evidence for that than there is for the political corruption charge of it. But I was just being comprehensive in the different options that existed, that it could have been for that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
For any reason,
and you try to spin it as though I was changing my tune. That's a fucking
You
joke.
are changing your tune. You are changing your tune in the sense that what you're doing is you're trying to give equivocations, then you're forced to admit would also be corrupt. Right? What you tried to do was you know that it looks bad, that you're saying, oh, ignore the fact this guy was a rabid Trump hater, that he wanted Hillary to win, that he's texting #resist. It couldn't have been that he did this for political motivation. That's not the most likely scenario. Instead, the most likely scenario is expediency. And once I point out that that's what you're saying, let me finish. Once I point out that that's what you're saying, you backtrack because you know it sounds bad. You're like, well, it could have been. It could have been for personal covering their ass reasons too. And then I'm like, well, that doesn't help you. That's corrupt. And you're like, oh yeah, but that's corrupt in a different way. That would be corrupt in a different way.
No. What I'm trying to suggest to you is that not only is there a potential that it's corrupt for political motives, but it could also be corrupt for the purpose of personal gain. And in that situation, it would be corrupt, but it wouldn't necessarily implicate the warrants or the people who wrote the warrants who had no intent to be corrupt. And so that wouldn't necessarily translate. And also that that wouldn't fit into your narrative, which is this was not done to cover his ass. It was done to target Trump. And so either way, it would be corrupt, but not in the way that you mean. But I don't even buy that narrative. My primary narrative was for shortcuts. That's what the judge was convinced by. And I have no reason to say that he was wrong about that.
So that's nothing to do with comprehension. What it had to do was you were trying to get away from the fact that you're literally saying that it is more likely that this guy, for shortcuts, who hates Trump, who wants Hillary to win, who's typing out #resist, he did this for expediency. What would the expediency be? Why would this be quicker, knowingly breaking the law? How much quick time do you think he saved as opposed to sending an email to check on? How much time do you think he saved?
I'm not aware of the timetables it takes to do that kind of process in the applications for warrants as existed at the time of Crossfire Hurricane. And so the answer has to be, I don't know, right?
In the legal field that you've been involved in, I'm not asking, I fucking think you're dog shit, but I don't want you to put yourself in jeopardy in any way here. But is your knowledge of working in the legal field, how many times have you known people to jeopardize their entire career in case for saving a day or two? For expediency.
And have changed emails. It happens more than you think.
Really?
In this industry.
Ethically, should you report that?
Wait a second. I have not borne witness to fraud in my practice or among my clients or among any people that I work with, but there are absolutely stories of people doctoring emails, changing emails for convenience. It happens all the time in the legal field. It does, and it's a problem. And if you
wait, you understand? It's not just like, oh, I changed something benign. We're literally talking about absolutely changing the direction of what's said, from saying yes, he did work for the CIA to no, he didn't. That happens all the time. People directly change evidence
in a manner that, according to contemporaneous text messages, I think that it's plausible that he actually believed it was true. You don't think
it doesn't matter?
You
That's not the question I'm asking right now. The question you're saying, this is rather commonplace. I'm saying, so just to clarify, I could buy that it's commonplace to be like, oh, I think this guy met Maple Street, so I'm just going to add that in because he didn't say that, as opposed to literally changing the email to say the opposite of what it said. You're saying that's common?
Yes. So it happens with some regularity. I don't know how common. I'm not here to represent how common it is, but there are stories of people changing emails. As I sit here, I'm not gonna. I don't have one to give to you.
I don't believe
that doesn't
you.
mean that it's
I
not
think
true.
you're
That doesn't mean that it's not true, and that my impression.
That's true.
Incorrect.
It doesn't mean it. I just don't believe you.
And I did not come to this conversation prepared with the stories of this happening, but it's my recollection that this does occur. And if you give me time, I can produce the stories for you.
Sure, I would love for you to produce that story. At some point.
Is there anything unfair about what I just said to you?
No, that's fine. You can produce
Okay,
it. I just
fair.
want to say
Cool.
that I don't believe that this is common. I don't. I believe that there are times that emails would be changed that could, through looking at it, change some of the interpretation of it.
Okay.
I don't believe.
Can we get out of the weeds of the fucking?
I understand you want to. I'm saying it is quite clear that this guy had an act. Let's ask this question: do you think that this guy knew, Clinesmith knew, that by obtaining this warrant it would harm Donald Trump and his team?
No, I don't think that that's shown at all.
So you don't think that you think he was agnostic on whether or not getting the FISA warrant would be beneficial to Trump's team or not?
You added it at the end. I don't think that I'm convinced that he knew that this would be detrimental to Trump and prejudicial to Trump. And to be clear, I do not think necessarily that this. Actually, I'm going to go out and say I'm not convinced that the obtaining of these FISA warrants was prejudicial to Trump in any way.
I think that that's insane. So Are you aware
that whether or not this warrant was in fact prejudicial to Trump?
Yes.
How was it prejudicial to Trump?
Define prejudicial.
Being a detriment to his
This FISA warrant absolutely was of detriment to his interest, as the allegations therefore that were then used to get a FISA warrant were then smeared to the press to smear him and helped launch an investigation that harmed him for 4 years.
No. The investigation was launched pre-FISA warrant, so it didn't initiate the investigation. What they obtained from the FISA warrant didn't go anywhere. You don't have any evidence of what they found on the FISA warrant.
What was the evidence used to obtain the FISA warrant? Which was the central piece of evidence?
Yeah, the dossier, and other things too. But the dossier was one of the most crucial pieces of evidence that they produced to the FISA court as part of the warrant process.
What month was it?
But obviously, the just to be clear, the dossier led to the warrant. So the dossier predates the warrant, and the dossier, I would say, that was prejudicial to Trump's interest for sure in the narrative. But I'm asking,
Pisco, this is so bad faith. It is so bad faith.
How is it bad faith?
Listen, I'm going to explain. It's so bad faith to say that both you and Kevin Clinesmith didn't think it would be detrimental to Trump to get FISA warrants to spy on his team. So just to be clear, I just want to be clear. If Trump gets illegal FISA warrants against his opponent, you might say that's illegal, they should be punished, but you would say, well, they didn't know that it would be harmful to their opponents.
No, wait a second. If the FISA warrant targeted Trump, I think that you could say that a reasonable person would think that would be detrimental to his interest, especially. But I don't think that I'm convinced that a low-level staffer, an insignificant staffer like Carter Page, that there was any expectation that it would be prejudicial to Trump's interests. And my question for you is: was the warrant in fact prejudicial to Trump's interest?
Yes. In fact, it was prejudicial for two reasons. Because the fact that they got the warrant was later used to buttress the claims that were being made about him. Secondly, because had the warrant been denied, let me finish, had the warrant been denied, then the claims that were being made against Trump by this would have been significantly impacted. This is one of the most, this is This is Exhibit A and how bad faith you are. I want everyone listening that knows any about the law field to just understand that this guy is a lawyer that's saying that he truly believes as a lawyer, you wouldn't think that getting a FISA warrant against someone's campaign or presidential team would be detrimental to them.
So to be clear, so if you're the head of a big organization, let's say that you're the CEO of, I don't know, Goldman Sachs, and let's say a mid-level staffer gets targeted with a FISA warrant, do you think that it's obvious that that's detrimental to the interests of the CEO of Goldman Sachs?
Yes.
I'm not convinced by that.
Yes, I'm convinced. Not only that, right? Like, you are aware through the FISA warrants, you would be able to collect information through the two-hop rule, which means they could get information to everyone Carter Page talked to and everyone those people, which means that you could actually sweep up stuff from communications of Trump and the rest of his team, correct?
Based on warrants on Carter Page, but that wouldn't give you the right to go after Trump or to infringe on Trump's sphere of privacy. And so I reject the notion that just because a Trump communications could be caught up in the FISA warrant executed on Carter Page, that would necessarily entail a violation of the privacy of Donald Trump and therefore prejudice.
It doesn't matter if you think it would. Yeah. Could legally have swept up communications from Donald Trump?
Communications. Yes, to the extent that he was making communications to Carter Page, it's possible.
Or people that Carter Page made communications to.
But just because that doesn't mean that that's true of every person in the United States potentially.
Yes, that's right. That's why it would be detrimental to anyone that would get swept up in a FISA warrant. Anyone.
Okay, so I think that there's a materiality when I say something is prejudicial, and unless there's enough evidence, I think that suggests that Donald Trump at time equals zero, that they had a reason to believe that he was implicated in what Carter Page was doing, or that it would reasonably be leading to detrimental effects on Trump. I'm not convinced that that's the case. I'm not convinced that Trump was a target. I'm not convinced that Trump was a target of this investigation at its initiation. I think that it was way more limited in scope, and in fact, Trump repeatedly said he was not a target of the investigation.
That's right, but the Democrats say the opposite, don't they? The Democrats say, they make the narrative. They say, look at how many people were connected to Russia underneath them. You're making the argument that had these warrants came against Carter Page, even if they swept up communications of Donald Trump, if they would have led, presumably they were getting these warrants because they thought Carter Page was guilty, right?
No.
Wait, no?
Wait. So no. When you say guilty, I need to know what you mean by that, because guilty implies criminality.
They had reasonable suspicion.
Let me explain why I stopped you, Rob. The reason why I stopped you is when you say guilty, it implies criminality, which of course, and you should know that a FISA warrant is not about criminality, it's about counterintelligence. And so, no, I don't think that they necessarily thought he was quote unquote guilty in the sense of criminal guilty. I think they actually did think that he was an agent of the Russian Federation. That's what I thought they thought, and so I thought they were reasonably convinced by that, and I don't think that there's any reason to think that they were bad faith that they thought Carter Page was in fact a Russian agent.
I think that when I use the term guilty, I'm saying they're guilty of what they're accusing him of. Not specifically a crime, but the crime of basically being an asset for Russia. Let me ask you this. Do you think it would have been detrimental to Trump if it turned out that the FBI found out that one of his agents was a Russian spy, one of his team was a Russian spy?
The fact of
yes,
them
no,
finding out. Wait. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your question. Is that okay for me to understand your question?
Sure, try it, lawyer.
Why are you being a little bitch?
You started off before I even came on, called me a pussy there, coward. So don't clutch your pearls now, fuckface. Don't clutch your pearls now, fuckhead.
Just to be clear, you thought I wasn't gonna call you because I'm scared of you.
You are,
and so in the course of this conversation, you've apologized to me like a dog.
No, right? I didn't. I apologized because I'm good faith, unlike you.
Yeah, but because you gaslit me into thinking
because
that
my big crime was you said it could be because of personal benefit. Definitely said it was personal benefit.
You said no. You definitely said it. So you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
I did. You did do it to equivocate, as I've already said, but I apologize for that specific. I understand the need to deflect that pussy because you need to deflect from how bad you look right now. I get it. It's the same reason you went to the. But what about Trump in Georgia? Same shit. Go ahead, though. Go ahead. Clarify.
All you've done is demonstrate that the only conversations you want to have are the ritual conversations on these very discrete issues that you care about.
Like you. That's what you want to do.
Are way overblown. No.
That's not true at all.
In the context of this, all we're doing right now is we're rehashing our fucking FISA warrant.
That's not true at all.
The last 4
So this is everything you've said before?
Exactly what we're doing.
Okay, so I just want to I'm going to go back and I'm going to bring up clips for my audience of the times we've had this, and you're saying that this conversation is the exact same, nothing new's been broached? If that's not the case, will you apologize to me? Will you apologize? I just want to know, will you apologize?
I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared to say that we've not struck any
Oh,
new
so
ground.
will you apologize that you were wrong? Will you apologize you were wrong? It's not the exact same conversation?
Wait a second. I am prepared to say that we have talked about
Apologize.
Kevin Clinesmith before.
Apologize.
We have talked about Kevin Clinesmith before, and that when I was referencing these ritualistic conversations, I was talking about the broad strokes of the Kevin Clinesmith allegations.
See the difference between me and you?
And the FISA warrant
You were
process.
incorrect in what you said. You won't apologize. I do. You see the difference?
Wait.
Do you see?
What I said
Because
was-
you don't want to be called
what
a
I said
dog.
was-
You don't
what I
want to
said
be
was,
called a dog.
What I said was, I'm not sure whether we've broken new ground. You recognize that I said I'm not
Okay,
sure, right?
so if we did, then you'll apologize because we have broken new ground.
No.
Oh, you won't
not at all.
apologize, but you said
When
this
I
is the
said-
same
is when I
conversation we've
said-
had.
Right. So when I said these are ritualistic conversations that we've had them before, I'm talking about the Kevin Clinesmith allegations, and not everything we've said is novel.
There you go. You see, everyone? Do you see? He won't apologize. He's
He
wrong.
won't.
It's not the same conversation.
No,
Okay,
you
now
accuse-
clarify
you
the
accuse me of
question.
reversing my
Clarify the
entire
question
position.
that you had, Pisco.
Oh my
Clarify
God.
the question. Won't do the apology. Good job. Now clarify the question that you had.
About what? About the...
You said that you're trying to
Where were we at? I don't
clarify a
know.
question. Right?
Well, no, you had asked me the question. Remind me what your question was.
Oh, shit. See, fucking.
Yeah. So why the fuck? Listen,
Because you're
dude,
whining. The
what's
question I
going
had.
on
Let me
with you?
think. Let me think. The question we were talking specifically about. I don't know. I don't know what the specific question. I know
Bro,
that.
Can we take a step back? Like, what the fuck's going on with you? Why is it the case that every single engagement has to be done with this grievance politics where you're like, I don't owe you shit? We have a disagreement on some of these issues.
It has
and you're
nothing to do
and
with
you're
the
pretending that
disagreement.
I can be anything but bad faith just because I disagree with it with what you believe on FISA. That's your position. And if that's the position, like, what stops me from saying you're bad faith because you don't ascribe as much guilt as I think you should to Trump on January 6th? I mean,
Absolute
there's nothing...
bullshit. Absolute. You could do that.
Why?
You could do it if you like. It's absolute bullshit.
That would be
And here's-
stupid.
It's. Don't tell me to not be stupid. Like it.
No. I said that would be stupid for me to do.
That would be
That would be
stupid.
stupid for me to do. Yeah. No, I said that would be stupid for me
It's
to
not
do that
stupid.
to you.
It's not stupid because what you have to understand is, particularly on these spaces, but also in the general space as well, the narrative is dominated by conversations of Trump corruption, but it's dominated by people that have no problem with the obvious corruption that's happened against Donald Trump over and over through
You're
lawfare,
assuming.
weaponization. The easiest way to look at that is the illegal FISA warrants. The fact that
You're
I had
assuming
this
it.
conversation, there are two seminal moments that I had with you that changed how I'll have these conversations.
Bowman?
With you. One is Bowman, and second is this: that you said, I guess it's regrettable. The idea of
listen,
illegally
first of all,
spying
you said
on a
this quote-
presidential campaign that's
You said this
regrettable.
quote before. You said this quote before. I don't remember the tone of voice that I said regrettable. I don't deny that I said it. I don't remember what word I used specifically. I agree. It is regrettable. I also agree that it's bad. I also agree that it shouldn't have been done. I also agree with the prosecution of Kevin Clinesmith. But I just am not convinced that it shows that this was in broad strokes, a targeted attack at Donald Trump, which is the narrative that you're trying to promote. I'm not convinced by that. I don't think the evidence is strong for
more
that.
evidence for this. Again, I just want to be clear.
Okay.
Like, I understand, like, the idea of getting into super technical in the weeds. I like doing that shit as well. But the broad stroke of this, to use the term that you just used, is that you're literally trying to say, like, things like, well, it's not obvious that Clinesmith knew this would be detrimental to Trump. That's a fucking joke. Everyone's seeing it's that sort of shit that people could see that are remotely. Yes, your audience, which is bigger because you pal around with Destiny, they're going to say Pisco's great. He's awesome. My audience is going to say Pisco's shit. Whatever. Fuck all them. Anyone that is objectively watching, even lawyers that would agree that Trump's like, guilty and shitty and corrupt, they're going to be like, what a fucking ridiculous thing to say. Of course, getting a FISA warrant against someone's campaign would be detrimental to
any
them.
member of their staff. So if,
Yes!
even if it was like a low,
You just admitted their
even if they-
communications could be
wait,
swept up.
So even if they're executing, let's say, a criminal warrant on like literally a busboy that is employed by the campaign, and it's part of the campaign staff. Would you say that that a person who is preparing a warrant would have the expectation that warrant against that busboy would be detrimental to the interests of Donald Trump? I will answer that. If I ask, I will say yes, and then I'll ask you two questions.
One, would investigating that busboy possibly get communications of the person we're talking about?
It's possible.
Okay, so that would be detrimental. Secondly, would it be a bad PR situation if that campaign had someone that was convicted of being a Russian spy or proven to be a Russian spy or asset?
Potentially, but that's
okay.
contingent
Then
on
it
them
would be
being correct.
detrimental. Yes.
No, but hang on a second. So, I think that is way like down the chain of causality beyond what's reasonable. You know, any warrant then under that standard where it's possible it could be bad PR, it's possible it could be bad PR any execution of a warrant.
That's right.
You need to
Warrants
draw a
are
line.
detrimental
So
to you and those around you. Yes. Yes, Pisco.
Yeah,
yes,
but-
you're
but-
absolutely right.
but
No one
there's-
wants them or
there's a
their company
significant-
to be the
Wait a
guilty of a.
second.
For example, I work at a home health
Oh
care
my
company.
God.
I haven't done anything
Yeah.
illegal. If my company, the CEO of my company gets a FISA warrant on them, I haven't done anything that's detrimental to this country. It's detrimental to me that all of my communications from work are now being investigated by the FBI. You don't think that's detrimental?
So I don't think that someone who executes that warrant has a reasonable expectation that will be detrimental to your interests. One, because there's no indication that they have any belief that you would do anything wrong. There's no infringement on your privacy right by definition because they're executing a valid warrant, and because ultimately a lot of the FISA procedures are secret and the evidence is not disclosed publicly in many of these instances, especially because the goal is counter espionage and counterintelligence. And so I don't think necessarily just because your CEO gets hit with a FISA warrant that by necessity your interests are vindicated. And in fact, I think that a court would also reject that. I don't
Okay,
accept
let's
this
test
notion
this. Can we
that
test
the sphere
this?
is that big.
I have a way to test this.
I'm not.
Will you
yeah.
say right now? Will you say right now that every Democrat that has accused Trump of being a Russian asset spy, sympathetic to Russia, blah blah blah, based on the fact that he had people in his campaign that were found guilty of crimes with Russia, that they're all full of shit? That Trump's not connected to that in any way? Are you prepared to say that?
What? Wait. No, I'm not prepared to say. I don't know. I'm not understanding. So I'm not understanding. I want you to. So
Okay,
the Democrats
I'll
who
clarify.
accuse I want to say to my words, and you tell me if you agree or not.
Okay.
The Democrats who accused Trump of having a connection to Russia based on the convictions, accusations, rumors, based on what related to the FISA warrants,
Not just the FISA
or
warrant, but
the convictions
underlings-
or the investigation.
The underlings, right, of his that were found guilty of crimes involving the Russia investigation. People say, Democrats say that this shows that Trump and his team had connections to Russia, and they use that as
What shows it?
I'm asking you, the fact that there were people charged, that there were people that had connections to Russia, such as Paul Manafort, allegedly, though he didn't, with Konstantin Klimenik, right? That this shows Carter Page, that it was shady that he was talking at a Russian university. I've heard Democrats make these attacks on Trump. His campaign was filled with these people. It's a downside. It's an argument they make against Trump. Will you confirm right now that that is all 100% bullshit? That he didn't have connections to these people? That's bullshit. To
No,
smear Trump
wait,
just
wait,
because
wait,
of
wait.
those things is nonsensical.
No, I'm not willing to say that at all. No.
Right. So then my argument that it would be detrimental to Trump if they got a FISA warrant to spy on Carter Page and found out that he was a Russian spy, I know, and you know, and everyone listening knows, whether they'll admit it or not, that you would have said, see, look at the people around Trump that were Russian assets. Do you see? And you would have said that at best shows he's careless. At worst shows that he's cozying up to Putin. That's what you would have said. You know it, and I know it, and so the fact that you're trying to pretend that that's not the case is laughable.
Let's be clear. That's contingent on the news leaking that the FISA warrants were occurred and executed and they happened. Very often, people who are subject to FISA warrants never know that their shit's being.
But that's
disclosed.
irrelevant, and I'll explain why.
That's down the causality chain.
It's irrelevant.
Also, by the way, who was revealing the fact that there was FISA improprieties? It was allies of Trump. It was
It's
people
irrelevant.
like Devin Nunes and others.
It's irrelevant.
Of course, it's relevant.
You want to hear why it's irrelevant?
Okay, why is it irrelevant?
Did they get the FISA warrant because they thought the accusations they were making against Carter Page were accurate?
Yes, but that doesn't imply any specific action taken.
Oh
in
no,
response
but
to it. In fact,
that would seem to imply.
In fact, you could argue that by having a FISA warrant. You could argue that by that in some ways it could be considered protective of Trump.
That
to the
is
extent that
hilarious. That's the worst thing you've said yet.
Wait a second. Do you think that it's possible that if they found out that someone was a Russian spy within Trump's campaign, that it's possible that that could be beneficial to Trump?
No.
It's possible, right?
No. You just
It's
admitted.
not possible.
No,
that
it's
it could
not possible.
be
It
beneficial.
is not possible. It would have
Okay.
been detrimental, right? They didn't do you're correct to bring up sort of this issue. Like, for example, with Dianne Feinstein, when they found out that her driver was a Chinese spy, what they did was they went to her in the course of starting up that investigation. With Trump, they did the
So it was
opposite.
beneficial, though, right?
With Trump, they did the opposite. With Trump,
It could be beneficial.
it could.
to a
That's
candidate
bullshit. You already admitted.
at
You already
time equals
admitted that
zero.
you were
Wait,
unwilling
could it
to
or
say
not?
that it wouldn't be attacked. You
Could
were
it or
unwilling.
not be
So
beneficial?
again,
It could
I'm
be
gonna-
beneficial.
I'll let you keep interrupting, and then you tell me when you're
Could
ready.
it be
to let me
beneficial?
talk. You ready?
Go for it.
Wouldn't be beneficial. You already admitted you're unwilling to say that just because he's a Russian spy that you would that these people that are low level, that there's no proof we're connected to Trump or Trump ain't connected to Russia, blah, 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 that you're unwilling to say that people are full of shit that are trying to connect that to Trump or smear Trump by saying that these people were connected to him in some way. You've already admitted that one. As we all know, it's the truth, so at least you admitted it. But it proves the idea that these people wouldn't think it's detrimental or nonsensical. No, it wouldn't have been beneficial. It would have been used to smear Trump in the
Would it
public
have
sphere.
been?
No, it couldn't have been. Are you telling me that CNN would have been like, oh, thank God, Trump almost got smeared as having a Russian asset to him, but he didn't have anything to do with it, thank goodness? You think that's what they'd have said? You think that's what Rachel Maddow would have said?
So, no, hang on. If it was the case that I'm just asking, could it be the case that if the FBI get this Russian spy, they alert Trump about it, and then Trump fires this guy, and they save him from a bigger scandal down the line if the guy got promoted or whatever? Is that possible? I'm asking.
When did Carter Page leave Trump's team?
Is it possible?
I'm asking you a question because
I'm not aware of the specific date he left. I'm not aware. Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I'm going to say I believe that Carter Page was, by the time of the third FISA warrant where this was talked about, he was gone, I believe, in September 2016.
So at the time of some of these, so if you're saying, just be aware of what you're saying. The Kevin Clinesmith thing happened in the fourth renewal. If what you're saying is at the time of the fourth renewal, he wasn't even a Trump employee anymore, doesn't that hurt your argument?
No, because he would still be able to use it for various reasons, right? One, they'd still be able to get communications of when Carter Page was there with Trump, right? Secondly, it shows that they would still be able to use this negatively to smear Trump if they found it. Third, this buttresses against your argument that this could have been beneficial to Trump because it could have got someone out of his orbit that was connected to Russia. That person was already gone. And then I have a fourth question. I thought this was, what are you talking about what I'm doing? All three of those are good arguments. I have a fourth point.
I mean, so what are we doing here?
Well,
It's
listen,
1 o'clock and we're talking about
I don't know, dude. We're streamers that talk about politics. We're fucking both lame assholes no matter what we're talking about. So what do you mean, what are we doing here?
But the whole point of this conversation was to talk about the standard that you're applying that you won't answer to account for the corruption. But no, I am changing because this is boring.
Right, you're changing
because
once
I'm
you
scared of the
realize once more that one of your arguments fall. The fourth question I have is, this is important. This is important. How many FISA warrants were illegal?
So I happen to think that there were omissions probably in each of them and material omissions in each of them. And so I would, because I think that they're material omissions and because I think that affects the probable cause analysis, I think, in my opinion, probably all four of them.
How many did Chris Wray say were illegal?
I don't remember his specific testimony. I heard you represented that it was 2.
I believe he said 2. So why would he say, other than the one about Kevin Clinesmith, why would he say the other was illegal?
Which other one? I don't know which one.
I would assume he meant the third. I
don't remember the Chris Wray testimony. I remember you talking about it, but I don't remember it.
If it's 2, I would assume. I always assumed it was the third and the fourth.
Why?
So why would the third? Because why would it be like the first and the fourth?
But they didn't disclose the fact, many material facts on the first application.
That's right.
The warrants all had problems.
Why? Why do you think they did? What's the rationale?
Yeah,
Why did they have problems?
I think it's confirmation bias, and I think that it has to do with, which is a huge problem in the FBI, and it's existed, and there have been books written about, people that they've arrested who they just assume are guilty of. There was a train, for example, a Madrid bombing of a train, and there was a guy, there was like a very, very, very close fingerprint, and they found it for some motherfucker in like Oregon or something, and the guy was Muslim. He was a recent white convert to Islam, and even though the Spanish forensic people were saying, hey, we don't think it's quite a match, because it was close enough to the FBI, they were so convinced that it was this guy, and the confirmation bias brought them the whole way. But I don't think that meant that they were like politically against this person. I think that confirmation bias is a very, very, very strong influence, and that's what was found in the Horowitz report, and I don't have a reason to believe it was anything else.
Okay, you want to talk about the Horowitz report? Fine, forget Durham. What did Horowitz say he found even more troubling than the Clinesmith thing? Do you remember?
Yeah, I heard you say this quote. Yeah, I heard you say this quote. I'm
glad you listened to me. Maybe you learned something.
Yeah, but you say this shit all the time. Why are we doing this, Rob?
You don't want to talk about it because you can't defend
What do you mean? We just spent. I can't.
What did he
defend
did answer the question?
I don't defend the FISA warrants.
Answer the
I think they were
question.
bad
What did
warrants.
he say? What did he say was the most troubling thing?
As I sit here, I don't remember the exact quote that you're referencing.
Well,
I
the
remember you saying
exact
that
quote.
there's
Who
a-
the fuck remembers any exact quote? Do you
Or
remember the
or
generality
general
of what
quote.
he was saying?
That they. Okay, I think this is what you're trying to say. That there were some people who thought that he was bullshitting, or that this is the subsource, Igor Danchenko, that he had communicated a lot of these were social gatherings, and some of it maybe wasn't completely serious. But I don't know the exact his point on that. I don't know the exact quote, but I think
Didn't
it had
you
to relate
read
to what
this?
you're suggesting with Igor Danchenko. But I read it. I haven't read it recently, but I've read it.
Right, same with me. But I think it's funny because you're always accusing people who haven't read. Saying I haven't read this shit for probably 4 years.
Because
I have it
because
here.
actually criminally Sean is getting material things right, and he's accusing me of covering for specific facts, and he's getting those facts wrong. I think it's fair for me to say that he doesn't know shit about this case. I will say
You
that
said
know
it
more
about
than-
me on
than Criminally
X.
Sean.
You said it just
What do you
yesterday
mean?
about me on X. You said
Well, I
that
don't
potentially
think-
criminal
wait,
Sean
I don't
doesn't
think- I
know
don't think you-
shit. Same with Rob Noor. You never read it.
Yeah, I don't think you read these full reports.
Bullshit. I got the book here somewhere. The Mueller report. I got the whole fucking book. It's all marked
Okay.
up.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you read it.
I got the
that's
paper
my,
copy.
That's my intuition. I
Say
can't
that, you're
prove
full
it
of
beyond
shit.
a reasonable doubt right now. I can't prove it beyond a reasonable right now. I don't think you read the whole
It's
thing.
been
That's just my
years.
opinion, though.
It's been years since
Okay.
I've read it, but I did
The fact
read
that it's
it.
been years
But the
doesn't mean
point
that you
is,
read it.
okay, well, so yeah, you're generally correct that's the problem. And Horowitz was appalled. In fact, when Horowitz was pressed and he said, the Democrats kept saying, you're not saying that you found evidence of corruption or blah, blah, political bias. And he's like, I didn't say that, other than the one aspect of he specifically said he couldn't rule out the political bias favored into why they prioritized Crossfire Hurricane over the mid-year exam, particularly Peter Strzok. But he said this was the worst thing, that basically they went to the FISA court and said, we talked to the primary subsource and we think he's telling the truth. But what they didn't tell him was, and what he said was, basically these were just jokes and social gatherings around beers. I didn't think that there was, it was just rumors, hearsay. They didn't tell the court that. Why wouldn't they tell the court that?
Yeah, so I'm not aware, and I don't trust your representation of that statement. The reason why I recall this specific thing is because you bring it up all the time. So as I sit here, I don't remember the rationale given, or whether or not there was no rationale, or whether or not, in fact, what you're representing Danchenko to have said to FBI agents after they were interviewed, this would have been after the first application, whether or not he said, "Oh, it's all bullshit." I didn't
say he said it. Oh, it's all bullshit. You're aware of that. Did I say he said it was all bullshit?
Hearsay, rumors, word of mouth kind of stuff.
You apologize for saying I said it was all bullshit. You apologize for that?
Come on.
No? Cool.
No, I'm not gonna
anyways,
apologize
right. Well, it's odd if I am correct. It's fine. Maybe I'm misrepresenting, but if I am correct, don't you think it's odd that you don't remember the number one thing that Horowitz said he had a problem with?
Not if he said it in testimony. I didn't watch the Horowitz testimony.
Why not? Why wouldn't you? You don't think that you seem to be very concerned about corruption?
So your standard for me of being a bad faith hack is I have to have watched.
I didn't say that.
Gavel to gavel.
Did I say that?
I have to watch the.
Did I say that?
So I'm telling you right now, I did not watch the Horowitz testimony before Congress. I recall watching some of the Horowitz testimony as it related to the mid-year exam case, just for discrete things, but I don't recall ever watching his testimony.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you're
certainly
quick
not
to
gavel
say
gavel.
you're quick to say if someone hasn't read every footnote and every page that they're somehow unprepared. But then you're admitting, like, well, I don't consume everything about it, even from the relevant investigators.
So I am not that unfair. I said that you were better read than Stephen on some of the key issues with respect to the Colorado Supreme Court opinion. I gave you your fair due there. I said that my intuition was that Stephen hadn't read that Colorado opinion. And so don't act like and when I went after actually criminally Sean, it's because he didn't know the basic facts about the Clinesmith
But you threw
matter.
me in!
And no, but I also think that you don't read these reports, and I think the proof is in the pudding. Whenever we have a discussion about this, or on some of these reports, you discover new things. Like when I take a look.
But the problem is you read, yes, so do you, because what happens is you read shit and not everything sticks out of you in a 500-page fucking report, and you read it 4 years ago and you bring up something, I'm like, oh, I forgot about that, or I skipped it.
I can't prove that you didn't read these reports. I'm saying it's my intuition. Maybe you
Well,
did.
you
read
wanted
the
to throw it
reports.
out, and I'll say Pisco doesn't watch all the testimony when actually the people step in front of Congress.
Okay, you could say that. I agree
Thanks.
with that. I didn't watch all the testimony.
Nonetheless, the point still remains.
Okay.
It was clear that, like, if you're saying that all 4 of these were illegal, like, it's amazing to me. We'll end it. We'll wrap up this section with this. Like,
okay.
So your argument is it wouldn't be corrupt even if all 4 were illegal, even if it was done through because they just assumed that this guy was guilty from confirmation bias, even if significant members of the team like Peter Shaw, Kevin Clinesmith were saying things like #resist, we need an insurance policy to stop Trump. You think that it was expediency was the only motivation that wasn't corrupt that could have led to that was
I think
the
it's
reason
confirmation bias. I think it's confirmation bias, bad procedures, which were laid out where the people who are overseeing these different warrant processes sometimes are not read in. I don't think that Strzok, any of the decisions that Strzok took in the actual Crossfire Hurricane situation, that oftentimes Strzok was the one like countering some of the more aggressive actions, as I recall, that other members of the team were taking. And so I'm not convinced that the decisions at bottom were based on politics, notwithstanding the fact I do recognize that they express their political beliefs, but for me that's not enough to assume that bad motive. I think that's fair, and I don't think and just to be clear, you could disagree with that. I don't think it's cause for you to be like, holy fuck, they've been covering for these. We have a difference of opinion here.
Well, it's not just this issue. This is the most clear-cut one because the problem is you have a bias towards the establishment and towards sort of institutions, and so you basically rely on them saying something's guilty before you accept it, or them saying something's bad before you accept it. So this is the easiest one to talk about to prove that you're not good faith on this, because it shows that they've already admitted, the FBI director admitted that at least 2 of these were illegal. That's why the focus on this is important. And when your rationale is, I guess it was bad, it's not really that big of a deal, it's regrettable, it's laughable. What's that?
Wait, I said that they're all illegal.
Right.
What I'm taking issue with is your narrative that this is. I think you think this is worse than January 6th.
Absolutely.
I think you've called this a coup. That is insane.
I don't know that I would say, based on how some people. I don't know that I would say.
Well,
it's a coup. If yes, I will retract and say yes, it's a coup, because I truly believe that it's most likely that this was done for personal and political reasons, which would meet the definition. Would you admit that would meet the definition of a coup if this was done for personal or political reasons?
No.
Why?
An attempted coup, as opposed to a self coup or some kind of other procedural coup, a coup requires the use of force. I'm trying to be specific, and when I talk about January 6th being an attempted coup by Trump, I call it an attempted self coup, but it necessarily involves force. Or the threat of force, and so I don't think that this involved force.
Well, the threat of force could be locking people up.
There's a bunch of coup literature. There's these 2 guys that track coups everywhere. It has a specific meaning. There's a literature on this. So no, I don't think that illegal warrants or spying, even if it were for a political purpose, even illegal spying, for example, Lyndon Baines Johnson illegally spied on his political rivals, and on Richard Nixon and other individuals, and I don't think that those constituted coups. So no.
I disagree. I think a use of force would be the attempt to lock someone up. I think locking someone up is a use of force.
They weren't trying to lock up Trump in those.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. They really weren't.
They were trying to lock up Trump and members of his
Crossfire
team.
Hurricane.
Yes.
And that's a coup.
Yes. Do you think that locking someone up is a use of force?
Yeah, it could be. Yes.
You might say it's legitimate, but the police arresting someone is force, correct?
Correct, but there's no indication that
you could disagree.
They
with
were
that
going
portion.
to arrest Trump just because
they wanted to. They wanted to. They were hoping they could find evidence to be able to do it, and they were illegally targeting him.
Prove it
and corrupt. You want me to prove that they were illegal in their attempts to FISA warrants?
You've admitted Trump.
You've admitted it.
What do you mean? Well, when did you not? They were politically going after Trump.
I said Trump and his team. Right?
When did I admit that they were politically going after his team? I've said that.
I said they were illegally going after Trump and his team.
Oh, yes. Wait, no. No, I don't accept that they were illegally going after Trump. I think that the warrants were illegal, and they were illegally going after Carter Page. Carter Page is different than Donald Trump.
That's a member of his team. They illegally went after a member of his team.
And
they were using force in an attempt, trying to lock up members of his team. I believe they were also trying to find evidence to lock Trump up too. What's that?
Surveillance is force?
Trying to arrest someone is force. That was the goal. And they did arrest many people. So they used force.
Lyndon Baines Johnson. So when LBJ surveilled illegally Richard Nixon, was he trying to coup?
Yes. If they were trying to use that evidence to lock him up. Yes. Yep. That's what I believe. Now, what did you say I'm too cowardly to talk about now that we got to the point that hashtag resist? No, they were breaking the law all for expediency. That was the only reason.
Yeah. So I think that at bottom, we clearly have a very profound disagreement on some of these matters. And I'm hoping that we can discuss why you think that it's acceptable for you to say, you know, I don't, someone who I think genuinely
I thought you wanted
likes
to talk
to
about
have
the
these
issues.
debates.
Now you want to talk about my stance? I could explain it real quick again.
The issue that I was raising in this entire stream has been your position that you don't owe shit to anybody in the sense that you're going to treat differently people who have a different agreement on these matters than you versus someone who has publicly said that they're against the things and take your stance. That's the hypocrisy and I think ultimately, you know, unjustifiable position that you've staked out for yourself.
Okay, let me put this in words that maybe you'll understand. If Destiny approached you and said, Pisco, I demand that you condemn the behavior of this person that I think is violating a person's consent, I want to talk about it, would you say, go fuck yourself?
I'm not sure what I would say.
Right, that's what I would say to him. If someone is beating their wife and pleads guilty to beating their wife, and admits it, and then I'm watching, let me finish, and then I'm watching a baseball game with them and they say, well, that pitcher you're cheering for, he's accused of beating his wife. I demand you condemn it. I'm going to say, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, so if you're assuming, right, that both of you agree on the underlying beating in this example you have of the baseball game. No. But what if someone says, I don't believe he did beat. What I don't believe that he's a wife beater.
Fair enough.
And then you respond and you say, I don't believe this baseball player is a wife beater. Okay. In that situation,
right.
What's the response?
Let's use the example I gave. Destiny doesn't believe he violated someone's
consent. Wait, stop. You're not going to bait me into this.
What's it have to do?
Not what I'm
What's
do.
it have to do? The point I'm trying to make is
I'm not going to be baited.
You think he violated someone's consent? Same thing here. You're quite certain of it.
I'm not going to be baited into.
We got you. You're too cowardly to talk about. I'm not going to talk about anything you want. Right.
So I'm not going to be baited. I'm not going to be baited into having a conversation in this matter. I've made my statement. That's my statement.
Right.
I'm not an idiot, and you're not going to. I'm not going to be.
Did I make a statement? By the way,
I'm not going to be beguiled or tricked by you.
Cool. By the way, did I make a statement on Trump's tweet?
I'm not sure.
I did, and yet, in fact, I did it to that Soypill guy who I thought was being good faith, but actually lied, right? I did. Now what you're saying is that I have to be baited to talk to you about it, even though I've already made a statement. The only person here too cowardly. I'm going to the bathroom. You can talk to the audience for a minute. But the only person here too cowardly to talk about anything is you. I'm talking about everything.
So just to be 1 trillion% clear, at most, right, what you've said is that there's parity because you released a statement. I've also released a statement. I refer you to that statement. But the truth is we're political content creators. We're talking about political issues. And you're trying to use this as an opportunity to bait me into making statements that I'm not going to make. And that's basically where we're at right now. You want to apply different standards to people who just disagree with you fundamentally on these issues like Burisma, on these issues like the FISA warrant process. And you actually said, anyone who disagrees with me on the implications or what occurred with the FISA warrants is necessarily bad faith. That's fucking crazy. And that's where we're at. That to disagree with you on a discrete issue, such as the FISA warrants, is akin to bad faith. And you're not going to have conversations with people on Trump's corruption to the extent that they believe that the FISA warrant process isn't what you said with respect to Carter Page. So it's fucking pathetic. What's up, chat? Haven't looked at you in a while. Hola.
Sorry about that.
Did you hear me or do you want me to repeat it?
I did not hear you. I'm sorry. I went to the bathroom.
Okay. So what I'm saying is I think that we're political streamers, and I think that it's absurd to suggest that to the extent that someone doesn't agree with you about the implications of the FISA warrants on Carter Page, that you're not going to engage with them on the issues of Trump corruption, which is, you've said that I'm not going to argue with these people on the Trump corruption stuff because they are bad faith, because they've swept for the regime's corruption with respect to like the FISA warrant stuff. And that, I mean, that can't be your position, that disagreeing with you on the FISA thing entails bad faith.
It's not just the FISA thing. The FISA thing's just the easy example. What I want is, do you think there was any amount of lawfare corruption against Donald Trump at all? Or his team? You do?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
That was the Stormy Daniels situation. There are probably a few others. There are a lot of Trump matters, and so yes, there are some lawfares. There's some. So Stormy, are you aware that Stormy Daniels and Avenatti sued him?
The lawsuit, but not like a criminal. You just mean civilly.
Yeah. So
you're not talking about the Bragg case.
Wait, lawfare includes both civil and criminal.
Okay.
Fair.
Well, I'm talking about from like
the criminal cases.
Democrat, not just from independent random people that's not political. I mean people that are like the FBI.
The criminal cases
right, all of them. Every single one of them.
Every single one.
Right. And you think the FISA warrants weren't corrupt?
I don't think that, I'm not convinced that that's been shown that
you
they're
think
corrupt.
There's a better than not chance they weren't corrupt? That it was done for expediency?
On balance, my intuition is it's less than 51% chance.
So just to be clear, you think that this career FBI lawyer broke the law for expediency and not because he obviously wanted Trump to lose?
I do think that that's the most likely situation, and the judge agreed.
That's why I don't owe you anything. I don't know you. Now, let me answer the question. 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 So what I'm saying is the people that I think are obviously ignoring what I think is beyond a shadow of a pale corruption, that obviously didn't care about it when it was directed towards Trump, that are now demanding that I condemn things or give them answers about things like Trump's mean tweets that they think are corrupt, could go fuck themselves. The reason that I bring up the FISA warrants is because it is the most easy one for people to accept. Holy shit, illegal FISA warrants against a president's team. That's fucking insane. The ramifications of this are fucking insane. And when people like you are like, not only is every case against Trump legitimate, but this is merely regrettable. It's not that big of a deal.
Wait. So if it's that big of a deal, what should have been done that wasn't done? With respect to these illegal and corrupt.
Everyone at the leadership should immediately have been fired. And I mean everyone like at the fourth floor. Everyone that had anything to do with
people not even so. First of all, some of them were fired by Trump afterwards, and in short order.
And then we had a special counsel report about it, right?
Yeah. So I'm just saying that they faced a lot of problems. They faced lawsuits and investigations as well. So it's not the case that the senior leadership weren't affected by this, but they weren't involved in the ground. If your standard were applied to like Trump, every time that something below him failed or there was a bad process, holy fuck. I mean, Trump would be on his ass like years ago.
There should have been
Isn't it you who said that, for example, by the way, like Trump appoints Bill Barr, someone who you think is corrupt. Yes. The fact that Trump is in charge of that process, under the same logic of you saying that James Comey should have been fired, Trump should have been fired for appointing all these idiots. No. But you wouldn't say that because that's not the standard.
That's not it at all. It's clear that James Comey he should have been fired, right? It's different being elected to an official versus being a non-elected bureaucrat, right? You would agree with that?
Is it different in at least one respect? Yes, it is different in at least one respect.
Oh, 1 second, fuck. The sink's leaking in my house, and if I don't fuck with
go for it.
I'll be right back.
I'm here. What do you guys think of the reunion? Was it everything you dreamed about? Also, Comey was fired, so you guys are aware.
So there's a clear difference. Firing someone politically is like, how do you fire someone politically? I guess impeachment. That's clearly different than someone who's a bureaucrat.
Come on, that's a technicality.
It's not. That is absolutely
under the same logic of culpability, right? Trump should bear this under the same logic of culpability. Comey is responsible for those FISA warrants to the same extent that Trump is responsible for Bill Barr's corruption.
That's bullshit. That must follow. That is such bullshit. That's such bullshit. And you could, why? Well, there's a litany of reasons we get into. Because one, as someone who's an elected official, it's up to the people to vote whether they want to fire him or not. That's not the case with James Comey. If it would be that people got to vote and if 51% of the people voted to keep James Comey,
I'm not proposing a remedy. I'm talking about culpability, right?
Right.
Regardless of what the remedy is, you would agree that Trump bears, in the same degree that Comey bears responsibility for the, in your mind, corrupt actions of the people overseeing the FISA warrant process on Carter Page. even though there's no evidence that Jim Comey was intimately involved or had any knowledge of what was happening there, other than the fact that there were FISA warrants that were requested. The same logic, shouldn't that compel you to say, not to the remedy, but to the level of culpability that Trump has with respect to the corruption in your mind of Bill Barr? That it's the same level of culpability. They're overseeing people that they have some kind of strict liability. But I think the truth is, you wouldn't apply the standard to people.
That's not true at all. First off, you know nothing about me, right? Which is constantly, I get it from someone like you that's going to be so partisan that it was expediency and not because they hated Trump. Like, it's laughable. But I criticize Trump all the time. I say one of the worst things about him was that he appointed terrible people. That's why I didn't support him in the primary. I said he is responsible. I said Trump is responsible for the failures of Bill Barr. Trump is responsible for John Bolton. Here you go. See, here you go. There you go. What? So when I'm answering, you see how this is? So when I'm answering, you interrupt. When I'm actually saying, yes, of course I could blame Trump for the terrible people he's appointed.
But for the purposes of Comey, right? For Comey, like, would you ever vote for Comey if it were between Comey and like and some other person that you thought was corrupt, or like Comey and Kamala Harris? You wouldn't vote for that person.
It's completely different in different ways, right? Okay. One, Trump appointing people and doing bad actors is different than James Comey overseeing a criminal case, which he should have been tied into more. We can understand.
It's different.
Because we're talking about one that's engaged in illegal behavior using lawfare to go after their opponent. For example, let's talk about the specifics of James Comey. James Comey was recommended to be prosecuted by a grand jury, correct?
No.
I believe you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Let's see.
And if I am, I'll apologize if I am wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong.
Let's see. I could be wrong as well.
Later, Liz.
Maybe it was just McCabe.
No, they didn't go to a grand jury. There was like the IG referred them to a prosecutor's office.
That's it. So the IG recommended charging Comey, right? Comey clearly, for example, for political reasons, for political reasons, Comey mishandled classified or information he was supposed to give back to the FBI and gave it to a member of the press. Correct?
That was not classified information.
It doesn't matter if it was classified. It was information that he was supposed to give back to the FBI.
Potentially, I'm not sure of the facts of the.
That's what the IG said.
But it's not Espionage Act, and I'm not aware.
It doesn't matter if it's the Espionage Act.
The facts there.
He did so for the purposes of harming Donald Trump. He did so for the purposes.
I'm not able to speak intelligently about it because I'm not read into that Comey matter the same way I'm in all these other things. And you can't.
Nonetheless, so it's clear that Comey's more culpable there. It's clear that Comey hated Trump.
Oh, but like Trump has other shit that's unrelated to what we're talking about that he's culpable for as well. I mean, you're just pointing to other things.
We're talking about a president appointing people.
That doesn't. Oh, come on. It
is absolutely different. So I just want to be clear. Your standard would be that you would never fire a CEO that had people under him that were absolute dog shit and screwed up a company. You'd say, well, that CEO's not responsible.
No, I think I would, but I would be consistent. I would be consistent in applying that policy across and give more responsibility. In fact,
you think Biden appointed any shitty people?
100% I do.
So why would you have voted for him again?
Yeah, because I think that they didn't rise the level of appointing necessarily corrupt people.
Like who? Who did Trump appoint that you thought were like corrupt?
No, I'm using your vision. First of all, under this administration or the previous one?
Previous.
I think that Bill Barr was corrupt.
Okay, explain why.
I think that
Bill Barr. Give me the example why Bill Barr is corrupt. Now remember, your definition of corrupt is for personal or political gain, engaged in unethical activity.
So for example, I think his interference in the Flynn case was corrupt for political motive.
Prove it. What did he do? How can you prove it was political motive?
Yeah. So I think that he was pressured by the president to let him go.
Prove it.
I'm not.
Why didn't Barr say it?
As I sit here, I don't have the evidence to show you. That's based on my recollection of my review of the facts. We can come at a later date to have a discussion. Wait. We can come at a later date to discuss the nitty. So you understand that's reasonable what I just said. Fair?
No,
that's reasonable.
If you think he's corrupt and you don't know why, that does not.
It's based on my recollection.
He may be corrupt. You would say he may be corrupt.
It's based on my recollection of reviewing the Flynn matter and his interference with it. But as I sit here,
Give me some
I don't have
generality.
a full as I sit here, I don't have full command of what. Yeah. So in an unprecedented fashion, he interfered with the ongoing prosecution of Michael Flynn. He wrote a memo that said it was unjustified.
Okay.
And from my recollection of the facts, and based on like the people who were in charge of the investigation, and I believe prosecutors who came out, my take on it was that the most likely explanation was that he was doing it to appease the president of the United States.
You see, now at the very least, right, you would understand like how you constantly do this. You constantly give like the most favorable interpretation. Well, we can't prove that this guy putting hashtag resist.
Don't you do that for Trump? Don't you do that for Trump?
To some extent, yes.
Do you do that for Trump?
To some extent, yes.
Okay.
That's why I say equal treatment.
So then at best, you're no better than me, right?
No. Because I'm not demanding, right? I'm a person that was out there saying like, I see this corruption. You people are like, no corruption, no corruption, no corruption, no corruption, no corruption, no corruption. And then when it's Trump, you're like, we demand that you talk about corruption.
Has Trump ever been corrupt in the exercise of his official duties as president?
I don't know. Perhaps. Give me an example where you think it was.
January 6th.
No, I don't think he was corrupt on January 6th.
Okay, so then do you think that he was corrupt in the when he called the Ukrainian president had the perfect call?
No, it certainly
right?
wasn't. I think the best explanation is he really thought that there was, as there was, corruption.
Okay. Do you think that Trump was corrupt when he called for prosecutions against Joe Biden in the run up to the election publicly? Was that corrupt?
Give me the quote.
Sure.
I don't even need the specific quote. Give me, what did he say he should be prosecuted for?
He said essentially Bill Barr needs to prosecute now. So Bill Barr, we'll get it. And Josiah has presented this quote to you a ton of times. And it was in October 2022. I remember it. I'll give you the exact quote. Where are all the arrests? Trump demands Barr lock up his foes. The tweet made specific reference, I believe, to the Bidens, but let me just see if I can find the direct one. Trump calls on Barr to act against Biden before the election.
That was his tweet? I call on Barr to act against...
I'm going to get the exact quote for you. Trump, Biden, Barr, act, 2022. Sorry, 2020. He was in an interview on Fox and Friends. We've got an attorney general to act. He's got to act, and he's got to act fast. He's got to appoint somebody. This is major corruption, and this has to be known before the election. And he later on, there was a specific reference to Joe Biden.
I'll assume he's talking about Biden from that.
Yeah. So was that corrupt? Assume that he was calling
I don't think it's necessarily corrupt. I think that it's okay for a sitting president to want potential crimes investigated. I think it's bad form, but I don't have a problem with Joe Biden.
Had said, so if Joe Biden had said, I want Trump investigated and appointed a special prosecutor and pressured the DOJ to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate that, you wouldn't call that corrupt?
He did.
Was it corrupt? Do you think it's corrupt? Well,
he
first
did.
of all, I don't agree that he did that.
He did.
I don't agree. I don't agree that he did
okay,
that.
so if Trump, let's turn this. If Trump wouldn't have gave that interview for Fox, but instead would have told several of his associates that would have went to Fox and said, Trump's pissed at Barr that he won't prosecute Joe Biden, would you think that's corrupt?
No, not if he didn't have any reasonable expectation that it would get to him or that it would be able to pressure him.
Do you think that
there's no expectation? There's no expectation that those statements were intended or designed or even they're attested to by like one person. They weren't public statements.
Let's say they're not intended. Do you think they could influence? Do you think they could have influenced Barr?
It's possible, but I don't. But that's not enough for me to suggest that that's what he was doing, that it ordered, or that it actually had that effect. And so no. But the question is, the question was a hypothetical one, which was if Joe Biden directly said to Merrick Garland, "I am ordering you to open an investigation into Donald Trump and to act fast and to take this decision," would you call that corrupt?
It depends on it. It would have to be for personal or political reasons, right?
I think so, yeah.
So it would depend on whether or not they thought it was legitimately corruption or not. Because someone could say that if they legitimately thought their opponent committed a crime, and then it wouldn't be corrupt, correct?
I suppose that's correct.
Okay. So then I think Donald Trump legitimately thinks Joe Biden committed crimes, which he did.
And you think that Joe Biden doesn't think that Trump legitimately committed crimes?
He may have. and then it wouldn't be
So
corrupt.
then you would agree. So then you would agree that everything that Joe Biden and the Department of Justice did against Trump was not corrupt because they legitimately thought he did crimes. Fair?
It depends on the specific crime.
Oh, you just got fucking owned. Come on.
No, I didn't.
You gotta
It
accept
depends
that.
on the specific crime. Like, for example, if they think that he committed the crime on January 6th, that's not corrupt for Joe Biden to want that investigated. I think there's enough
you
there.
called all these prosecutions corrupt, but
It was-
you just said
it
if they
was
legitimately
corrupt.
thought that he committed a crime, it wouldn't be corrupt.
It's not corrupt from Joe Biden's point of view.
What about the DOJ? What if they legitimately thought that he committed crimes? You don't
Well,
think that
that's
Jack Smith
it.
thought that Trump committed crimes?
It's if they're doing it for political reasons as opposed to they have a higher bar to clear, right? Because they have to do things by the book and have to be legal in how they're doing it, and they have to try to apply the law equally. The problem I have with the corruption is
can you prove that they was wait? So this is important. Do you think that you can prove right now that the Department of Justice
was engaged in
corrupt?
double standards? Yes, the double standards show the corruption.
Come on.
Yeah.
Wait.
You disagree? You don't think that it's sufficient evidence that if they're going after, if person A and B commit the exact same crime, we'll start there.
You just added something new, and you know it. And
What do you
you're being
mean I
sneaky.
added
The
something
question
new?
was-
I'm starting from.
so
I'm starting
you
for the
said
logical.
If they legitimately thought.
Here we
if they
go.
legitimately thought that they committed crimes, you said that it wouldn't be corrupt, right?
No.
Or you said there's other
I
evidence.
said with
potentially
Joe
of political
Biden, it
corruption.
would be different. With a president, it would be
Oh.
different. With the investigators and the law enforcement themselves, it's if they
Why?
legitimately thought that there were crimes committed, that's fine, unless they're engaged in a double standard. Then it's corruption. And when the preponderance of evidence says that,
Why
like
isn't
in
the
the
double
case of the
standard-
FISA warrant, in the FISA warrants, where we can speak to their in with their thought process, where they're saying #resist, we need an insurance policy to stop this guy. The double standard becomes even more clear.
Okay, you harp on the insurance policy thing. There are a lot of statements that are incredibly culpable from Donald Trump related to some of these investigations, and you will say that no, that does not show that he was in bad faith. It does not show that he was for political reasons. When he says that Mike Pence, you're too honest, that doesn't show anything. And so why is it that you're giving such charity to Trump? Well, you
Because
admit that it's because of your bias.
There's a difference in a political figure truly believing that their opponent is corrupt and saying they should be investigated, which I'm still not in favor of. I just don't know, given your definition of
You don't
corruption.
think- so-
let
but
me
you
finish.
thought that they
Given
would-
your definition of corruption, I don't think it meets that bar. Because if there's a reason beyond the political or the personal, such as they legitimately believe, then I think that that wouldn't be corrupt. Even if I think it's bad, and I do, I don't think it would be corrupt. That's different than being a law enforcement agent who's saying that you want an insurance policy to stop your opponent, even if you think it's because the person you don't like is really shitty. As a law enforcement agent, you are bound by a code of ethics and the law to apply the law in an equal standard. And so the obvious double standards or illegal investigations or haphazard investigations that we have to question so many actions that happen, like you'll admit the IG did over and over and over with Crossfire Hurricane and with mid-year exam. You'll admit that, correct? The IG said even if it did,
Sorry.
the IG report says over and over again that there were all sorts of questionable things in Crossfire Hurricane and the mid-year exam. He just doesn't say it rises to the level of criminality or corruption, most of it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So when you see that the people that are doing those things over and over, and it's almost every time as hard as possible against Trump and as easy as possible against his opponent, at some point you have to look at the rationale of these people, and they're saying, this guy, we need an insurance policy, #resist. The fact that you refuse to acknowledge that, even as something so basic as materially changing evidence to say the opposite of the truth, and by someone who's saying this shit, and you're like, well, it's for
I just deny that you made
expediency.
the case. I just deny that you've made the case that it's more likely the political corruption as opposed to the convenience excuse. All you're doing is you're saying it's so obvious.
It's
that
not more
political,
likely.
so obvious
It's
that
not more
political.
likely, and everyone
It's
can see it.
conclusory.
It is, and again, now to turn it back to you,
Because-
I'm answering your question. Now to turn it back to you, you speak so, like every time it comes to one of these people in the law enforcement, FBI, a Democrat, almost every time, you always give them the benefit of the doubt. Well, I don't think that they did this for personal reasons, etc. But it's
That's
always the
not
exact
true.
opposite with Trump and the
Wait,
people.
no, that's so untrue. So when Joe Biden pardoned his son, I called that corrupt. When Joe Biden did preemptive pardons, I said that was impeachable. I said it was also, by the way, corrupt for him to do his immigration pause, having said that it required congressional legislation, and then to
Would
in
you have
bad
voted
faith
for
and
him?
political reasons break the law.
Would you have
because
voted for him?
Yes, so I'm
you'd
willing to
vote
make
for
a
a corrupt
trade-off between. Well, I think just if you do one corrupt act doesn't make you necessarily overall in what people would call corrupt. I think you would agree. Wait, I think you would agree with that. Fair?
Yes,
what you're
I
talking
do.
about
But
is the
you
most
seem to.
important
I seem to remember
oversight
you
over
in the
most
past.
important-
I seem you in the past saying that you couldn't vote for a president that engaged in illegalities. I thought I heard you say that before.
I have never fucking said that.
I'll look it up. I thought that we had that conversation. You'd said
That
at
I
some
would
point.
never vote for a president who did something illegal.
Like corrupt and against the Constitution. Yes.
Not all constitutional violations are created equally.
I agree with that 100%. That's why I thought I was shocked when you'd alluded to that in the past. I was like, really? Because I think pretty much every president in my lifetime's violated the Constitution.
I promise you, and if you find that anytime I've said that, I will apologize and I will write a post saying that Rob was correct about this.
I don't need that.
That if I have ever said that a mere constitutional violation, a mere breaking of the law, a mere illegality is enough for me not to vote for something, that's crazy. It can't be the standard.
Agreed. I would think that's crazy.
Nature.
I thought that's what you said, and that's why I thought it stuck with me. It's like,
no.
Nonetheless, the point I'm trying to make, but the point I'm trying to make is like the conflation here. Like you can see that there's a difference in this, like between a president versus an FBI agent or a head of the FBI, etc. You can see the difference in that. But it is clear the way you look at this. I know you don't want to talk about it. We don't have to. But the Jamaal Bowman thing is the clearest example of just like, yeah, you'll at times when it doesn't really hurt your central case, which is going after Donald Trump or helping defeat him. Once Biden's out of it, you'll be like, yeah, okay, I guess that's corrupt, whatever, doesn't matter now. Like, but when it comes to issues that matter, even on absurd issues that shouldn't really matter, you're just incredibly.
Oh, no, but then how do you? So just to be clear, like, I want to be upfront with you. The fact that I'm willing to go in the weeds, we're at 2 a.m. and
I'm not.
I'm not saying that we
apologize. You're wrong.
Okay. 1:55. The fact that we are approaching 2 a.m. and we have, I'm not saying that we haven't struck any new ground whatsoever on any of our conversations, but that we are back to this. The main line of those conversations and what we're talking about, doesn't that show I'm good faith?
No,
that I'm willing to walk.
No, that doesn't.
I'm willing to walk through.
It doesn't. Does it show I'm good faith?
I think that the fact that I'm addressing you on the merits on each one of these issues, you can disagree with me.
But so am I.
But you're doubting. You're saying that I don't actually believe what I'm believing. That's what you're saying.
No, okay. Let me determine what I say good faith. I will be honest. Sometimes I overuse this word. I believe what's most likely the case with you is you hate Trump so much that you have a subconscious bias to the point of ridiculousness that makes you so partisan that you've convinced yourself even obvious things aren't the case. That's what I believe. And so therefore it is, you don't really give a shit about corruption. It might be at the subconscious level because you're willing to ignore. And again, the Bowman thing is the clearest example of that. It is just so, I mean, I know you don't like to talk about it, but it is your argument. I'm not being facetious. It is your argument that when Jamaal Bowman, I'll just say real quick, it is your argument when Jamaal Bowman said, when he's asked by law enforcement, did you intend for an alarm to go off? And he said no, that you say that that's not a lie because you assume he meant yes.
No, you're misrepresenting. What I said was that when he was at, so first of all, this is in the context of a conversation where we are discussing the motivations of Jamaal Bowman after he pulled the fire alarm and after he's being, talked to by agents and pulled aside. And in that moment, when he said, "Did you mean for the alarm to go off?"
That's not what that's not what law enforcement said. They said an alarm.
I don't know that they wait. Can we pull up the quote?
Yeah.
Hang on. I don't have, my keyboard is fucking dripping with Gatorade, so I have to. But look at what we're doing right now, right? Like you're making me go through every single one, and I'm an idiot, right? Because I'm willing to go through all these hoops with you. And if I were to say this is all stupid, I can't believe we've done the same ritual conversation how many different times, you'd be like, you're running from the fucking debate. Isn't this fucking exhausting for you to have this conversation all the time?
It's not exhausting. How many times have I told you in private, in public, or said to my audience that this was the moment, the Jamaal moment, and when you said it was regrettable, that was the moment that my favorite person to talk to, you, became, I was like, oh wait, it's all bullshit. Even in the most obvious of things, they'll fucking just blatantly lie, whether it be consciously or subconsciously, to the most absurd position. You could mind read Trump in every case and you say he's guilty of all this shit. And then when it's something that's benign, this Bowman shit, you just fucking lie. Yeah, and it speaks so much to your character.
So you're accusing me now of lying, right?
Okay. Lying would require intent. I guess it is possible that you are so brainwashed with hatred of Trump that you're willing to say comically fucking ridiculous things. Okay, like when he pulled the alarm, he didn't intend for it.
So let's examine this for a second, right?
Did you find the quote?
It's in an affidavit. I don't have access to the affidavit right now, but I'm looking for it as I talk. Can I look as I talk? Is that okay?
Yeah. I just didn't know if you found it. I was asking.
Okay, I think I found it. Your affiant, that is the person writing this affidavit, asked the defendant if he intended to cause a fire alarm, to which he stated no.
A, not the A.
Yeah, so a fire alarm, I think, as I explained to you in this context, that, by the way, and I preface this saying I'm not 100% sure about whether or not this is.
Can I just nip this in the bud?
So
I'll agree. You said it's most likely.
I think that I said most likely with respect to whether or not he intended to obstruct an official proceeding.
Correct.
And by the way, that has changed now to that absolutely was not his intent to obstruct it. You understand?
Okay, I don't give a shit what you say on that portion.
Okay.
You're saying that you never said.
Just to be clear, wait, no, but just to be clear, why that matters, because the entire thing is premised on the notion that this is for me to not apply a standard to January 6th to Bowman, and that he was intending to obstruct an official proceeding. That's so important for me for the definition of insurrection.
I don't care why you're.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying.
No. First off, we can argue about whether or not he intended. We could do that again. We could argue about whether or not he intended to obstruct an official proceeding if you like, but it's irrelevant to this question specifically. When he was asked, did you intend for a alarm to go off? You had already said previously, before talking to me on your post on X, you were arguing against people and said, maybe he didn't want the alarm to go off. And you said, that's ridiculous. Clearly he knew the alarm was going to go off when he pulled that. And so then you also said to me many times that lying to law enforcement materially is something very serious and should be charged. So it's easy. It's simple syllogism shows clearly you think that Bowman should have been charged here. And when brought up, you're like, no, because... Go ahead.
No, wait. So just to be 1,000,000,000% clear, I absolutely think that material lies are crimes that you should go after 100%. Now, the context in which they occur should always affect the charging decision. The principles of the Justice Manual will always affect the charging decision. What I said to you was, it is conceivable to me that based on his experience, that pulling a fire alarm, that he could have thought that the overall system, right, the localized alarm of the delayed egress door might have been what would sound off as opposed to the entire cannon building. That's what, and also that I don't know that he intended to affect the actual Capitol Hall building. I said that to you. I thought it's possible. I said that.
Yeah, the entire argument.
You think it's impossible?
If he lied about this, should he be charged for that?
It depends.
What do you mean depends? Is it material to the investigation?
Well, just because even if he just lied, that's not the end all be all of the charging decision. Agreed?
That's not what you seem to think when it comes to people.
Wait. So to be, I'm asking you a question. Do you think that everyone who fulfills the statutory elements of a crime should be charged with that crime?
No.
Okay, so then it's not just
that's
the case.
That's your argument when it comes to Papadopoulos, when it comes to Flynn, when it comes to all the, yes, lying's very serious and should have been charged.
Wait. Do you think that it's my position that every time someone lies to the police, they should be charged with lying?
No, just Trump people. That's always been my position. That is your position. That's what you think. When they do it, then it's a big deal. That is your position. Why should Papadopoulos have been charged?
No, it's not. So no, it's not. So Papadopoulos absolutely lied about an ongoing investigation that was incredibly material.
What did he say that was the lie?
Wait. I'm not recalling the exact statement at this moment.
Didn't
he lied
forget
to FBI
dates?
agents. Yeah. So just to be clear, I'm not remembering right now Papadopoulos' exact statement. What we're doing now is we're running through every single all of the fucking parade of horribles right now. And because I don't have instant recall of every statement made by Papadopoulos in these investigations, we're going to make a meal out of it.
No,
if you want to have a debate on these issues, why don't we schedule a debate for the Papadopoulos investigation, schedule a debate for these lines? But don't you think that we've talked about this ad nauseum?
No, because when
do you want to schedule a debate on the lies?
I would talk to you about Papadopoulos, sure. What I'm saying is that, like, when it comes to the truth is, your bias will say when someone in Trump's orbit is accused of a lie. For example, Michael Flynn, you think he should have been charged, right? You know more about that.
Yes.
right?
100%.
Why should he have been charged? What was because the background of it, what was it ultimately that he did? Take the lie out of it. What did he do that was so egregious?
So he lied to the vice president about the nature of his communications.
That's not a crime.
Wait. You asked about the magnitude of it.
Okay.
And the significance of it, right?
Okay.
Did you not ask about that?
Yes.
Okay. So can things that are not crimes add to the magnitude and significance of something? So it was relevant when I
not if
brought
it's
up his
worth
lie
a
to the
criminal.
vice president.
Not if it's a criminal charge. No.
So the attendant circumstances around the crime, the context of the crime, can't inform the magnitude of whether or not you should charge it.
I
Is that
don't
your
believe
position?
so. I think in most
That's
cases that
fucking
wouldn't be the
stupid,
case.
bro.
I think in most cases
let
that
me just
wouldn't
explain
be the case.
it. Let me just explain it in plain English why it was important to charge Michael Flynn, or why that matter was of heightened significance. So because the vice president had come out with a statement that said Michael Flynn was telling me the truth. He said this, and they didn't have this contact, and they didn't talk about this. And the vice president had been sort of public about that statement. And because the DOJ knew with certainty that that was not true, and that and later on, by the way, Trump even acknowledged that Flynn lied to the vice president, they were worried about the incoming national security advisor that the Russians had now leverage over this person because they knew that the vice president had been told a lie.
Did they have leverage? Did they have leverage?
Isn't that a legitimate concern? Is that a legitimate concern?
A concern's one thing. I mean, I'm concerned that
crazy.
I'm concerned that USAID pays you. So people could be concerned
You
about
think that USAID pays me?
I don't know. I'm just making a joke, right? That's it. Yeah, people could be concerned about.
So what you're saying is that like it was. I'll ask you. Do you think it was unreasonable for our intelligence community to be concerned that the vice president had been told something untrue by Michael Flynn, and the Russians knew that it was untrue?
No, I don't think that the intelligence. I think. Well, let me rephrase that. Sure, they have the right to be concerned about anything they want. I don't think it rises a level of a criminal investigation.
It was both a criminal and counterintelligence.
I don't think it rises to that level, particularly when we saw that James Comey laughed and admitted, we did it because we knew that Trump's people were neophytes politically, and we set this up in a way that we knew that they wouldn't be prepared for.
Okay.
If you're really concerned about getting to the bottom of the matter, you would have done it on the up and up, not some
well,
slady. Nonetheless, the
how
point
many
is,
times-
I'll just
how many
make my
times do I have
point.
this
I'll
debate?
make my
How
point
many-
real
how
quick.
many-
I'll make
Dude.
my point real quick since you seem to be beating around the bush a lot here. Mike Flynn was a decorated general, right? Who the big bugaboo about what he supposedly said was he asked Kislyak, hey, don't retaliate. We're going to try to work things out when we get there. Something that I would want every incoming national security advisor to be doing with our enemies. Compare that to Jamaal Bowman, right? Jamaal Bowman lied materially about what the investigation was. He committed a crime. You admit that, right?
He committed a crime in that he caused a false alarm.
Right. And so when asked materially about that, he lied about a material fact of that. That's completely different than what Flynn did. You think Flynn should be charged, and Bowman should
to be clear. So I support the prosecution of Bowman. I supported him pleading guilty to a crime. What you're talking now about is whether or not, in addition to the false alarm charge, that he should have been charged with the specific instance of lying to the police in that case.
Yes.
And the answer is, I don't fucking know the quantity of evidence that they had available at the discretion. The mere fact that he said it, I think in these cases, by the way, are hard to prove. You need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it's a knowing, intentional, and deliberate lie in the moment. And he has defenses available to him. The only evidence you have his lying is just the obvious nature of the fire alarm. And listen, to be 100% clear, it could have been a case that you could bring. I'm not sure. But when he's already pleading guilty to the false alarm, don't you think enough justice has been done?
No, not at all.
No.
Why
not?
Again, because
Is this matter more serious than the Flynn matter?
Yes.
So the fire alarm matter is more serious than Flynn's lying to the FBI after having lied.
I don't think he lied, but even if he did, the underlying facts of the lie of Flynn was that he did something that everyone in this country should want. Him talking to his counterpart, trying to de-escalate a situation with our enemy. That's good. Pulling a fire alarm illegally is bad. So lying about that is worse.
So in the middle of the presidential administration, where Obama is imposing sanctions on Russia in response to the their interference in the election, which I think you're saying you don't know if that's true that they actually interfered. I
No,
don't
they
think you
did.
accept that Russia
Igor
interfered.
Danchenko worked with Hillary Clinton to help interfere in the election.
No, the
He was a
Russian Federation.
spy.
I'm not allowing you to equivocate on the meaning of what we're talking. When I say Russian, I mean the state.
Igor Danchenko is
Russian
probably working for the government of Russia. There's more evidence
No,
to
no, no.
that Russia colluded
No.
to help Trump.
No, there's not.
Of
There's
course there
an
is.
open. All you have is an opened investigation. Isn't
Okay.
that the only evidence you have?
Well, also that he spread well, there's other evidence. Also that he knowingly spread disinformation to harm Donald Trump that the FBI bid on. Also the fact that we have that Brennan, you remember the 17 intelligences say that Russia interfered? Well, it turns out that all came from Brennan's office at the CIA, and people have shown that actually their calculations showed that they somewhat wanted Hillary to win more because they could predict what she would do, where Trump was unpredictable, so they'd rather have the person they could predict. So I would say someone that was accused of
I don't
working
know
with
what white paper that you're referencing. I don't know.
I would say that someone that was
you
accused of
misrepresent all the
working with
time.
Russia
Your
before,
representation.
so much so that there was an investigation into him that was never closed, right? I would say that, or that was never definitively proved it wasn't the case. I'd say there's good reason to suspect.
You're deferring to the inconclusive investigation that never determined anything, as opposed to the same intelligence community's official determination. Why would you give more?
What was it?
credence
What did they
to
do?
the-
What did
to
they
the-
do?
to the open? Wait. I'm asking you just in terms of your deference. You're more willing to say the fact that they opened an investigation and didn't determine anything with respect to Igor Danchenko, as opposed to the determination of the agencies. You're willing to credit the open investigation more than the determination. Is that right?
What was the determination?
The determination from the intelligence community is that Russia interfered in the election. Agreed?
In what way?
I'm asking you whether or not that was a determination.
Well, but do you think that Russia interferes?
Was it the determination or not?
Yes, and I would say that if the
Okay.
intelligence community, two things, I would say if the intelligence community is honest, they would say that they interfere in every election, and I don't believe that
Russia
the intelligence
or the intelligence community?
Russia. And I would say that also just saying they interfered doesn't speak to they just interfered to help Trump and not Hillary.
Yeah,
as
but-
I've
but-
said
but
with
they-
A4
they-
budget.
they-
So the idea,
the
that we're saying
intelligence
they
community's
interfered,
determination-
and I'm pointing to an
you're
actual
misrepresenting
Russian
the
spy.
IC's communication.
I'm
The
pointing
IC
to an actual.
communications No. But first of all, you don't have evidence other than the open investigation. And again, that is your strongest piece of evidence, right? That Igor Danchenko.
Well, he is
a
Russian.
asset.
Right, he is Russian.
No, Russian as opposed to being an agent of Russia. Not
I understand.
being,
I understand.
a
So
citizen
evidence
of
one,
Russia.
just like one of the constant claims against Trump is he talked to Russians, his people talked to Russians. So that's number one. Number two,
No,
he was
I'm asking
suspected.
you what-
I'm answering. Number two, he was credibly investigated for being a Russian asset previously.
And no determination was made, as
That's
opposed to the
true.
determination made by the intelligence community that not only that Russia interfered in a systemic and significant way in our election. We can talk about what that is, but I'm just telling you what the determination is.
I'm
that you
not
are
saying
crediting.
right. I'm
I'm
agreeing
saying
with you.
you
I'm
are
agreeing.
not
No,
crediting
wait.
that.
Let me. It's not that I'm backtracking. I agree. Russia interfered. What does that have to do with? Yes, one of the ways they interfered was through Igor Danchenko.
No. They do not allege that it was through Igor Danchenko.
I don't give
You're
a shit if they
changing the-
allege. I don't give it. You're just like Russia interfered.
You're not
okay.
wait. I'm asking you why you're not accepting the determinations made by the IC, but you are determining.
I am accepting-
deferring. You're not deferring to that determination by the IC.
Before the leadership of the FBI decided that they needed an insurance policy against Donald Trump, they ruled that this guy was most likely
Never
a
changed.
Russian spy. Right? Then
No,
they
did
said.
not.
Then they
no,
said.
Wait. Opening investigation makes it so that you're most likely a Russian spy.
All right, I'm sorry.
The mere opening
I'm
of
sorry.
investigation.
Does opening investigation suspect that it's more likely?
No.
Okay, well, I think that they had reason. Let's clarify. They had reason to suspect he was a Russian spy. We know that he was Russian. They suspected he was a spy before. We know that he spread disinformation. And that was the most influential interference into our election because the FBI took and ran with that up to the point where they got illegal FISA warrants against the president's team. Right?
Yeah,
You're
so-
saying
so-
they
so-
said, what's the evidence you have that they interfered? Did they interfere on both sides?
No. I'm
Did they
only
interfere
talking
just
about
to help Trump?
No. I'm only talking. I want to be clear. I'm only talking about the willingness you are to defer to determinations made by agencies. And so, in one sense, I'm trying to compare apples for apples. You have an opening of an investigation that does not come to a conclusion one way or the other about whether he is a spy or not, and you are deferring based on that non-conclusion that he is a spy, in addition to some other factors that you just laid out. But you're not deferring to the absolutely determination of the intelligence community that Russia intervened in a systemic way, that it wasn't related to Igor Danchenko, that it was in fact related to
I
other
don't know
matters
if you
that you're
can't,
well aware of.
I don't know if you can't hear me or not. Yes, Russia interfered.
No. Not in the way you're suggesting with Igor
Yes,
Danchenko.
Russia interfered in ways other than Igor Danchenko.
Okay, so then you do accept you accept the conclusions of the Mueller report?
No, not entirely. I
Why
accept
not?
that. I accept
Why
that they're
you-
right. But like, there's all sorts of reasons that I have a problem with the Mueller report. For example, did Russia interfere through the Internet Research Agency? Do you think that's Russian interference?
Yes, I do. Don't you?
Okay, sure. In the sense that there were, well, actually, we're not sure, but in the sense that there were Russians, let's assume they were connected to the government of Russia. That hasn't been proven, but let's assume
That's
that was.
that's what the IC alleges.
Well, they might
and
say that, but
you're
they were
not
unable to
willing-
prove it. They couldn't bring charges.
But wait, but if you're unwilling to accept their deference in that, why are you willing to accept the deference of the opening of an investigation? Does that make any sense?
Because I think they were corrupt and biased and had their thumb on the scale for Hillary Clinton.
Based
This
on
is
what?
evidenced by the fact that they talked about it. We could see all throughout, right? Now, so for example, the Internet Research Agency, how big of an amount of interference was that? Some Democratic senators said it was an act of war. Can you tell me what they did?
Yeah, they post misleading memes. They organized like fake protests. They spread misinformation. Yeah.
What was it, like $100,000 worth of ads on Facebook and Pokemon
I'm
Go?
not speaking. I am not here. I'm not here to speak to. Wait. I just want to be clear. I'm not here to speak to the overall effect it had on the election or its magnitude. And you're aware also that one of the main ways that they interfered, in addition to the internet memes and the lies and the propaganda, which you do not deny. I'm not hearing you deny, right?
No, but I'll talk specifically about it. Finish your point, and then I'll talk specifically about those. Good.
Okay, so you should keep an ear on whether he's denying that, and also obviously the hacking of the DNC servers.
They could come to that conclusion. There's no proof.
Come on.
So
the truth of the matter is,
did the FBI ever get access to the server?
You're willing to accept determinations made by the opening of investigation, even though there is no determination, and you have no idea who these people are. The open investigation, there's no report on it that you can point to. All you have is your assumptions based on the mere opening of investigation and other, like fucking Charlie at the board and It's Always Sunny, connecting dots that are just again based on your mere assumptions. But you're not willing to defer to the agencies when it's inconvenient for you. And so I think that's a inconsistent approach.
Let's go 3 things to talk about. First, the latter point that you're making there. I can't definitively say that he was a Russian asset, that he was working for the Russian government. But when we're talking about Russian interference, it was clearly the biggest amount of interference that occurred in the election. Hillary Clinton's team did exactly what Trump's team was accused of and why they were investigated. They worked with a Russian in order to get disinformation to affect the election. Trump's team did not work with Russians. They did not get disinformation, and it did not affect the election. Hillary's working with Russian, or her team's working with Russians, actually led to the FBI using that information, which they never verified, in your own words, led to getting 4 illegal FISA warrants, which hamstrung Trump for 4 years of his presidency. Now, was that guy working at the behest of Vladimir?
Well, you're fucking crazy. Those FISA warrants didn't hamstring Trump. How did those FISA warrants affect prejudice his presidency at all?
4 years,
They
the
were
biggest media. I mean,
inconclusive.
what was the biggest Democrat attack against Trump for 4 years?
There were many, but Russia was a major one.
Russia collusion, right? That's what it was. And so the idea that Hillary's team,
FISA
that was the most prominent argument. The dossier was the most prominent
No, the
argument.
argument wasn't that the FISA warrants occurred. That wasn't the argument.
Doesn't
The
matter.
argument was about the dossier.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, you dimwit. I'm saying that Hillary's team colluding with a Russian who was a suspected Russian spy to get that dossier was the most significant interference. The FISA warrants are a big portion of it in that it was illegality by the FBI, but certainly that dossier led to the biggest attack against Trump in 4 years. That's what makes it the most impactful instance of Russian disinformation. Was this gentleman working specifically for Vladimir Putin?
Over-determination here.
What's that? Let me finish.
Let
me finish my point.
Yeah.
Right. So was he working for Vladimir Putin? I don't know. Why didn't the FBI investigate?
You know the FBI investigated.
They did not.
Igor
They did not
Danchenko.
investigate whether or not Igor Danchenko.
You know they did. They charged Igor Danchenko.
When did they investigate whether or not he was a Russian
Durham
spy?
charged Igor Danchenko.
When was that?
Under Trump.
So, like, what year was that?
20. I don't know.
19, 2020? Is Durham the FBI?
Under Durham. Durham is part of the Department of Justice.
Is Durham the FBI?
Durham had FBI agents working for him.
Okay,
And
so
he's not
why didn't the
He's not
FBI?
the
So
he
why
hasn't
wouldn't
embodied
if the
it yet.
FBI in 2016 so concerned about Russian interference into our election, right? And they have suspected in the past Igor Danchenko of being a Russian spy, and they absolutely know that he's the one communicating with Hillary's team to be the primary subsource to get this dossier. Why wouldn't they also investigate
He's
Hillary's
communicating
team?
to Christopher Steele.
So what? He was also
and who's communicating to Fusion GPS. So that there are layers of. I just want to be clear about the chronology here. It's not like Hillary's team is meeting directly with this person. They've contracted with Fusion GPS, who's contracted with Christopher Steele, who has connections and who talks to Igor Danchenko. So I just want to be clear that is the pathway. It's not like
So I just want to be
direct
clear.
meeting.
It is your argument here that no one else on Hillary's team had contact with Danchenko.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, that you just said no, it wasn't her team.
That during the course of the investigation, or sorry, during the course of the drafting of the dossier, it was Fusion GPS that engaged with Christopher Steele, and Christopher Steele who approached Igor Danchenko. That's spelled out.
Okay, but nonetheless, we see that Hillary's team and people they were paying were meeting with Igor Danchenko. Do you think that Hillary's team knew when they were getting this information from Christopher Steele who the primary subsource was?
Do you have evidence that they knew it was from Russians?
No, I don't think that there was an FBI investigation into that.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not.
I mean, did you miss the Durham investigation?
No, I saw the Durham investigation. That's not an FBI investigation. I'm saying in 2016, in July of 2016.
Oh my God.
Let me finish. I'm saying in July of 2016, will you admit that the FBI was very fucking worried that the Russians were interfering?
They were worried. Yeah, they're very worried. They
So
should have been,
why
right?
wouldn't they, when they knew
They should
that
have been worried?
when they knew,
Should they have been worried?
Why not? When they knew that one side was actually, they were investigating Team One, Trump's team, for colluding with Russians to get disinformation. And as evidence, it's part of their investigation. One of the crucial pieces was Hillary's team colluding with a Russian that they had previously suspected of being a spy, giving them information.
Hang on a second. The investigation opened based on, as you're aware, the conversations with Papadopoulos that were reported to them, and so your chronology is wrong. And when Igor Danchenko came into that was near the fall, when Igor Danchenko came on board, and yeah, there were some errors in terms of vetting his information that we're aware of, but again, you can't produce evidence.
What are you talking about?
Wait. I just want to be clear about this. Do you think it's more? Do you have the evidence to prove more likely than not that Igor Danchenko was a Russian agent from the Russian Federation?
No, I have the evidence to suggest that it was most likely that was the case of Russian interference in July of 2016 or in
from the Russian Federation. When you say Russian interference, you mean that you're more likely than not that Russian.
What evidence was there that Papadopoulos?
I'm asking you the question.
Right.
I'm asking you the question.
There was, yes. I'm telling you, there is more evidence
that
that Hillary's team was colluding with the Russian Federation than George Papadopoulos. Yes.
No, I'm not asking relative. I'm asking you based.
That is exactly my
belief
point.
That more likely is it more likely than not that Igor Danchenko was a Russian agent from the Russian Federation?
Yes, it's more likely, but I
more
can't
likely
prove
than
it.
not.
The relative of it is what's important, and that's why you want to deflect from that, because the FBI is deciding in an almost unprecedented action that they are going to investigate a presidential team wholesale, up to and including getting FISA warrants, which turned out to be illegal.
They opened the Hillary Clinton investigation predated the Trump investigation.
What's that have to do with Russia collusion?
You just said it in an unprecedented act. They investigated a presidential campaign. They were investigating Hillary before they were investigating Trump.
Fair enough. Let me rephrase. And getting FISA warrants to spy on a presidential team. And that's what makes it unprecedented.
There.
Correct.
So I'm not aware of the history of a member of the presidential team, but also I agree that the FISA warrants were improper and they were illegal.
But that's how serious the FBI took it.
But I agree that they took it seriously because there was a serious risk.
Right. So then why not investigate Hillary's team when they knew they were colluding with someone that was a suspected Russian spy?
I just told you that until the October period or in the fall period, that's when they first became apprised, I believe, of Igor Danchenko.
So then why not investigate then?
And what's the evidence that Hillary Clinton's team was aware that the source they were relying on, that Fusion GPS was relying on, that Christopher Steele was relying on, was Igor Danchenko? What's the evidence that they were aware of that?
I don't know. Did they investigate to see what the evidence was? Weren't they concerned about Igor Danchenko interfering in our election?
Do you know?
Yes, I do know they didn't.
How do you know?
What? How do you?
I'm asking.
Because nowhere in the IG report, the Durham report, or anyone that's investigated did they suggest that was occurring.
That they investigated Igor Danchenko and where that could
Their
lead.
connections to Hillary Clinton, yes.
Yeah, so don't you think that investigating Igor Danchenko, to the extent that he had connections to Hillary, those would necessarily be sort of brought in, right? To the extent that they're investigating Igor Danchenko, that would implicate, Hillary's
They
team
didn't
to the extent there was
investigate
any
Igor
problematic
Danchenko.
circumstances.
They didn't. Durham did.
They charged him. Yeah,
Durham did. When was that? So
That
what
was when
you're
he was
telling me
appointed
is
special counsel.
a special counsel, right, in 2019, 3 years after the FBI was so worried about Russia interfering through disinformation in our elections, so much so that they took the unprecedented step of getting FISA warrants, which you admit later would be illegal, to spy on Trump's team. That's how panicked the FBI was about Russian interference. And not only did they not investigate the suspected Russian spy that was working with Hillary's team, they actually took his evidence, never bothered to verify it, and then after 2 FISA warrants decided to try to verify it, saw that the information was basically told by him to be like, it was kind of all just social gatherings, whatever. Misled the court in saying we talked to him, he told the truth, but never investigated him and his connections to Hillary. If I was the FBI and I was concerned about Russian actors trying to spread disinformation, that's the first place I would have looked.
You're saying that the first time they ever investigated Danchenko was under
Durham.
Fucking Durham. I'm not sure that that's true. I don't know that that's true.
Can you show me? You've read the IG report and the Durham report, correct?
Yes, I have. But
do you think that they would have mentioned? Do you think, in the context of them reporting on the Crossfire Hurricane, that they would have mentioned the FBI investigating Hillary Clinton's team's connections to Danchenko?
I don't know that they went with a mission to specifically call out that connection. They knew that it was opposition research. That was known to the team in Crossfire Hurricane, and so I'm not aware of.
Didn't the FBI actually pay Danchenko to be an asset?
I think that they did, as I recall.
But I'm sure while they were paying him, they were investigating him, right?
Wait a second. So they did absolutely try to vet the information that was coming through. I'm not sure that I'm not sure the first time that they investigated Igor Danchenko was under Durham. I'm just telling you, I'm not sure about that.
Why would it? You can't give a good reason if the FBI. You're like, look, didn't the FBI have the right to be panicked about Russia? Okay, let's say that's true.
So when was it obvious in your mind that because you believe that this is all debunked, you believe everything's gone whatever. When would it have been appropriate to start an investigation into Igor Danchenko?
Immediately, once they found out that he was the primary subsource for one of the 2 major parties' opposition research. If you're concerned about a hostile foreign policy giving disinformation to affect the election, and you see that one of the parties is literally paying to get information from a Russian source that you've previously suspected of being a Russian spy, an immediate investigation should take place. In fact, the exact opposite took place. They didn't bother to investigate his claims, to personally talk to him, used it for a FISA warrant to spy on the other team, accusing the other team of doing exactly what they knew Hillary's team was doing, and then paid Danchenko to be an asset, partially so that he couldn't be subpoenaed.
So to be clear, the mere fact that you have a Russian person providing information to another person, and you're in general fearing Russian disinformation from the Russian Federation, that if you become apprised of any information that is sourced from any individual in Russia, there should be an immediate investigation into that individual.
That's not what I said. 2 things that are different with this. One, it's because this information is being paid for by one of the major political parties. Do you think that the FBI was worried that Russia was trying to get tendrils into all of our political apparatus?
I'm not sure.
I think that's what they're accusing of. They said that they were worried that they were trying to interfere. In fact, I forget who said it.
They were worried about the Trump administration because Papadopoulos' conversation. That's why they were worried about the Trump administration.
So they're worried about what was his conversation again? That he talked to a guy that was assumed to be Western intelligence up to that point named Joseph Mifsud, that said, hey, Russians have emails on Hillary Clinton. And then he told Alexander Downer that?
No, his conversation. Yes, his conversation with Downer.
What did he say?
From Australia.
What did he say to Downer?
About the hack, related to the hack.
He said hack? He said hack? Can you show me
that? That they had dirt. That they had dirt on the Clintons.
Right.
And that would happen before. That happened before the hack, and then once the hack happened, they reported it to the FBI.
That's
and
right.
I think you've agreed.
That's brilliant. Right. Yes. The start of the investigation, it was so serious, was that this low-level guy said, hey, I hear Russia has dirt on Hillary. That was it. And then once the hack occurred, the FBI was like, that proves that Russia's trying to interfere in our election.
You're understating it.
It's not understated. That's what you just said.
So he related that he had personal knowledge of this.
He said that he was told that Russians had dirt.
That he had personal knowledge of it.
Right.
And
Well, that's another way of saying what I just said, right?
Wait. But you agree that the claim is that he had personal knowledge of the fact that they would be releasing. I actually even think. Let me actually check the direct quote.
Go ahead. Look real quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
I don't know. How did you get me to do this? Every time we go through the same exact things. I might have to for my own health. For my own health, require that any future conversation about Crossfire Hurricane be scheduled.
All right. Did you find it?
So, okay, so you were wrong. According to Downer, on May 6th, Papadopoulos met Alexander Downer at a London bar and told him about the Clinton emails.
What's that say? Hack?
Clinton emails. No, they had acquired Clinton emails.
What's the date of that?
That's May 6th, 2016.
When did the investigation from the FBI into Hillary start? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, so the investigation into them started, I think, in June. That's when Crossfire Hurricane, June or July.
No. Mid-year exam.
After the announcement. Oh, mid-year exam? Mm-hmm. That was in, I think it started in 2015.
Right. So the thing is, everyone in the world heard about Hillary's private server. And so if you were anyone, you could be Joe Schmo internet prankster, and we could call Papadopoulos and say, we're Russia. What's the one thing you would say that you had dirt on Hillary? What's the type of dirt that you would say you had?
I'm not sure.
You'd say
you could say emails, but
right.
Yeah, but hang on a second. So if they said that they had dirt on the Clintons in this time frame, we know that there had been a hack. It predated public release of the hack.
So what? A million people were saying Russia had dirty emails.
Not less than 2 months later,
what?
they release a tranche of emails, and they would be, absolutely reckless and negligent not to investigate it, and they open an investigation.
That's fine. You could open an
Okay.
The problem, and this is, correct me if I'm wrong. This is going to come back to bite you in the ass, but the bar for opening an investigation by the FBI is incredibly low. Correct?
It is a low standard.
Cool. Keep that in mind with future conversations we have, because once Kash Patel gets to work, I'm sure I'm sure it'll be corrupt all of a sudden once Kash Patel starts investigating.
To be clear, so it is a low standard for sure, 100%. But it cannot be based on a political purpose. You would agree with that, fair?
Sure. Well,
okay. You don't agree with that?
No, that's true. But then we'll disagree on what a political purpose is. It could be directed against political entities if you think they've legitimately committed crimes.
True.
But it can't just be to help my side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, hey, I'm not trying to run away from any particular conversation.
Rage quit.
I want you to.
That's fine.
It's super late, but I want to take a step back before we end. Notice where we're at. I feel like this entire time I'm trying to honestly give you my opinion and engage with these issues.
But
and other time there has never been a condition where I have said, which I believe, by the way, that you're bad faith with Jan 6. I believe, or if you're not bad faith, you're at the very least, I think, deluded, that you're ignoring obvious evidence of corruption for Trump. I think that of the Ukrainian call. I think that of all sorts of different actions that Trump has taken in recent years. But never have I said I condition us having a conversation once again on what we're talking about here, on you accepting my framing of those issues, where I think that you're just as blind as you think that I'm blind on some of these issues. And so what I'm asking for is parity. Why is it the case?
There is parity. There is parity. How many times have I debated you or Destiny or some left-winger on January 6th? Alternate electors. How many times? Hours upon hours. Fuck, man. I even was willing to do the most insane fucking asinine debate that was set up by these fucking dudes I don't even know. That the criteria was that it was limited to the standard legal definition of insurrection. I was willing to do that. Right?
Listen, I'm not saying that you're not willing to do these debates some of the time. I think that that's great that you're willing to do that. Although I'll note there was a time where you resisted it, and then it was BLM, and then I was fine with that conversation too, to just do it in BLM and to apply the definition. I think it amounted to the same thing. But I think that that's great that you're willing to have those conversations. I think that one of the things that I also had a great time having conversations with you is that you are willing to get into the weeds. And that's why I think it's weird that, okay, we're willing to get into the weeds. I'm willing to get into the weeds on your stuff, on all this stuff, without any conditions like that. But now it feels like you've developed a different posture against people that you're just assuming are necessarily bad faith just because they share a different view or you think it's so absurd.
I think that it's, again, bad faith might not be the right answer for you, right? But I think that you've proven, even tonight, that your bias is extreme to the point where it makes these sort of conversations almost they're maybe entertaining for an audience. They're entertaining for me. Like what? What did I say that was the case?
The notion that Trump, with respect to his interference in January 6th, that wasn't corrupt and for political purposes. I think that is the height of ridiculousness.
What interference in January 6th? Give me the example.
So his role in the false elector scheme, which was integral to January 6th, his role, yes, it is. Yes, it is. And the fact, and I would think that if you deny that, I would say that that's also a delusion. And in the same
what percentage of the riders do you think were aware of alternate electors? That was fresh on their mind as they were riding?
I'm not sure. It doesn't matter whether they had a specific knowledge of the intricacies of it. They knew that something was relevant with respect to the counting of the electoral slates at that moment.
They just knew that it was corrupt and that was the last day. That's what they
whether
thought.
They knew about the specific pathway or not is irrelevant. What matters is Trump's knowledge. We're examining Trump's behavior and what he wanted to do and wanted to accomplish. So the knowledge level of those individuals with respect to the nitty gritty of the procedural steps that they were going to plan was irrelevant. And frankly, if you read the letter that was released by Mike Pence and others, they talk about the different pathways that Trump was saying was available, and so this was top of mind. People were talking about what they could do with the electoral counts. This
Let me ask you this: if Trump legitimately thought the election was stolen from him, is that corrupt?
If he legitimately thought that, yes, it would be. In my opinion, it would be corrupt.
Why would it be corrupt?
Because he would be usurping a power he doesn't have. It'd be an ultra virus act, which he knows to be ultra virus.
But so does Kevin Clinesmith, and you don't think that's corrupt?
Wait, outside of his authority and for the purpose of winning an election that he. Oh, okay. So if he thought that he legitimately won the election, then he would just be diluted, right? And
that's what I believe.
It would be illegal, but diluted. Okay, but
I don't even think he's diluted because I think in ways that I articulate, I think, and maybe we'll find out in the future that there were shenanigans with votes and shit as well, but you can't prove that. That's why I'm against. It's not. To me, it doesn't matter.
What can you prove? If we can't
finish,
prove that Joe.
Okay, it doesn't matter to me if Trump's right or wrong that the election was stolen. That's why what he did was so fucking wrong with these alternate electors. Because unless you have proof positive right there, it doesn't matter what you think. You can't be doing that shit. Tough shit. You lose. That's it. That's always been my problem with the alternate electors shit. That's he legitimately thinks he won, but you have to suck it up. That's why I'm happy that Pence didn't sign along with it. But it was just a legal theory that they were trying to work out. It wasn't going to go anywhere.
Tried to steal the election, or if Kamala Harris tried to do the same shit this time and said, no, I believe. It's almost like if someone's like shooting a gun and says, I didn't believe it when I pulled the trigger, it wouldn't come out. I didn't believe it. And you just kept saying, I didn't believe. And you keep saying it and you never admit that at a certain point, there's a level of willful blindness that I think even you would apply. Like, I'll give you that example. If we assume a real person, they have a gun, they pull the trigger of the gun, and they say to you, I didn't know that pulling the trigger on a gun that's loaded and that's cocked, and which I have some training to do, I really don't think that would have caused the bullet to come out of it. And I really don't believe that. I really don't, you would never give that person the benefit of the doubt.
That's
But for some
different.
reason-
That analogy doesn't work. You're right. I wouldn't give that person the benefit, but that analogy doesn't work. This isn't someone pulling a gun. This is someone that's using legal theories because they feel that they legitimately won. By the way,
Yeah,
and
that's
that
where we
there were
disagree.
questions that weren't answered. I share that belief. At least that there were questions that weren't answered, and I feel the election was stolen through the interference of our intel agents once more. Particularly with denying the Hunter Biden laptop story, which polling suggests probably would have been enough to swing.
Okay, wait a second. So if that's the case, why hasn't Elon Musk stolen the election in the 2024 election, or assume that you're going to say, well, he's not in a government position?
Sure.
I don't know. That's the clincher. But now that he is in a government position in the 2020, to the extent that he's telling lies, which he is often telling lies, provable, demonstrable falsehoods.
Like what?
To the extent that it has an effect. So, for example, the notion that we were sending, whatever $1 million or millions of pounds or whatever condoms to Gaza is a lie.
But instead it was to other countries in the Middle East.
Okay, but that's a lie, right?
That's not a lie, right? Unless he intentionally knew that it was wrong and intentionally told a mistruth, right? He could have seen something, jumped to.
That's what people. That's what people say about the. That's what people say about the intelligence officers. They said,
That's a joke,
they,
and you know
they
that's a joke.
Okay, but you know that for the intel officers who explicitly disclaim specific knowledge, and they just said it has the hallmarks of. You say that obviously they're lying. Obviously that's bad faith. But you're willing to give Elon Musk the benefit of the doubt. Why the different standards?
It's not that I'm willing to. He may very well have lied, but I'm saying that you would have to prove that he intentionally knew. It's clear that the FBI, the former intel agencies, knew what they were doing. It's clear, right? And there's different types of lies. There's lying about criminality versus lying about how much money's being spent. Politicians and bureaucrats lie all the time about, oh, what's the inflation number? What's the GDP number? How many jobs are created? Like, that shit's materially different.
Elon is lying about criminality, right? I mean, he's talking about how we need to lock up 60
Terrible
minutes.
comment. That's
He's
not
making
lying.
accusations.
That's just a fucking horrible comment.
Okay, well,
It's a lie.
He's representing that it would be against the law. I think that's what. Okay, but
It's his opinion.
I'll put that aside. Okay, I'll put that aside. I mean, would you ever accept that? It's just their opinion that it's the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. It's just their opinion. You would never say that.
No, of course not, because it's completely different. And former intel officials, some that still have access to their security clearance, in fact, most, including former heads of the CIA, once more, just like with the insurance policy shit, and the double standard we saw for Crossfire Hurricane 2, the mid-year exam, it's the same pattern every single time.
Listen. Okay, I'm even gonna. I think this is good faith. What I'm about to say. I even think that you might have your rationale, and you might even be right on some of the things. And I hate giving you that credit. That sometimes you could say that you suss out what's a lie, what's not, and there can be difference. The truth is, sometimes there are different cases, and you're acknowledging it, and that's a basic truth. And I think that you're deluded on some of these, and you think I'm deluded on some of these. That shouldn't be a basis for us to say, okay, I'm a bad person automatically or I'm a bad faith person, or I'm someone that you know should be treated differently than someone who has a tweet on the record condemning the things that you agree with, right? And that somehow conversation with us is less legitimate.
I disagree entirely. I think that none of us owe something someone else. Because what happens is, both in this online space and formerly, though maybe things are changing, in the more important, broader political space where it comes to the narrative in our broader sort of reaches the general world space, like the mainstream media, the conversations that strike there, it's clearly always that we hyperventilate about Trump and, oh my God, and the corruption of him and all of this. And there's almost nothing said when it comes to, or there's defenses or ignores.
So untrue. Look at everything that's coming out of X right now. Everyone is alleging.
I said maybe it's different
corruption.
now, didn't I?
Oh, sorry.
Didn't I say maybe it's different now? That's the way it's been for 8 years.
I didn't hear the part.
And on these,
also the Republicans have been alleging corruption, whether it comes to Pizzagate, whether it comes to the Clintons and all that stuff. And you say maybe some of that is corroborated or stuff, but corruption as against Democrats has been a major narrative. Wait. Corruption. I'm not saying that you did. I'm not saying that you have Pizzagate, but you certainly, your line has been Democratic corruption for years and years and years.
Sure.
That has also been mainstream conservative lines. Rush Limbaugh, Fox News,
right.
Breitbart, major institutions.
It's nowhere close, right? it is nowhere close to what we saw with the narrative control. The narrative is set not by Fox News, not by Rush Limbaugh, and not by Rachel Maddow, and not by Jake Tapper. The narrative is generally sent by the groups that are considered the more respectable journalists. So, like the New York Times, the Washington Post, these are what's considered the standard, and most of the time, these are the people in the press room. And even if you watch Fox, like in 2016, 2017, 2018, what were they talking about? Russia collusion. They're defending it, but the narrative's being set that becomes the prominent topic of conversation. That's certainly true on these online debate spaces, which have been dominated by the left.
There's a lot more talk to. So first of all, I disagree with the notion that the New York Times, Washington Post, they're defining the scope of the conversation. Yes. Especially now, it feels like they're dinosaurs.
Didn't I say that things are different now?
I understand that, but even before then, I think we had the rise of new media where people were getting their narratives from completely different places, and that started as early. Really, I think. Trump's Twitter was one of the first major areas where people were getting their news from Trump.
Let's test this theory. Like, how many people right now in your audience knew that the FBI director said 2 FISA warrants were illegal?
I have no clue. How would I find that out?
Take a guess. I'm not saying you have to have the exact number. What's your guess?
Probably only the people who are crossovers from your channel. Mm-hmm. I would say probably less than 10, probably less than 5, maybe just none of them.
So so given that we'll say that, hell, that's not even a good example because it hurts you even more. But these are people that are probably slightly more involved politically than the average person.
Yeah,
because we're all nerds and we're talking about right. But what do you think? I'll bet the average person. I bet that the vast majority of the average people fucking know about Trump-Russia collusion. They don't know about the FISA warrants being illegal.
Wait, hang on a second. The vast majority of people who are read in this matter know about the allegations of improprieties in terms of the Russia investigation. They absolutely do.
Right. That's what you.
I don't know. So you're making it so specific, right? You're comparing the overall Russia collusion narrative to the specific statement made by Christopher Wray. You understand how that's fucking stupid?
No. What I'm saying is that the story always gets more views than the retraction, and the stories are almost always anti-Trump. And even when there's stories that are critical of Joe Biden, at the time that it mattered, the stories of his corruption were censored. And the important thing is, and I know everyone wants to, well, if they're censored, so many people hear about it? Because to the normies, all they heard was, this is so much bullshit that former agents are coming out saying it's bullshit, that it's actually being pulled off social media. So once they're begrudgingly forced to put it back on, the narrative is, well, it's bullshit. That's what the average person gets. It's not just media, by the way. It's the entertainment industry. It's academia. These institutions have been overwhelmingly left-wing or anti-Trump or Democrat.
A lot of them, a lot of them have been left-wing, but you guys act like a cringing minority, where it's been the case really since the early 2000s that the Republicans just are on different areas. They are in talk radio, they're in local TV, they're on Fox News. They have different channels. They get their messages out.
It's nowhere near the reach.
Elections.
It's nowhere near the reach. It's nowhere near the
2010, they had massive victories in the lead up in 2016, so it's not the case that you guys have been on like this cringing grievance politics that you have. It's
nowhere near the reach, and many of these so-called conservative voices were anti-Trump from the get-go anyways. Your Jeb Bush crew, your John McCain crew. There were many voices on Fox News, such as Neil Cavuto, such as Chris Wallace. Like these people that were prominent voices on Fox. Same is true of local media. You could look at, for example, newspaper endorsements in the 2016 election. Overwhelmingly Democrat. The point I'm trying to make is these narratives get pushed through. I spent years then in our space here where it's overwhelmingly dominated by left-wing voices. I don't give a shit. That's how the audience tends to break down. But most of the panels and shit or the debate topics we're going through left-wing areas. No one, with the exception of you and a handful of other people, ever wanted to talk about any of the potential corruption, FISA gate, any of these other things. And yet every single time I'm being told by these people, I fucking demand that now you talk about Trump corruption. Fuck these people. Now, you're a little different because I like talking to you, but I did talk to you, and I even offered, I said, what do you want to talk about specifically as corruption? And you were like, I want to talk about your stance. Okay, if that's what you want to talk about, that's what we're talking about. But that's where I'm coming from. I don't know that it's a political strategy from people that don't give a fuck about corruption or will make any excuse from it to want to clutch their pearls about something so benign as a tweet from Trump and demand that you talk about it.
Come on. Here's how I could understand your stance. If your stance was, I'm not going to have these conversations with people who did not even discuss or address the issues that I tried to raise, maybe I would say that's even more acceptable. If you didn't care, for example, for the classified document stuff, if you were like, hey, I'm trying to make my case on double standards. If you haven't even read the Her report, I don't want to have a conversation with you. Or if you're not read up, or if you're not willing to discuss the Her report in my conversation, I don't even say it's improper for you to seek a conversation on double standards. That's never been my position. I think it's fine to talk about double standards. I think that it's important not to have double standards. So if you were to say, listen, any conversation I'm going to have is going to be about double standards, about, in this respect. So you better be prepared to talk about these things as well, in addition to it. And I think that could almost even be an acceptable position. But your stance is different, I have to say. And your stance was, even for people who've addressed it, even for people who are willing to address it, even for people who are still willing to address it, like I am, and have it in the context of the conversation of the new corrupt stuff and compare and contrast, you're saying I don't have to have that conversation with them. And maybe that's right.
But I don't.
Okay,
and you don't.
I know you don't technically have to. But what you're signaling is, if you had messaged me, like let's say that some big news story comes out about Biden corruption, like the impeachment stuff, and you're like, Pisco, what do you think about this impeachment stuff? And I say, I don't have to answer to you, because you won't acknowledge that.
Well, direct message would be different than just a public post.
No. But like let's say that it was public, right? So Biden comes out with what I've called corrupt impeachments. I say outright, they're corrupt impeachments. Just to be clear, I don't know that you've identified a single action from Trump that's corrupt. In fact, I've identified some impeachments, some pardons as impeachable. I've said that of Biden. So just to be clear, I'm willing to say that things that Biden did was corrupt. You're not willing to do that of Trump. I'm just being honest about what's going on. But if those pardons came out and I was quiet about them, and didn't say a word. For example, I was hesitant before the Her report. I wanted to read it first, and I kind of took my time to read it. And you were like, when are you going to release a statement on the Her report? When are you going to release a statement on the Her report? And if I responded to you, I don't owe you jack shit because you sought for Trump corruption on January 6th, you would laugh at me. You would.
So?
You'd be like,
and
okay, but you're doing that in this version, and the only difference you're going to say is, but I'm right, and you're wrong.
I will agree that I'm right and you'll agree you're wrong, but I would say you absolutely have the right to do that. You can say that Rob doesn't want to debate about this.
I'm not saying you don't have the
blah,
right
blah,
to do it. I'm asking whether or not
but I'm saying you would have the right. You would have the right to say laugh. It's politics. I'm not interested in people like you who are clearly so blindsided that you'll defend or ignore the obvious corruption against Trump from these agencies, so much so that you'll say...
But I'm not ignoring it. I'm addressing it.
I said defend or ignore. So you're defending it is what you're doing. You're defending it, and I'm like on the most
I have a different perspective on it.
I mean, again, on the easiest case of it, you're making the argument that a guy that put #resist, that
but you're getting into the merits again. You're getting into the merits. You're
that's
saying that
right.
No one can
that's the
this,
point. Pisco, listen to me. You are in a different category than most of the people I was addressing, because with you, just like with Conor, there is a unique background that makes it different. The background with you, and what I said to you, was your commentary on saying that it's, quote, just regrettable that the FISA, illegal FISA warrants occurred. And that the downplay and diminishing of that shows that you don't actually give a shit about corruption. That's why. For the other people, what I was saying is, for people that are demanding that I make a comment about a fucking tweet and how that's an exhibit of corruption, which is the bulk of what was going on, we demand that you address Trump's tweet, address his tweet. What do you have to say about his tweet? And my answer to that is, I'm not going to listen to people clutch their pearls over a tweet that didn't have shit all to say about the corruption. So let me finish real quick. Last thing. When I thought that this guy Soypill was like, oh yeah, I did call out corruption, I happily gave my full answer publicly on
I know
X
you did.
that everyone could see.
I know you did, and I don't agree with him lying. I think that that's wrong. So I just want to be clear that I don't agree with him lying to you. I don't think that it's fun to do things under false pretenses.
It's kind of funny.
And you'll find.
I think it is.
I'm not gonna lie. I laughed because more you're and Wick's exchange.
Well, Wick, I felt bad afterwards because I thought maybe I blew up at Wick first, but I didn't. He called me out first. He said it was like a DGG orbiter. There's a difference fundamentally between saying, I'm not going to talk about the accusation of someone I like or someone that I partnered with or whatever. I don't owe talking to that to people that you know, or fans of Dr. Disrespect or something. That's different, right? Right, but to say I won't comment on it to anyone is different, because what Wick's saying is, oh, you refuse to condemn the actions of Destiny, because that's not what I'm doing. I'm publicly saying this is what I feel about Trump's
the Destiny
tweet.
situation. I'm not gonna like. I'm not going to release more like information about my perspective. I just want to give you guys like some insight into the process here. There are things you guys don't know. There are responsibilities that individuals have, and it would be irresponsible for me to just do what you guys are doing.
But I'm not commenting. I'm
having
fucking
these
with you. I'm fucking with you. I know, when I'm arguing with you earlier. I'm not doing that now. All I'm saying is, when Wick accuses me of that, the general accusation, take Destiny's aim out of it, is if someone that you're a fan of, or you're a partner of, whatever, is accused of sexual impropriety, and your answer is, I refuse to take a stance on it because other people have been accused of sexual impropriety, that's one thing. If your argument is, sure, here's my stance, and then Andrew Tate comes up to you, you give your opinion, and then Andrew Tate's like, okay, Pisco, I demand you answer for Destiny, you're probably going to say, fuck you, dude, you've been accused credibly of far worse, right? I don't know you shit. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference.
But what if he comes back with, but I didn't do it?
So?
Isn't now the... Right,
Who,
so like
Destiny?
If Andrew Tate... No, if Andrew Tate denies the notion that he did anything wrong, and he wants to say, hey, that's not fair, like you should have a conversation with me, I haven't addressed my improprieties because they're fake and they're not actual improprieties. Now you and I think that there were improprieties, or at least maybe there was, like, I don't know, at least some malfeasance, let's say, or at least some minor amount of malfeasance, or at least some immorality, but assume that we believe that. But he might disagree, and so just similar in this situation.
So you wouldn't say that?
Well, I might say you're a fucking hypocrite, but, and again, there are other considerations why I might not talk to someone that don't have to do with the issue. But if he's willing to have a conversation, why wouldn't I take the opportunity to own him on that hypocrisy to the extent that it exists?
You do it for his clout, but no. So each their own. You can say that. You can do that. It's a Bible.
I hate this notion that I'm clout hungry. I want to be
you
clear.
You talk to Andrew Tate because it's Andrew Tate. It wouldn't matter what the topic would be. Yes or no?
I reply. I get reply guide from like no name accounts that I respond to.
That's irrelevant to what I'm saying. So do I. I would talk to Andrew Tate. I don't like him. Why? The topic could be fucking like, who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl? Because you'd be talking to a lot of people, right? You know,
so would you be talking
too.
about the Trump tweets? Would you talk to the Trump tweets with like a mainstream Democrat who literally swept in your mind in a direct way for what's going on?
Maybe.
And the answer is probably yes.
Probably. It depends. Yeah. It depends on how I feel in the moment at the time. That's what I'm saying. I don't owe anyone anything. I'm not going to listen to a bunch of people online clutch their pearls over a fucking tweet and demand that I answer them.
Okay, but how would you react if I did? How would you react if I said the same thing?
Okay.
And I said, and some big corruption scandal emerges from, like it did when Joe Biden pardoned Hunter and when Joe Biden pardoned his family preemptively, which I agreed and I said it was corrupt. Mm-hmm. And you came and said, what do you think about this? Joe Biden lied, right? And I said, I don't have to answer because you will never call out Trump for lying, and so I have nothing to prove to you. You would be like, that's chicken shit, that's bullshit.
Yep.
And you would call me out for it.
That's
100%.
True.
And so I think that it's fair for you to acknowledge that. I think it would be chicken shit.
I don't think
especially
so.
where wait. Come on. If I come out and I address all these allegations, you might not like my answers, but when there are allegations against Democrats in politics, I'm not saying of everybody, I'm not saying of every streamer, I'm not saying I'm in the minutia, for example, on all the Destiny stuff, that I'm willing to do that. I'm not willing to do that. You're correct. I am not willing to do that. But on the political stuff, when there's accusations against Democrats, yes, I address it. And so it would be weird. Choice. And I think chicken shit. I know, but I think that's the honorable thing to do. If you're really someone of your conviction and you care about corruption and you care about your name and stuff, you're going to come out and say, hey, this is fucked up. I think they're hypocrites because they don't care about the corruption, but I'm willing to have a conversation with them about why they're hypocrites.
Okay, let's test this. You ready? Last time I was on a panel with you, maybe the second last time, the agreement was that we were going to talk about Jamaal Bowman at the end. You left and refused to engage. Correct?
Is this the comparison to the? This is not what happened. No, we've had a conversation about Jamaal Bowman.
We did in the past, but we were at a panel. I think it was a Whick panel. And at the end of it,
No, I never agreed.
it doesn't matter if you agreed or not.
About Jamaal Bowman.
I told Whick that I would do the debate under that condition, and when we want to have the Jamaal Bowman
if that's
conversation,
not communicated
you quit.
to me,
You quit.
If there's no agreement with me, you agree that my agreement is also. You talk about consent and people not respecting consent. If I'm not a party to a communication that you've had about a topic that's about to occur, then why should I be expected to be beholden to a separate side agreement that I'm not apprised of prior to the debate? Why would that make sense?
I told you previously that every single time I talked, you'd be on the condition that I bring up this Jamaal Bowman stuff, so you knew I'd said that to you personally. And why is that relevant anyways?
I didn't agree. Wait, I didn't agree to that condition.
It doesn't matter if
so
you
why should I
agreed
be
or
beholden
not.
to a condition that you agreed to?
You came in knowing that was my expectation. And why does it matter anyways if you agreed or not? You ran from the conversation. Are you chicken shit?
To be clear,
yes or no? Are you chicken shit? You ran from the conversation.
No. Sorry. So the answer is no. We've addressed the Bowman matter. We've addressed the Burisma. We've addressed the Burisma matter. We've addressed the FISA matter. You said yourself, right, that you've addressed the insurrection matter. Would it be reasonable for me every time that I said, as a condition of being on these panels, every time we have a conversation with Rob, we have to talk about January 6th. There's no world in which that would be an acceptable condition to you, that you would accept it, and that you would waste your time every single debate to have at least an hour on Bowman or have an hour on insurrection. That's not reasonable, Rob. And you can't really reasonably expect me to be beholden to that condition that every single time we have a conversation, because you're that offended.
I'm asking you to hold yourself to your own standard. Yes, I agree that I would, in that instance, I'd be like, yeah, fuck you, I'm not doing that. Simple.
Yeah,
would I think I'm chicken shit? Let me finish. Let me finish. Would I think I'm chicken shit for that? No. But I also said it wouldn't be chicken shit. It wouldn't be chicken shit for me to say what I said and for you to say what you said. You're the one that's saying when you ran from it, you're not chicken shit.
Wouldn't I be chicken shit if I had never talked about Bowman at all? That the thing had come and you asked me about it. I'm like, I'm not talking about that. If it's a new phenomenon that I haven't commented on, that we haven't discussed, I think that's very different than one, for example, the insurrection, where we have discussed. I would accept, right, if you said I don't really want to have these insurrection discussions again, we've kind of hashed that out.
No, it's kind of been done. It is not. There is slight differences, but the general consensus or the general theme is still the same, which is there are times that you think like, I don't fucking feel like talking about this. I don't owe you stuff. I'm not going to talk about it, and that doesn't mean you're chicken shit.
I agree. There are times when you don't want to talk about something and it doesn't make you chicken shit. But I don't think that one of such times is when there's like a very prominent news story that is like directly applicable to things that you care about. For example, in my case, Biden versus Trump. In my case, allegation, previous statements and lies by Biden. And, in the case of the immigration situation, a major campaign issue where there had been previous representations that nothing the president could do could affect the situation on the border. And then he takes this completely opposite stance that he has the authority to just unilaterally close it. Those are situations where you have every right to expect someone who, just like you have every right to expect me to deal with the her report, or for, let's say that a new report comes out on who's this guy, fucking the 1023 subsource, Smirnov, right? When that comes out, it would be like the height of chicken shitness if you didn't address the Smirnov thing. And
it would not be.
It wouldn't be.
It would not be. No, it could. You could think that. I may think that, but that doesn't mean that it's chicken shit. There could be other reasons that people, because they don't feel that their opponent is good faith on the subject at hand, that they would say that I'm not going to talk about it. For example, I had to talk on at least 3 panels about Ted Cruz going to Cancun. Right? Remember when that happened? When there was this blizzard?
I don't remember you having this conversation. I remember that happening.
Yeah, I mean,
I certainly never had a debate about that.
Right, but that situation with Ted Cruz, right?
I remember
every single time I would bring up in that, it's like, yeah, I guess that's not good if your district is having a natural disaster to go on vacation. However, he didn't tell those people they couldn't leave. Meanwhile, during the pandemic, my governor, Tom Wolf, told me that I was a coward if I didn't stay locked down, and then violated his own lockdown orders to go march with Black Lives Matter. We saw Gretchen Whitmer do similar things, violate orders. We saw Gavin Newsom. Can we talk about that? They'd say, no, whataboutism. You're referencing something here that I never even actually said to you, which is the irony. My comment to you was based on your comment to Sean, AJW. Is that his real name, Sean, I think?
Yeah, it's Sean.
Where you were like, oh, you basically were like, oh, I can't, pleasure of my life to fucking, smack this guy around while he's like, brings up stupid ass Biden scandals. Right?
Yeah.
And my response is like,
my
right,
reason.
because you don't want to talk about those Biden scandals. You don't.
No,
you want to deflect.
No. That is not the case. I'm delighted to talk about those Biden comparisons. I literally prepare for them. But one of the main sources of preparation I had for that debate was literally preparing, because I prepare for the notion that he might bring up, as he did, the affirmative action case and the student loan case, and to actually have a detailed understanding of the different student loan policies that Biden had. And so it's not the case that I don't want to talk about these issues. You're totally reading me wrong. In fact, right now I have a prepared talking points memo of all my notes specifically on the comparison that like Biden violated a court order and to address that different stuff. And so your contention that when I said that I didn't want to get into the weeds on that is completely false. In fact, I'm baiting it. I'm expecting it because I want to treat him like a fool. That's one of my goals, is to bring out those comparisons where I can look smart and he can look dumb. And that's exactly what happened in the debate.
I didn't watch the debate, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, well,
even if that would be the case,
you'll see. I'm eager, and I ask him. I say, "Have you read the decisions?" And it's literally because I prepared for those moments, because I want to talk about those comparisons, because I don't want to run away from them or be perceived that I'm running away from them, because I always want to meet people's arguments.
It doesn't matter, right? In this context, me thinking what you're saying, and I still believe what you're saying, is that you're going to deflect and downplay because you can't defend in a competent way. I don't think he defended very competently today.
You got a lot of caveats there. You threw in a competent way,
but it doesn't matter. Even if I am, all of that's irrelevant to your sort of criticism of me being unwilling to debate you on anything.
No, what you said seemed to be suggesting to me, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that unless the person took your position with respect to some of these key matters for you, that you're not going to debate them.
That's not what I said. We've already went through this. I said I feel no obligation to. I don't owe them anything. I sometimes feel like debating them. I've debated you on these issues many times, even though I have this feeling. I'm not going to debate someone. Would
you have an obligation if it's any other person who, for example, is agnostic on those issues, not read on those issues?
I don't have an obligation. I don't have an obligation
for anybody, right? So then that's on equal terms for everybody.
Right.
So then,
what I'm saying,
why even say that?
Because the people that are demanding, oh, Rob, call this out, talk about this. I don't have to call out shit. Fuck you. If you were good, if I think that you were someone who actually gave a shit about corruption because you've pointed out the obvious corruption that we've seen against Trump, absolutely, I'm incredibly willing.
But I feel that way about you. I feel like you're overlooking corruption right now. You don't think that it's corrupt, right? You don't think that what Elon and Trump are doing right now are corrupt. I think it's incredibly corrupt.
What?
And I think you're overlooking it, making apologies for it.
What specifically?
If I came back to you and said, I don't owe you jack shit. Now you want to get into the merits of the corruption, right? But
just give me we don't have to get in the merits. Like, if I just said, like, what Biden's doing right now is corrupt, you'd be like, well, like, what? Like, so what do you mean? Like, Doge in general?
I believe that it is corrupt for the head of Doge, Elon Musk, to be overseeing an audit process for which there's an inherent conflict of interest with his many connections in foreign dealings and with his domestic considerations, and where there's a significant impact on any of this spending on the richest man in the world. I think that is corrupt, and a lot of his decisions
that's
seem
laughable,
to be linked to,
given what you've said.
And I think that it's corrupt. So you can think it's laughable, right? I also think that it's corrupt for political purposes for Trump to do this deal with the New York mayor, which you might not think that that's what's going on. That is my belief. Again, you're trying to now get into the merits.
Let's go back to the Elon thing. Let's go back to the Elon thing for a second. You think it's corrupt because he has a conflict of interest for him to be spearheading Doge, correct?
Yeah, and that he's pursuing certain freezes and certain actions and certain defundings for the purpose of stopping investigations into himself. These are agencies that he's had long-standing beefs with,
which one?
That kind of thing. Yeah. So for example, he's had run-ins with the CFPB. He's had run-ins with, I believe. Let me think. I think USAID had an investigation into Elon as well.
Okay.
USAID.
Well, maybe those investigations were corrupt into him.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that whether or not you agree or disagree on the merits of whether that's corruption, and we can schedule a conversation where we could discuss at length with detail the different instances of corruption.
Okay, two questions.
If I said something to you like, hey, I don't owe you shit because you're not calling out the corruption that exists now on Trump and Elon, you would be like, that's bullshit, that's laughable, and you would
Okay, cool.
ridicule
Let's
me.
just
And the only difference is our position.
two little examples, right? One, if that appearance of a conflict of interest is corrupt, why isn't someone saying that they want an insurance policy against Trump a conflict of interest that would be corrupt?
Yeah, no, I don't know that the appearance of a conflict of interest is inherently corrupt, but I think that his both conflict of interest and then actions taken pursuant to those agencies where we have reason to believe, in my opinion, that there's a clear connection to his personal financial benefit. That
I mean,
think
imagine if Elon came out in the context and said, "I need an insurance policy against the CFP." Imagine what you'd be saying.
Yeah. Yeah, so if Elon Musk came out
resist
publicly and
CFP.
said, wait, if Elon Musk came out and said we that is I have a resistance policy an insurance policy against the CFPB, what would you call that?
That would probably be corrupt. I would say that would speak to he's doing this for selfish personal reasons.
Okay, but then everything else that Elon is doing now and saying, you're not going to characterize the same way. These are the magical words.
No, I think that private messages showing that you have something in your back pocket to ensure, like you're assuming. And again, the actions of Strzok bore out that he was going aggressive after Trump. So much so that you're aware of this, by the way. I know you are. The IG, the one point that he was so close to saying corruption was when it came to Strzok prioritizing the investigation into Trump over the investigation to Hillary. You're aware of that, right?
I'm aware that he said that he could not explain it.
Right. And so given that, and we have this dude saying, insurance policy to stop, we need an insurance policy to stop Trump. Like, you're just like, I don't see that as corrupt. But then with Elon, we don't have anything to that level. And you're like, yeah, corrupt.
Dude, you think we do not have anything to the level with okay.
Nothing.
I think that you're
then an IG saying he can't explain the actions. That was like
we don't have to wait. And this is now your appeal to institutionalism. And
next question. We can move on from it. Fine.
Wait. So we don't have to wait and see. But there's like a full investigation before we announce that something's necessarily corrupt. Sometimes I agree that you can see something and say that that's corrupt in the moment, or at least to say that's the most likely scenario. I'm not saying that that's not ever the case. But now we're getting into the weeds of the actual corruption discussion. What I'm trying to talk about is not the weeds right in this moment of the actual corruption discussion. What I'm trying to talk about is the notion that if there were some obvious story within my interest, within my domain, and you try to say, hey, what's your comment on this, Pisco? And I said, I don't know you shit because you're not calling out the obvious blatant corruption in your face of Trump and of Elon Musk in front of you. And so I don't owe you jack shit. You would ridicule me.
That's right. Okay.
And you're doing effectively the same thing.
Okay.
The only difference is you think you're right in one case.
I don't give a shit. Have at her.
But you know that's not a workable that's not a workable standard because it's not one that you would apply. It's not one that you would apply to me. You wouldn't be like,
I felt like coming on to talk to you. I did. Now, next question I had for you, real quick, because I think it's important. If a judge ruled against Trump and ruled against Doge, and it turned out that their spouse was getting money from USAID, would that be a conflict of interest and corrupt?
If a spouse, no, it's not necessarily. It could be. No. So if a spouse is financially involved with one of the litigants, that could be an apparent conflict of interest. But if the spouse supports a political party, or it's just has worked before in an organization that supports Democrats or something, or opposes Trump generally, no, I don't think that's enough to show that there's a conflict of interest.
I think that's absurd. And we could see that it goes deeper than that. For example,
okay. So then everyone in Cash Patel, Pam Bondi, all these people who have been so publicly in favor of Trump and against Democrats, and all these different individuals have clear political biases that you would acknowledge. They have clear political biases, and that they wear them on their sleeves. All these people have conflicts of interest that can't be wiped away.
No, that's your argument. I'm just holding you to your own standard. Your standard is, there's a financial conflict of interest with Musk, and so because he's involved with these things, and I'm like, okay, but if a judge has a spouse that's literally their livelihood is getting money from USAID, and he says, hey, we're stopping your freezing of funding to USAID, how is that not also a conflict of interest?
First of all, that's your representation, so I'm assuming the facts. That would be no different than if their wife was a general employee of the federal government. Let's say that you have a judge, and the spouse is a public servant, a bureaucrat at the Department of Energy, and you're examining the whole of government freeze of the memo, for example, you had the OMB memo that's being reviewed right now on the whole of government spending freeze that absolutely affects the EPA in many respects. So in that situation, yeah, the determination of this OMB memo might have an implication on the spouse that works for the EPA, but I don't think that's I don't believe spouses to be the chattel of their of the people.
What if it's the judge himself? Let's take spouse out of it. What's the judge themselves? They're leading an organization that gets money from USAID. They're on the board. They get $200,000 a year from an organization, a nonprofit that gets money from USAID. Now they're ruling you can't stop the freezing of USAID.
I can't say it's a categorical matter. I can't say because it would. I think it would depend. Wait. I think it would depend. Is that fair?
No.
On the circumstances?
No. Not given what you're saying about Musk.
Hang on a second. So, Rob, we're getting in the weeds of the actual. You understand? We keep getting in the weeds of the actual merits of the waste of the conversation, right? That you are now engaging me on the actual corruption conversation. Right?
So?
You understand that that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
I'm
what more do you want me to say on this other? We can stay here all night if you want. And I'll say, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You can say
I don't want to stay here all. I don't want to stay here all night. What I'm trying to communicate to you is that I don't want to have a conversation at this moment about every potential corruption issue. I'm trying to talk about your standard in these conversations.
I gave my
not
standard.
About the merits of these corruption issues.
You want me to make it as clear as possible again? I don't feel that people I think that don't give a shit about corruption, that are obviously such a bad take on it, that I owe anything. Particularly when the issue that's of relevance today that everyone's demanding that I talk about be a fucking tweet. I don't give a fuck. I'll choose to talk to them if I want. I'll tell them to fuck off if I don't. I think that as a political party, we would be better ahead, those of us that tried to talk about corruption for so long, to eschew the people that made excuses from it or ignored it. That's what I think would be as a political party.
Okay,
I violate my own rules from time to time, and I'll talk to people like you on these issues just because I enjoy talking to you. But as a general rule of thumb, no. I'm not going to fucking talk to people about this. Just like last thing, just like I'm not going to talk about an admitted wife beater demand that I condemn wife beating. Don't give a fuck.
So there you say it admitted. So that's doing a lot of work for you. But if there's a Democratic person who says, I don't really want to look into this Burisma stuff because you won't acknowledge the obvious corruption into Trump. That's the same thing back to you.
Sure,
say,
they have every right to do that. Great.
Okay, I'm not talking about the right. I'm saying that you think that that's the right approach.
Well, no, I don't think it's the right approach because I think that would probably benefit their side politically, which I don't want because they're probably going to get wrecked by me. Politically, I'm tired of dealing with people that had no problem with corruption or defended it. I don't give a fuck.
So what you're saying is that you're going to apply things differently based on you're applying a different standard to people in your own sphere, and you're giving yourselves greater protection and greater cover than you would give someone on the political rival on the mere fact that you're on opposite sides.
No, I'm saying I do the opposite. I said the opposite.
I think that's a sign, Rob.
I said the exact opposite. I would apply the same standard. I would give them the same courtesy. I'd say, fuck you, you piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. You're welcome to say that shit about me. I think that it's good for me to do it from a political perspective. I think it's bad for them to do it from a political perspective because I'll wreck them. That's it.
Rob, my headphones died. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can, but I could hear you, but we could just wrap it up. I don't know how to say that. Someone in his audience, if they... Oh, they probably
okay. No, now we're good, I think.
You get? Yeah, I'm applying the exact same standard. The exact.
Okay.
You could say, Rob's a chicken shit. I'm going to make fun of Rob, blah, blah, blah. I'll say, I don't give a fuck. We shouldn't talk to these people. They don't give a shit about corruption. You could say the same thing. I could say,
but you want these conversations. Wait, but you want these conversations.
When I want them, I have them.
Yeah, when I want them too. But but then constantly you're also saying they're scared of me. They don't want to debate me. So? They won't debate me.
Where did I say that? Where did I say that? Other than
you
today
say that all the
way.
No. You say as a general matter. You say they know. They know.
That's true. They do know.
They know.
Did I say it about you?
I'm not saying. I think that you've said that I was avoiding you because of Destiny, and that I had you on a blacklist.
But that was because Daddy told you not to talk to me.
That is not. We never had that conversation whatsoever.
It doesn't matter if you.
And that's.
I will say
that's not true.
I will say that conversation may not have happened, but I think that you got the message that he wasn't happy with you talking about me after the last debate he had with me. Because
I'm my own person.
You could say that, right? Like you could say that.
You don't agree?
No, I think you are your own person, but I think you also obviously see benefit in someone you're entering a business relationship with, which I assume you're putting a lot of sweat equity in, probably a lot of money, a lot of fucking personal relationships that you're trying to.
I'm not going to get into. I'm not
No,
going to.
listen. I'm not trying to get into that. I'm just saying you're putting a lot into a business relationship, right? It doesn't matter with who. So if it comes to you're doing something that might piss that person off, you may not do it.
It's not about money. The whole
I don't give a shit if it's about money.
The whole thing of what I'm doing is it was a political project to help Democrats and make the world a better place, in my opinion. It was a passion, and that's what I did, and I believed in it.
Okay.
And so it's for me to. People will map onto that their own thoughts about what's going on, and they can be wrong about stuff. And I'm not going to speak out of turn. But what I will say is, I'm my own person, and I decide who I want to talk to. And I've never been scared of anybody in terms of these discussions. And I think that you are someone who generally likes to have these tough conversations too. And so I just find it. I think it's beneath you to do this kind of posture.
Let me
and
ask
say
you
you're
this:
not willing to debate
after
with
the
people.
election, I messaged you or under your post many times on X. How long did it take you to actually have a conversation with me, respond to me, even just on X?
Post-election?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Weeks. Was it because you're chicken shit?
What? Wait, what did you? Weren't you just celebrating?
No. I'd say all kinds of
What were
shit
you-
directly to you.
I don't even. Do you know how many people were in my replies?
I didn't DM you.
understand how
I'm
many-
saying I said shit publicly.
I know. Do you know how many replies and notifications I get on a daily basis on my Twitter? How
I
many
don't believe
fucking
that.
unhinged people?
I don't.
You
well,
don't believe
no,
that?
No. I don't
Well,
believe you didn't. I don't believe the implication you're
I
making.
pick
there
and
that you
choose.
didn't.
No.
Let me
I
finish.
pick and choose who I want to respond to. And
Right.
I may have seen some of your messages. I don't know exactly what they were. I don't know what they were saying. I assume a lot of them were celebratory. I don't know. Did you offer a conversation and I said no?
I was like, hey, Pisco, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? You never responded. Was it because you're chicken shit, or you just didn't feel it?
Wait. Was it questions like, "Hey, why don't you talk about Puerto Rico more?"
Yes,
Or
there
those
was
the
some
kind
of them. Right.
Okay. So
You're chicken shit. That's why.
Do you really think that that's what we're talking about here? That what you're
Yes.
you agree that's mocking, right? What you're doing there? That's mocking.
Right. What you're saying is, I don't want to give
Wait,
this guy
is
the time
that
of day to go fuck
mocking?
himself. Yes.
Yes, it's mocking. That's not
Right.
That's not an invitation to get your actual opinion.
That
right?
Don't give
Was
a
that
shit. But you're not a chicken shit.
Come
then.
on.
You've selectively chosen not to respond to that. There were other posts. They weren't all just mocking.
Wait. I don't know that to be true. I saw a lot of them about, hey, why don't you
want
take more
them
talks about Puerto Rico? Yeah. No, I don't want to do that right now.
Okay.
I don't want to do that right now. But why would I want to do that right now?
The point I'm trying to make is, you had every right to not talk about me, or to talk to me, or to
No
talk
one's
with me.
talking about rights or not
It is
rights. What we're
okay. I'm
talking-
using the word right in. No one would expect you to be shitty from your side of the aisle for not responding to me.
Depending on the tweet, right? If you're saying, "Hey, I want your comment on this," yes, that's totally true. If there was some, it is true.
You're
Rob.
here to tell me that if I reached out to you and was like, "Hey, Pisco, want to talk about Biden's pardons," and then the next day I'm like, "Biden's pardons, you want to talk about it?" And then the next day, your audience is going to be like, "What the fuck? Why isn't Pisco responding to Rob?" That's what you're trying to
I
tell
don't know.
me?
I can't speak to my audience.
Right.
I can't speak to my audience. But if you offered a discussion about the pardons, or if I didn't comment on the pardons, or if my opinion wasn't entirely clear, or people felt that my opinion wasn't clear, and they called me on it, I think that you say that's fair game, and then I should comment on it. I think you would say that.
No, I disagree.
You wouldn't say why hasn't Pisco commented on the pardons?
I might say that, yeah.
Of course, and all your fucking sycophants would too.
Okay.
Yeah,
And?
so because there's an expectation on certain news stories that are okay, but I'm just telling you the standard that you would apply to me. You would say of me that if there's like a major story where it's getting into the heart and weeds of like the things that we care most about, or the nature of our politics, and where there would be an expectation that we would have an opinion on it, not of every single thing. I'm not going to sit here and say that of every single story, but of some stories that are of a particular significance. And for you to be like, hey, I'm going to treat differently the people who, haven't accepted my framing of things. And that's essentially what you're doing. You're saying I wasn't even willing to have, you said you were not willing to have a conversation with Fuckface about it, the Soypill, until he gave you that DM. So
Correct.
It is true that you were not willing to have that conversation until he said he agreed with you about the weaponization on at least one of the matters. And so that is affecting how you want to have these conversations. And my
I
suggestion
don't
is,
give a
if you
shit,
wanna have
Pisco. I don't care. This is what I don't think you understand, right? I view these people, if you have gone 8 years and you haven't even, and you've had a presence on social media, I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of talking to people that are now pretending when the shoe's on the other foot. Oh my God. I don't want to hear anyone talk about, oh my God, I want to talk to Rob that I think liberals are being deplatformed on YouTube. Fuck you. Unless you said shit when it was conservatives, I don't give a fuck.
But what if they
I don't want to
agree
talk to
with
people
you?
that scream. If they want to agree with me, they can say you're absolutely
No,
right.
if they
this isn't a
don't
big deal.
agree.
No, it has nothing to do with don't agreeing. It's that I don't want to talk about people that in my estimation, quite clearly don't give a fuck about these things. They're being hypocrites. You could say
someone
Pisco,
could take that position. Oh,
you could
what?
say there's nothing you could say that changes this. That's the way I feel. I feel that you've exhibited tonight. You're a little different because I enjoy talking to you. Some of these people I might reach out to talk to. The bad faith is so prevalent that even
That's
tonight
progress.
when I praise someone for being good faith, what happened? They lied.
Well, yeah.
They made up the tweet.
Yeah, but
fuck them.
But I told
That's
you that,
why
wait,
I tell
wait,
those
wait,
people
wait,
to fuck
no,
off.
I think that was wrong, and I don't agree with that happening. I'm just being clear. I don't agree with that happening at all. But you weren't willing to have that conversation until they said that they agreed with you on at least
That's
one
not
thing.
true.
And
I'd already agreed to do the panel. My strategy on the panel was going to say, I'm not going to talk shit about this tweet. I'm going to say that you people don't give a fuck about this tweet. It's just a tweet. You don't give a fuck, as is evidenced by the fact that you're unwilling to call out any corruption that the Democrats have done or that's been done against Trump.
They'll respond and say, I don't think that was corruption. Just like you would say, I don't think what Trump did is corruption.
And then
you
I'll
can have a
prove
debate
and then
about
I'll
what
prove to the
yes,
reasonable
and then you
person
have the
that it is-
discussion,
right?
Yeah, and
that
then
it
you
is
can employ
corruption.
all your arguments.
I'll prove to a reasonable person that it is corruption.
Okay,
yes.
but they'll not respond to you.
Fair
yes,
enough.
it was corruption.
That's
so
true.
Just have the debate, and then let's not make this rule thing. Let's just say,
What are you
I
talking
don't really
about?
feel like
then the
talking-
debate, they'll say, anyways, back to the tweet. And I'll say, no, fuck that. Don't invite me on the
Okay.
panel then. That's what I'm going to do. Saxium knew it. Did you watch his opening statement?
Who?
Staxium? The one guy that was on his debate?
Oh, yeah. What did he say? I don't
He's
know.
like, well, when you get Rob's opening statement, he's going to talk about FISA warrants and blah, 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 blah.
And he was right.
Right. Because it's evident.
Okay.
It's like, it'd be like debating KKK members. And they're like, we demand you talk about the Black Hebrew Israelites' racism. And Rob's opening statement's going to be to talk about how racist the KKK is. Yeah, no shit.
Do you think that people should be prepared whenever you're on a panel to have a discussion about the FISA warrants?
No. What if the panel's on who's going to win the Super Bowl?
When it comes to political stuff,
It
seems
depends on
like
what it is. If someone wants to have a conversation about tariffs, no. If someone wants to have a conversation about economic issues, no. If someone wants to have an issue about corruption, yes.
Okay. Well, that you understand that you are imposing on everyone you have a conversation with about Trump corruption, a base amount of factual awareness on these matters.
Yes.
And that absent that, you're going to bog down the conversation and maybe even not be responsive to what people want to talk about, which is the breaking news.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm aware
Okay.
that I'm doing that.
Yeah.
What?
All right. Well,
That's
I'm
it.
saying
That's it. Pretty simple.
That's going
I
to
don't give
bother.
a fuck. I don't
That's
care.
going to bother a lot of people.
That's fine.
And what's going to end up happening is you're going to keep having friction with people who don't know about the matter, who are relying on people like me to like give them assurances that it's not a big deal, and don't want to get into the weeds. But the truth of the matter is, Rob, like.
By the way,
I
you
don't
just said
think
it's
that
not a
that's
big
the
deal.
way-
You denied that earlier. When I said
Wait,
it's regrettable, it's not a big deal. Now you
No. So relying on me to say it's not as big. Let me correct myself. As big of deal as you say, in the way that you mean, where it's this narrative against that everyone was going against Trump.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to talk about. So I agree. If they were attempting to politically get Trump, that would be one of the major scandals. That would be. I don't believe if I believe that happened, I would be agreeing and saying, "Holy fuck! How are we not talking about this more?"
clearly the
Just
most
like
likely scenario.
Okay. I don't agree with that.
You think? I don't know what to say.
But you want to get back to the merits. You want to get back to the merits.
It's not that just getting back to the merits. It's so self-evident. Like there could literally be a post from fucking Kevin Clinesmith, like, I'm gonna fucking sabotage Trump. This is it. We're taking him out. And you'd be like, well, but there's no evidence. As long as the judge thinks that it was done for expedient reasons first, I have no reason to dispute that judge. And that makes sense that a career politician would jeopardize his case and his career to save a couple minutes of time. I mean, it's surreal.
What you're saying is it's obvious it's political just because he is in favor, he's against Trump.
It's not just that. It's because it beggars belief. It's that, one, that he was open with his hatred of Trump. Second, that he did something that is insanely inexplicable. For anyone with a modicum of intelligence, let alone someone smart enough to be a career FBI lawyer that's operating on probably the most important case in the history of the FBI, or at least one of the top two, that and mid-year exam. You don't think?
Wait, no, mid-year exam or Crossfire Hurricane?
I would say those two combined are probably the most landfill-filled important investigations in FBI history. Like, you could argue in different contexts, like serial killers and shit like that, but...
Listen. So I think the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was very significant, but the FISA portion of it on Carter Page... Listen, if you're getting a FISA warrant, it's significant, so I think I'll agree on that. And I think that he deserved to be punished for it. But for me to prove, and I think that for you to have any kind of workable standards to not just deploy this, it's self-evident thing, which is going to be a rod for your own back. Because then I'm just going to say, it's so self-evident that of course
that's what you say about everything connected to Trump.
But okay, even if that were true, which I don't say that it's true, just because you say it's true, wouldn't that make you also a hypocrite if you're not willing to apply that standard to Trump?
No, because I think I'm looking at reasons that I think the rationale is better.
I do too.
Okay, it'd be the equivalent if I say Trump's better for the economy and you say no, it's Kamala. Doesn't make me a hypocrite for saying you're wrong. I disagree with you.
Right, but you're treating me as though I'm a worse person for you than you in that respect,
because
or
I'm
more
right.
bad faith person. Yeah, but that's not a difference of opinion should not be enough for you to have this kind of, in my opinion, what seems like you're backing away from a more categorical position that I'm not even ever going to debate these issues. It sounds like what you're saying now is I will give preference to people who have called out the corruption that I see as true in the past. I don't know why that would be the case. I think that you should be encouraged to go after people who disagree with you more.
I disagree. Why would I be encouraged to go after on their terms? They absolutely can come on my terms, but I'm not going to go and they say, condemn this tweet. Fuck you, no. You want to hear my thoughts on the tweet? Because I'm not going to condemn this wife beater. Condemn this wife beater. Fuck you.
Wait, no. Wait, if you were the person who brought to my attention the pardons of the Bidens, and you said, will you condemn this? I would say, yes, I would.
Listen, even the Her report, I was like, when are you going to get to it? And you're like, I'm still reading it. Like a week and a half later.
Want to have a debate about it? We could schedule a Her report debate if you want. We never had that.
That's not the point I'm making. Okay, the point I'm making is, it wasn't like you were like, yeah, absolutely, let's do it right now. Right?
No, I said I wanted to read through it. I was doing my streams on it, and I think that's perfectly acceptable for me to do. I don't think that's beyond the pale for me to do that. And I think that I have a nuanced take on the Her report, and I've gone after people who have not read the Her report and who have ignored it completely.
The difference, what I'm saying is that I think that the preponderance of evidence shows to most reasonable people that I'm correct, that when you're saying things like that, the other thing is, it's not just that he said these mean things. The reason I brought up the importance of this case was this isn't just some backwater FBI station where there's some local case on, like, embezzlement at the town council. These are probably the best people at the FBI, are amongst the best and knowledgeable if they're given such a case like this. And the idea that a dude like that, not just on some day one FBI lawyer, but a dude that knows, like, holy shit, this is so unethical, it could cost me everything, and even this case it could cost me, but he's willing to forgo it all because he truly believes, despite reading evidence right in his face to the contrary, that this guy worked with the CIA. He believes, nope, I don't believe that. And instead of checking in and the day or two that it would take to be like, hey, this was correct, you sure? He's like, now expedite the process by changing the evidence to say the opposite of what it is. It's ludicrous.
He probably didn't think he'd ever get caught. People do these things.
You're
acting like it's no, dude. You know that this shit happens.
No.
People who think that. Okay, I mean,
I'm interested for you to bring me the example of people to expedite have changed evidence materially to the opposite of what it says. and it wasn't
If
for
it's in the
corrupt reasons.
if it's in the civil context, would you accept it, or would it have to have been in the criminal context?
I'll take civil. I'd be interested to hear any of it. And I hope that the next step would be that the lawyer was disbarred permanently.
I'm not sure.
Do you think that a lawyer should be disbarred permanently for that?
For I don't know about permanent. It depends. It depends. The answer is it depends. If
Do you think Clinesmith should have been disbarred for more than a year?
I'm not sure.
Right. Come on, dude.
I'm not sure.
I mean,
what do you think? He should have been.
If you value the rule of law, how can you accept it?
Wait. So if I believe that it was for expedience, it's a high standard to disbar someone. You understand?
I would say that changing evidence to materially say the opposite in an effort to get FISA warrants to violate their Fourth Amendment would fucking meet that.
Wait. Do you think that he was changing evidence in his mind? That he was changing evidence?
Well, he objectively did change evidence. Yes, he knew he was changing evidence.
It became evidence. It became evidence in the case against him, but no one was going to put that email in evidence. That was him trying to get the person who was inquiring, and they were doing their due diligence. Finally, these people who are signing off on these warrants, they in the first place were coming to him and saying, "Hey, can we give this information?" And I don't think that in his mind he's saying, I'm permanently altering evidence that's going to be used in a proceeding. I think what he's trying to do is just convince one person one time in a conversation, "Hey, yeah, look, it's all good," and then move out. That's very
outrageous.
different than how you're characterizing it. No,
right.
It's a criminal. It's criminal, and I'm glad that he was prosecuted.
No. Look, what's outrageous is you seem to imply because he didn't expect what he was sending the altered email to enter in to the warrant itself, which it wouldn't, right? Because it's not evidence against, it's exculpatory.
It wouldn't be, he doesn't have any expectation that email is going to be used as evidence. He's using that to
then why did they reach out?
Lie to his boss.
Why did they reach out then if they didn't think that was potential? Clearly, it's a question that they wanted answered.
They wanted his confirmation, and in order to bolster it, to his boss or to the people who were investigating and were producing the warrant, he was attempting to lie to them.
So I just want to be clear: if you're in this position, right, and your boss, at whatever agency you're at, whether it be a partner or whatever, okay, right, if they say to you, "Hey, we need you to contact this organization and ask if this client of ours ever worked there," right? Or this person. And you were like, of course you're saying, I would say, sure, I'll do that. And I'll be honest. But you're saying when you were giving that back, you'd say, I don't think they're actually going to use this. That's what you're saying?
Wait. Who's going to use this?
The people that ordered you to get the information.
No, I'm literally just, first of all, he didn't give the email. He showed the email. He didn't send it anywhere. He showed the email to a person at a time. So I don't think that in that situation he has an expectation the email is going to be used in any kind of deliberation or proceeding. The information is wrong information.
What a clever trick! It doesn't matter if the actual email would be used. The claims within the email would be used. It doesn't matter if the actual email would be used.
Okay, then that's a different claim. And
no, it's not. That's the same claim.
Wait.
It's
no,
materially
you said
the same thing.
That he's changing evidence. He's defacing evidence.
He did.
Okay. I don't know how to. So evidence in this context to you means lying to someone. So when you lie to someone, you're altering evidence.
Define evidence.
I would say.
Does all evidence have to be used?
No, it doesn't need to be used. But what I'm saying is, when he did this to the email, did he expect this? Did he think that he was altering evidence, or what was he trying to do in that respect?
Yes, he thought he was altering evidence. Okay. And in your estimation, you think he was altering evidence to expedite the process to get to the truth that he thought that the evidence he was looking at misspoke.
I think when people say altering evidence, what they're talking about is, different representations or reports or tangible things, which someone would have an expectation to think might be used in a proceeding or some kind of hearing or some kind of thing in the future. So that when you, for example, put on fake fingerprints on a gun and you leave it at the scene, or let's say, for example, that you break open your own stereo equipment. Are you destroying evidence just because ultimately it would, I think when you say you're just altering evidence, there's an intentionality behind it, that there's an expectation that this is,
what about this
is or could be used in the future.
Let's use this scenario. Guy's accused of murder. His alibi is, I was at my girlfriend's place, right? So the police email the girlfriend and say, was he at your place that night? She emails back and says yes. You change that to say no. Was evidence altered?
If it's an email, yeah. So if the email that you're sending back, you somehow, I don't know, intercept it, right? Is that what you're saying? Or that you're forwarding it?
She sends it back to you.
Okay.
You're the lawyer.
And you deface it. I think that, and you send it with anticipation that email is going to be relied on and used as evidence. Then I do think that's.
But it's not going to be because it says no. Now. So it's just potentially exculpatory, so it wouldn't necessarily be put into.
No, evidence can be exculpatory. I think the question is.
There is no distinction. There's no merited distinction between these two scenarios. In that, just like you could think this potential exculpatory evidence, even though I don't know that this email itself would be put in, the investigators would say, "Oh, okay, we might not even bring charges."
He lied to us. He lied.
What are you talking about? It's still evidence.
He lied.
But it's evidence. Okay, you're saying you're defaulting back to something you've said from the get-go to get out of this point. It's fucking evidence.
But I agree that the email has become evidence in the trial or the
no. It was evidence in the FISA applications of Carter Page.
Why do you think that?
Because it was potential exculpatory that the FISA court probably would have wanted to see before they made the judgment as to whether they want to see all the evidence for and against the claims that the FBI is claiming. This was potentially exculpatory. It was materially changed to say the opposite of what the truth was. It doesn't matter if Kevin Clinesmith thought that email paper would physically be given to the FISA court, or if he would show it to a person that would then say, okay, we'll relate to the FISA court that he was never a CIA asset. It's irrelevant.
That's the only reason the only reason I'm calling you on it is because how you're portraying it is that he is permanently altering this, this thing that's going to be used in this trial. And I think you're trying to play it up as extremely sinister. I think it's sinister because you're lying to what's going on. But I think it comes down to where we end up on the most likely scenario and why he was doing what he was doing.
If the FISA court judge would have said, if the FISA court judge would say, hey, had we had access to that information, we wouldn't have signed that warrant. Would it now be evidence?
No, I don't think so.
So wait a minute. Even if the FISA...
Wait a second. So access to the information doesn't make something evidence, right? Like just because something contains information, it might be not admissible as evidence. It might not be something that you could even. But
that's what we're talking about here. Yes. You generally collect that there are types of information that are evidence and that there is evidence that can't be submitted as evidence. That's true. But what we're talking about here, now it seems to be you're arguing semantics just for the sake of it. You're saying even to the point that this would have been the crucial, I guess you're not using the word evidence, the crucial piece of information that would have determined whether or not the FISA warrant got signed, you'd still say, that's not evidence.
What is not evidence? It is not evidence.
The email that was altered.
Yeah. So if there was no anticipation that email would be used in or be available or rendered available in some kind of proceeding in the future, or if that wasn't the intent, or if the intent was just, for example, just to temporarily, to change something and then delete the altered email that you showed to someone else. Again, emails live on hard drives and stuff. And if the truth is all he did was open up Outlook and change the bottom there and change, or the phrase that he changed to, I forget the exact one, is to not the OGA or whatever the phrase was. He negated it, right?
Yeah, to the opposite of the truth. Yes.
Yeah, so he negated it. If, for example, he's about to render it back to its what it was initially, I don't know that he saved it as that. I don't know what's going on. What I'm trying to imply, basically what I'm getting at, is this was the equivalent of him lying to his boss and showing him something. That's my understanding of it. That's what happened. I don't think that the email in its altered state existed on a hard drive somewhere that I'm aware of. I don't know.
It's tampering.
If I'm wrong.
Is tampering with evidence more serious than tampering with documents of relevant information?
I don't know that. How do you define evidence and how do you define documents?
In your definition, because you admit that this was a document of relevant information.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that if someone's intent is to permanently alter a record of some kind. That's what I'm trying to get at. Or to permanently alter or disfigure some kind of business record that they expect to be used in some evidentiary, or that could reasonably be used in some evidentiary way. I would treat that different than a kind of transitory, little change of an email and then change it back. That's all I'm saying is I would consider the relative culpabilities, not like huge gulfs differently, but just marginally enough that I would.
I think your position is so incredibly.
You don't wait. So
Oh
you
my
don't you
God.
don't agree? You think that someone who like defaces some gun, let's say, that has the fingerprint on it and permanently changes it in a way that it's not recognizable for use in a future proceeding, and with expectation that it's going to be used or it could reasonably be used in a proceeding. You think that that is the same as someone momentarily obscuring the fingerprint and saying there's no fingerprints on it to the cop?
I think that no two things are exactly the same.
Yeah,
The
that's
analogy
all I'm
doesn't
saying.
make sense to me, but it would be the equivalent of this. You take the gun to the lab. The lab does forensics. They say yes. They give you a little email report that says yes, this gun was the gun that was used. You change that to no, this was not the gun that was used. Then you show someone and they go, oh, okay. They never enter that into the record for the court, but now they proceed assuming that that wasn't the gun that was used. That's a huge fucking crime and a huge deal.
It's a huge crime. Wait. I think it's a huge deal. I think it's a huge crime. I'm not debating that. I guess in a way it is kind of semantical, so I'll accept that. I don't think it detracts hugely significantly from his culpability. And as I said, I support his prosecution. Who else should have been charged in this entire matter?
Well, it's not just a matter of charged, right? Right.
Okay,
so
you
there
said they
should have
should be
been.
fired, but should
Let
anyone
me
else be
finish.
charged?
There should have been investigations. There should have been firings from all the people involved, which I said, like the people that were at the top brass that signed off on this shit. They signed off on.
Can you
illegal
identify
warrants.
anyone who's going to be who should have been charged who wasn't, and for what?
Getting there. I'm saying they should have been charged. There should have been investigations.
Fired.
Comey, McCabe, Weissman, Ray, Clinesmith, Strzok.
All these people were investigated.
They should have
By
been
the IG.
They should have been investigated more
Harder.
thoroughly. Yes.
Yeah,
And lost
so
their jobs and
come
lost
on,
their
you're
pensions.
full of. Yeah. So who should have been charged, and can you identify their crimes?
Yeah.
Who?
Clinesmith, one, tampering with evidence.
who's
You say it
charged?
wasn't evidence, right? He was given a slap on the wrist. Comey. By the
For
way,
what?
I'd say they should be
For what?
investigated. I don't have access to all the evidence.
Yeah.
They should have been investigated. They should have been fired. They should have not been eligible to receive their pensions like Strzok is.
Okay, so if all of that had happened,
Mm-hmm.
that they were fired and investigated, and the end result was no charges were brought, you would have been satisfied, and that would have made you
No.
feel good.
There would have had to
Okay,
been
what is-
severe. There would have had to been severe consequences to the FBI and changes and transparency that was given to Americans every day. They
They
should
did
have been.
change-
They should have
they changed the
basically.
policy.
They should have. And then, anytime that they decided to get into an investigation into Trump, which they already showed their bias against, it should have been made as completely transparent as possible because they proved themselves incapable of carrying out a legitimate investigation
made
instead of putting the thumbs on
they
the
made
scale.
significant
All of their investigations, there should have been equivalent FBI investigations, not Inspector General investigations, but equivalent with the same amount of impeachment powers and veracity made against Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden,
Why?
and all the other,
What
because
the
it is clear that the FBI was biased based on this action, and so the
Oh.
investigations that they carried out of a political nature. Would you admit that it
Wait
at
a
least had?
second.
Let me finish. Would you admit that it at least had the appearance of impropriety?
What did
The double standards in the
Crossfire Hurricane
investigations between Trump versus his opponents.
versus Hillary?
Yeah,
No.
you're full of shit.
No. Hillary was treated way worse.
That is
And you know
laughable.
why? You know why? But hang on. So
Hillary was
I just wanna be
treated
clear.
worse.
Wait. I believe that. So
No
I
one
wanna
charged
make
in her
sure-
orbit.
Wait. I want to make sure that I understand this correctly. You believe that one of the proper punishments or one of the proper reforms that the Department of Justice and the FBI should have taken in response to what you think is a politicized investigation into Trump is to start politicized investigations into Biden and Hillary Clinton?
No, it wouldn't be politicized. It would be to redo the investigation because we can't trust the body that did them.
No, but you're literally saying that
That's not
deficiencies and wait, you're saying deficiencies and hypocrisy on one investigation
Correct.
that is the that should cause you to attack the other party.
No, they did investigations into those other parties, correct?
Not Biden until later. Until
The
his term.
FBI did. Oh, you mean? Oh,
Yeah.
that's what you mean. Not Biden doing the investigation. Yeah. Okay.
Clinton,
well,
yeah.
then they should have different entities.
Just do it again? Why?
Yes, because we can't trust the conclusions that those biased institutions. Furthermore, the FBI should be completely disbanded. That's
Because
what
of
should
this.
happen. Yes. There is almost no more serious threat to our democracy than the FBI intentionally putting their finger on the scale to benefit one side over the other. That's what happened.
Shouldn't they have done that therefore years ago when they did it for other parties back in the good
Name
old
it.
days?
Like
J. Edgar Hoover.
Yes. Yes, they should have.
But don't you think in the history of the United States, the FBI has probably done more good than harm?
No, not even close.
What about all the crime they stop?
What about all the crime they help
te-
facilitate? How about try covering up for Jeffrey Epstein?
Okay.
No, I don't. I think that this is the same argument
have
here
to
with
end this.
USAID. Well, they do some good, so we have to allow the corruption to occur. No. They could
the
easily...
country would be made. The country would be way worse off if we didn't have all this law enforcement. Now you can say they have to be reinstituted in another body or whatever.
Sure.
Okay, fine, whatever.
Yes.
But what you're saying is basically that the rank and file largely should stay, and that they should be enforcing things, and all you want to do is do a little makeover. Okay, that's one thing. But
do you think that a racist police department in the Jim Crow South did more good than bad? If I could point to, well, they stopped this murder.
Yeah,
and they solved this rape.
So I'm not sure. I think having any police at all is probably better, even given the racial situation. I think you probably agree with that, especially if it's a racial society and there's no police at all. It would seem to me like it would be worse to not have the police. I think you'd agree with that, right?
But what I would say is, well, I don't know.
Would you agree
It
with that?
depends on who you are, I guess. Right?
Yeah, I think that's true. So I think that if you have a racist police force, I don't think the answer is get rid of the police force, but maybe the answer is reconstitute it in a different.
Isn't that what they
so it
did?
doesn't have
Like,
the same-
I don't think it was racist, but wasn't there that one force in Jersey that they could disbanded the entire
Maybe.
police force? And then
Yeah,
start-
maybe. Listen, I'm not even saying that that it would be such an absurd thing all the time to have these kind of cultural shifts or whatever. Maybe that's what you're advocating for, as opposed to just disbanding the FBI. When you say disbanding the FBI, it sounds like abolish the police. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I
And
wouldn't
but
do
if you're-
that. I would fold
okay.
the low-level agents into like the U.S. Marshals, state police, state agencies, etc. I'd probably then take a process to make sure that we had some sort of legislative body that was able to fucking put pen to paper and come up with something to ensure this level of corruption didn't occur again and there was more
Okay.
transparency.
So
Then I would create a
last
new
question, then-
body. I would ensure the people that were involved in. But the problem is, like, you could say, well, you at least agree with this. There are millions of people that agree with me about corruption at the FBI.
Yes.
Do you agree? Do you think that's a bad thing?
Yes, I think that they've been lied
Okay. Do you think that the FBI brought a lot of that on themselves?
to. Some of it, but not most of it.
Not most of it. So what? 20%?
I couldn't put a number on it as I sit here.
Okay.
I'll have to think
So
about
don't you think that all the people in leadership got to go?
Which right now or as
Yeah.
as existed in Comey's
Like
time?
now.
No, I think that because there are other considerations for why I answer that right now. I think that the people that are primarily responsible for the lack of faith in the FBI and the Department of Justice, frankly, are malicious actors who lie about what they did and who spread false information and who spread false narratives like you do, in my opinion.
No, see, that's the entire point. You could say that that makes me malicious. It's not. I'm absolutely right about it because you'll say that it's malicious of me to say that it's more likely that a guy that's putting hashtag resist. Let me finish. That a guy that's putting hashtag resist, it's more likely he literally changed evidence to the opposite of the truth because of that, as opposed to quote expediency. And you say that makes me malicious spreading rumors.
No. So false. So I would say I'm not sure that I would say you're malicious. I think you're a true believer. So I don't think that's malicious. But I think there are people who are malicious about
Like
the FBI who deliberately
Give me someone
lie
that
about
knows
what
that
they-
Kevin Clinesmith really was just doing it for expediting.
Yeah.
but lying and saying it
So
was
for
corruption.
example, some of the people that you are also John Solomon, I think is one. I think
Absolute
Miranda.
horseshit.
Miranda,
You think
whatever,
John Solomon's like,
Vine.
yeah, Kevin Clinesmith actually, he didn't do this for personal or
No,
political reasons.
I think John Solomon is a liar. I do
About?
think he's a liar. About the FBI's role, the DOJ with respect to Burisma, false narratives regarding that, the false narratives regarding the Trump investigations, criminal investigations. I think Miranda Devine, I think Julia, whatever her last name is, I think John Solomon. These are very malicious liars, and I think they're
you're
bad
full
people.
of shit. I
What?
think the people
Oh,
like
because-
you think they're liars, but you also think that this dude did this, broke the law, and jeopardized his career to expedite something.
Yeah, I think I think it's a much easier case to show that these people are liars than it is to show that guy was politically motivated to
It's
to
absurd.
go after Carter Page, a minor guy who
Yes.
and he did it because he hated Trump. I don't know, I
Yes,
just don't think
they
that's fair.
went after someone because they wanted to smear Trump as being connected to Russia. They wanted an
Okay.
excuse to get a FISA
You-
warrant so they could even be able to get Trump's.
They already had FISA warrants. Trump. I called you Trump. They already had. This is too late. But they already had FISA warrants. This is a fourth fucking.
So wait,
renewal.
is your argument that they didn't need to get the fourth FISA warrant because they already had everything?
No, I'm saying to the extent that you think that they're motivated in that moment, he's motivated in that moment to have a FISA warrant or not have a FISA warrant. It sounds like what you're saying is he's motivated by the marginal effect of the propaganda by the fourth as opposed to the three others. And
Yes,
that
I'm
just
saying
seems
that they
like-
were desperately
okay.
trying to get something to smear Trump and his team with. And they were afraid, or he was afraid, that this evidence would be exonerating and the FISA court might say no this time.
How do you know he didn't actually think that he was going after something negative or that Trump actually committed crimes? If you assume that he was thinking about Trump, how do you know that he wasn't actually thinking that Trump did something criminal?
It would be irrelevant in this case. That means he did it for personal reasons.
If he thought that he was actually going after crime, and so that's why he did what he was doing, and that this was the best way for him to actually go after crime, you would say that that's still
If the
corrupt?
police actually think you're a murderer and can't prove it, and so they plant cocaine on you, is that corrupt?
Let me think about it.
I don't think that should take that long to think about.
I think the answer is no. I just want to be consistent on my definition of corrupt. I don't think it's coextensive just with illegal. Planting evidence, right? I think in sort of involves a lie, involves deceit, and I think deceit as a means is also. I think we should extend the definition of corruption to include certain types of deceits as means, or I have to think about it a little bit to nail it down. Or refer back to my article where I defined it. So I'll get back to you. But I
mean, that's
think my
brutal.
intuition
You
is
understand that?
Wait,
I'm clipping that shit.
Wait a second. So my intuition is that planting evidence for someone that you think is already guilty, my intuition is that is corrupt. I'm trying to make sense of the definition I gave to you, that if it's for a personal or political motive, that's how have been using corrupt. I think it's fair for me to try to reconcile those two, that intuition and the definition we've used. Do you think that's fair? Wait, Rob, I just want to ask, is it's not fair? So then what's your definition of corrupt?
I think
So
what
what's
would be
your
fair,
definition of corrupt?
I think that it would be fair.
What's
at
your
that
definition
point-
of corrupt?
Let me finish. I think it would be fair at that point to say, clearly that's corrupt, and if my definition doesn't encompass it, then it would be incorrect.
Well, yeah. So I think that, yes, I think that would be corrupt, and my definition needs to be elastic enough to include that. That's all I'm doing. And I think that you should also.
Let's apply this a little further.
Wait, I'm being completely honest in real time, Rob. I'm trying to be completely responsive to everything that's being said, and yes, I think that the definition should include that specific instance, and so that's why I'm thinking about it a little bit more. So my question for you would be, what is your definition of corruption that would include that?
What did I say originally? An act that's like an unethical or illegal act that's taken to benefit yourself or your side, etc.
Yeah, but if they actually think that it's a crime, that was your whole thing for Trump, right? If he actually believed that the election was stolen
the standard's
for
different
president.
The standard's different with law enforcement, as we already talked about.
Well, sorry, the president is the chief law enforcement officer of the United States.
It's different. It's different because
Why?
It's different because the idea of altering and planting evidence from someone who's a career lawyer or career involved in law enforcement.
You're just getting in the weeds and the specifics of everything. I'm asking why is it different?
I'm telling you why it's different, because the understanding of the law and knowing the implications that you can't do this, it's unethical to change this, makes it corrupt if you do that, versus someone who's a neophyte or novice when it comes to the law, that's not involved, that isn't tasked with personally investigating, having access to evidence, etc. Just saying, yeah, I want someone investigated because I think they're corrupt, is different.
I don't know about that, bro. Especially, so you're saying that the chief law enforcement officer of the United States, the president of the United States, you think that he does not have an obligation to apprise himself of the lawfulness of his own actions and whether or not what he's doing is legal.
Is what if Trump says? Let me ask you right now: if Trump says, "I want Kamala investigated," is that illegal?
No, it's not illegal.
Okay, so then what are you talking about?
Well, wait. It depends. If all he says, just the start of investigation by itself is not illegal. That's what I should say.
Trump's
but depends on what
Trump's
he's gonna...
tweets that he had that you said Josiah pointed out, were those tweets illegal?
Which
were those
ones?
interview
About
with
calling...
Fox about he needs to start
illegal
appoint someone
tweets?
to investigate Biden?
I don't think that they violate I think it's an abuse of power.
But it's not illegal. So you could even you
wait,
admit.
Hang on. Let me give me a second. Is that okay?
Sure.
It's fucking 4:00. I think that calling for what I take to be and what I accept as a political prosecution, because I think that you would say the same in similar circumstances with Joe Biden. If he called publicly for an investigation into Trump, I think you would agree that's corrupt, right?
No, I said if he truly believes
abuse of power.
Maybe abuse of power, but I don't know that corrupt. I'm not even sure abuse of power. I'd have to think about that with the implications. That's a brand new term that's been brought up.
So, like, if that's the case, right? There are a lot of people who are yelling and howling about interference from political branches into the investigations. Interference with respect to the Alvin Bragg investigation, and different personnel coming from different areas and affecting that investigation and other investigations. And the allegation has always been that this is improper political interference. But it sounds like all you need to do to cure yourself from that allegation is a well-founded, statement to the effect that we actually think he's guilty. And then you're going to cure yourself of whatever allegation of political.
Well, there's obviously a legal standard, what is legality, right? But as far as what individuals would think, like if Barack Obama sincerely believed that Trump was an agent of Vladimir Putin, right? And he received some information that he believed that. And he went to, Eric Holder or Loretta Lynch and was like, you need to look into this. Is that corrupt?
For him to do that, if he legitimately thought that there was something. Yeah, so I think that what's corrupt is defined by the purpose and the motive. And so if the president is motivated by an actual good faith belief in someone's guilt or innocence, now, there is a norm to stay out of individual prosecutions by presidents. And to
Biden
some extent, I would say that,
right? Where
what's
he
that?
said, I said, we see that being violated, right? Where the presidents will say this person's innocent or this person's guilty. Biden did that.
Are you referencing Rittenhouse?
No. Didn't he do it with Hunter?
No. When?
I'll have to look up. I'm pretty sure Biden's commented on the guilt or innocence of people before the investigations were done.
Could be. But I don't know
it's
if
not that big of a deal, though. I didn't fucking gnash my teeth.
That's not
about
interference. That's not interference in the or deciding the line, the individual prosecution decisions.
True. But you're saying that there's a norm to stay out of it. It's like, well, no.
There's a norm for the president not to be involved in specific charging decisions.
What about when? Okay, did you find it corrupt when we find out that when it came to the Michael Flynn stuff, that we have these memos that they're specifically talking to Joe Biden, Barack Obama. Biden suggests possibly using the Logan Act. Was that corrupt?
No, I don't think that that's necessarily
Why?
corrupt.
It's not the norm for president, vice president to be involved in potential charging decisions.
So that's a counter. There was a counterintelligence investigation that was suggested. I don't know that that's the same thing. And I think that the president, vice president, with respect to counterintelligence and espionage, have a key role to make in those kinds of decisions in a way that I don't think is necessarily true of federal enforcement of federal crime. Or I don't know. Do you think that the president should be in charge and should be directing, individual charging decisions of individual people? For example, the Mayor Adams. So I think.
But that's different. But there's different levels. Like, it seems like you're taking umbrage with a lot of what I say. Like when I said about the Obama thing, and you're like, well, I guess it depends on his personal motivations. Right, that's what I'm saying. If they heartfelt think that they're corrupt, this is all off in the weeds and a vastly different thing than altering evidence. from career law enforcement officers. It's completely different. I'm just
you
humoring
know,
your difference here. I want to go back to this idea of planning coke.
Hang on a second. I have 2 more minutes and I have to go. It's way too fucking late. But I just want to be clear. We're talking about the definition of corruption and what is corrupt. And you said planting evidence. I think I heard you say for personal reasons or for political reasons that would make it corrupt. But the question was asked: if a cop plants evidence or someone he legitimately thinks did the crime, would that be corrupt?
Yes.
And the answer is yes, but you have to find a way to reconcile it in a definition, and you're not prepared at the moment to fully expound on it.
It doesn't
Fair?
matter. I knew immediately it was corrupt, and it took you time to think. But
no,
it doesn't matter.
it
doesn't matter. So let's
Whoa.
let's make it more specific then, more apples to apples to what you're saying isn't corrupt, which is the Kevin Clinesmith situation, right? What if instead of planting the coke, they saw the coke on the ground, but it wasn't in the vehicle with the guy, and they firmly believed it was that guy's coke, so they put it in. Now they didn't. They really believe, like, well, that coke was in there, and they put it in. Is that corrupt?
Wait. They put it in where?
The car with the guy, so that another cop could see it and go, "Oh shit, he had coke on him."
So they moved coke.
It's not. I think you committed a different crime. Therefore, I'll plant coke on you. It's this coke that's laying 10 feet over here, I think is his, but I know we won't be able to prove it. So I'll drop it in the car beside him, and then another officer will find it, and they'll be able to charge him.
I don't know that I would make a distinction on the previous answer if you're altering. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, if you're
yes, that's easily corrupt.
But hang on, how does that fit into our definitions?
Well, I already said that I'd need to make more expansive for the definition.
Well, I'm trying to come up with a definition. I mean, I would call cops generally altering evidence that would have a material impact on guilt or innocence. I think that I would call that corrupt.
Right. That's exactly what Kevin Clinesmith did.
But I don't know that the determination as to whether or not he was another government officer plays into like the substantive guilt or innocence of an individual. I think that plays into.
There is no distinction to why that should apply to cops but not attorneys.
No. I'm trying to distinguish in my head. I'm literally thinking out loud, as between substantive evidence of guilt that could, for example, prove the crime beyond a reasonable doubt, as opposed to, in this context, what is essentially it is a counterintelligence determination. It is a FISA warrant is not a criminal warrant, and I don't know that I would apply the same thing to those determinations. But
I don't think that there would be a reason of distinction for that. Why, if you're getting a warrant based on counterintelligence, that somehow would be different than getting a warrant based on criminality?
Then we need a way to distinguish everything that's happening at the top level and the top brass, which you seem to want to insulate from those.
So that's a different question, and we could talk.
Illegal things happen.
We could talk some other night about
things
that.
happen that you're not going to call corrupt, even though
listen. We've already shown distinctions. There's significant distinctions. Oftentimes, it's difficult to put an exact bright line, but you can see when something is so obviously corrupt, like planting the coke on someone, versus Barack Obama
or
that
fake electors.
What's that?
Or how about this? How about trying to have a fake elector scheme where you're purporting something to be something that it's not?
Again, that's nowhere. No matter what you think about that, that's nowhere near the bright line of a cop planting coke on someone. Okay, nowhere near it.
Maybe I actually think in terms of its effect on society, it's worse. It's
well, you could say that. Like, there's all kinds of things that's worse than a cop planting coke.
No, but it's ballot stuff. If someone put in a bunch of fake ballots into a ballot box, would you call that corrupt to affect the? Okay, so if someone put a bunch of fake elector votes in the for the real election, which is the presidential electors, would you also call that corrupt?
No, because one,
why?
Because there's difference. The fake ballots would have a chance of not being caught, and people wouldn't know if they're fake or not, and so they could materially affect in that way. Whereas the electors, Mike Pence, that would have decided knew which electors would have been, quote, the fake ones or not. Second, this was to propose a legal challenge. That's different than planting coke. The equivalent would be if Trump literally forced Governor Kemp to make up evidence. that he was like, okay, here's
Wait. He is calling for fake ballots that
not.
aren't from the actual electors.
That's not.
Yes, he is.
No,
yes,
no.
He.
No, the electors is sort of symbolic, and Pence would have, yes, Mike Pence would have known the people that were the legitimate electors and the alternate electors. So the fakeness of it is irrelevant. Now, Pence could have said, well, I'm going to go with the alternate slate, and that would infuriate everyone, including myself. But he would know that they weren't the real slate, correct?
They were fraudulent instruments. He was trying to present fraudulent instruments and get someone else to accept them. In a way, it would be no different than if you had someone on the inside in a regular voting situation where people were voting and you were like,
it is completely different, and you can understand, because in the situation where someone's planting a fake ballot in the ballot box, it's not known to the people counting that those are not the legitimate ones. Mike Pence would have known who the real electors were and who the alternates was. These were placeholders for people for the potential
imagine
legal
you had someone on the inside,
right?
Imagine you had someone on the inside who was aware that you had some people coming in with some fake ballots, and one was the box. There's two boxes, one which is fake and one which is real. And this is not the elector situation. This is a direct election for an office from the people. There's a fake box and a real box, and someone comes in with the fake box and says, "These are the real votes." Would you call that corrupt?
Yes.
Okay, now we're applying the same principle. We're saying
it's not the same principle because fake ballots are different than quote alternate electors, or if you call them fake electors or whatever. It's completely different.
They're electoral votes. They're votes.
It does
They're
not
votes
matter. It's completely different, and you understand. The number
Why
one
is it
reason
different?
The number one reason they're different is because everyone in the world would know which ones were the real ones and which ones were the alternates. That is not the case when it comes to
everyone in the real world,
ballots to be counted.
if everyone in the real world in the same scale as the presidential electors was aware of which one was real, which one was fake, of the different ballot stuffings of the direct election, you would say the same thing. No, you wouldn't say that. You're trying to propose false votes.
Let me think about it.
Yeah.
No, it still would be corrupt. The reason is because there's no potential legal ramification for why that would be the case.
Well, he could say, "I'm arguing these are real. I have a legal theory for why these fake ballots are real."
But there is
the same thing that Trump did.
Give me an example of what that legal theory would be.
Yeah, he says all the people who voted in those other elections, those are illegal immigrants, and I have this position. I'm the candidate, and as the incumbent candidate person, I have a right in the time when there's obvious fraud in situations for me to propose alternate votes, which I determine in my own discretion, and it's a legal theory based on unitary governor theory. It's an election for governor. And he just has some kind of bullshit legal theory. And into the same bullshitness, in my opinion, of the notion that the vice president could just decide the election, that kind of thing.
It's not even
So is the distinction going to be? Wait, is the distinction going to be the plausibility of the legal theory? Is that really going to be the distinction?
It's not just the plausibility; it's also the fact that there's the evidence that people would know, like I said, of what's real or not, and the idea that this it's not just the legal theory; it's also the idea that the electors are more of a symbolic thing, whereas the ballots are something that you're putting in. But yes, the preponderance of the legal theory obviously has a big part in that.
Okay.
Similarly, like you could say you
Rob.
struggle with the fact if Barack Obama said to investigate Trump, whether that would be okay. It would be the equivalent of like, oh, since you're struggling with that, then it would be perfectly fine.
I think it depends.
Right.
I said it depends.
Right. But you understand that there's a material difference. Then I could come up with a ridiculous situation, be like, oh, so if Trump decides to fabricate evidence because blah, 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 then it would be okay. But you would say, no, that's clearly different.
Yeah, but
and again, to get back, I just want to admit, I just want to, I understand that you're switching over to this other thing, but you are aware that you've said with this cocaine example, you've just given the rationale for why what Kevin Clinesmith did was corrupt. And the only thing you could come up, the only thing, you tell me if I'm wrong, the only difference you have as to why you haven't conceded that he was corrupt is because there's this vague difference between a counterintelligence investigation and what lawyers and law enforcement are allowed to do investigating it versus...
I think, so I think taking procedurally improper steps or even lying to expedite things for purposes in ways that would affect... substantive guilt determinations. I'm thinking that there might be a difference between that and other kind of shortcuts in life. Like let's say, for example, that you lie to your superior and you say, this
this person who we're investigating as part of what's going on. And when I stopped him and pulled him over as part of my PC, he slapped me, and so that's why I detained him or something like that. And it turns out that he didn't slap you in that situation. But you're pretty sure this guy's a wife beater. You wanted to pull him over, and so you lied about that. In that situation, would you call that corrupt to lie in that situation? Okay,
Yes.
even though you
You
think
wouldn't?
even though I think I would, but I think that goes to a substantive guilt determination. I'm not. I want to work out my definition for corrupt in that context. My intuition is that if you lie for purposes of making someone seem more guilty, and in a way that could legitimately affect their freedom or their substantive rights, I think that that's maybe different than other kinds of lies you could tell. So imagine that now you're back at the station, and it's more of like a procedural. In order to get the form, you need to give some. You tell a white lie, let's say, or you say a lie about what you're actually investigating in order to have access to like a quicker person to I don't know, some kind of examiner to look at the evidence. And so you lie and say this is a murder case, but it's actually just a domestic case. In that situation, when you lied to get more expedience on a case, would you call that corrupt?
Say again. Give the example. I lost you.
Okay. Okay, my bad. So in one situation, you've agreed that it would be corrupt.
We already talked about
probably.
the first situation. So
Yeah. Okay.
The second one.
The second situation is you're lying to some kind of inspector or examiner, and you say this is a murder case. I need you to deal with it more quickly and examine this evidence, but it's really a domestic battery case, and you're lying to the examiner to cut the line and to make this go a lot faster, and so you can get them a lot faster. Would you call that corrupt when you're lying internally to these different people to expedite things?
No, that probably doesn't meet the definition.
Yeah. So
However, but now I've given you a chance. The previous definition you gave is exactly what happened in the Clinesmith situation. You said, correct me if I'm wrong, you said, well, I think if you're lying to change evidence to make someone be more guilty than they would appear to be, that's corruption. That's what Clinesmith did.
That would, in terms of substantive guilt determinations, as opposed to determinations as to surveillance, determinations
So
as
wait,
to...
So if it came to getting a warrant, right? So forget the counterintelligence. It comes to get a warrant. You go to a judge and you have to submit paperwork for probable cause to get a warrant. So if you lie about the probable cause, that's not corrupt?
No, I think it would be to lie about probable cause.
Okay, same thing here.
Let me think.
Pisco, you've came to the conclusion that this was corrupt.
If you're lying to affect PC, specifically to get a warrant where you otherwise would not get a warrant, I think that I would be comfortable calling that corrupt. You're affecting the substantive rights of the people involved.
That's the
and you're using deceit to do so.
So you're willing to call the Kevin Clinesmith
wait. Let me think about it a little bit more. Let me come to a head on my definition of corruption. But if that's the case, and if I think that, and I think I would in the context of a warrant against a criminal warrant, I think if the police and cops are actively lying for the purpose of bringing about PC in a situation where otherwise there wouldn't be PC, I think I would grant that would be corrupt. But that's just an intuition, and so I want to ground down my definition
just to be
of corruption.
real, just to push back just a little on that, I don't think that it matters whether or not there would have actually been PC or not. Because for example, a law enforcement officer, an attorney, whatever, could be mistaken. It could turn out that they made up some lie and they didn't have to, that it would have been granted anyways. You would still agree that it's corrupt in that instance, right?
But wait a second, Rob. Sorry, say that one more time. But there's a huge distinction here that I totally forgot.
Okay, I said if
wait a second.
Do you want me to repeat that, or do you want?
Oh, let me say it first because I don't want to forget it. Okay, if he actually thought he was giving accurate information, wouldn't that not in his mind be a lie? That the lie is he's misrepresenting the email, but if in his mind he thinks he's telling the truth, then how could that be corrupt?
Because we already did this with the cocaine example. If the guy really thinks it is that person's cocaine, and so he slides it from the ground into the car, he legitimately thinks it's that guy's cocaine. He was just worried that the court wouldn't have found proof of that unless he slid it in. That's the situation. It doesn't matter what his belief is. If he
I don't know
materially
about that.
changes evidence, right? Yes, that's you
No,
already
no,
agreed
but
that would be corrupt.
It's in. Hang on a second. So let me think about it. So in the situation in which you have someone who believes strongly a fact of the matter, that fact of the matter is he is not a member of the other government agency or whatever, and all he is doing, right, is aligning falsely, criminally, one email in a temporary manner to align with his vision of what he thinks is true. But that is a fact of the matter that either is or is not, with no expectation for that email to be used in any respect, which is different than the cocaine. If you're using the cocaine and putting it somewhere else, you are changing the evidence, as opposed to, and your intention is to deceive about where the cocaine was found in a substantive way that would, actually change the nature of the evidence. But if all you're doing, which is different than trying to convince a superior of something that you believe to be true anyway, and it's aligned to what you believe to be true anyway, which is that he is not part of the other government agency.
I don't understand.
Doesn't that seem
this.
different?
I don't understand. No, there's no distinction, because again, what you're doing is you're then saying this guy's assuming that the exculpatory evidence that he's given won't matter at all. It's not going to matter.
He's not giving over.
So I guess take the cocaine. So it seems the difference you're saying here, you tell me if I'm wrong. Clearly, the cop would know that the cocaine would be used as evidence. But with the exculpatory evidence and changing the email, that he wouldn't know if that would ultimately be used to justify or getting a FISA warrant or not. That's what you're saying?
No. The email itself. And if he thinks that the email as altered is correct and that the original email was wrong, and his intention is to provide correct information, I think that's materially different, isn't it?
Okay, let's give him more apples.
I think I have a good example. So imagine that, for example, that you saw a dead body, and you were supposed to take a picture of it, and someone asks you, did you take a picture of the dead body? And you say, I saw it. Right, and I know that it's there, and I did take a picture of it, and that proves that it's a dead body, and we took a look at it, and he's like, fine, great, you have the picture, that's good that you have the picture, but it's a dead body for sure. Yes, we have the picture, we analyzed the picture, and everything's good. And so you're lying maybe about, here's what I'm trying to get, I know it's a little convoluted. You're lying about the steps that you took in confirming that it's a dead body, or whatever the process you took. You didn't actually do the check. You didn't actually examine the body, but you're fairly sure that you're certain that it's a dead body. You really believe that it's a dead body. Is lying to your officer about confirming that it's a dead body in that way, would you call that corrupt?
This example is so bad, but yes, it's such an example that would still be corrupt. If you're claiming that you did the checks and you didn't to show that it was dead, then yes, that would be corrupt. A better example, if you want to use the picture example, would be you take a picture of the dead body, right? You lose it, and so you fabricate a picture of the dead body that you think is an exact facsimile. Is that corrupt?
No, I think that would be corrupt.
Right.
But
same here.
But that's not what occurred. What occurred here. They were not. No, that isn't what occurred.
It is closer akin to what occurred. What occurred was a person falsely assumed. By the way, you admit that Clinesmith was wrong, correct? In the sense that it appears that Carter Page did in fact work with the CIA.
CIA, I think he's wrong, yeah.
Yeah, so Clinesmith was wrong. So your argument here is Clinesmith sees this email from the CIA. The email says...
We're defining corruption. I don't know why you're going on to Clinesmith.
Because I'm differentiating your example and how it doesn't apply.
You didn't grant it. You didn't grant it the example. You said that would still be corrupt.
Correct. That is corrupt. And I'm also saying that the example is poor, lest you or your audience say, well, I actually think that wouldn't be corrupt, so therefore Clinesmith's not corrupt.
Okay,
it doesn't apply. Here's why, right? Because Clinesmith sees this, falsely assumes that it's wrong, and then changes it on his own, and then submits when materially altering it to say the opposite of the truth. That's the equivalent of this. If I talk to the fingerprint tech and I say, is that Pisco's thumbprint? And he's drinking coffee, he goes, I think it is. Then I get the official paperwork from them. And it says, no, actually, that wasn't Pisco's thumbprint. And I change it to say, yeah, it was. I talked to the guy at the coffee pot. It was. Was that corrupt? I legitimately
If you
think
take the official-
I talked to the tech, and he said, yeah, we think it's him.
But he's, but you're now adding in that example. He's kind of casual about it. Yeah, I think whatever.
Okay, he says yes. He says yes. That was Pisco.
He says, despite what this says, yeah. So the tech guy says yes, and there's a typo on that memo.
No, that's why you adding that. Did the CIA say? Did the CIA agents tell him no? He didn't work with us, and that email we said has a typo.
So he says yes, 100%. That is Pisco's thumbprint, and then the report comes out and it says it's not. And you talk to the person who said it absolutely is, and you don't want to have to go back down there again. I'm gonna do another one. I agree, fucking stupid, criminal, whatever. And you alter to say yes, and you're like, he was sure. He said it was 100%. He talked to me about it. I know it's his fingerprint. And you go and you quick flash it to the head inspector or whatever. You say, yep, look, it's all right here, good to go. And then you put it away, and let's say you destroy that paper, and after you've changed it, corrupt?
Yes, easily,
Okay.
100%. And you know how much work that's doing to adding, because in order for this to be apples to apples, that would have to mean that Kevin Clinesmith talked to someone at the CIA and said, yeah, actually, he didn't work here, right? None of that ever happened. Clinesmith just serendipitously decides that the people that would know that are telling him via writing, yeah, he did work here, they must be wrong. I assume they're wrong. So I'm going to change.
No, he had a different impression. No, he had an
different
impression.
How did he get the impression?
No, I don't recall how he came to that impression. I haven't read the sentencing documents ever for at least 2 years. But I can look back into it, and we can get back into the weeds of the Clinesmith matter. I will 100% follow up with you on that.
I'll tell you, I'll refresh your memory. What they tried to say was like, well, he thought the question was like, was he an asset? Was a slightly different than like, did he ever help with them? And so he thought the question that was trying to be asked by his superiors was like, was he like basically an employee of the CIA? And he was like, well, no, this email is inaccurately reflecting what the answer they want is. That's the excuse they tried to give.
Give me a second to look at this. Just give me a sec. You didn't think that you would be on this long.
Even this is irrelevant. You materially changed evidence to say the opposite. That's corruption.
Counsel altering. So you discount the notion that Clinesmith likely believed the information was true. You do discount that because you think it's political, but either way, you think even if he did think it was true, it doesn't matter.
Correct.
To the question of corruption. Okay, one second.
You can't change evidence to say the opposite of what it says just because you feel you're right. And I can't even believe this is a difficult point. I would think that most people would agree with this, particularly someone in the legal field.
I think I need to ground down that definition of corruption because I don't know. I don't want it to be, and it's not used coextensively with illegal, and it can't be. It needs to be corrupt. Needs to mean with bad purpose and bad motive. Otherwise, it's meaningless, right?
Again,
it needs to.
Then if that's all it is with bad purpose and illegal action with bad purpose, then you've rendered the word corruption.
An improper purpose, some kind of a purpose beyond just the mere illegality of something. That must be. So let me give you an example, right? So the thing that would differentiate between a corrupt quid pro quo and an acceptable quid pro quo would be the purpose behind it, right? If it's true that Joe Biden was issuing the quid pro quo to help his son or to get bribes from the Ukraine government, that would be corrupt. If what the other people are saying is true, which is he was doing it for the interest of American foreign policy, the only thing that's distinguishing between those two actions are the purpose behind it, whether it's motivated by personal benefit or by it help one politically. It cannot just be whether
Right.
something is legal or illegal.
Right, but the problem is we agree with that. The problem
Okay.
is that the calculation of what is corrupt changes depending on the station of the people that are doing things. And so, for example, you've already admitted that the cop that plants cocaine on the person they think is a serial killer is corrupt. Even if they're doing it we need to keep this man off the street. He's going to kill more people.
I'm wondering. I'm wondering. Well, hang on a second. If he thinks that he's guilty of the cocaine, or if he thinks he's guilty of a separate crime.
Well, we could do both. Let's do the separate crime
let's do
first,
both.
a more heinous crime, that of being a serial killer, right? Because you would say, well, his motivations are good. That's altruistic motivations. He wants to protect people from being murdered, and he's afraid this guy will get back on the street and he'll murder. That's still corrupt.
I think that in the common usage of the term corrupt, people would call that corrupt.
Now, the same would be
However,
true of the planting coke if you think the crime is has coke.
His coke?
Yes. That's still corrupt.
I think there's a special sensitivity to the things that cops do, and that would probably include prosecutors as well. I'm not making the distinction there. But then I need to develop a comprehensive definition of corrupt to use in this context, because I don't think that anything that you said is convincing on policymakers who do illegal things. I don't think that there's any distinction in terms of people who, for example, call for investigations of individuals for one thing when they think that it would be
But
beneficial.
you already said that's not illegal. Right?
But legality doesn't define whether something's corrupt.
Right, but you just said there, you're like, when Congress people or when politicians do illegally, right, but the illegals are relevant, right?
I don't think that legality necessarily determines whether something's corrupt. So, for example, I think you would agree that Biden's pardons of his son were legal, right?
Yes.
You believe they're also corrupt?
Yes.
So where are we going with this?
But you just said, I'm just saying, I think, unless I misheard, you literally just said, I don't think what you said is persuasive when it comes to like politicians illegally. And I'm
no,
you've
sorry,
admitted that's
when
not illegal.
When it comes to certain, I think what I said is policymakers, distinguishing the beat cops who are planting evidence versus the same kind of illegal actions taken by people further up the chain who do illegal things. Which they may have reasons to, or do things that for bad purposes.
But we already went through this, like with the Obama example, where you were forced to admit, like at best you were forced to admit, I don't know. First it seemed to lean, you were saying, no, Obama wouldn't be corrupt. And then you're like, well, I'd have to think about it. So clearly you're saying that there is a distinction in the bright line for the guy planting coke that's a law enforcement officer, clearly corrupt, versus the president that sincerely believes his opponent is guilty or treasonous, demanding an investigation into them. You clearly see there's a bright line difference there.
But no. To the extent that there is a difference, it needs to be one that I can explain and one that has a distinction with the difference. Because if
that's
and I
fine.
can't justify it, then
that's fine.
It can't just be my intuition.
Yep, you're welcome to do that, but you understand. Oftentimes, you understand when I say bright line. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you mean by bright line.
Okay.
Easy to determine line.
Right. So, like, we are able to look at things. You might not be able to define what a chair is because it's difficult to define what a chair is.
There are clear
but you'll be
cases
able to
and
look
there-
at something and say that's clearly a chair, and that I have questions about. That's where we're at here. And so
I
when
don't
we're
think that's where
focused
we're at.
on,
I don't think.
of course, it is.
What are the kinds of factors that go into whether something is corrupt? It's clearly not sufficient or necessary that it be illegal.
Okay.
Fair. So there can be corrupt actions that are legal, and there are corrupt actions that are illegal. There are illegal actions that are not corrupt.
Okay.
So the things, what kind of actions are corrupt or not corrupt? And I think that the requirement is on us to have some kind of,
I would
at
think
least
that the
stable
knowledge
definition
of the
something.
illegality of it would make it corrupt.
Knowledge of illegality. So you need to know what you're doing is
You don't
illegal.
need to, but I think that would be sufficient.
Sufficient. So knowledge of illegal actions.
And let me add an attempt to that. And
Okay.
being someone who has an authority to be able to do something about it. So a position of power to
Okay.
do something. So like, for example, if I know that speeding's illegal and I speed, I don't think that makes me corrupt. But if I know it's illegal to plant drugs on someone and I do it, even if it's for a good reason, that's corrupt. If I know that altering an email is illegal and I do it, then that's corrupt.
I think I agree that something to be corrupt, it needs to be the use of like official power or the the usurpation of official power. It needs to have some kind of authority separate from one's individual positioning. Although I think corporations could be corrupt to the extent that they're like influencing politics or stuff like that. So
right, but they have some sort of access to power. Right. Yeah, that's different than the person that's just.
I buy that.
Anyways, you think about it. I am going to go, but I think I think that you're close to admitting that it's corrupt, and you should.
Hey, if I do, and I'll think about it, and I'll be genuine about it. It isn't what you mean by corrupt in that context, and it's not conceding the broader narrative. This is a semantical difference on the extent of one person's corruption at most, in my opinion. But I just want to be clear. I will be good faith as I think about my definition of corruption a little bit longer, in terms of whether or not I think Clinesmith, and if I think that the definition fits, I'll let you know.
All right, man. You take it easy.
How do you feel?
I enjoyed. I'm tired.
You enjoyed it?
Yes. I almost told you. That's why I got so pissed off about the Bowman. Yeah, I like talking to you.
All right, you motherfucker. But you're a piece of shit. You know, your minions just attack me constantly. You understand that?
God, you think it's even comparable? Like what you
Actually,
and like
you're right. You're right.
do to me? Come on.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, keep it real, and I hope you have a good night.
Easy. Yep, we'll see you.
All right, later.
All right, I got it. And this. Yeah, so in retrospect, like, there's so much to say about all of that, but, I mean, I don't know what to say if you can't see by the end of that. It's like how a lawyer's like, well, I have to think about if the cop plants cocaine. Jesus. I mean, the best argument that Pisco has is, okay, it's corrupt, but not in the way you're saying. That'd be the best argument. I still think but he won't. It just, to me, it's like, ugh. Anyways, the idea that I don't know what more to say than you could have a guy that's like, #resist, we must stop Trump. Then he alters an email to try to further enhance getting a FISA warrant against Trump's team. And Pisco's like, nah, I think he did it to expedite. And then it's like, well, I'm not, like, just a little shit he says that you just have to roll your eyes like, well, I don't know that Clinesmith would have thought it was detrimental to Trump to get a FISA warrant to spy on his team that could have collected Trump's. I mean, what are you saying to that? It's like, oh, man. What are you talking about? And that's the stuff that's sort of, like, frustrating to me. It just, you can't help but thinking, that's right. Adam Shatner is absolutely correct. If it was reversed, he would certainly call it corrupt. If Trump got FISA warrants to spy on his opponents, he wouldn't say, it's regrettable. And that's what I'm saying. I'm tired of dealing with people on these things. I'll deal with them if I want, but I'm not going to listen to people clutch their pearls over a fucking tweet of Trump's. Oh my God, there were so many super chats. I'm so sorry. Let me get to those. Maybe. God, I'm tired. These things, I'll deal with. Yeah, I think there would be a lot of clips. I wouldn't use that to determine whether or not someone should hire him as a lawyer, but I think it'd be interesting to get like legal YouTube's takes on some of that. Blasterbot, thanks so much for $20. Says money for the Hank's Dinosaur Fund. More of it, thank you. The Green Soldier for $5, thanks. Says Rob is left with no other options to defend institutions they fought against for decades. Pretend they've become trustworthy. Yep. Lord of the Nerds for $5, thank you. Says Pisco, like all libs, relying on intention reading. It's always tea leaf reading, mind reading, intention. It's pathetic, always the same. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says ask Pisco if it control and influence are synonyms. Damien, thanks so much for $2. Says YouTube lawyer Pisco trying to orbit to you now, Rob. Thank you. Intel Wop for $2 says MF Pisco. Jack of Trades for $20. Thank you. Says, I got up work 8 hours ago, went to the store, got some groceries, come back home, cooked dinner, played video games, hung out on the internet with the pal, and you took a short nap and you're still going. Thanks. It's been a long one. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, now that Rob brought this up again, Pisco can't claim ignorance next time. He doesn't get to keep playing conveniently stupid. That's called lying. Sure. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, if they falsely found Trump treasonous at the level of president and had to be a Russian asset, they would have executed him. How the fuck is that not a coup? Right. Blasterpop for $20 says, Rob's a trooper for holding out this long. Another 20 for the dinosaur fund. Thank you. Intel Wild, thank you so much for $50 says, Rob equals GOAT 100%. Salute, prayers, and country flag. Thank you. John Kell for $19.99 says, look how much they love Rob or fake care about him. Pisco trying to emotional Rob into saying fuck, not saying fuck them all. He wants to defend Biden. Right. Andrew Starr for $100 says, for $2 says, $100 says Pisco defended Biden ignoring the system. And lastly, John for $20 says, thanks for the long string. Thank you guys. You guys are incredible. The truth is, those debates are hard to do because you're getting into a lot of the weeds and shit, but I do like doing them. But I understand why someone wouldn't want to do them every day. As to the general thesis that I have, yeah, I don't want to talk to people that won't acknowledge corruption when they demand that I talk about corruption. I don't give a fuck. They're welcome to say the same thing about me. Rob won't condemn January 6th. I don't want to talk to him. Cool. That's fine. If I feel like talking to certain people, I will. If I don't, I won't. But that's basically where I stand. I think I purport myself quite well in talking the specifics of that. I don't know exactly what time Conor's going to be on tomorrow. It'll be 7 or 8. Hopefully. I'll keep people, follow my X, and I'll have some sort of post on there to let people know. So, the Whick Panel was a fucking joke. That Enigma guy probably shouldn't have been so hard on him afterwards. But, man, he annoys the piss out of me, always calling in drunk. Always like, oh, I didn't really listen to you. But okay, whatever. I probably won't be doing any Whick Panels anytime soon. Surprise, surprise. But I don't have really hard feelings. Even the dude, the Soypill guy that lied. I mean, fuck him, but I don't wish ill on any of them. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sorry the stream didn't go as planned. So we'll try it again tomorrow night unless something comes up. So, all right. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. As always, have a good one.